Hello, this is Mayusis. I would like to explain few things before starting. This is my first book. Even though I am trying to improve my writing, I turned this book into audiobook day by day, week by week. This is a story of a teenager living a impossible double life one day in modern world, and when he sleep, he wakes up in another world each day since his birth. When everything in balance, things change, and he has to implement modern knowledge to his impossible life. Chapter 1. Monday, in Between Worlds. Few dare dream of magic and chemistry in the same breath, but Marcus Chen lived them both. Reality fractured around him as he calculated molecular bonds, worlds shifting like broken glass beneath his consciousness. The fluorescent lights of the university chemistry lab dissolved into flickering candlelight. Pencils scratching on paper gave way to distant cattle lowing and his grandfather's cough echoing through thin wooden walls. The world remade itself, as it had every time he'd fallen asleep for 17 years. Marcus woke to chaos, the unpleasant kind.
Told you the barley wouldn't take in that cursed dirt.
And I told you we needed to plant something. We can't eat dirt and wishes.
Well, we're about to find out if we can eat regret.
Baby Kira wailed. She'd inherited her father's talent for perfect timing, followed by 13 pairs of feet shuffling across floorboards that groaned under the weight of too many people trying to exist in a space meant for 5. Marcus rubbed his eyes. The ache of overworked shoulders replaced the phantom memory of holding a pencil. The contrast never got easier. One moment he was Marcus Chen, honor student worried about SAT scores. The next, Marcus of Millhaven, figuring out how to keep his family from starving.
Marcus, get down here before your uncles murder each other over vegetables.
Coming, Da.
The house had been built for one family, maybe 2, in a prosperous year when the gods smiled and the rains came right. But grandfather Aldrich's farm now sheltered 3 generations of desperate souls. 13 people, 40 acres, and every season, less food. Marcus squeezed down the narrow stairs into the main room. His whole family was crammed around 2 mismatched tables pushed together in organized chaos. His mother Elara and Aunt Mira ladled thin porridge from a large pot that had seen better decades, while the children waged war over the heel of yesterday's bread.
Mine. Ugh, you had it yesterday.
Boys, there's enough arguing from the grown-ups. Don't add to it.
There you are. Your father and uncles have been arguing about the crops since before dawn. At this rate, they'll start throwing things.
Marcus accepted his bowl. Definitely smaller portions than last year, he noticed. The part of his mind that automatically calculated caloric intake kicked in. Grandfather Aldrich sat hunched in his chair by the cold hearth, coughing into a rag. Despite his frail appearance, his eyes still held the sharp intelligence that had kept the farm running for 4 decades.
The eastern field's wheat is yellowing again. Same as last year and the year before. The earth itself has given up.
Maybe it has. Grandfather worked this land for 40 years, his father before him. Maybe the soil is tired.
Marcus nearly choked on his porridge, not from the texture, which was charitably enthusiastic. In Chicago, he'd just studied soil depletion. The solution was so obvious it hurt to keep quiet.
What if?
He caught himself. He'd learned to be careful with his strange ideas.
What if what, lad?
What if we tried rotating what we plant in that field?
The table went silent. Even baby Kira stopped fussing. The room held its breath.
Rotating? Boy, we plant what we need to eat. You don't rotate food.
I know, Uncle, but what if we planted beans in that field this season? Beans are good for the soil. They make it stronger. Next year, the wheat would grow better.
Beans don't fill bellies like wheat.
Marcus thought about nitrogen fixation through rhizobia, bacteria being literally the foundation of sustainable agriculture, but that seemed like the sort of information that would get him accused of witchcraft.
But if the wheat grows better because of the beans?
He trailed off, seeing the skepticism around the table.
Where'd you get such strange notions, lad? You been having those odd dreams again?
Before Marcus could explain that his odd dreams were an advanced education in a parallel universe, heavy footsteps thundered on the stairs.
Good morning, everyone.
His cousin Tom, Big Tom to everyone, ducked through the doorway, bending nearly in half to avoid adding a head-shaped hole to the struggling architecture. At 17, he was broader than most doorframes and taller than most trees, with innocent good nature that made people trust him.
Tom,
Marcus. The cows are real itchy again. Scratching and scratching. It's bad.
Marcus's pulse quickened. He knew what that was and how to fix it.
Tom, what if we gave them a bath in the pond? Scrubbed them down well?
A bath? For cattle?
The itching. It's probably mites or lice. If we scrub them with soap and dunk them in the pond, it might kill whatever's making them itch.
Soap costs coin we don't have.
We could make soap, wood ash and fat from the next slaughter. I know how.
He caught himself before saying, "I learned it in chemistry." The family stared at him again with that mix of curiosity and concern that had become familiar. The look people gave when they weren't sure if they were witnessing genius or madness.
Well, if Marcus thinks it'll work, I'm willing to try. Can't hurt to wash the beasts, right? Might improve their smell.
Everything around here could use improved smell.
Waste of time.
But Marcus saw the hope hiding behind his gruff exterior. They were all desperate for anything that might help them survive another year, another season.
You got strange ideas, boy, but these are strange times. Strange times call for creative solutions.
He coughed again, then studied Marcus.
You know, I've been thinking, you're 18 now, Marcus, a man grown.
Marcus's stomach clenched. He knew exactly where this conversation was heading.
Leanna from the bakery's been asking after you. Sweet girl, that one. Smart, too. Marriage? When we can't even feed the mouths we already have?
That's exactly why. Another pair of hands, another family's resources. Liana's father has grain to spare most years. Good connections in the next village over.
The dual-world disorientation crashed over Marcus like a cold wave. In Chicago, his parents wanted him in college, pre-med track, solid grades. Marriage was laughable. But here, marriage wasn't about love, it was about survival.
I'm not ready.
Ready? Boy, you need to marry, Marcus. You're older than me when I married.
The words hit Marcus like a blow. Around the table, faces turned to him. Some hopeful, some resigned, all marked by hunger. Big Tom gave him an encouraging nod.
I'll think about it, grandfather. But first, let me help the cattle and the soil. Let me try to make things better.
Strange ideas. But you have the look of a man with a plan. Very well, boy. Show us these miracles. Just try not to summon any demons while you're at it.
I'll do my best to keep the demonic summoning to a minimum.
The family dispersed for the day's work. Marcus headed for the door. Big Tom fell into step beside him, ducking under every beam and door frame.
Come on then. Let's go look at those cows. Maybe you can figure out what's making them so itchy.
They spent the morning examining the cattle. Marcus tried to get close enough to see the parasites without getting kicked while Big Tom handled the work of restraining them. The sun climbed higher as they hauled water from the well, mixed ash and fat into crude soap, and scrubbed 3 uncooperative cows.
This is harder than I thought.
Everything's harder than you think until you do it. That's what makes it interesting.
By afternoon, they'd treated half the herd. Marcus's shoulders ached, his hands were raw from the rough soap, and his clothes were ruined. But several cattle had already stopped scratching.
It's working. Marcus, you're brilliant.
Evening approached. Marcus helped with the daily chores, feeding chickens, mending fences, hauling more water. The work was exhausting in a way that sitting in a chemistry class never was.
You did good work today, lad. Strange ideas, but good work.
After dinner, Marcus lingered by the dying fire while the family settled in for the night. Using his knife, he carefully shaved thin curls from a piece of dry birch bark, pressing them until he had something that might hold marks. For a writing tool, he mixed ash from the fire with a bit of tree sap, creating a crude pencil. By the dim firelight, he made symbols on the bark paper, his own system using English letters to represent the sounds of Valdris speech. He recorded which cows were washed, which showed signs of parasites, what soap mixture worked best.
No one knows. No one knows I have knowledge from another world, and no one knows how to help me use it.
He tucked the bark papers and his crude pencil into his belongings, then climbed up to his narrow straw mattress. Beside him, Cousin Tam was already asleep. The sounds of the overcrowded house settling in surrounded him. Exhaustion pulled him down into sleep, with the satisfaction that came from a day of physical accomplishment. Tomorrow they'd finish the cattle and maybe start on the eastern field. His thoughts grew fuzzy as sleep claimed him. The last thing he remembered was Big Tom's gentle snoring from across the room. Chapter 2. The Balanching Act. Marcus Chen woke for the second time that Tuesday with straw in his hair and calculus in his nightmares. The sharp electronic beep of his alarm clock dragged him back to university reality. Collision course with the underside of the bunk above, introducing his forehead to solid pine. Stars. The Chicago kind, not Valdres, burst in his vision, and the phantom ache of Big Tom's reassuring hand still warmed his shoulder. Around him, his cramped dorm room materialized with jarring completeness. Textbooks stacked precariously on the desk, his laptop still open to last night's chemistry homework, his phone buzzing with notifications from a world that had continued spinning while he'd been worrying about cattle parasites and crop rotation. The dorm smelled like stale pizza and body spray, yet he swore he could still catch a ghost of lye soap and barnyard on his clothes. A sensory postcard from Valdres. Tuesday. Introduction to biology exam. First semester of college. Parents expecting weekly check-ins. The weight of 2 lives pressed down on him as he stumbled toward the shower, body moving on autopilot while his mind remained stuck between worlds. But standing under the steady stream of hot water, a luxury that would seem like magic in Valdres. Marcus felt something different. For the first time in months, he wasn't dreading biology class. In fact, he was almost excited. Finally, he was learning things that could help his family survive, not just creating makeshift rodent traps or swings for Tim and Tam. And being a doctor could be useful for saving lives in Valdres, especially in his family. His phone buzzed, a text from his mom.
How's the first month going? Dad says to remind you about eating actual vegetables, not just ramen. Call us this weekend. Love you, Mum.
Marcus smiled, despite his exhaustion. He pictured his parents in their small apartment, his father David opening Chen electronics repair, his mother Lee heading to the medical clinic. They'd worked double shifts for years to send him here. He grabbed his shower caddy and stepped into the hallway, where the chaos of dorm life was already in full swing. Someone's alarm blared 3 doors down. The common room smelled of burnt coffee and last night's microwaved pizza.
Marcus! Dude, thank God you're awake.
Tyler Nakamura burst from the room across the hall, hair spiking at impossible angles, eyes wide with caffeinated panic. At 18, Tyler was a first-year computer science major who lived and breathed streaming metrics.
My stream setup crashed again. Main rig is blue screening, and I have a sponsored stream in 2 hours.
Did you try turning it off and on again?
Of course Wait, let me try a full power cycle.
Tyler vanished.
Morning, Marcus.
Jake Martinez emerged from the room next door, carrying a mug that read, Future Doctor. Unlike Tyler's chaos, Jake moved with the precision of someone who'd planned his life in 5-year increments.
Big day?
Jake noted the stack of flashcards.
Intro bio review. You ready? You've seemed pretty confident.
You've been different since semester started. More confident, more, I don't know, like you found your groove. I was thinking maybe you didn't like me at first, but now you seem...
Before Marcus could answer, Tyler reappeared.
It worked! Marcus, you're a genius. How do you always know exactly what to try?
An hour later, Marcus slid into his usual middle-row seat for Introduction to Biology.
Panic level?
Surprisingly low.
Good morning! Before the exam, quick review. Why did traditional farming communities rotate crops long before understanding the science?
Half the class stared blankly. Marcus's hand shot up.
Mr. Chen?
Marcus explained rhizobia, root nodules, atmospheric nitrogen words flowing with a confidence that surprised even him. Heads turned, Jake looked like Marcus had started speaking Elvish.
Excellent. And why was that critical for pre-industrial agriculture?
Marcus outlined soil depletion and subsistence yields. Harrison nodded approvingly. The review morphed into an impromptu Q&A, Marcus fielding questions on mites, saponification, and nutrient cycles like he'd spent his childhood on a research farm instead of a Chicago public school. The exam felt almost trivial. When it ended, Jake leaned over.
Who are you and what have you done with Marcus? You were kind of depressed the first month, right?
Been watching a lot of educational YouTube.
Even he winced at the lameness.
Text me after Cam, yeah? We can walk back together.
Deal.
2 weeks into October, Marcus Chen was starting to think he might actually have this college thing figured out.
Dude, you're like a completely different person than you were a month ago.
Tyler was sprawled across Marcus's desk chair while Jake studied at his own desk. Tyler had basically moved into their room since his roommate had dropped out.
Different how? I think about things differently, I guess.
You know how some people are book smart but have no practical sense? You're the opposite. It's like you understand how things work in the real world.
I try to think about how chemistry works in the real world.
That's exactly what I mean. You should join my streams sometimes. I need someone with insight as a voice of reason. Chat loves it when I have guests who can think strategically.
Maybe. I'd have to think about it.
Consider it, man. You've got this way of breaking down problems that would be perfect for content.
Before Tyler could elaborate further, Marcus's phone rang. The caller ID showed Mom, and he felt the familiar mix of love and guilt.
Hey, Mom.
Marcus, how are things going? You sound tired.
Studying. Everything's fine.
Good, good. Your father says to ask about your nutrition again. And you're still not seeing those strange worlds, right? You know, like when you were little.
Marcus felt ice in his veins. The room seemed to tilt, and suddenly he was 6 years old again, crying to his parents about why the house kept changing, why different people kept calling themselves his family.
Marcus, are you there?
Yeah, Mom. No, nothing like that. Regular dreams about failing chemistry. I was a confused kid back then. You know how children are?
Of course. I worry sometimes. You seem so distant lately.
I'm fine, really. Adjusting to college life.
After hanging up, Marcus sat quietly for a moment, trying to push down the memories of those early years when he tried to explain Valdris to his parents.
Everything okay?
Yeah, Mom being Mom.
You know what? We've been studying our asses off all week. Let's go out today. Do something normal for once.
What did you have in mind?
There's that new action movie everyone's talking about. We could catch the afternoon showing. Grab some food that doesn't come from a microwave.
I'm in, but I've got to be back by 6 for a stream. Scheduled content, you know?
And so the three of them found themselves in a darkened theater, sharing overpriced popcorn and watching explosions that seemed absurdly simple compared to Marcus's recent concerns. Afterward, as they walked back toward campus, Tyler checked his phone and groaned.
Guys, I need to get back. Stream starts in an hour, and I haven't even set up.
Dude, you are no fun.
Content creation is serious business. Besides, you two aren't exactly party people anyway.
Fair point. I was going to go back and study more anatomy anyway.
As they headed back to the dorm, Marcus felt grateful for this simple afternoon. These moments of normal college life reminded him that he was still 18, still figuring things out, still allowed to be a student sometimes. Late that evening, studying in the library's quiet corner, Marcus let his mind wander to Valdris. The familiar pull of sleep was approaching, and with it, the transition to his other life. To seeing if Liana would be at the village well tomorrow morning. The thought surprised him with its warmth. When had he started thinking about her so often? Marcus woke to the sound of laughter and music drifting through the thin walls of the farmhouse. For a moment, he couldn't place the unfamiliar joy in those voices. Then he remembered. Today was the harvest festival.
Marcus, get down here. The whole village is gathering.
Marcus rolled off his straw mattress, noting with satisfaction that his body felt strong and healthy. The past 2 weeks had been a revelation. The cattle treatment had worked perfectly. Not a single cow was scratching anymore.
Coming.
Downstairs, the farmhouse was bustling with preparation. His aunts were packing what food they had left for the festival, while his uncles debated which of them would represent the family in the traditional strength competitions.
There he is, our young innovator.
Grandfather? Aye.
Don't be modest, lad. Half the village wants to talk to you today. Young Leanna from the bakery has been asking after you all week.
She's a good girl. Smart, too.
And her father's bakery does well even in lean years. Good connections with the grain merchants.
Can we maybe get to the festival before you marry me off?
The walk to the village square revealed the entire community transformed. Colorful banners hung between buildings, long tables groaned under the weight of contributed food, and someone had set up a small stage where traveling musicians were tuning their instruments.
Marcus.
A familiar voice called out. Marcus turned to see Liana approaching, and his heart did something complicated in his chest.
Liana, you look, the festival looks wonderful.
Smooth. I can see why all the girls talk about your silver tongue.
They talk about me?
Marcus, half the village has been talking about you since you cured the Hendersons' cattle plague. Old Henrik swears you saved his entire herd.
It wasn't plague, just parasites. Basic soap and...
I heard what it was. Where did you learn to think like that?
I think about problems differently, I guess. Look for patterns.
Patterns. Like how you suggested my father adjust his bread recipe to account for the humidity changes this season.
Did it work?
His bread has been perfect for 2 weeks straight. My grandpa's asking him for his secret. You see connections other people miss. It's remarkable.
Before Marcus could figure out how to respond to that, Big Tom appeared beside them with his usual devastating lack of subtlety.
Marcus, there you are. They're starting the strength competitions and... Oh, hello, Liana.
Hello, Tom. Are you entering the competitions?
Obviously. Though I was hoping Marcus might try the puzzle contests. He's got a clever mind for solving things.
I'd like to see that. Would you walk with me? I want to show you something.
As they moved away from the crowd, Marcus found himself falling into easy conversation with Liana. She asked intelligent questions about his ideas for improving village life and offered insights that showed she'd been thinking deeply about the same problems.
The eastern fields aren't the only issue. My father says grain prices have been fluctuating wildly. Something about problems with trade routes.
What kind of problems?
Rumors mostly. Caravans going missing. Some traders say there's been trouble near Thornwick, but nobody wants to talk specifics.
What kind of trouble?
I don't know, but my father's had to source grain from farther away, and the merchants seem nervous. But let's not talk about troubling rumors today. Show me this mind everyone's talking about.
They returned to the festival, where Marcus found himself dragged into various competitions and demonstrations. To his surprise, he enjoyed it. The puzzles were engaging, the company was warm, and Liana's presence made everything seem brighter. As evening approached and the musicians began playing for dancing, Liana caught Marcus's hand.
In with me.
I'm not good at dancing.
Neither am I. We'll figure it out together.
They did figure it out, moving together in the simple village dances while the music swirled around them. Marcus found himself thinking that this moment, this girl, this community might be worth fighting for.
Marcus, I'd like to see you again, outside of festivals and emergencies.
I'd like that too.
As the evening wound down and families began gathering their belongings, Marcus felt a contentment he hadn't experienced in either world. Back in his narrow bed, listening to the familiar sounds of the farmhouse settling for the night, Marcus felt something he'd never experienced before: genuine balance. In Chicago, he was excelling academically, his roommates were becoming real friends, and his parents were proud of his progress. In Valdres, he was gaining respect as a problem solver. His family was eating better than they had in years, and Liana made him think about possibilities he'd never considered. For the first time since his world switching began, Marcus started making long-term plans for both lives. Maybe he could pursue agricultural science in college, legitimately research the solutions his Valdres family needed. The only shadow on his contentment was Liana's mention of trouble near Thornwick. But surely that was typical medieval political squabbling. Nothing that would affect a small farming village like Millhaven. As sleep claimed him, Marcus felt more confident than he ever had. He'd figured out how to live in both worlds successfully. What could possibly go wrong? Outside, far beyond the village boundaries, a thin line of smoke rose against the autumn sky, too distant to see, too early to cause alarm, but growing larger each night. The comfortable balance Marcus had fought so hard to achieve was about to shatter completely. But for tonight, he slept peacefully, dreaming of harvest festivals and chemistry labs, of Liana's laugh and Tyler's discoveries, unaware that his two worlds were about to collide in ways he never could have imagined. Chapter 3. smoke on the horizon. The morning started like any other in Millhaven, with Marcus checking the cattle for parasites and helping his grandfather mend the fence posts. The improved feed rotation was showing results. The cows looked healthier, and milk production had increased enough that his Aunt Mara smiled when she counted the morning's yield.
Strange ideas or not, these beasts haven't looked this good since before the drought.
Marcus was calculating how much surplus milk they might have for the next market day when he heard the commotion from the village center. Shouting, but not the usual kind. Not children playing or merchants haggling. This was different, urgent, afraid.
Marcus! Hey, Marcus!
Marcus called to his cousin, who was struggling to lift a stubborn fence post.
Tom, you hear that?
Tom straightened, his massive frame making the heavy wooden post look like a stick. He cocked his head like a confused ox.
Trouble sounds. Go look?
We'll both go.
They dropped their tools and jogged toward the village square, where a crowd had gathered around 4 figures Marcus didn't recognize. As they pushed through the cluster of neighbors, he caught sight of the strangers, travel-worn, filthy, and hollow-eyed with exhaustion. Their clothes were torn, their faces gaunt, and one woman clutched a bundle that took Marcus a moment to realize was a sleeping child. The 4th refugee, a middle-aged woman with graying hair, stood slightly apart from the others, watching the crowd with an oddly cheerful expression that seemed completely inappropriate for the circumstances.
Start from the beginning, travelers. Slowly now.
The tallest of the 3, a man with prematurely gray hair and a scar running from his left temple to his jaw, took a shaky breath.
My name is Faris of Thornwick, or was, before Thornwick ceased to be. We've walked for 9 days to bring word of what's coming.
A murmur rippled through the crowd. Thornwick was 2 days' hard ride to the east, a prosperous town known for its skilled weavers and fair markets.
Farming?
Elder Oldwin's voice carried a note Marcus had never heard before. Fear. Faris's companion, an older woman with steel-gray hair, stepped forward.
The wizard Malachar has turned his eyes westward. His army struck Thornwick without warning, but that's not the worst of it. The stories are true. All of them.
Marcus felt his stomach drop. Stories? What stories? In all his time in Valdris, he'd heard tales of distant kingdoms and petty wars between lords, but nothing about wizards.
What stories?
Asked Marta, the innkeeper's wife, though her voice suggested she already knew.
He commands the elements themselves. We saw fire rain from clear skies. The earth opened to swallow our guardsmen, and the dead rose to serve him.
Several more villagers crossed themselves, and Marcus heard someone mutter, "Blessed Maker, preserve us," behind him. His mind raced, trying to process what he was hearing. Magic. Magic was real.
Surely you speak in metaphors. Men can seem to command elements through clever artifice.
No artifice. I watched the wizard stride through our town square. The fountain stones cracked at his word. When Town Elder Morris raised his sword against him, the wizard turned the air to ice around the man, froze him solid where he stood, then shattered him like glass with a gesture.
Frozen solid? Like water in winter, but in summer.
Exactly so, large fellow. And that was merely his greeting. What followed?
He trailed off, unable to continue. The 3rd refugee, a boy who couldn't be more than 14, finally spoke. His voice cracked with exhaustion and trauma.
General Kuroff leads his vanguard. He's the one who struck Thornwick. He froze Morris. And there's whispers of others. A woman who commands beasts. Another who...
The boy's voice broke entirely.
Easy, lad. You've done well to bring us warning.
Elder Oldwin's gaze turned to the 4th refugee, the woman who had remained silent.
And you, good woman? What tale do you bring?
The woman stepped forward with a bright, almost cheerful smile.
Celestine from Rockwall, darling. Terrible business, all of it. I was visiting Thornwick when the attack came. Fortunate to escape with these brave souls, wasn't it?
Marcus frowned. Something about her manner struck him as wrong. The others were clearly devastated, haunted by what they'd witnessed. But this Celestine spoke with the casual cheerfulness of someone discussing a mildly inconvenient rainstorm. Marcus's grandfather, who had been silent until now, stepped forward. Despite his age, his voice carried the authority of someone who had lived through hard times.
How long do we have?
General Koroth's forces were still burning the outer farms when we fled. 9 days passed. If they move as they did toward Thornwick, perhaps a fortnight before the first scouts reach your borders, maybe less.
The crowd erupted in frightened chatter. Marcus heard fragments of conversation, arguments about fleeing versus fighting, debates over where to go, speculation about whether the warnings were even true. But his mind had latched onto something else entirely. Magic was real. All his careful plans about introducing modern farming techniques and business practices suddenly seemed naive. How do you compete with someone who can command the elements themselves?
Marcus, you look like you've seen a ghost.
Maybe I have.
Then louder,
Tom, we need to get back to the family. Grandfather will want to discuss this with everyone.
As they pushed back through the crowd, Marcus caught fragments of the refugees' continued testimony. Details about the speed of Malachar's conquest, whispers about those with the spark fleeing ahead of his armies. Marcus glanced back at the refugees one more time and noticed something that made his skin crawl. While Faris and the others were surrounded by concerned villagers offering food and shelter, Celestine stood alone at the edge of the square, humming softly to herself and watching the crowd with that same cheerful expression.
Lovely village you have here, darling.
When they reached the farm, Marcus found his extended family gathered in the main room, having already heard the news from neighbors. His grandfather sat in his carved chair, the one reserved for family councils, while aunts, uncles, and cousins filled the space around him.
13 souls under this roof, 40 acres of good land, livestock that's finally prospering. Do we abandon all of it on the word of strangers?
Strangers who've walked 9 days to warn us. If even half of what they say is true.
If it's true, then running won't save us. A man who can command magic will find us wherever we go.
What do you think, Marcus? You've been quiet since you returned from the village.
All eyes turned to him. These people looked to him for guidance, had grown to trust his strange ideas because they produced results. But how could he advise them about something so far beyond his experience?
I think that we need more information. The refugees spoke of Malachar having generals, of organized armies. That suggests structure, strategy, patterns we might understand, but they spoke of magic I can't comprehend. If we stay, we might lose everything. If we flee, we definitely lose the farm, but we might save our lives. The question is, whether we trust these strangers enough to abandon our home.
Marcus goes, I go. Simple as that.
It's not that simple, Tom.
Is for me. You've never steered us wrong yet. Made the cows healthy, helped the crops grow better. Yeah, that rodent trap last year was a bust, but it was something. If you think we should run from this wizard fellow, then we run.
Several family members nodded agreement, and Marcus felt the weight of their trust settling on his shoulders. In his modern life, his biggest responsibility was passing his college courses. Here, 13 people were prepared to abandon their home based on his judgment.
I need to think, and we need to hear more. Elder Aldwin will want to question the refugees further. Let's learn what we can before making such a momentous decision.
Wisdom speaks through caution. We'll send you and Henrik to gather more details. The rest of us will begin preparations. If we must leave, we'll need to decide what we can carry and what we must abandon.
As the family dispersed to their tasks, Marcus stepped outside into the afternoon air. The sky was clear, the fields green and promising. It looked like any other day in Valdris, but everything had changed. Magic was real. A dark wizard was conquering kingdoms to the east, and somehow Marcus was going to have to figure out how to keep his family safe in a world that was far stranger and more dangerous than he'd ever imagined. He thought about his chemistry textbook back in his Chicago dorm room, about Tyler's complaints about his latest speedrun attempts, about the comfortable predictability of his college routine. All of that seemed impossibly distant now.
Strange ideas. I'm going to need stranger ideas than I've ever had.
The wind picked up, carrying with it the scent of smoke, not from cook fires or forge work, but something else. Something that reminded him of the refugees' hollow eyes and the terror in their voices when they spoke of General Koroth. Marcus looked toward the eastern horizon and wondered how much time they really had left. Late that evening, after the family had finally settled into uneasy sleep, Marcus sat by the dying embers of the fire with his crude writing materials. He carefully shaved thin curls from a dry piece of birch bark, layering them until he had something resembling paper. Using his makeshift pencil of ash and tree sap, he began making marks, recording the refugees' words, the family's reactions, his own churning thoughts about this world that had suddenly become far more dangerous than he'd ever imagined.
Day 37 since harvest. Magic is real. Malachar comes. Family debates fight.
He paused, staring at the crude symbols that only he could read. In his modern world, he could research anything, discuss his fears with friends, seek advice from professors. Here, he was alone with knowledge that might save lives, if he could figure out how to use it.
No one knows. No one knows I live in two worlds, and no one knows if I'm losing my mind.
Chapter 4. Digital Battlegrounds. Marcus stared at his chemistry textbook, but the words kept shifting into images of fire raining from clear skies and earth swallowing guardsmen whole. Every time he tried to focus on molecular bonds, his mind wandered to a wizard who could freeze men solid and shatter them like glass.
Dude, you've been staring at that same page for like 20 minutes.
Tyler's voice cut through Marcus's spiraling thoughts. His hallmate sprawled across Jake's desk chair, laptop balanced precariously on his knees, headset hanging around his neck like some kind of technological jewelry.
Sorry, just having trouble concentrating.
Yeah, I can see that. You're being weird ever since you woke up. It's like you're worried about something but can't talk about it.
Marcus felt a familiar pang of isolation. Tyler was right. He worried about something he absolutely couldn't talk about. How do you explain terror when magic is real and the dark wizard is conquering kingdoms in a parallel world where your family lives?
Where's Jake?
Library. Again. That guy studies more than anyone I've ever met. Actually, perfect timing. I need a favor.
What kind of favor?
My duo partner for tonight's tournament bailed on me. Food poisoning or something equally inconvenient for my content schedule. I need someone who doesn't suck.
Marcus looked at the screen, which showed what appeared to be a complex, real-time strategy game with multiple armies positioned across a detailed battlefield.
Tyler, I don't really play.
It's not about playing, it's about thinking. Look, see how this team coordinates their units? It's all about resource management, timing, and adapting to unexpected tactics. You've been doing that kind of thinking with your bio homework.
Despite himself, Marcus found his attention caught by the strategic elements on screen. Small units maneuvering around terrain, supply lines stretching between bases, scouts gathering information about enemy movements.
Look, I know you must have played StarCraft or Age of Empires or maybe Warcraft. This isn't that different. It's new and has a good prize pool. I know we can't win, but it's hot content right now and I need to catch this wind.
Marcus nodded slowly. The strategic elements reminded him of decisions he'd made in Valdris, managing resources, timing attacks, reading enemy movements.
Class, I'll owe you a huge favor, and I'm really good at finding information online when people need it.
That caught Marcus's interest. Tyler's research abilities were genuinely impressive. He could track down obscure gaming strategies, historical references, even academic papers when he needed background for his streaming content.
Okay, but I'm warning you, I have no idea what I'm doing.
That's fine. I'll handle the micromanagement. You just think big picture strategy. Tell me where to send troops, when to attack, that sort of thing. I get tunnel vision when I'm focused on one aspect of a game.
An hour later, Marcus began to understand why Tyler took gaming so seriously. The strategic complexity genuinely engaged him, requiring constant adaptation to enemy movements and resource management that felt familiar from his work in Valdris.
Okay, they're massing forces on our eastern flank. Standard pincer movement. What do you think?
Marcus studied the battlefield display.
What if we don't contest it? Pull our forces back, make them overextend, then hit their supply lines.
Ooh, I like that. Defensive withdrawal into counterattack. Classic.
Tyler began repositioning their armies according to Marcus's suggestion. For the first 2 matches, their strategy worked reasonably well. Marcus found himself thinking about terrain advantages, resource allocation, and timing in ways that felt surprisingly natural. Then they ran into a team that played completely differently.
What the hell are they doing? This makes no sense. They're spreading their forces out randomly, attacking multiple targets at once. It's completely inefficient.
Marcus watched the enemy's seemingly chaotic movements and felt a chill of recognition.
It's not random. Look at the pattern.
What pattern? They're not trying to win pitched battles. They're disrupting our resource gathering, hitting our scouts, keeping us from getting information.
And forcing us to spread our defenses thin. We keep trying to predict their next major attack, but they're not planning one. They're just wearing us down.
It's like they're playing a completely different game than we are.
They lost. Badly.
Okay, that was actually brilliant. Unconventional, but brilliant. I've never seen anything like that approach.
Have you encountered tactics like that before?
Not in my elo. Most people suck and play because of my content. Warriors of Waldara won this week's game rotation among my subs, but you know what? I bet there are communities discussing this kind of thing. Unconventional tactics, asymmetric warfare theory.
Asymmetric warfare?
Yeah, when one side uses completely different methods than the other, like guerrilla tactics versus traditional military. Look at this, there's a whole subreddit dedicated to unconventional RTS strategies.
Marcus leaned forward, reading over Tyler's shoulder as he scrolled through discussion threads about irregular tactics, resource denial, psychological warfare in gaming contexts.
And check this out. Discord servers where people analyze historical military tactics and adapt them for strategy games. Some of these discussions are incredibly detailed.
Marcus felt his pulse quicken as he spotted thread titles about defending against superior forces, using terrain advantages, disrupting enemy supply chains. The discussions were focused on gaming, but the underlying principles...
This is fascinating.
Right? I had no idea there were so many people thinking deeply about this stuff. Want me to send you some links? Might help with your strategic thinking for future matches.
Yeah, definitely.
Marcus watched Tyler navigate between different communities, each dedicated to analyzing tactics and strategy from various angles. The internet's ability to connect people with shared interests never stopped amazing him.
Marcus, there you are. I've been looking for you.
Jake's voice echoed from the hallway before he appeared in their doorway, carrying an armload of library books and wearing an expression of academic concern.
How was the library?
Productive, but that's not why I'm here. Why didn't you come to study group yesterday?
Marcus felt the familiar weight of living two lives pressing down on him. In Valdris, he'd dealt with magical threats and evacuation orders. Here, he was supposed to be a focused pre-med student.
I've been having some family issues. Back home. It's complicated.
Oh, family problems? That sucks, man.
Yeah, they're dealing with some difficult circumstances. I'm worried about them.
Well, if you need help with anything, studying, whatever, just ask. That's what friends are for.
Yeah, man. And hey, if you ever need to research anything, family legal issues, medical questions, whatever, I'm really good at finding information online. Seriously, there's a community for everything.
After Jake left to actually study and Tyler departed to edit his gaming footage, Marcus sat alone in his room, staring at his chemistry textbook again. The words still wouldn't stick, his mind still pulled toward images of magical armies and impossible threats. But Tyler's casual mention of research communities had planted an idea. If Marcus was going to help his Valdris family survive what was coming, he needed information. And Tyler had shown him that the internet held people discussing exactly the kind of strategic thinking he might need. He opened his laptop and began typing, historical defense strategies, small forces. The first search results weren't exactly what he needed, but they were a start. And Tyler was right there, really was a community for everything. Even, apparently, for preparing to fight dark wizards, if you knew how to frame the questions properly. Chapter 5. The Evacuation Order. 3 days after the refugees' arrival, the royal escort appeared on the horizon like a line of steel beneath the morning sun. Marcus spotted them first from his position mending the barn roof, a column of mounted soldiers in gleaming mail, their banners snapping in the wind. Behind them, more refugees trudged forward, perhaps 200 souls with their cattle and possessions strapped to weary backs. Even from a distance, he could see they moved with the disciplined precision of professional military.
Tom, riders approaching, a lot of them.
Tom shaded his eyes with one massive hand, squinting toward the east.
Those ain't bandits. Too shiny. Too orderly-like.
Marcus scrambled down from the roof, his mind racing. Royal soldiers didn't visit farm villages without serious purpose. Given the timing, this could only concern the warnings brought by the refugees from Thornwick. Relief flooded through him. Perhaps he wouldn't have to convince the townspeople to dig trenches and build barriers after all. The burden of defending their worthless village against a magical army might not fall on his shoulders alone. By the time the escort reached Millhaven Square, half the village had gathered to meet them. Marcus and his family clustered with their neighbors, watching as 20 mounted soldiers formed a disciplined formation around a central figure who commanded immediate attention. She was tall, perhaps 30 years of age, with auburn hair braided in a practical warrior's knot. Her leather armor was well maintained, but showed the scars of actual use, and a silver pendant bearing a sunburst symbol hung at her throat.
I am Sister Cora Brightshield of the Order of the Dawn's Light. I serve as both military chaplain and evacuation coordinator for His Majesty's forces.
She gestured toward a short man in gleaming armor who was talking with another soldier in more standard gear.
Commander Kane commands the provincial soldiers under Lord Hammond. By royal decree and divine guidance, all settlements within 50 leagues of the eastern border are to be evacuated immediately.
Marcus's worries disappeared. They wouldn't have to defend their village against magical forces. The decision was being made for them. A murmur of distress rippled through the villagers. Elder Aldwin stepped forward, his aged frame somehow managing to project dignity despite his obvious fear.
Sister Brightshield, we are honored by your presence, but surely there has been some mistake. Millhaven lies far from any border conflicts.
No mistake, Honored Elder. The threat we face transcends traditional boundaries. The Dark Wizard Malakar's advance has accelerated beyond our initial calculations. Intelligence suggests his forward elements may reach this region within days rather than weeks.
No one should fear. We will evacuate everyone safely behind the capital's strong walls.
The reassurance helped somewhat, but Marcus could read the pain on everyone's faces. Abandoning everything they had built would hurt deeply.
Where are we to go? We have businesses here, families, livestock. The capital city of Drakmor offers sanctuary behind its walls and magical protections. Wagons will be provided for essential belongings and those unable to walk. The journey will take 18 days, perhaps 20 depending on the size of our column.
Marcus's grandfather pushed through the crowd, his walking stick tapping against the cobblestones. Despite his age, his voice carried the weight of village leadership.
And if we choose to remain, this is our home, sister. Some of us have roots here deeper than royal decrees.
Honored grandfather, I have seen what Malakar's forces leave behind. Empty villages are the kindest fate. I would not wish the alternatives upon anyone under the light's protection.
How long do we have to prepare?
Marcus found himself asking, surprised by his own boldness in addressing such an obviously important official.
You have 2 days to gather what you can carry or load onto the provided transport. We depart at dawn on the 3rd day, with or without stragglers. The kingdom's survival depends upon maintaining schedule.
Over the next hour, Sister Cora and her soldiers outlined the evacuation procedures with military efficiency. Each family would be assigned space in wagons for essential supplies. Livestock could be driven along, but would likely slow the column. Personal belongings had to fit strict weight limits. As the crowd dispersed to begin their frantic preparations, Marcus lingered near the village square. His mind buzzed with logistical concerns. How to preserve their improved farming techniques, what supplies would be most valuable in a prolonged siege, how to maintain his family's unity during such upheaval. More immediately, he faced a problem he'd never encountered. How could he learn more about their destination, about the resources available in Drakmor, about anything that might help his family survive when he couldn't read the local language? Another thought nagged at Marcus's mind. Why would nobles help refugees? Sending troops and funding expensive evacuation expeditions, refugees meant disruptions to their comfortable cities and palaces. Were the nobles of this realm better than current world leaders? There had to be some catch. This didn't align with human nature as Marcus understood it. That evening, while his family sorted through their possessions in a flurry of difficult decisions, Marcus sat by the fire working on a project that had occupied his thoughts since the evacuation announcement. Marcus pulled out his familiar supplies, the birch bark papers he'd been making for weeks, and his crude ash and sap pencil. What had started as a way to track cattle treatments had become his method for recording anything important that happened in Valdris.
What in the light's name are you doing, Marcus?
Big Tom plopped down beside him, watching with confused fascination as Marcus carefully formed symbols on his bark paper.
Making marks that mean words, like capturing speech so you can look at it later.
Capturing speech? That's magic, that is.
Not magic, just. You know how you can look at tracks in mud and know what animal passed that way?
Sure. That's hunting.
This is like tracks for words. See, this mark means Tom, and this one means Marcus, and these together mean Big Tom helps Marcus.
Those scratches mean all that?
If you know how to read them, yes. And I'm going to teach you Valdirian when I learn it in Drakmor. It'll be more important in a huge city.
I'll try if you say so.
Their conversation was interrupted by a shadow falling across Marcus's work. He looked up to find Sister Cora standing beside their fire, her expression unreadable.
May I approach?
She asked formally. Despite her obvious authority, she waited for his grandfather's nod before settling beside them on a wooden stool.
My men and I are visiting each household for any unusual sightings.
She explained with a reassuring smile, though Marcus sensed she was also evaluating them, perhaps checking for potential fugitives or agents, but without being threatening about it. Her gaze fell on Marcus's bark paper and primitive writing materials. For a long moment, she said nothing, simply studying the crude symbols he'd created.
Remarkable. I have served the crown for 12 years, travelled from the northern forests to the southern deserts, and I have never seen such innovation from someone of...
She paused diplomatically.
Someone from a farming village with no learning?
Someone without formal education in the scribal arts. Tell me, Marcus of Millhaven, where did you learn to create writing materials?
Marcus felt heat rise in his cheeks. He'd gotten careless, let his modern knowledge show too obviously.
I wondered how marks could preserve words, like Elder Aldwin sometimes shows us on trade papers, so I tried to make my own.
The binding agent in this marking tool shows sophisticated understanding of material properties. And this writing surface, you've essentially created parchment using available resources. Most trained scribes would struggle to produce anything so functional with forest materials. The symbols themselves are equally intriguing. They seem to follow consistent patterns, as if you've developed your own system of notation.
Marcus felt Big Tom shift beside him, probably wondering why this important military leader was so interested in meaningless scratches.
It seemed logical. Each sound should have its own mark.
Indeed. Can you demonstrate? Write something for me to see.
Marcus hesitated, then carefully formed the words, "Sister Cora helps Marcus learn." He pointed to each symbol as he spoke the corresponding sounds.
You've invented a phonetic writing system, without any exposure to existing scripts. Marcus, do you understand how extraordinary this is?
Is it? It seemed like the obvious approach.
Perhaps obvious to you. Valdirian is based on flourishes, each representing complete sounds humans make. I have studied at the capital's academies, trained alongside scholars and scribes. What you've accomplished here in an evening would be considered advanced theoretical work in academic circles. When we reach Drakmor, I believe certain individuals would be very interested to meet you. The capital has resources for developing unusual talents.
After Sister Cora departed to continue her rounds of the village families, Big Tom turned to Marcus with his characteristic directness.
So, are you some kind of scholar or something? Because if you are, you've been doing a right good job of pretending to be a farmer.
I'm a farmer, Tom. Just one who thinks too much.
Well, thinking or not, if we're going to this Drakmor place, I'm going with you. Family sticks together, and you're the closest thing to a brother I've got.
You don't have to.
Already decided. You helped our crops grow better, made the animals healthier, came up with that soap idea that made Aunt Mara actually smile. Far as I'm concerned, you got more sense than the rest of us combined. Besides, sounds like this, Drakmore Place might have need for someone who can think of strange ideas. And if you're going to be thinking, might as well have someone around to handle the heavy lifting.
As the evening wore on, Marcus's family made their decisions about what to take and what to leave behind. Arguments erupted over the value of various possessions, tears were shed over mementos that couldn't be preserved, but gradually a consensus emerged. They would go to Drakmore. All 13 family members, plus Big Tom, plus whatever livestock they could manage on the journey. It meant abandoning the farm that had been in the family for 3 generations, but as his grandfather put it, land is only valuable if you're alive to work it.
We have to slaughter the oldest cow. She won't make the journey, and if she dies on the road, they won't stop for us to butcher her.
The meat will rot on the way, son. There's no time to dry it properly, and we can't eat it all.
I think we have to sell everything when we get there just to survive. If we have spare food or something to sell, we might suffer less.
What makes you think it will be so bad?
Let's just be prepared. Also, we can preserve the meat with salt and herbs and spices. I heard about the technique from a trader. I was drying some herbs to sell, but we'll have to use them for ourselves now.
Later that night, as Marcus lay in his bed trying to process the day's events, he thought about Sister Cora's words. In Drakmore, there would be scholars, academies, people who might appreciate his unusual talents. Maybe this forced journey would provide opportunities he couldn't have imagined. Maybe his modern knowledge could be useful in ways beyond farming improvements. Maybe the capital would offer resources for fighting back against threats like Malachar. Outside his window, he could hear the night sounds of a village preparing for exodus. Muffled conversations, the creak of wagon wheels, livestock being gathered and sorted. Tomorrow would bring more preparations, more difficult decisions, more uncertainty. But tonight, Marcus allowed himself to feel cautious optimism. Sister Cora had seen something in his crude writing experiment, something she called extraordinary. In his modern world, he was just another struggling college freshman. Here, apparently, he might be something more. He touched the bark paper where it lay beside his bed, feeling the rough texture of his improvised creation. Such a simple thing, really, marks that meant words. But Sister Cora's reaction suggested it might be the key to opportunities he couldn't yet imagine. The evacuation was forcing them toward an uncertain future, but for the first time since the refugees' arrival, Marcus wondered if that future might hold possibilities as well as dangers. 2 days, he reminded himself, 2 days to prepare for a journey that would change everything. He was ready to find out what lay beyond the horizon. Chapter 6: Research and Consequences. Marcus pushed through the heavy glass doors of the university library, his backpack stuffed with notebooks and a growing sense of urgency. 2 days had passed since the evacuation order in Valdris, and he'd been thinking constantly about Sister Cora's mention of the capital's academies and resources. But first, he needed answers to questions that had gnawed at him since the refugees' arrival. If he was going to meet scholars in Drakmore, he wanted to be prepared with the right questions, ones that might help him understand this strange world he'd been living in without knowing he could research it. The library's main floor bustled with the usual mix of stressed students and caffeine-fueled academic desperation. Marcus found an empty table in the reference section and spread out his materials, notebooks, pens, and a carefully constructed list of questions he'd been developing. At the top of his page, written in neat print, "Questions for Sister Cora." Below that, a growing list that represented months of accumulated curiosity about Valdris.
Astronomy. Do they know constellations? Is this the same sky? Calendar systems. How do they measure time and seasons? Geography. Are there maps? What do they know about distant lands? History. How long have kingdoms like Drakmore existed? Magic. Is it recent? Ancient? How does it work? Literacy. Who can read? What do they read? Technology. Why no advancement? What prevents progress? Agriculture. What techniques do they use? What could I teach? Medicine. Do they understand disease? Sanitation?
Marcus stared at his list, realizing how much he didn't know about the world he'd been living in part-time for years. He'd been so focused on immediate problems, helping his family survive, improving their crops, dealing with daily life, that he'd never thought to ask bigger questions. He pulled out his laptop and began searching for information that might help him understand what to expect from a medieval capital city. Academic databases, historical texts, anything that might give him insight into how knowledge was preserved and transmitted in pre-industrial societies. Marcus found himself deep in articles about the Library of Alexandria, monastic scriptoriums, the role of clergy in preserving knowledge during the Dark Ages. He took notes about how information was organized, how scholars communicated across distances, what kinds of questions would seem natural for someone from a farming village to ask. A paper on astronomical knowledge in medieval Europe caught his attention. He scanned through sections on celestial navigation, calendar systems, the preservation of Greek astronomical texts. If Valdris followed similar patterns, Sister Cora might know about star charts, seasonal calculations, maybe even basic navigation techniques. Scientific innovation in pre-industrial societies led him down another research rabbit hole. Marcus read about agricultural innovations, early chemistry, the gradual development of metallurgy and engineering. Some of this could explain why Valdris seemed technologically stagnant. If magic provided solutions to problems that normally drove innovation, why would anyone bother developing alternatives? But that raised another question. How long had magic existed in that world? Was it recent, like Malachar's rise, or had it been shaping their society for centuries? Marcus added more questions to his list.
When did magic first appear in their world? Do they have any written records of history without magic? How does magic affect their understanding of natural phenomena? Are there scholars who study magic systematically?
He was deep in a fascinating article about the role of monasteries in preserving knowledge when a familiar voice interrupted his concentration.
Marcus, what are you doing here?
Marcus looked up to find Jake standing beside his table, carrying a stack of textbooks and wearing an expression of surprise mixed with suspicion.
Research for a project.
What kind of project? This looks like medieval history, not pre-med coursework.
It's interdisciplinary, looking at historical approaches to medicine and agriculture.
Marcus, we need to talk.
About what?
About the fact that you missed Dr. Peterson's lab yesterday, the one where we covered practical applications of organic synthesis, the one that's going to be on next week's exam.
Marcus felt his stomach drop. He'd completely forgotten about the lab. In Valdris, he'd been dealing with evacuation preparations, trying to help his family decide what to pack and what to leave behind. The idea of a chemistry lab had seemed impossibly distant.
I was sick.
Which wasn't entirely untrue. He had felt nauseous thinking about leaving the farm.
Sick. Right, the same way you were 6 when you missed Professor Williams' review session and distracted by family issues when you didn't show up for our study group. Marcus, I'm worried about you. Your grades are slipping. You're missing important classes, and now I find you in the library researching medieval history instead of studying for exams.
My grades aren't that bad.
Dr. Peterson specifically asked me if I knew what was going on with you.
What did you tell him?
That you were dealing with some personal issues, but that you're normally a dedicated student. But Marcus, I can't keep covering for you if you're not going to help yourself.
They sat in silence for a moment, surrounded by the ambient noise of the library keyboards clicking, pages turning, the distant hum of the ventilation system. Marcus stared at his list of questions for Sister Cora and felt the familiar weight of living 2 lives.
Look, I don't know what's really going on with you, but whatever it is, you can't let it destroy your future. Your parents sacrificed everything to get you here.
I know that.
Do you? Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you're more interested in medieval research than modern medicine.
Marcus closed his notebook, covering his list of questions.
It's not that simple.
Then explain it to me. Help me understand what's so important about astronomical knowledge in pre-industrial societies that it's worth failing chemistry over.
How could Marcus explain that understanding astronomical knowledge in pre-industrial societies might literally be a matter of life and death for his family in Valdris? How could he say that his medieval research was more urgent than his modern education because he was the only person who could help bridge the gap between worlds?
I can't. I wish I could, but I can't explain it.
Jake studied him for a long moment, and Marcus could see the frustration and genuine concern warring in his roommate's expression.
Okay, I don't understand, but okay. But Marcus, you have to make a choice. Either recommit to your education here or accept that you're going to fail out of pre-med. There's no middle ground.
After Jake left, Marcus sat alone at his table staring at his research materials. His list of questions for Sister Cora seemed somehow less important now, overshadowed by the weight of his friend's words. Jake was right. Marcus's modern life was falling apart while he focused on medieval concerns. His chemistry grade was suffering. He was missing important classes. His best friend was losing faith in him. But in 2 days, his Valdres family would begin a dangerous journey to an unknown city, fleeing from magical threats that could destroy everything he cared about in that world. How could he prioritize chemistry homework over their survival? Marcus packed up his materials, carefully folding his list of questions for Sister Cora and tucking it into his notebook. The research could wait. Right now, he needed to figure out how to salvage his chemistry grade before it was too late. But as he walked back to his dorm, Marcus couldn't shake the feeling that he was running out of time in both worlds. The evacuation in Valdres was imminent. His academic standing in Chicago was deteriorating rapidly, and somehow he had to find a way to succeed in both places. Failure in either world would mean letting down people who depended on him. The weight of that responsibility felt heavier than all the textbooks in the library combined. Chapter 7. The Fraud. Marcus found Sister Cora sitting alone beside the soldiers' campfire the evening before their departure. She studied what looked like a leather-bound journal by flickering light. The other guards were busy with quiet conversation or tending equipment, creating a pocket of privacy around the military chaplain. Marcus approached slowly, clutching his carefully prepared questions. His research in the university library had given him a framework for inquiries that might seem natural from a curious village youth.
Sister Cora, might I speak with you?
Of course, Marcus, please sit. Though I confess surprised to see you awake at this hour. Tomorrow begins a long journey.
She looked up from her journal, green eyes reflecting the firelight. Marcus settled beside her, his notebook hidden in his jacket.
I've been thinking about what you said, about the capital having resources for learning, and I have questions, many questions.
Curiosity serves the faithful well. What troubles your mind?
Stars, do you know them? Can you read their meanings?
Sister Cora's expression sharpened with interest.
You ask of celestial navigation. Such knowledge typically belongs to ship captains and learned astronomers.
I've watched them since childhood. Some nights I see patterns, movements. I wonder, are they the same everywhere? If I traveled far enough, would I see different stars?
A profound question. The star charts speak of different constellations visible from distant lands. Sailors who trade with the Eastern kingdoms tell of unfamiliar star patterns. But the great celestial bodies, the moon, the wandering stars, these remain constant.
Marcus felt his pulse quicken.
The wandering stars?
The bright lights that move against the star field. The red wanderer, the morning star, the swift messenger. Learned men debate their nature, but sailors use them for navigation across great distances.
The red wanderer. Mars? The morning star? Venus? Marcus's heart raced as he realized Sister Cora was describing the same planetary system he knew from his modern world.
Have your people always known of these things? The star patterns? The wandering lights?
Ancient knowledge preserved by the learned orders. But tell me, what prompts such questions? Most farm youth concern themselves with more immediate matters.
Marcus opened his mouth to respond, but heavy footsteps interrupted him. A short figure emerged from the darkness beyond the firelight, a man in his middle years wearing the ornate armor of a high-ranking officer.
Sister Cora, forgive the interruption. I was making final rounds before tomorrow's departure.
No interruption at all, Commander Kane. I was speaking with Marcus of Millhaven, the young man I mentioned who shows remarkable innovation for one of his background.
Commander Kane's gaze fell on Marcus, who felt suddenly very small beside the fire. The commander was perhaps 40 years of age, with graying hair and eyes that seemed to take in everything at once. His presence commanded immediate attention in a way that had nothing to do with his rank insignia.
Ah yes, the village innovator. Sister Cora tells me you've been making writing tools from bark and ash. Clever work.
Simple necessity.
Please, demonstrate this writing system. I confess curiosity about such remarkable creativity from someone without formal education.
Marcus hesitated, then pulled out his bark paper and crude pencil. Under the commander's watchful gaze, he carefully wrote, "Commander Kane leads with wisdom." Commander Kane examined the marks with the attention of someone evaluating evidence. He studied the consistent letter forms, the systematic approach to representing sounds, the practical engineering of the writing materials themselves.
Fascinating. Sister Cora, would you excuse us? I believe Marcus and I should speak privately.
After Sister Cora departed with obvious reluctance, Commander Kane fixed Marcus with a gaze that seemed to look straight through him.
Before we continue, there's something I should mention about one of the refugees.
Go on.
A woman named Celestine. She arrived 3 days ago with a group from Westbrook, but something about her doesn't fit.
Explain.
Marcus had been wrestling with how to present his concerns without sounding paranoid.
Her clothes are travel-worn, but the fabric quality is too fine for a common refugee. And when the others from Westbrook tell stories about their village, she just listens, never adds details, never corrects anything, just nods along.
And this concerns you because?
Because she doesn't act like someone who lost everything. The other refugees, they grieve, they worry, they argue about what they should have brought or left behind. But Celestine, she watches everything with this strange calm, like she's observing rather than experiencing.
Interesting observation. I'll have my men keep a discreet eye on her.
Thank you for listening. I wasn't sure
if I'd take a village youth's concerns seriously. Good instincts should be valued regardless of their source. Now then, shall we discuss the truth?
Sir?
Marcus of Millhaven, in my 23 years of military service, I have encountered exactly 3 individuals who possessed what I call true genius. Each one carried themselves with a particular confidence and ease with complex concepts that marked them as fundamentally different from common folk.
Marcus felt cold despite the fire's warmth.
I don't understand.
One was Master Thymon Starweaver at the Royal Academy, a man who could explain the movement of celestial bodies and the nature of magical forces with equal facility.
Marcus stared into the fire, understanding the commander's implication.
You think I learned from someone?
I know you learned from someone. The question is whether you'll admit it or continue this pretense of natural innovation.
The silence stretched between them. Marcus could hear the distant sounds of the camp soldiers checking equipment, horses shifting in their picket lines, the soft murmur of conversations around other fires.
What if I said I was a fraud?
Then I would say you're a remarkably well-educated fraud, and I would wonder who taught you. But I would also say that frauds who can produce genuine innovation are often more valuable than authentic scholars who produce nothing of worth.
Marcus looked up, surprised by the commander's pragmatic response.
You see, Marcus, I care less about the source of your knowledge than its application. These writing materials, this notation system, they work, they solve problems. If you learn them from a hidden teacher, that teacher chose to share valuable knowledge with you.
So you won't expose me?
Expose you as what? Someone who learned useful skills and chose to apply them for his family's benefit? That's commendable, not criminal.
Marcus felt a wave of relief, followed immediately by curiosity.
You mentioned 3 geniuses.
The second was a court physician who could diagnose ailments from the slightest symptoms. The third was a man who claimed to see the future. He predicted 3 separate bandit attacks with perfect accuracy before disappearing one night.
What would you advise?
Be honest about your limitations. No one expects a farm youth to possess advanced theoretical knowledge. But practical innovation, learned skills applied creatively, that's both believable and valuable.
Commander Kane stood, brushing dust from his armor.
If you're interested in expanding your education, the capital offers opportunities. Master Thymon Starweaver at the Royal Academy, in particular, maintains an open-door policy for those who demonstrate genuine intellectual curiosity.
The Academy accepts village youth?
The Academy accepts anyone who can contribute meaningfully to the pursuit of knowledge, and Master Thymon has a particular interest in unconventional approaches to conventional problems.
After the commander departed, Marcus sat alone by the dying fire, processing the evening's revelations. He'd been declared a fraud, but somehow felt more hopeful than before. Commander Kane's pragmatic acceptance of learned skills provided a framework for explaining his modern knowledge without revealing its true source. More importantly, the mention of Master Thymon the Starweaver offered a potential path forward. An academy that valued unconventional thinking, led by someone interested in innovative approaches, that sounded like exactly what Marcus needed. He pulled out his notebook and added a new entry to his list of questions.
Master Thymon Starweaver, what kind of man? What interests him? Royal Academy, how does one gain admittance? What do they study? Fraud, identity, how to maintain useful knowledge while seeming authentic.
As Marcus prepared to return to his family's wagon, he realized the evening had provided more than answers to his astronomical questions. He gained a potential mentor's name, a possible educational path, and most importantly, permission to be exactly what he was, someone with unusual knowledge who wanted to use it constructively. Tomorrow they would begin the journey to Drakmore. When they arrived, Marcus would seek out Master Timon Starweaver at the Royal Academy. And perhaps, finally, he would find someone who could help him understand both the world he lived in and the knowledge he'd brought to it. But first, he had one more task to complete before sleep. Tyler had promised to help with research, and Marcus had Tyler's list of strategic communities bookmarked on his laptop. If Master Timon proved interested in unconventional approaches to problems, Marcus wanted to be prepared with the most unconventional thinking he could find. Back in his modern world, there was an entire internet full of people discussing exactly the kind of strategic challenges he might face in Valdris. Time to start taking advantage of that resource. Chapter 8. The Journey Begins. Dawn came too early, and with too much finality. Marcus woke to the sound of wagons creaking and livestock protesting, the entire village of Millhaven transforming into something that looked like a medieval refugee caravan.
Time to go, lad. The sisters want us moving before full light.
His grandfather said softly, touching Marcus's shoulder. Despite his age and persistent cough, Aldrich's eyes held steady determination. Marcus rolled off his straw mattress for what he knew would be the last time. Around him, his family moved with the efficiency of people who'd spent 2 days making impossible decisions about what pieces of their life they could carry and what they'd have to leave forever. The house felt empty already, stripped of anything portable and valuable. 40 years of accumulated memories reduced to what 5 cows could carry and what 13 people could bear on their backs. They couldn't afford a wagon, so they loaded up their remaining cattle and prepared to walk.
Marcus, come see what Commander Kane wants.
Big Tom's voice boomed from outside, somehow managing to sound cheerful, despite the circumstances. Marcus pulled on his traveling clothes, his sturdiest tunic and the boots his mother had crafted for him last winter, and stepped outside into organized chaos. The entire village was in motion, families loading final belongings, children crying or running underfoot, livestock being herded into traveling formation. Sister Cora stood beside her horse, checking items off a list with military precision. Commander Kane was near the column's rear, talking with several of the older village men. When he spotted Marcus approaching with Big Tom, he gestured them over.
Marcus of Millhaven and Thomas, correct? I have a proposition for you both.
Sir!
The rear guard detail is short-handed. 2 of my soldiers came down with fever during the night, and I need reliable men to help escort the slower families and wagons. The work pays 2 silver pieces each for the journey, plus additional rations.
Marcus felt his pulse quicken. 2 silver pieces was more money than his family had seen in months.
What would we need to do?
Walk with the trailing wagons, help families who fall behind, watch for stragglers or anyone who might need assistance. Basic escort duty.
The commander's gaze fixed on Big Tom.
I'm told you're strong enough to lift the wagon wheel out of a rut, single-handed.
Stronger than that, sir. Can carry 2 grown men if needed.
And you have shown yourself to be resourceful, good judgment in difficult situations.
Marcus thought about his family's desperate need for money, about the uncertainty waiting for them in Drakmore. But he also felt a pang of disappointment. He'd been hoping to travel with Sister Cora, to ask her his million questions about the world and, most importantly, about magic.
We accept.
Excellent. Report to Sergeant Harwick at the column's rear. He'll explain your duties. One warning, the rear guard sees the most trouble if trouble comes. Bandits target the back of columns, assuming that's where the weak and valuable travel. Stay alert.
An hour later, Marcus found himself walking beside a creaking wagon driven by an elderly couple he didn't recognize, their possessions covered by a patched canvas tarp. Big Tom strode easily beside him, carrying a travel pack that would have crushed Marcus and whistling softly to himself. Sergeant Harwick walked point for their small group, a weathered man in his 40s with the kind of face that had seen too many battles. His graying beard was cut short in military fashion, and his eyes never stopped moving, constantly scanning the countryside for threats. He carried himself with the economical movements of a professional soldier, never wasting energy but always ready to act. His mail shirt was well maintained but showed the scratches and dents of actual combat, and he wore a sword that looked like it had seen plenty of use.
Don't look so worried. Adventure, that's what this is. First time either of us has been more than a day's walk from home.
Doesn't feel like adventure. Feels like running away.
Sometimes running away and moving toward are the same thing. Besides, that Sister Cora said there'd be opportunities in the capital. Opportunities for clever fellows like you.
The first few days of the journey passed peacefully enough. Marcus learned the rhythm of walking beside wagons, helping when wheels stuck in soft ground, keeping an eye on children who wandered too far from their families. The other rear-guard soldiers, Sergeant Harwick and 2 men-at-arms named Dorian and Mills, proved competent but tired, grateful for the additional help. The routine became familiar. Wake before dawn, break camp, walk for hours with brief rest stops, make camp at dusk, eat, sleep, repeat. Marcus found himself adapting to the physical demands, his legs growing stronger, his shoulders broader from helping with heavy loads. During the quiet moments, he often found himself staring at the stars, thinking about his conversation with Sister Cora. The same constellations looked down on both his worlds, but here they felt more immediate, more meaningful. No light pollution, no city noise, just the vast sweep of the night sky and the gentle sounds of sleeping families. On the 4th day, as the sun reached its peak and the column paused for their midday rest, Marcus felt the familiar drowsiness that preceded his world transitions. He found a spot beside one of the wagons and closed his eyes, letting the gentle sounds of the caravan fade away. Marcus jolted awake to his alarm buzzing insistently. Wednesday morning. Biolab at 9 a.m., followed by chemistry lecture, then 3 hours of what Professor Martinez had cheerfully called intensive problem-solving sessions, but what everyone else knew was really hard math.
Morning, sunshine. You were talking in your sleep again. Something about wagons and rear guards?
Stress dreams about being late for things.
Speaking of being late.
Jake tapped his watch meaningfully. The next 8 hours passed in a blur of academic tedium that made Marcus appreciate the simple clarity of walking beside wagons. Biology lab involved dissecting a fetal pig while trying not to think about the livestock in his Valdris caravan. Chemistry lecture was 3 hours of Professor Chen droning about molecular structures that Marcus already understood better than she did. But it was the calculus problem-solving session that nearly broke him.
Mr. Chen, you seem distracted today. This integral should be straightforward for someone of your mathematical background.
Marcus stared at the equation on his paper, his mind still half-focused on wagon wheels and road conditions. In Valdris, math meant calculating feed ratios and travel times. Here, it meant abstract problems that had no connection to anything real.
Sorry, Professor. I'm just tired.
Perhaps you should consider getting more sleep instead of whatever extracurricular activities are occupying your nights.
After Marcus finally stumbled through the problem, he found himself in the library, supposedly studying for tomorrow's chemistry quiz, but actually staring blankly at molecular diagrams while his mind wandered to medieval supply lines and bandit tactics.
Dude, you look like death. Want to take a break? I'm streaming a chill strategy game tonight. Nothing intense, just base building and resource management.
Can't. Quiz tomorrow.
When's the last time you actually had fun? Like, genuine fun, not just obligation-fulfilling academic achievement?
Marcus thought about Big Tom's cheerful whistling as they walked, about Sister Cora's interesting conversations by firelight, about the simple satisfaction of helping families with their wagons.
It's been a while.
That's depressing, man. Life's too short to spend it all studying. Look, just hang out for an hour. Sometimes your brain needs a break to actually process information.
But Marcus couldn't focus on Tyler's game either. Every strategic decision reminded him of real choices he'd have to make in Valdris. Every resource management challenge echoed problems his family faced on their journey to Drakmore. By 10 p.m., Marcus was back in his dorm room, surrounded by textbooks and feeling like he'd accomplished absolutely nothing meaningful all day. His chemistry knowledge was already beyond what they were teaching. His biology work felt redundant compared to practical animal care. Even his literature assignments seemed shallow compared to the real human stories he witnessed in Valdris. Marcus walked down the hall and knocked on Jake's door. His friend answered in his pajamas, toothbrush in hand.
Jake, do you ever feel like you're wasting your time?
With what? School?
With everything. Like you're going through the motions of a life that doesn't really matter?
That's a pretty heavy question for a Wednesday night. You sure you're okay?
Yeah, just thinking too much.
Well, stop thinking and start sleeping. Tomorrow's a new day.
As Marcus finally drifted off to sleep, he felt relief at the prospect of returning to Valdris, where his choices had real consequences and his knowledge could actually help people. Marcus opened his eyes to afternoon sunlight filtering through the canvas of a wagon cover. The caravan had resumed its journey while he slept, and he could hear Big Tom's voice nearby, chatting amiably with Sergeant Harwick about the best techniques for loading supply packs.
There he is. Thought you might sleep through the whole day. Must have needed it.
Marcus stretched, working out the kinks from sleeping on hard ground. After 8 hours of academic tedium, the simple physicality of walking and helping with wagons felt like a blessing.
How far did we travel while I was sleeping?
Few miles. Nothing eventful. Though we should stay alert, this stretch of road is known for bandit activity.
As if summoned by his words, movement flickered in the tree line ahead. It was past midday when the trouble started.
Movement in the trees ahead could be nothing but...
Marcus squinted toward the tree line that bordered the road. At first he saw nothing, then caught a glimpse of metal reflecting sunlight between the branches.
Bandits?
Most likely. They've been watching us for the past mile, waiting for the right spot. Keep moving. Don't stop for anything unless I give the word.
The attack came suddenly. 6 men burst from the forest, armed with makeshift weapons, their faces masked with dirty cloth. They moved with the confidence of predators who'd done this before.
Stand and deliver. Your coin and goods, and nobody gets hurt.
Marcus felt his body freeze, his mind going completely blank. This was nothing like the strategic thinking exercises he'd done with Tyler, nothing like the theoretical problems he solved in his college courses. These were real men, with real weapons who wanted to rob them. But Big Tom reacted like he'd been born for this moment.
No, you can't have our things.
We don't have anything here, Tom, and we are not soldiers. Just let them.
Get out of the way, boy. We don't want to hurt anyone, but we will if we must.
Then you'll have to hurt me first.
What happened next unfolded with brutal simplicity. The bandits rushed forward, expecting to overwhelm the rear guard through numbers. Sergeant Harwick and his men engaged the main group with professional efficiency, steel ringing against steel as they formed a protective line. But Big Tom was something else entirely. The first bandit to reach Tom, a wiry man with a club, swung hard at Tom's head. Tom simply ducked, grabbed the man by his shirt, and lifted him clean off the ground with one massive hand.
Hey now, that's not very nice.
He tossed the bandit into a tree with a solid thud. The man slumped to the ground, groaning and clutching his ribs. Meanwhile, Marcus found himself face to face with another bandit, a scarred woman with a rusty sword. She shoved him hard, sending him stumbling backward into a wagon wheel.
Stay down, boy.
Marcus scrambled to his feet, his heart hammering. This was nothing like the strategic exercises with Tyler. This was real, immediate, and terrifying. He could hear the clash of weapons, could smell the sweat and fear, could see the genuine intent to harm in the woman's eyes. Sergeant Harwick was engaged with 2 bandits at once, his professional training evident in his clean, efficient movements. His sword work was economical and deadly, each strike calculated to disable rather than kill if possible. But one of his men, Mills, took a sword cut to his arm and cried out in pain. That's when Tom really got angry.
You hurt Mills. You hurt Mills!
Tom bellowed, abandoning his gentle approach entirely. He grabbed the nearest bandit, a large man who probably thought his size would intimidate people, and simply squeezed. The bandit's sword fell from nerveless fingers as Tom's grip tightened around his wrist.
Ow, ow, ow. Let go.
Say you're sorry for hurting Mills.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Tom released him, and the bandit clutched his probably bruised wrist, staring at Tom in disbelief. The sight of their large companion being handled like a child seemed to drain the fight out of the remaining bandits. The woman who'd been threatening Marcus hesitated, her sword wavering. Sergeant Harwick pressed his advantage, disarming one opponent while keeping the other at bay with the point of his blade.
This isn't worth it. The big one's not natural.
The remaining bandits looked at their unconscious companion against the tree, their leader nursing his injured wrist, and Sergeant Harwick's steady advance with his blood-stained sword. They decided they had urgent business elsewhere.
Graband.
And they scattered into the forest like leaves before a storm.
Well, that was certainly educational. Son, have you ever considered military service?
Never really thought about it. Marcus is the clever one. I just help when things need lifting.
Tom, that was incredible. How did you learn to fight like that?
Was I fighting? Seems simple enough. They seemed so slow. Bad men trying to hurt good people, so you stop them. Besides, they threatened our families. Can't allow that.
As they resumed their journey, Marcus found himself processing what had happened. In his modern world, violence was theoretical, something that happened in movies or video games. Here, it was immediate and personal. People could get hurt, could die. But Tom had handled it with the same straightforward competence he brought to farm work. No hesitation, no second-guessing, just clear action when action was needed.
Tom, thank you.
For what?
W, for protecting everyone, for being brave when I froze up.
Marcus, you're brave in different ways. You think of solutions no one else sees. You helped the cattle, improved the crops, made that writing system that impressed Sister Cora. I'm good at hitting things and lifting heavy objects. You're good at everything else.
I didn't feel good at anything during that fight.
First time's always scary. You did fine, lad. Staying calm and not panicking is half the battle. Your friend here has the makings of a fine soldier, natural fighter, good instincts.
What about the bandits we left behind?
Dorian and Mills will bind their wounds and point them toward the nearest town, assuming they're smart enough to find honest work instead of trying this again. Times are hard, drive some men to desperate choices.
As evening approached, the column made camp in a defensible clearing beside a stream. Marcus helped gather firewood and set up the rear guard's small camp, his mind still processing the day's events.
Marcus, you're quiet tonight.
Just thinking.
About the bandits?
About everything. The attack, leaving home, what we'll find in Drakmor. I keep feeling like I don't know anything real about this world.
What do you mean?
I know about crops and cattle and farming, but I don't know about fighting or cities or how people really survive when everything goes wrong. I've been living in the village like it was the whole world.
Well, now we get to learn about the rest of it. Together.
You're not worried?
Course I'm worried. But Marcus, you've never steered us wrong yet. Your strange ideas work. So if you think going to this capital place is the right choice, then it's the right choice.
Marcus felt the familiar weight of his cousin's absolute trust.
What if I'm wrong this time?
Then we'll figure something else out. That's what family does.
Later that night, lying in his bedroll beside the dying campfire, Marcus stared up at the stars. The same constellations he'd discussed with Sister Cora, the same sky he studied in his astronomy class back in Chicago. Tomorrow they'd be another day closer to Drakmor, another day further from everything familiar. But today had taught him something important. When real danger came, he could count on Big Tom completely. And maybe, just maybe, Tom was right to count on him in return. The bandit attack had been his first real adventure in Valdris, and he'd learned something crucial. This world was more dangerous than he'd ever imagined, but he wasn't facing it alone. As sleep finally claimed him, Marcus could hear Tom's gentle snoring and the quiet voices of the soldiers maintaining watch. For the first time since leaving Millhaven, he felt something that might actually be hope. Chapter 9. The Choice of Paths. Marcus woke to the sound of cheering and rough laughter. He rolled from his bedroll, squinting in the early morning light that filtered through the canvas of their makeshift shelter. The refugee camp bustled with activity. Families packing their meager belongings, soldiers checking equipment, and somewhere nearby the distinctive sounds of a wrestling match. He pushed aside the canvas flap and stepped outside immediately, spotting the source of the commotion. A circle of soldiers had formed around two figures grappling in the center. One was a lean soldier in leather armor. The other was Big Tom, shirtless and grinning despite the sweat streaming down his face. Tom moved with surprising grace for his size, his enhanced strength evident in every controlled movement. The soldier wrestling him was clearly skilled, but Tom's combination of raw power gave him a decisive advantage. With a final burst of speed, Tom swept his opponent's legs and pinned him to the ground. The circle of soldiers erupted in cheers and good-natured ribbing. Tom extended a massive hand to help his opponent to his feet, both men laughing as they clasped forearms in the traditional warrior's greeting.
That's 3 in a row, farm boy. You got something special there.
Marcus recognized the grizzled veteran from their journey, one of Commander Kane's most trusted men.
Just been practicing what you taught me, sir.
Practicing? Son, you've been training for what, 2 weeks? Most of these lads have been drilling for years.
He gestured at the defeated soldier who was nursing his pride along with bruised ribs.
Alex here is a 5-year veteran.
Never felt strength like that, Sarge. It's like trying to wrestle a bear.
That's what I'm talking about. You've got the spark, boy, and you should learn to use it proper. You should consider joining up once we reach the capital.
Join up with who, sir?
Lord Hammond's provincial forces. Good men, honest leadership, and they fight for something that matters. None of this Royal Guard nonsense. Bunch of pampered city boys who wouldn't know real combat if it bit them in the arse.
Morning, Sergeant. You're trying to recruit my cousin?
Morning, Marcus. Your cousin's got talent. Real talent. Be ashamed to waste it on farming when there's fighting to be done.
I'll ask Marcus. What do you think?
Marcus studied his cousin's face, seeing the mix of pride and uncertainty there. Tom had always been strongest when he had clear direction, simple goals to work toward.
There might be good options in the capital. Schools, academies, different kinds of training. We should look around first before making any decisions.
Yeah. Marcus always thinks these things through proper.
Thinking's good, but don't think too long. War's coming whether we're ready or not, and men like your cousin could make the difference. You keep practicing, boy, and if you change your mind, find me. Lord Hammond's always looking for soldiers with both strength and honor.
What do you really think?
I think that you and I could be good partners in whatever we do. Your strength, my ideas. We could build something together, but let's get to the capital first. See what's available, then decide.
Partners? Like real business partners?
Why not? You've got abilities most people don't, and I've got plans that could use someone I trust completely. Besides, someone's got to keep me from getting too clever for my own good.
That's what family's for. All right, we'll wait and see what the capital has to offer. But Marcus?
Yeah?
If things don't work out and the kingdom really needs defending, I might want to help.
When the time comes, we'll figure out the best way to help. Together.
The conversation was interrupted by the sound of horns, the signal to break camp and resume their journey. Around them, the refugee caravan began its daily transformation from temporary village to moving column. Families loaded their possessions onto carts. Soldiers checked their equipment, and the organized chaos of 2,000 people preparing to travel filled the morning air.
Come on, let's get our things together.
They spent the next hour helping pack the family's belongings and securing their livestock for the day's march. Marcus's grandfather moved slowly but steadily, his weathered hands still capable despite his age. The twins. Tim and Tam had appointed themselves official keepers of the family's chickens, a responsibility they took with 9-year-old seriousness. As the caravan began to move, Marcus and Tom found themselves walking near the rear of the column, tasked with helping any families who fell behind. Commander Kane had positioned his most reliable soldiers at the back, men who could be trusted to protect the vulnerable and ensure no one was left behind. The morning air was crisp, and the rhythm of walking soon settled into a comfortable pace. Marcus found his mind wandering to the future, to the possibilities that awaited them in Drakmore. Sister Cora had mentioned academies, scholars, resources for unusual talents. There would be markets, guilds, opportunities for someone with modern knowledge and a strong partner.
Marcus, what kind of business do you think we could start?
I'm not sure yet. Depends on what the capital needs, what resources are available, but I'll get some ideas brewing.
What?
Soap was just the beginning. There are dozens of things people need that could be made better, faster, cheaper, construction techniques, farming improvements, maybe even basic machinery.
And you think my strength could help with that?
Tom, in my reading about other places, I've learned that strength and intelligence working together can accomplish incredible things. We just need to find the right application.
I like the sound of that. Building things instead of just fighting.
Though if fighting becomes necessary, I'd want you on our side.
They walked in comfortable silence for a while, the steady rhythm of the march and the weight of their possessions creating a meditative quality to the journey. Around them, other refugees struggled with similar decisions. What to do in a new city, how to rebuild their lives, how to survive in uncertain times. By evening, when they made camp for the night, Marcus had filled several pages of his bark paper with notes and sketches. Plans for products that could be made with medieval materials, business models that could work in a guild-based economy, partnerships that might benefit both parties. Tom watched him work by firelight, occasionally asking questions, but mostly content to sharpen his sword and practice the transmutation exercises Sergeant Harwick had taught him. The simple, steady companionship felt right to Marcus. Complementary strengths working toward common goals.
With you planning and me lifting, how hard can it be?
Famous last words.
But as he drifted off to sleep, Marcus felt optimistic about their prospects. The capital would bring challenges, but it would also bring opportunities. With Tom's strength and his own knowledge, they could build something worthwhile together. The question was, what would they wake up to find? Marcus Chen jolted awake to the insistent buzz of his phone alarm and the horrifying realization that he had a chemistry midterm in exactly 2 hours.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
He scrambled out of bed while his brain tried to process the abrupt transition from medieval campfires to fluorescent dorm lighting. His body still ached from yesterday's walk alongside the evacuation column, his muscles protesting the sudden shift from physical labor to academic panic.
Dude, you're up! I was starting to worry. You've been sleeping like the dead for 10 hours straight.
Midterm. How did I forget about the midterm?
Because you've been weird and distracted for weeks? Also, you talk in your sleep now? Something about wagons and bandits? Pretty atmospheric.
I talk in my sleep?
Yeah, it's like listening to someone narrate a medieval documentary. Pretty entertaining, actually. Jake recorded some of it for you.
You, what?
Just the funny parts. Listen to this.
Jake hit play and Marcus heard his own voice thick with sleep. Tom, the oxen are getting loose again. No, wait. That's not an ox, that's Professor Harrison in a chemistry apron and he's asking about molecular bonds, but the bandits are coming and…
Delete that. Delete it right now.
Come on, it's hilarious. You sound like you're living in some epic fantasy novel while doing homework.
Delete it. Jake.
Fine, fine. But seriously, you've been having the most elaborate stress dreams. Are you sure you're okay?
Just processing a lot of information. College stress, you know.
20 minutes later, Marcus sat in Professor Wilson's chemistry classroom, staring at a midterm exam that should have been terrifying but felt almost absurdly simple. After spending subjective weeks worrying about literal survival questions about molecular structures and chemical reactions seemed wonderfully straightforward.
Mr. Chen, you're working enthusiastically today.
Sorry, Professor. Just really concentrated today.
No need to apologize. It's refreshing to see such engagement. Your approach to these synthesis problems is particularly creative, almost like you're thinking about practical applications rather than just theoretical knowledge.
I try to think about how chemistry works in the real world.
After the exam, Marcus walked across campus with Jake and Tyler, his mind already shifting back toward Valdres concerns. What was happening with the caravan today? Had they made good time? Were they safe?
Earth to Marcus. You're doing that thing again where you stare off into space like you're receiving transmissions from another dimension.
Sorry. Just thinking about the exam.
Dude, you crushed it. I could practically see the confidence radiating off you. Hey, speaking of confidence, want to celebrate by helping me with a stream tonight? I'm doing a strategy game tournament, and chat keeps asking when the smart guy's coming back.
Maybe. Actually, you know what? Yes. But can we focus on defensive strategies tonight? Like how to protect a group when you're outnumbered?
That's oddly specific.
Just thinking about asymmetric warfare theory. It's fascinating stuff.
Dude, yes! There's this whole meta developing around survival tactics when you're the underdog. Chat will love it.
As they reached their dorm, Marcus felt something he hadn't experienced in weeks. The stakes in the real world were low. The midterm had gone well, his friendships felt solid, and somehow his Valdres experiences were making him better at both strategic thinking and practical problem-solving. Maybe, just maybe, he could succeed in both worlds. Chapter 10. Capital Bound. Marcus woke to the familiar sounds of his dorm room, Tyler's mechanical keyboard clicking steadily, the distant hum of the heating system. For a moment he felt disoriented, his mind still processing the medieval camp, the weight of a sword in his hands, the rhythmic pace of marching. He sat up slowly, checking his phone. 2047 a.m. The room was dark except for the glow of Tyler's multiple monitors, where his roommate was apparently deep in some kind of late-night gaming session, headphones clamped over his ears. The transition between worlds always felt jarring, but tonight it seemed particularly stark. In Valdres he'd been planning business ventures with enhanced strength and magical abilities. Here he was a college freshman struggling to pass chemistry. But the midterm season was over and Marcus realized he felt more relaxed than he had in weeks. The pressure of exams had lifted, and while his grades weren't stellar, he'd managed to avoid complete disaster. More importantly, he'd gained valuable insights into what the capital might offer. He reached for his laptop. If he was going to help his Valdres family succeed in Drakmore, he needed to understand what kinds of opportunities a medieval capital might provide. He started with basic searches: medieval city economics, guild systems, urban markets in pre-industrial societies. The information was fragmentary but useful. Cities were centers of trade, specialized crafts and knowledge exchange. Marcus opened a new document and began making notes. Potential products for Drakmore, improved soaps and cleaning products, better construction materials, techniques, food preservation methods, simple tools and devices, writing materials and paper. Tom's strengths, physical abilities, loyal and trustworthy, quick learner for practical skills, natural protection, security capabilities, capital advantages, larger market for products, access to raw materials through trade, guild connections and business networks, proximity to scholars and academy resources. He spent the next hour researching historical examples of successful innovations in medieval cities. The printing press improved metallurgy, architectural advances. All had spread through urban centers where skilled craftsmen and merchants could recognize their value.
Yo, Marcus, you're up late. Everything okay?
Just doing some research. Bah!
Research? Dude, midterms are over. You're supposed to be celebrating, not studying. Medieval economics? Are you creating a D&D campaign?
Something like that. I'm thinking about what kinds of businesses would work in a medieval city.
Oh? Like economic simulation stuff? That's actually pretty cool. I've seen some streamers do medieval merchant roleplay. It's surprisingly complex.
Any ideas what would be most profitable?
Well, in most games, the key is finding something everyone needs, but nobody else is making efficiently, like basic necessities with improved quality or convenience. Why are you thinking about writing a business management game?
Maybe, just exploring possibilities.
Cool. Well, if you need any help with game mechanics or market research, let me know. I've got connections in the indie game community.
After Tyler returned to his setup, Marcus closed his laptop and lay back down. The research had been helpful, but more importantly, it had given him confidence in his plans. The capital would offer opportunities, and with Tom as his partner, they could build something worthwhile. In a couple of days, they might reach Drakmore. Marcus intended to be ready. The next few days passed in a blur of relative normalcy. In the modern world, Marcus caught up on his coursework, spent time with Jake and Tyler, and gradually felt his stress levels drop. His midterm performance had been better than expected, and for the first time in weeks, he wasn't panicking about immediate academic crises. In Valdris, the caravan continued its steady march toward the capital. The days fell into a comfortable rhythm, walking, helping other refugees, sharing stories around evening campfires. Marcus found himself growing stronger physically and more confident in his ability to handle whatever challenges awaited them in Drakmore. But it was the morning of the 6th day that everything changed. Marcus woke to the sound of horns echoing across the valley and the excited murmur of hundreds of voices. After 18 days of walking, the evacuation column had finally reached their destination.
Marcus, come see. It's the biggest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Marcus rolled out of his bedroll and stumbled to his feet, his body automatically adjusting to the pre-dawn chill and the familiar aches of sleeping on the ground. 18 days of travel had hardened him in ways he'd never expected. His hands were calloused from helping with wagons, his legs stronger from constant walking, his shoulders broader from carrying supplies. But nothing could have prepared him for his first sight of Drakmore. The capital city was nestled against a semicircle of towering mountains, their peaks snow-capped and imposing like the fortress cities from his literature classes. The city itself sprawled across the valley floor, protected by mountains on 3 sides and massive stone walls on the 4th. The walls rose impossibly high, punctuated by towers that seemed to scrape the sky itself. Behind the walls, Marcus could see layer upon layer of buildings climbing up the mountainside in terraces. Some built of gray stone, some of timber, some made from materials he couldn't identify from this distance. The architecture seemed to flow with the natural contours of the mountains, as if the city had grown organically from the rock itself. And the size. The sheer overwhelming size of it all.
How many people live there?
Perhaps 600,000 souls within the walls, another 100,000 in the outer settlements. I take it Millhaven didn't prepare you for such scale.
Millhaven has maybe 300 people. This is...
He trailed off his mind, trying to process what he was seeing. From his modern world perspective, 600,000 people wasn't that impressive. Chicago alone had nearly 3 million. But seeing such a concentration of population in a medieval setting was staggering. The logistics alone must be incredible. food distribution, waste management, water supply governance. And the opportunities.
Sister Cora, what do people do for work in a city that size?
Everything imaginable. Craftsmen, merchants, scholars, entertainers, builders, scribes, smiths, bakers, brewers. Why? What are you thinking?
Marcus was thinking about soap, about improved agriculture techniques, about writing systems and basic hygiene and all the small innovations that had impressed people in tiny Millhaven. In a city of 600,000 people, how many would pay for better soap? How many merchants might want improved record-keeping systems? How many problems existed that could be solved with knowledge from his modern world?
I'm thinking that a city this size must have challenges that a village never faces.
Indeed it does. And opportunities as well for those clever enough to see them.
The column began its final approach to Drakmoor's gates as the sun climbed higher. Marcus walked beside the wagons, watching the city grow larger and more overwhelming with each step. The walls were even more massive than they'd appeared from a distance, 50 feet high and thick enough for walkways along the top. Guards in gleaming mail watched their approach, but without hostility. This was clearly a planned arrival.
Look at all the people.
Even outside the walls, the activity was incredible. Merchant camps, temporary markets, travelers from dozens of different kingdoms, judging by their varied clothing and equipment. Marcus heard languages he didn't recognize, saw goods he couldn't identify, smelled foods that made his mouth water despite their alien spicing.
Overwhelming, isn't it? Your first time seeing a true city?
Yes, sir, it's incredible.
And profitable for those with the right ideas. The capital rewards innovation, Marcus of Millhaven, particularly the kind that solves practical problems for large numbers of people.
As they passed through the gates, Marcus felt culture shock hit him like a physical blow. The noise was incredible. Thousands of voices, wagon wheels on cobblestones, hammers ringing from workshops, animals protesting their treatment. The smells were equally overwhelming. Food smoke, leather metal spices, and the unmistakable odor of too many people living too close together. But beneath the sensory overload, Marcus recognized something familiar, the energy of commerce, of people buying and selling and making and building.
Stay close. We'll be processed through the refugee settlement office, assigned temporary housing, and given information about work opportunities.
Marcus's mind was already racing. Temporary housing meant rent to pay. Work opportunities meant competition for jobs. His family needed income and quickly. But he had advantages no one else in their group possessed, knowledge from a world centuries ahead of this 1 and 18 days of travel to think about how to apply it.
Tom, I think we're going to do well here.
Course we are. You've got that look again.
What look? What look?
The same one you had when you figured out how to cure the cattle itch, the planning look. What are you planning now?
Marcus looked around at the bustling city, at the merchants haggling, the craftsmen working the obvious inefficiencies in how goods moved through the crowded streets. He thought about soap chemistry, about writing systems, about the business principles he'd absorbed through Tyler's endless optimization discussions.
Everything. I'm planning everything.
For the first time since learning about Malakar's threat, Marcus felt something beyond mere survival instinct. This city represented opportunity on a scale he'd never imagined. 600,000 potential customers for better products, improved services, more efficient solutions to daily problems. If he could establish himself here, build a network, create valuable connections, maybe he could do more than help his family survive. Maybe he could help fight back against the Dark Wizard's advances. But first he needed to understand how Drakmoor really worked, how business was conducted, who held power, what problems needed solving. He needed to learn the rules of the game before he could start changing them.
Tom, I want you to remember this moment. This is where everything changes for us.
Good change or bad change?
Marcus looked ahead at the spires and towers rising before them, at the incredible complexity of a medieval city that somehow supported 600,000 people through pure human ingenuity and determination.
Good change. Definitely good change.
As their group was led toward the refugee processing center, Marcus began mentally cataloging everything he saw, the layout of streets, the types of businesses, the way goods moved through the city, the obvious bottlenecks and inefficiencies. By the time they reached their temporary housing, Marcus had filled 3 pages of his crude bark paper with notes and observations. The real work was about to begin, and Marcus Chen, armed with knowledge from two worlds and the absolute loyalty of the strongest person he knew, was ready to change everything. Chapter 11. Royal Welcome. The morning sun cast long shadows across Drakmoor's central square as thousands of refugees gathered in response to the royal summons. Marcus stood with his family near the back of the crowd, Tom's massive frame providing a useful windbreak against the mountain air that swept down from the peaks surrounding the city.
Never seen so many people in one place. Look at all the different clothes, Marcus. Some of these folks must have come from kingdoms I've never even heard of.
Marcus nodded, but his attention focused on the elaborate platform erected at the square's center. Royal banners snapped in the wind, and he could see ranks of guards in gleaming armor forming a protective perimeter.
Refugees from 17 settlements, nearly 50,000 souls all told. The largest evacuation in Valdris history.
She'd been moving through the crowd since dawn, helping coordinate the various groups. 20,000 arrived the week before, I'm told. More on the way.
That many? Where will they put us all?
His Majesty will address that concern shortly.
A trumpet fanfare echoed across the square, and the crowd gradually quieted. Marcus felt his stomach tighten as a procession emerged from the palace gates. Nobles in elaborate robes, advisors carrying scrolls and ceremonial staffs, and finally, the king himself. King Aldwin III was younger than Marcus had expected, perhaps 20, with the soft features of someone who'd never missed a meal or spent a day doing physical labor. His crown was an ornate thing of gold and gems that caught the morning light, and his purple robes were trimmed with ermine. Even from a distance, Marcus could see the king's expression, a mixture of boredom and petulant irritation.
People of Valdris, loyal subjects who have answered our call to seek sanctuary within these walls.
The crowd stirred, and Marcus noticed how the king's advisors clustered around him like anxious courtiers whispering in his ear between sentences. One was a thin man with a pointed beard who kept gesturing toward the refugees with obvious distaste. Another, a woman in rich blue robes, held a scroll that she frequently consulted. At each corner of the platform stood massive guards, each easily 7 feet tall, with unnaturally broad shoulders and arms like tree trunks. Their eyes constantly scanned the crowd with predatory alertness.
We stand at a crossroads of history. The dark wizard Malachar has swept across our continent like a plague, consuming kingdoms that once stood proud and free. Thornwick has fallen. The coastal cities of Merrillhaven lie in ruins. Even the great fortress of Ironhold could not withstand his magical might.
Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Marcus heard someone behind him whisper, "Ironhold? Fell?" But they said it was impregnable.
But we are not without hope. Valdris remains free, protected by our mountain walls and the courage of our people. We have what others lack: unity, determination, and the greatest mineral wealth on the continent.
Marcus felt a chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air. He'd noticed the mining operations on their approach to the city. Massive excavations carved into the mountainsides with streams of workers moving like ants between the tunnels and processing facilities.
Our miners have broken through to new veins of iron, copper, and precious metals. Enough to forge weapons for 10 armies, enough to fund the greatest military campaign in our history. With these resources, we will not merely survive Malachar's advance. We will drive him back and reclaim every stolen kingdom.
The crowd erupted in cheers, but Marcus noticed they came mostly from the city dwellers who'd gathered to watch the spectacle. The refugees themselves seemed more subdued.
But such an undertaking requires sacrifice from all of us. Every able-bodied person must contribute to our kingdom's defense.
Here it comes. Marcus thought, his hands clenching into fists.
Therefore, all adult male refugees will be assigned to mining duties, working the new excavations that will provide the materials for our victory. The work is hard but honest, and in return, you will receive housing, food, and the protection of our walls.
Marcus felt Tom stiffen beside him.
Mining? But I don't know anything about mining. Women and children will be assigned to support roles. agricultural work to feed our expanded population, textile production for military supplies, and various crafts, essential to our war effort. Again, housing and sustenance will be provided.
Sister Cora's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. Marcus wondered if she'd known about this announcement beforehand or if she was learning about it along with everyone else.
Some may ask why such measures are necessary. The answer is simple. We are at war whether we chose it or not. Malakar's forces grow stronger with each conquered kingdom, each enslaved population. We must match his strength with our own, or all will be lost.
The thin advisor with the pointed beard leaned in to whisper something, and the king nodded.
Lord Varric reminds me to address practical concerns. Work assignments will begin tomorrow. Housing has been prepared in the lower districts. Simple but adequate accommodations for families. Meals will be provided at communal dining halls. All necessary tools and equipment will be supplied.
Marcus's mind was racing. This wasn't a rescue operation, it was conscription. The refugees had been gathered not just for their protection, but to provide a ready workforce for the king's war effort. They couldn't leave, the city couldn't return to their destroyed homes, and now couldn't choose their own occupations.
What about those with special skills?
An excellent question. Those with valuable trades. Smiths, engineers, scholars will be evaluated for specialized roles. We are not wasteful of talent. Lord Varric will oversee these assessments personally.
The thin advisor stepped forward slightly, his cold eyes scanning the crowd as if already cataloging useful individuals.
But let no one mistake this for charity. These are not gifts, but exchanges. You receive protection and sustenance. In return, you provide service to the kingdom that shelters you. This is the way of war, and war is what we face.
Marcus felt his grandfather's hand on his shoulder.
Easy, lad. Your face is showing too much of what you're thinking.
Marcus forced his expression to neutrality, but inside he was seething. The king spoke of protection and sustenance as if they were generous gifts, but what he was really describing was indentured servitude.
Some of you may wonder about the duration of these arrangements. The answer is simple: until Malakar is defeated and your homes can be reclaimed. Whether that takes months or years depends on how quickly we can build the strength necessary for victory.
Years. Marcus felt his stomach drop. The king was talking about years of forced labor with no guarantee of when or if it would end.
Now practical matters must be addressed. Representatives from each refugee group will report to the registration tables being set up around the square. You will be assigned housing numbers, work details, and meal schedules. Children under 11 will help their mothers at their assigned tasks. Boys over 11 must follow their fathers to the mines.
This is like a concentration camp. Marcus thought, his stomach churning. Families, split apart children forced into labor, no choice in their own destinies.
Before we conclude, let me address any who might harbor doubts about these measures. Some may think them harsh, but I ask you to consider the alternative. Malachar shows no mercy to those he conquers. His armies leave only death and desolation. Here you have life purpose and hope for the future. Look upon Drakmoor's walls, its towers, its strength. This is what organized effort can achieve. This is what your labor will help preserve and expand. When we march against Malakar, it will be with weapons forged by your hands, supplies crafted by your skills, and the knowledge that you helped build the force that will free our continent.
Marcus had to admit the king was an effective speaker. Tall and commanding despite his youth, with golden hair that caught the sunlight and a voice that carried authority beyond his 20 years.
Citizens of Drakmoor, I ask you to welcome these new additions to our community. They come to us in desperate circumstances, but they bring willing hands and brave hearts. Together, we will forge a victory that will be remembered for generations.
Even with all the sweet talk, Marcus could see the truth in people's faces. The locals looked at the refugees with barely concealed resentment, knowing they would have to share their resources and see their economy strained. The refugees themselves didn't seem happy either. Beneath the polite applause, Marcus saw the hollow eyes of people who understood they were trapped here, prisoners disguised as guests. As the royal procession began to withdraw, Marcus found himself studying the king's advisors more closely. Lord Varick, the thin man with the pointed beard, moved with the calculated precision of someone who enjoyed wielding power over others. The woman in blue robes seemed more scholarly, but there was something cold in her demeanor that Marcus found unsettling.
Well, that was a lot of words.
Indeed it was, and most of them meant exactly what we feared they would.
I should escort you to registration. The process will go more smoothly with official guidance.
As they walked toward the nearest table, Marcus's mind was already working on the problem. The king's speech had revealed several important things. The kingdom was genuinely desperate for resources. The war effort was going to require massive industrial production. I better hide my talents before I become a slave to this maniac. Marcus thought grimly.
Marcus, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking that we need to be careful about what skills we claim to have, and clever about how we use the ones we don't claim.
Before they reached the registration table, Marcus's father appeared looking frustrated and angry.
4 cattle. 4 cattle that survived the entire journey, and they gave me 2 silver each. Said there are too many refugees, bringing livestock prices are at an all-time low.
I must inform you that I'll be departing with Commander Kane tomorrow. We've received word that survivors from Millbrook need escort to safety, and the commander requires a priest for the mission. There's more. Liana and her parents. They'll be travelling with us to Lord Hammond's province. Apparently there's desperate need for skilled bakers there, and they've requested to relocate rather than remain in Drakmore.
So, that's it then. Everyone's being scattered to the winds.
But who will you marry now, cousin?
Tom, I wasn't going to.
Plans have a way of changing. What are your intentions, Marcus? Where do you see yourself in this new city?
I need to learn to read Valdrian first, the formal script. Most of what I know is just basic letters.
If you do decide to pursue education at the academy, look for my younger sister, Alice. She's a scribe there, assistant to the head scribe, actually. Give her my name.
She reached into her robes and withdrew a small embroidered stone that caught the light.
And give her this. She made it for me. She'll know it's from me.
Thank you. I'll make sure she gets it.
Alice is brilliant, but she sometimes gets lost in her books. She could use a friend who thinks practically about the world.
The registration process was thorough and impersonal. Each family provided names, ages, previous occupations, and any special skills. Marcus watched as the clerks sorted people into categories with practiced efficiency, able-bodied men to mining women to various support roles, children to schools and light duties. As they waited in line, Marcus heard muttered comments from the local citizens helping with registration.
More mouths to feed. Should have stayed and fought instead of running here to burden us.
When their turn came, Marcus's family members stepped forward one by one. His aunts and female cousins were assigned to textile work, his uncles to mining, his younger cousins to various duties. Finally, only his grandfather and Marcus remained.
State your name, boy.
Why do you have a metal pin? And your friend there has one too.
State your name. I don't have all day.
Is it because of our arrival? Pins given by the state to indicate your locals?
Old man, tell me his name or I'm calling the guards. Thousands of people are waiting.
Marcus of Millhaven, but I'm not going to work in the mines.
You, a baker? Tailor? You don't look like a blacksmith.
No, I just plan to find a better job.
Look, kid, let me give you some advice. No one will give you any job here. Be glad we're offering you anything that will feed you. Don't think your family will get enough to feed slackers.
Guessed that already. There's no way the farms outside the walls can feed this many people, especially considering most provincial food supplies have vanished. If we all agree to this slave system, we'll eventually die from some form of deficiency or suffer illness anyway.
Slave system, you ungrateful little? I'm marking you as a freeloader. You'll pay 1 silver each week for your tenancy.
Joran of Millhaven Miner.
Housing assignment, Lower District Building, 47 apartments, 12 through 15. Report to the mining foreman at dawn tomorrow for work assignment. Meals are served at the 3rd District Communal Hall at sunrise, midday, and sunset. Questions?
When do we get to see our housing?
Guides will direct you after registration is complete. Next family.
As they were shepherded toward the lower district with a group of other refugees, Marcus got his first real look at how Drakmore was organized. The city was clearly divided into distinct levels, both literally and socially. The upper district, built into the mountainside itself, housed the palace and noble residences. The middle district contained shops, guild halls, and the homes of merchants and craftsmen. The lower district, where they were headed, was obviously where the working class lived, and now where the refugees would be housed. Building 47 turned out to be a long, low structure of grey stone that looked like it had been built quickly and without much concern for comfort. The apartments were small, 2 rooms each with basic furniture and little else. But they were clean, and after weeks of sleeping on the ground, even a simple bed felt luxurious.
Could be worse. At least we're all close together.
Marcus nodded, but his mind was elsewhere. Through the small window of their apartment, he could see the mining operations in the distance. Great scars carved into the mountainside with streams of workers moving between the tunnels and processing facilities. Tomorrow, he would have to figure out how to survive in this system without a guaranteed income while his grandfather descended into dangerous mine shafts. And if there was one thing Marcus had learned from his dual life, it was that knowledge was power, especially knowledge that others didn't expect you to have. As night fell over Drakmore, Marcus lay in his narrow bed and stared at the ceiling. The king's speech had made one thing clear: this was going to be a long war, and the refugees were going to bear much of its burden. But Marcus had advantages the king couldn't imagine. He had knowledge from a world centuries ahead of this one, and he had friends who were starting to trust his judgment. Most importantly, he had Big Tom loyal, strong, and completely willing to follow Marcus's lead. The king wanted to use the refugees as a resource. Marcus was going to make sure his family became much more than that. Chapter 12. Market Research. Marcus stared at his organic chemistry textbook, but the molecular diagrams kept morphing into images of King's smug face and Lord Varric's cold eyes. It was the day after the royal welcome ceremony, and Valdris and Marcus couldn't shake the feeling that he was running out of time in both worlds.
Dude, you're doing that thing again. The staring into space like you're receiving alien transmissions thing?
Sorry, just thinking about career options.
Career options? Bro, you're a freshman. You've got like 4 years to figure that out. Unless this is about your parents pressuring you about the whole pre-med track, because honestly, you seem way more interested in business stuff lately.
That was uncomfortably perceptive. Marcus had been spending more time researching entrepreneurship and small business strategies than studying for his actual classes.
I've been thinking about side hustles. You know ways to make money while in college?
Now you're talking my language. What kind of side hustle? Content creation? Tutoring? Drop shipping?
Actually, I was thinking about farmers markets, selling handmade products.
Farmers markets? Like vegetables?
No, more like artisanal goods, soap maybe, natural ingredients, custom scents, that sort of thing.
Marcus, are you having some kind of quarter-life crisis? Because soap making is like the most random business idea I've ever heard.
It's not random. There's a real market for handcrafted, chemical-free personal care products. People are willing to pay premium prices for quality.
Okay. I'm not judging. Actually, it's kind of genius. Low startup costs, high margins, direct-to-consumer sales. Plus, you've got the chemistry background to understand the science behind it.
The question is, how do you research the market? Figure out what people want.
YouTube. There have to be tutorials, market analysis, customer reviews. Now you're thinking like an entrepreneur. Want me to help you research? I'm pretty good at finding niche communities online.
For the next 2 hours, Marcus and Tyler dove deep into the world of artisanal soap making. YouTube turned out to be a gold mine of information. Everything from basic cold process techniques to advanced colorants and fragrances. Marcus took notes on ingredient ratios, curing times, and packaging options, while Tyler researched market prices and customer preferences.
Okay, so lavender and eucalyptus are popular, but there's also demand for more unique scents. Look at this. Someone's selling Forest After Rain soap for $25 a bar.
$25 for 1 bar of soap?
Premium market, baby. People will pay for quality and uniqueness. Plus, there's the whole Instagram aesthetic factor. Handmade soap photographs, well...
Marcus was taking notes furiously. In Valdris, he'd been limited to basic ingredients and simple techniques. Here he had access to specialized oils, natural colorants, essential oils, even decorative molds.
The startup costs are reasonable. Basic equipment, maybe $200. Ingredients for your first batch, another $100. You could test the market for less than what most people spend on textbooks.
I want to try making a test batch, just to see if I can do it.
Right now?
Why not? The chemistry lab is closed, but I could use the dorm bathroom. Basic, cold-processed soap doesn't require special equipment.
In our bathroom? Isn't that kind of unsanitary?
Not if I'm careful. I just need to scale some mixing bowls and basic ingredients. I can get everything at the grocery store.
This is either going to be cool or a complete disaster. But I'm in. For content purposes, obviously. College students start soap empire and dorm bathroom could be a great video series.
An hour later, Marcus stood in the cramped dorm bathroom with his supplies spread across the counter. Coconut oil, olive oil, lye, distilled water, and a small bottle of lavender essential oil he'd found at the campus health store. Tyler hovered in the doorway with his phone, documenting everything.
Okay. This time, I'm going for something beautiful and scented, not just functional.
He'd made basic soap in Valdres, but this was different. He had access to refined ingredients, precise measurements, and modern techniques. The lye solution heated up dramatically when mixed with water, filling the small bathroom with steam. Marcus had to open the window and turn on the fan to keep from being overwhelmed by the fumes.
This is intense. You look like you've done this before.
I have some experience with the basics. Saponification is just a chemical reaction between fats and sodium hydroxide. The art is in getting the proportions right and creating something people want to buy.
The mixture began to thicken as Marcus stirred, transforming from liquid to a creamy consistency that reminded him of cake batter. This time he added the lavender oil and a few drops of purple colorant, watching as the soap took on a pale lavender hue that looked genuinely professional.
That looked professional. How long before you know if it worked?
24 hours for initial setting, then 4 to 6 weeks for full curing. But I'll know pretty quickly if I messed up the chemistry.
What happens if you messed up?
Epic. Best case scenario, it doesn't solidify properly. Worst case, it's too caustic and could burn skin.
Great. So we might have created a chemical weapon in our bathroom.
Marcus was cleaning up his equipment when he heard the door to their room open. Jake's voice echoed down the hallway.
Marcus? Tyler? What's that smell?
Uh-oh.
What smell?
It smells like lavender and chemicals?
Jake appeared in the bathroom doorway, his expression shifting from curiosity to confusion to alarm as he took in the scene.
What the hell are you guys doing?
Marcus stood frozen, holding a mixing bowl still coated with soap residue, while Tyler tried to look innocent, despite clearly having been filming something.
You'd better explain, because this looks like you're either cooking drugs or conducting illegal chemistry experiments.
It's soap. I was making soap.
Soap!
Artisanal soap for a potential business venture.
In our bathroom.
It seemed like a good idea at the time.
You made soap in our shared bathroom using what appears to be actual chemistry equipment.
Just basic stuff. Nothing dangerous. Well, mostly nothing dangerous.
Mostly
The lye is technically caustic, but Marcus was careful about safety protocols. We researched everything first.
Lye? You brought lye into our dorm room?
It's a standard soap-making ingredient. People use it all the time for crafting. It's safe if you know what you're doing.
Do you know what you're doing?
I researched it thoroughly.
Okay, let me get this straight. You, Marcus Chen, pre-med student who's been acting weird for weeks, decided to start a soap-making business in our bathroom using caustic chemicals you bought at the grocery store based on research you did on YouTube.
When you put it like that, it sounds crazy.
It is crazy. What if you'd gotten the proportions wrong? What if you'd spilled lye on yourself? What if the dorm officials come by and smell chemicals?
Marcus felt his cheeks burning with embarrassment. Jake was right. This had been impulsive and poorly thought out.
You're right. I should have thought this through better. I wanted to see if I could do it.
Marcus, I get that you're interested in entrepreneurship or whatever, but you can't just start manufacturing chemical products in our living space. There are safety regulations, health codes, not to mention dorm policies.
I know. I'm sorry.
And why soap anyway? Of all the possible business ideas, why did you land on handmade soap?
I've always been interested in chemistry applications, and soap making is basically applied organic chemistry. Plus, there's a good market for artisanal products.
This is about more than just making money, isn't it? You've been acting different lately, distracted, secretive. Now you're conducting chemistry experiments in our bathroom. What's going on?
Marcus felt the familiar weight of living two lives pressing down on him. Jake was a good friend who genuinely cared about his well-being, but there was no way to explain the truth without sounding completely insane.
I've just been thinking about the future, about what I want to do with my life, and I'm not sure the pre-med track is right for me.
So you decided to pivot to soap manufacturing?
I decided to explore my options. Soap making is just one possibility.
For what it's worth, Jake Marcus seems to know what he's doing. He understood all the chemistry involved, took proper safety precautions, and the end result looks professional.
It does look surprisingly legitimate, but that's not the point. The point is that you can't just decide to start a chemical manufacturing operation in our shared living space without discussing it first.
You're absolutely right. I should have talked to you before doing anything. I was just excited about the idea and wanted to test it quickly.
Next time, maybe find an actual workspace. The chemistry department probably has facilities you could use, or there might be community workshops that allow this kind of thing.
So what happens now? Do we just wait to see if your soap experiment worked? Pretty much. If it sets properly overnight, I'll know the basic chemistry was correct. Then it needs to cure for several weeks before it's usable.
And if it doesn't set properly,
then I'll know what to adjust for next time. That's how you learn.
you're completely insane, you know that? But I have to admit, this is probably the most interesting thing that's happened in our dorm all semester.
Does this mean you're not going to report me to the dorm officials?
I'm not going to report you, but you're cleaning up every trace of this experiment, and you're not doing anything like this again without proper facilities and advance warning.
Deal.
As they worked together to clean the bathroom and dispose of the chemical residue, Marcus found himself feeling oddly optimistic. The soap experiment had been impulsive and poorly executed, but it had also proven that his chemistry knowledge could translate into practical applications in the modern world.
Hey, Marcus, want to check out some local farmers markets this weekend? You know, for market research?
That's a great idea. If you're serious about this, you should understand your competition and customer base.
Yeah, let's do it. But next time I make soap, I'll find a proper workshop space.
Next item?
Well, I have to test different formulations. You know, for science.
Just promise me you'll be more careful about where and how you conduct your experiments.
I promise.
As Marcus lay in bed that night, he found himself thinking about the parallels between his two worlds. In both places, he was trying to build something from nothing using knowledge and creativity to solve problems and create opportunities. The tools and materials were different, but the fundamental challenge was the same: how to turn ideas into reality. Tomorrow, he would check on his soap experiment and see if his chemistry had been correct. If it worked, he would have taken the first step toward building a business that could eventually help his family in both worlds. And if it didn't work well, that was just more data for the next experiment. Chapter 13. The Soap Gambit. Marcus woke to the sound of his grandfather's labored coughing from the next room. Through the thin walls of Building 47, he could hear similar sounds from other apartments. The wheeze of exhausted lungs, the murmur of worried families discussing their assigned work details, the quiet crying of children who didn't understand why their lives had been turned upside down. Today was his first day as a freeloader, as the registration clerk had so charmingly put it, which meant he had until the end of the week to figure out how to earn a silver coin or face whatever consequences the authorities had in store for those who couldn't pay their way.
Morning, Marcus.
Tom was already dressed in the rough mining clothes they'd been issued, thick canvas pants and a heavy shirt that would provide some protection in the tunnels.
Grandfather's already gone down to the dining hall. Said he wanted to get there early, see what the food situation looks like.
How are you feeling about today?
Work is work. I've done harder things than digging rock, and at least we'll have food and shelter. What about you? You've got that look again.
What look?
The one you get when you're planning something that's probably going to get us in trouble, but might also work out well.
I need to talk to my father before you all head to work, about the money from selling the cattle.
Ha, you've got an idea.
I've got an idea. But it's going to require some initial investment, and it's going to take at least 6 weeks to see any return.
6 weeks? That's a long time to wait when you've got to pay silver every week just to keep sleeping indoors.
Which means I'll also need to find some kind of temporary work, something that pays quickly but doesn't interfere with the main plan.
They made their way to the communal dining hall, a long, low building that had been constructed hastily to accommodate the refugee population. The food was basic, but adequate porridge bread and weak ale for the adults. Milk for the children.
8 silver pieces plus 4 you and Tom made for the guarding. That's all we got for 10 cattle that survived the entire journey. And they made it clear that was generous considering how many other families brought livestock.
Father, I need to ask you about that money.
What about it?
I have a business idea. Something that could bring in real income, not just subsistence wages. But I need some initial funds to begin.
Initial funds? You mean money to start with?
Yes, exactly. Money to buy materials and supplies.
A business idea? Marcus, we're refugees. We don't have businesses. We have work assignments and housing numbers.
That's exactly why this could work. Everyone expects refugees to be grateful for whatever scraps they're thrown. No one's thinking about refugees who might have something valuable to offer. With almost 100,000 refugees and 600,000 residents, new wealthy merchant class will emerge from all this chaos.
Wealthy merchant class?
People who get rich by finding new opportunities others miss. When there's this much change and disruption, some clever people always find ways to profit. Why can't it be us?
What kind of business?
Soap making, but not the rough stuff we made back in Millhaven. High-quality scented soap that wealthy people would want to buy. The kind of thing that could sell for 10 times what the basic version costs to make.
We don't know anything about making luxury goods.
I do. I've been studying chemistry, the science behind how different materials combine and react. I understand the process well enough to create something superior to what's available here.
And how much of our cattle money would this idea require?
10 silver pieces. Enough for initial materials and some basic equipment. We should keep the rest for emergencies.
That's a lot of money to gamble on soap.
It's a lot of money to gamble on anything. But consider the alternative. If we all just accept our work assignments and try to live on subsistence wages, we'll never be more than barely surviving. And if anything happens, illness, injury, another war crisis, we'll have no resources to fall back on.
The boy has a point. We can't live permanently on the king's charity. Eventually, he'll decide we're too expensive to maintain.
But soap? How do you know there's even a market for expensive soap?
Because I've seen how the wealthy live. Rich people love spending money on new beautiful things. Luxury soap would be an excellent addition to their collection of fine goods.
Where did you see?
What do you need me to do?
I'll need you to stick with your mining assignment for now. We need that guaranteed income while I'm getting the business established. But I might need help with heavy lifting or deliveries eventually.
Done.
The plan is to craft the first batch of soap, let it cure for 6 weeks, then test the market. In the meantime, I'll find some kind of temporary work to cover my weekly silver payment and basic expenses.
Do it. Take the 10 silver. If anyone in this family is going to build something better than what we've been handed, it's you.
6 weeks. If this doesn't work.
If it doesn't work, I'll find another way. But it's gonna work.
After breakfast, as his family members dispersed to their various work assignments, Marcus made his way into the city proper. He needed to understand Drakmore's economy, where materials were sold, who controlled trade, and what opportunities might exist for someone willing to work outside the official system. The marketplace was a sprawling area of narrow streets and cramped stalls filled with the sounds of haggling voices and the smells of unfamiliar spices and goods. Marcus had expected to find the materials he needed easily, but the reality proved more complicated.
Lie? What does a refugee want with lie?
Cleaning. Strong cleaning.
We don't sell to your kind. Find someone else.
The second merchant was more polite but equally unhelpful. Marcus noticed the man wore a small metal pin on his vest identical to pins he'd seen on other local merchants.
Lies control boy. Can't sell strong burning stuff to just anyone. Need proper guild papers or city permits.
The third merchant was openly hostile, and Marcus noticed he also wore one of the metal pins.
Refugees trying to make trouble? Steal business from honest merchants? Get out of my stall before I call the guards.
Marcus was beginning to understand that his refugee status was going to be a significant barrier to normal commerce. The local merchants saw him as a threat to their established business, not a potential customer. He was considering his options when he heard raised voices from a nearby stall.
This is robbery. These prices are twice what you charged last month.
Supply and demand. 100,000 new mouths to feed means everyone's costs go up. You don't like my prices. Find someone else.
There is no one else. You bought out the last 3 oil suppliers.
Marcus moved closer, curious. The young man arguing with the merchant was well-dressed, but had the harried look of someone under significant pressure. His clothes were good quality but showed signs of wear, and there was something desperate in his voice that Marcus recognized, the sound of someone whose business was failing. The argument ended with the young man stalking away from the stall, empty-handed and frustrated. Marcus followed at a distance watching as the man stopped at several other stalls, each time being turned away with excuses about shortages or inflated prices. Finally, the young man sat down heavily on a stone bench near a small fountain, putting his head in his hands. Marcus approached carefully.
Excuse me, I couldn't help but overhear your discussion with the oil merchant. Are you in the fragrance business?
And you are?
Marcus of Millhaven. I'm new to the city looking for someone who might be able to help me source materials for a business venture.
A business venture? What kind of business?
Soap making. High-quality scented soap for wealthy customers.
You're a refugee, aren't you? No offense, but refugees don't start luxury businesses.
No offense taken. You're right that most refugees don't, but I'm not most refugees, and you're not most merchants either. You're someone who's being squeezed by suppliers and needs to find new opportunities.
How do you know that?
Because you were arguing about oil prices like someone whose profit margins are disappearing, and you're sitting here alone instead of in your shop, which suggests you're either taking a break from bad news or trying to figure out how to solve a serious problem.
Observant. I'm Aldrich Thorne, last son of a Thorne family, current struggling merchant, future. We'll see.
What happened to your family's business?
Father died 3 years ago, left debts I'm still paying off. The noble title is worthless, just a name with no land or holdings behind it. I've been trying to rebuild using the family's old trade connections, but as you heard, my suppliers are squeezing me for every copper piece.
What do you sell?
Scented oils primarily, essential oils for perfume, making medicinal preparations, cooking, or at least I used to. Hard to sell oils when you can't afford to buy them.
Where's your shop?
Lower Middle District. Small space, but it has a good location and a basement for storage. Why?
Because I think we might be able to help each other. You need a way to reduce your supply costs and increase your profit margins. I need access to scented oils and a place to work, plus someone who understands this city's trade networks.
What exactly are you proposing?
Partnership. I provide the soap-making knowledge and chemistry expertise. You provide the oils workspace and market connections. We split the profits 50-50, and I'll front the initial material costs with 10 silver I have available.
You want me to give you free access to my inventory and workspace. You'll provide materials and knowledge, and in return, I'll give you half of whatever profits we might earn.
The basic idea, yes.
It's insane.
So is continuing to lose money on oil sales while your suppliers bleed you dry.
You're serious about this?
Completely serious. But there are conditions.
Of course there are. What conditions?
First, I need you to teach me to read and write Baldrian, the formal script, not just basic letters. I can't run a business if I can't handle contracts and correspondence.
You can't read?
I can read, but not in the formal style used for business. Most people in my village weren't literate.
That's reasonable. Learning to read properly would benefit any business partnership. What else?
While the soap is curing, it takes about 6 weeks. I'll work for you in whatever capacity you need. Oil extraction, inventory management, customer service. I need to earn enough to cover my weekly residence fee anyway.
How much is your residence fee?
1 silver per week.
I can pay that plus a bit extra for good work. What else?
I'll need you to front the cost of lye and other soap-making materials I can't get through your oil connections. Maybe 2 silver pieces worth.
So let me understand this. You want me to provide workspace, oils, training, wages, and additional materials, all on the promise that soap we haven't made yet will sell the customers we haven't found yet, and in return I get half of profits that may not exist, and you'll provide 10 silver in initial investment.
That's correct.
And if the soap business fails completely,
then you'll have had 6 weeks of help with your oil business, and I'll have learned to read Valdrian properly. Both of those have value regardless of what happens with the soap. Plus, I could learn your oil extraction methods. Maybe we could even find ways to become independent from those expensive suppliers.
how exactly do you plan to learn oil extraction? It's not just mixing things together. You need to know which plants produce oils, how to find them, proper distillation techniques.
When I learn to read Valdrian properly, I can research in libraries. There must be books on herbalism and distillation methods.
You know, 6 months ago, I would have laughed you out of the marketplace. But 6 months ago, I wasn't watching my family business collapse while my suppliers robbed me blind. There's something else, isn't there? Some reason you're confident this will work beyond just general optimism.
I understand chemistry in ways that most people don't. I know how to control reactions, create specific properties, achieve consistent results. What most people do by trial and error, I can do by calculation and planning.
Where did you learn chemistry?
Self-taught mostly. I've always been curious about how things work.
All right. I'm probably going to regret this, but let's try it. 50-50 partnership, 6-week trial period. You work in my oil business while the soap cures, and I teach you proper Valdrian literacy. You provide 10 silver initial investment.
Agreed.
But if this goes badly, if you're lying about your abilities, or if this whole thing is some kind of elaborate con, I will personally make sure everyone in Drakmore knows not to trust you. Are we clear?
Perfectly clear. And Aldrich?
Yeah.
Could you write down the address of your shop for me? I can't read the formal script yet.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't think of that.
As they shook hands on their agreement, Marcus felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Oh my God, I just sold my business idea. He could barely contain his excitement. He'd walked into the marketplace with nothing but 10 silver coins and a half-formed plan, and somehow he'd talked a struggling merchant into a 50-50 partnership. The familiar thrill of a plan coming together coursed through him. It was risky, certainly, and dependent on several variables he couldn't completely control. But it was also exactly the kind of opportunity he'd been hoping to find. A chance to use his knowledge to create something valuable while building the connections he'd need to survive and thrive in this new world. Tomorrow he would begin learning the formal written language of Valdris and start building what he hoped would become a profitable business partnership. Tonight he would begin planning the specific formulations that would make their soap superior to anything available in Drakmore's markets. 6 weeks to prove himself. 6 weeks to transform from refugee to entrepreneur. He could do this. Chapter 14. Production. Challenges. Marcus arrived at Thorne and Company just as the morning sun began filtering through the narrow streets of the lower middle district. The shop was exactly what he'd expected from Aldrich's description. Small but well-positioned with large windows that would allow plenty of natural light for customers to examine merchandise.
Second thoughts?
Third and fourth thoughts. But I'm still here, so that's something.
Welcome to what's left of the Thorne family business empire.
Marcus looked around, taking in the details. The shop was small but clean and organized. Rows of glass bottles containing various oils lined the walls, and the air was filled with a complex blend of floral and herbal scents.
The basement?
Down here. Watch your head on the beams.
The basement was larger than Marcus had expected, with stone walls and a packed earth floor. Currently, it held crates of bottles, sacks of dried herbs, and various pieces of equipment that Marcus couldn't immediately identify.
Oil extraction setup. Steam distillation mostly. Father had trained craftsmen running it all before he died, but I had to let them go when the debts piled up. Now I handle the basic operations myself, though I'm not nearly as skilled.
We can clear space for the soap workshop. Is it safe for chemical work?
With proper precautions, yes. We'll need good ventilation, clean water access, and space to store materials safely separated.
These stone walls and floor are ideal for chemical work.
Chemical work, right? I forget you're not just a refugee with ambitious ideas.
Marcus spent the morning creating a basic soap prototype to test his methods with local materials. He'd brought the basic materials he could afford with his remaining silver pieces: nut oil, olive oil, and some tallow he'd managed to purchase from a livestock dealer.
The key is understanding how different fats combine at the smallest level. Different oils create different properties: hardness, lather, quality, moisturizing effects, scent retention.
Smallest level?
Think of it like cooking. You know, flour and water combine differently than flour and oil, right? Same principle, but with soaps, the combinations determine the final product qualities.
He began the mixing process, carefully adding lye solution to the oil mixture while stirring constantly. Working with Aldrich's higher quality oils and more precise measurements, the result was immediately better than his crude attempts in Millhaven.
This looks professional. This looks professional.
Marcus added rose oil to half the mixture and lavender to the other half. The soap took on delicate colors and rich scents.
24 hours to set properly, then 4 to 6 weeks to cure fully. The chemistry continues working even after it solidifies.
As Marcus poured the soap into wooden molds Aldrich had improvised from crates, he felt a moment of triumph. He turned to show Aldrich the smooth pour technique and promptly caught his elbow on an overhead beam, sending soap mixture splattering across the basement floor.
Well, at least now we know the basement floor needs better lighting.
I'm usually more coordinated than this.
Are you? Because I'm starting to wonder if coordination might not be your strongest skill.
I'm a thinker, not a graceful person. This is why I prefer working with ideas instead of my hands.
Unfortunately, business requires both. Next time, maybe announce when you're planning to turn around suddenly.
Despite the mishap, they'd successfully created 2 different soap varieties, and the remaining mixture had set beautifully in the molds. Marcus felt cautiously optimistic as they covered the workshop area and headed upstairs.
Since we must wait for live delivery, we should begin your reading lessons. If you're going to be my business partner, you need to understand contracts, correspondence, and inventory records.
He produced a slim book from one of the crates, a basic primer on Valdrian commercial writing. Marcus opened it and felt overwhelmed. The formal script was nothing like the simple letters he'd learned in the village.
This is going to take longer than I thought.
Most people spend years learning to read and write properly. The fact that you can read basic text puts you ahead of many merchants. But formal script? This single symbol can represent different concepts depending on how many flourishes it has and what other characters surround it.
Start with these basic commercial terms: contract, payment, delivery, quality, quantity. Once you can recognize and write those consistently, we'll move on to more complex concepts.
For the next 2 hours, Marcus practiced copying characters while Aldrich worked on oil inventory. The process was frustratingly slow. Marcus's hand wasn't used to the flowing motions required for proper script, and he kept making characters too angular or missing essential flourishes.
Like this. The brush should float, not scratch.
How did you learn to write this well?
Private tutors from age 5. Advantage of being born noble even if the family fortune was already disappearing. My father insisted on proper education even when we couldn't afford proper meals. Let's break from writing. Show me more about soap chemistry.
Marcus felt relief as they returned to practical work. He explained the saponification process, demonstrated proper temperature control, and showed Aldrich how different oil combinations would create products with distinct characteristics.
The key is consistency. Every batch needs to be identical in quality, appearance, and scent. That's what separates professional goods from amateur attempts.
Most of our income comes from bulk sales to perfumers and apothecaries, but we also do custom blending for wealthy customers who want specific scents for personal use. That's where the real profit is. Premium prices for specialized products. You mentioned needing to pay a silver piece each week for housing. I can cover that through your work here, but there's still the matter of your tax obligation.
Tax obligation?
All residents of Drakmore, even refugees, pay weekly taxes to support the war effort. Since you're not employed in an official capacity, you'll be assessed as an independent worker. Probably another silver piece per week.
How am I supposed to earn that much when I'm working here during the day?
Night work. There are people who need labor after sunset. Warehouse work, cleaning large buildings, moving goods from carts to storage. It's hard work, but it pays quickly.
That evening, Marcus found himself at the warehouse district, joining a crew of men moving trade goods from incoming carts to storage facilities. The work was exactly as advertised, hard, dirty, and tiring. But it paid a copper piece per hour, and Marcus calculated he could earn his silver piece with 2 nights of work per week.
New fellow?
Just arrived in the city.
Refugee?
Yes.
Hard times for everyone, but good that you're willing to work for your keep. Some of these newcomers expect everything handed to them.
Around him, the conversation of the work crew painted a picture of a city under strain. Food prices were rising, housing was scarce, and everyone was feeling the pressure of supporting the massive refugee population while preparing for war. By the time he finished his shift and made his way back to Building 47, Marcus was exhausted. His muscles ached from unaccustomed labor. His hands were stained with warehouse grime, and his mind was spinning with everything he'd learned about his new life. Tomorrow he would return to Aldrich's shop to continue practicing Valdrian script and working with the oil business. His soap was curing in the basement, slowly undergoing the chemical processes that would determine whether his business plan had any hope of success. 6 weeks to prove himself. And already Marcus was beginning to understand just how challenging those 6 weeks were going to be. Chapter 15. Academic Probation. Marcus stared at the email on his laptop screen, reading the same paragraph for the 3rd time without absorbing any of it. The words seemed to blur together like the formal Valdrian script he'd been struggling with in Aldrich's shop. But this email wasn't about business partnerships or soap formulations. It was from his organic chemistry professor, and the subject line read, "Academic concern. Immediate response required. Mr. Chen, your absence from the past 2 lab sessions and failure to submit your problem sets has put your grade in serious jeopardy. As of today, you're failing this course. Please schedule a meeting with me immediately to discuss your academic standing and develop a plan for improvement. Dr. Sarah Martinez." Marcus closed the laptop harder than necessary, earning a concerned look from Tyler, who was editing video footage at his desk.
Bad news?
Just academic stuff.
Academic stuff like good academic stuff or my parents are going to kill me? Academic stuff?
The latter?
How bad?
Failing organic chemistry. Missing too many lab sessions.
Or, dude, organic chem is like the foundation of your entire pre-med track. You can't fail that.
I know.
So what's going on? You've been weird all semester, but this is next level. Are you sick? Depressed? Having some kind of breakdown?
Marcus wanted to laugh at the question. Was he having a breakdown? He was living 2 completely different lives, building a business partnership with a medieval merchant while trying to maintain his college GPA.
I've just been distracted, thinking about other things.
What other things? The soap business? Marcus, I know you've been obsessing over that farmer's market idea, but you can't let it torpedo your actual education.
Before Marcus could respond, Jake burst through the door looking frazzled and carrying a stack of medical textbooks.
Thank God you're here. I just ran into Dr. Martinez in the hallway. She asked me how you were doing, said she was worried about you missing classes. Please tell me you haven't been skipping her labs. And
She talked to you?
she's concerned about you. Said you were one of her most promising students at the beginning of the semester, but now, Marcus, what the hell is going on? And don't give me some vague answer about being distracted. I'm your friend, and I'm worried.
I think we need to have an intervention.
An intervention?
Yeah, an intervention. You've been acting weird for months. You're failing classes. You're obsessed with soap making. You disappear for hours at a time, and you have this distant look like your mind is somewhere else entirely.
Plus, you've been talking in your sleep.
What?
Talking in your sleep. Strange stuff. Names I've never heard, places that don't exist. Last week, you spent 20 minutes having a conversation with someone named Aldrich about oil prices and something called formal script.
Marcus felt the room spinning slightly. His two worlds were bleeding together in ways he hadn't realized.
That's just dreams, stress, dreams.
Stress dreams about medieval economics? Because that's what it sounded like. Specific medieval economics.
Marcus, I'm pre-med too. I know what academic stress looks like, and this isn't it. This is something else. Are you using drugs, stimulants to stay awake, sleeping pills that are giving you weird dreams?
I'm not using drugs.
Then what? Because something is wrong, and we're not going to sit here and watch you destroy your future.
Marcus looked between his two roommates, Jake with his genuine concern and medical textbooks, Tyler with his gaming setup and surprisingly insightful questions.
I need to take this.
His phone immediately started ringing. His mother's contact photo filled the screen, a picture from last Christmas where she was smiling proudly next to him in his first semester honor roll certificate.
Hi, Mom.
Marcus Chen. Explain to me why your academic advisor says you're failing classes.
I'm not failing classes, just struggling with one class.
Organic chemistry, the class that's required for medical school. The medical school you're supposed to attend so you can become a doctor like we planned.
Mom, I can bring my grade up. It's just been a difficult semester.
Difficult how? You have everything you need. We're paying for your education, your housing, your food. Your only job is to study and get good grades. How is that difficult?
I've just been exploring other interests.
Other interests? Other interests like what?
Business, entrepreneurship. I'm not sure medicine is the right path for me.
Marcus, your father and I immigrated to this country with nothing. We worked every day for 18 years to give you the opportunities we never had. The opportunity to become a doctor, to have a respected profession, to never worry about money the way we worried.
I know that, but...
There are no buts. You will fix your grades, you will focus on your studies, and you will stop this nonsense about other interests. Do I make myself clear?
Mom?
Do I make myself clear?
Yes, you make yourself clear.
Good. I expect your grades to improve immediately. If they don't, we'll be having a different conversation about your future.
The call ended, leaving Marcus staring at his phone while Jake and Tyler looked at him with a mixture of sympathy and alarm.
Okay, that sounded intense.
My parents don't understand the concept of academic exploration.
Academic exploration is one thing. Failing your core classes is another. Marcus, you need to get your shit together.
I know.
Do you? Because it seems like you're living in some kind of fantasy world where you can ignore your responsibilities and everything will work out fine.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to create a study schedule that gets you caught up in organic chemistry. We're going to make sure you attend every single lab session from now on, and we're going to figure out whatever is going on with you.
You don't need to.
Yes, we do. Because we're your friends, and friends don't let friends throw away their futures for whatever this is.
Marcus looked at the study materials Jake was arranging, the concerned faces of his roommates, his phone still displaying his mother's last text message. Everything in his real world was falling apart while he focused on his medieval life. But in Valdris, his soap was curing in Aldrich's basement. His business partnership was developing. His family was depending on the income he would generate. He couldn't abandon that responsibility either.
Okay, let's make a study schedule.
But even as he said it, he knew the real problem wasn't time management or study habits. The real problem was that he was trying to live two lives simultaneously, and both of them were demanding more than he could give. As Jake began outlining a plan for catching up on missed assignments, and Tyler offered to quiz him on chemistry concepts, Marcus found himself overwhelmed by an unexpected wave of emotion. These two people, his friends, were willing to drop everything to help him succeed. They didn't know about his double life, his medieval responsibilities, or the pressures he faced in Valdris. All they knew was that someone they cared about was struggling, and they were determined to help.
Thank you, both of you. I haven't been a good friend lately. I've been selfish and distracted, and you guys still care enough to help me.
Of course we care. That's what friends do.
Yeah. Besides, if you fail out, who's going to listen to me complain about my streaming metrics?
Marcus laughed despite himself feeling lighter than he had in weeks. He still had to balance his responsibilities in both worlds, but at least now he understood that both worlds had people who cared about him. Something was going to have to give. But maybe with help from his friends, he could find a way to honor his commitments in both worlds, without losing himself in the process. Chapter 16. First Encounter. Marcus was carefully measuring rose oil for their latest batch of soap when he heard the shop bell chime above, followed by an enthusiastic voice calling out from upstairs.
Good morning, Aldrich. I brought fresh rags and cleaned the front windows like you asked.
That's Sarah. She comes in once a week to help with cleaning and organizing. Good worker, energetic.
Marcus heard footsteps on the stairs, and a moment later a young woman appeared in the basement doorway. Sarah was perhaps 16 or 17, with brown hair pulled back in a practical braid and clothes that marked her as working class but clean and well-maintained. What struck Marcus immediately was the way her entire face lit up when she saw Aldrich.
Oh, I didn't know you had someone working down here today.
But her eyes remained fixed on Aldrich with obvious adoration.
Sarah, this is Marcus, my new business partner. Marcus, this is Sarah. She's been helping me keep the shop organized since I could afford to pay someone to help with cleaning.
Nice to meet you.
Business partner? That's wonderful. I mean, not that your business wasn't wonderful before Aldrich, but having a partner must be wonderful.
She was practically bouncing on her toes. Marcus watched this interaction with growing amusement. Sarah's infatuation was so obvious it was almost painful to witness. She hung on every word. Aldrich said, found excuses to stand closer to him, and generally behaved like someone completely besotted. Aldrich, meanwhile, seemed entirely unaware of her feelings. He treated her with friendly professionalism, the way he might interact with any helpful employee.
We're working on a new product line, high-quality soaps with custom fragrances. Marcus has some innovative ideas that could set us apart from the competition.
That's brilliant. You're so clever, Aldrich. I always knew you'd find a way to make the business successful.
You've been working the streets more lately. Everything safe out there?
Actually, it's been different. There's been an increase in criminal activity around the city. People are more desperate, I think, more willing to take risks. And some of the criminals, they're not just using knives and clubs anymore. I've heard stories about people using other methods, dangerous ones.
Other methods?
Magic. I know it sounds crazy, but some of the robbery crews have people who can do things, change themselves, throw fire, make things happen that shouldn't be possible.
Marcus felt a chill. If criminal gangs were starting to employ magic users that changed everything about the city's safety...
Are you certain about this?
I've seen it with my own eyes. Last week, I was delivering some cleaning supplies to a shop in the merchant quarter. 3 men tried to rob the place, and when the shopkeeper resisted one of them, his hands caught fire. Real fire. He didn't get burned, but everything he touched did.
What happened?
The shopkeeper paid them. What else could he do? You can't fight fire with ordinary weapons.
Marcus and Aldrich exchanged glances. This was exactly the kind of information that could be crucial for their business planning.
Sarah, if you hear more about this kind of thing, will you tell us? We need to know what we're dealing with if we're going to operate safely in this city.
Of course. I'll keep my ears open. I know lots of people who work in different parts of the city. If there's trouble brewing, I'll find out about it.
After Sarah had finished her work upstairs and left with promises to return the following week, Marcus couldn't resist commenting.
You know she's completely in love with you, right?
Sarah, don't be ridiculous. She's just enthusiastic about her work.
Aldrich, she practically melts every time you speak to her. You're making it obvious that you don't notice her interest.
Even if that were true, it doesn't matter. I can't think about romance with common girls when I'm trying to prove myself worthy of someone like Laura.
You mentioned Laura before, the merchant's daughter you're hoping to marry?
Lara Brightmore, most beautiful woman in Drakmore from one of the wealthiest merchant families. She gave me her handkerchief at the Harvest Festival last year, and we've exchanged words at social gatherings.
A handkerchief? I tried to keep the skepticism out of my voice.
It was embroidered with her family crest. Personal. She wouldn't have given it to just anyone.
I decided not to point out that giving someone a handkerchief wasn't exactly a declaration of love. Instead, I said, "What about Sarah? She seems like a genuinely kind person."
Sarah is lovely, but she's a commoner, Marcus. I need to marry someone who can help rebuild my family's position. Someone with connections, wealth, social standing. It's not about feelings, it's about survival.
Before Marcus could respond, Sarah's voice drifted down from upstairs. She'd apparently returned for something she'd forgotten.
Oh, Aldrich, I was wondering. That is, if you don't mind me asking, what girl were you talking about? The one with the handkerchief?
Marcus and Aldrich exchanged glances. Apparently, Sarah had overheard more of their conversation than they'd realized.
Just someone I met at a social gathering, clearly uncomfortable.
Oh, there was a long pause. She must be special.
Yes, quietly, she is. She is.
Marcus heard Sarah's footsteps retreating, and a moment later the shop bell chimed as she left. The sadness in her voice had been unmistakable.
You're going to break that girl's heart.
Better a small heartbreak now than ruining both our lives by encouraging impossible dreams. Some things are more important than personal feelings.
Marcus wasn't sure he agreed, but he understood the pressures Aldrich was facing. In this world, social class determined most aspects of life, including marriage prospects. They worked in relative silence for the rest of the afternoon, perfecting their soap formulations and discussing plans for introducing their products to potential customers. By evening, Marcus had prepared several small cards on which he'd written key Valdrian characters and their meanings, a portable study system he could use to practice reading during his night work.
What are those? Watching Marcus stack the cards carefully.
Memorization aids. I can practice reading formal script during breaks at my evening job.
That's clever. Most people try to memorize through repetition, but visual cards allow for more efficient studying.
I've always been good at finding ways to learn more efficiently.
As he prepared to leave for his night work, Marcus reflected on how different his evening routine had become since arriving in Drakmore. He made his way to the warehouse district where goods arrived by cart and needed to be sorted, moved and prepared for distribution throughout the city. His supervisor was a gruff man named Owen, who ran a crew of workers handling shipments for multiple merchants. The work was labor lifting, carrying organizing, but the atmosphere was tense. Drakmore's economic pressures meant that every business deal was more desperate, every transaction more fraught with potential conflict.
Evening, Marcus. Greeting him as he arrived. We've got a large shipment coming in from the northern trade route. Luxury goods mostly. High-value stuff, so we need to be extra careful with handling.
Marcus nodded and joined the crew assembling in the warehouse's loading area. The work was routine at first, unloading carts, checking manifests, sorting goods by destination. But as the evening progressed, Marcus became aware of tension between Owen and the merchant who owned the shipment.
This isn't what we agreed on, saying angrily. He was a well-dressed man with nervous eyes and hands that shook slightly as he gestured. These prices are highway robbery.
Prices go up when risks go up. You want your goods stored safely and distributed without problems. You pay what it costs.
But we had a contract.
We had an understanding. Understanding changes when circumstances change.
Marcus continued sorting goods while listening to the escalating argument. The merchant seemed genuinely distressed, and Owen's usual fair demeanor had shifted to something harder and more calculating. That's when Marcus noticed the merchant's companion, a large man who'd been standing silently near the warehouse entrance. As the argument intensified, this man began walking toward Owen with deliberate, threatening steps.
Maybe we need to renegotiate this understanding. His voice carrying clear menace. Maybe you need to remember who you're dealing with, apparently unconcerned by the physical threat.
Marcus watched in fascination as the large man's muscles began to visibly swell. His arms grew thicker, his chest broader, his entire frame expanding as if he were inflating like a balloon. This wasn't normal human physiology. This was magic.
Holy shit. Whispering. He's an enhancer.
Last chance to be reasonable.
Owen sighed and reached into his vest, producing a small glass vial filled with clear liquid.
This ain't my first tango with your type. Then threw the vial at the enhanced man's feet.
The glass shattered, releasing what Marcus immediately recognized as acid. It sizzled and smoked as it splashed across the floor, eating through wood and stone where it landed. But when the acid reached the enhanced man's skin, it simply slid off without causing any damage. He smiled, revealing teeth that seemed larger and sharper than they should be.
Did you think you could scare us with parlor tricks? His nervousness replaced by smug confidence.
Shit. A transmuter too. Should have charged extra for that.
Marcus felt his heart racing as he witnessed his first direct encounter with magic. The enhanced man was clearly more than just physically strengthened. He'd also changed his skin's properties to resist chemical damage.
Look, raising his hands in a placating gesture, maybe we can work something out. I'll honor the original price agreement, throw in a little extra for the inconvenience.
Now you're being reasonable.
As the magical threat subsided and normal business negotiations resumed, Marcus found himself staring at the acid burns in the warehouse floor. Magic wasn't just theoretical knowledge or distant rumors. It was a real practical force that could be used for intimidation, protection, and coercion. For the first time since arriving in Valdres, Marcus understood that he wasn't just in a different world. He was in a world with fundamentally different rules. Rules he would need to understand if he wanted to survive and thrive in this new reality. The rest of the evening passed without incident, but Marcus's mind was spinning with implications. If individual merchants could employ magical muscle for business disputes, what did that mean for his own ventures? How did magic factor into commerce, politics, and daily life in ways he hadn't yet realized? As he walked home through Drakmoor's quiet streets, Marcus found himself looking at the city with new eyes. Magic changed everything, and he was just beginning to understand what that meant for his plans. Chapter 17. PH to Balance. Marcus stood outside Dr. Martinez's office at 7:30 a.m., a full hour before her first class of the day. He'd been awake since 6 a.m., his mind spinning between memories of magical enhancement and transmutation from his warehouse job and the desperate need to salvage his academic career. The study schedule Jake had meticulously prepared was folded in his pocket, along with a list of points he'd practiced in the mirror that morning. After enduring weeks of hostile looks from merchants in Drakmoor's marketplace and surviving confrontations with registration clerks who treated refugees like burdens, waiting outside a professor's office for hours seemed almost trivial. Marcus had learned patience the hard way. Other students began arriving for early morning classes, giving him curious looks as they passed. Marcus ignored them, focusing on the conversation he needed to have. His entire future, at least his future in this world, depended on convincing Dr. Martinez to give him one more chance. At 8,004, Martinez finally appeared, coffee in hand and looking surprised to find a student camped outside her office.
Mr. Chen, how long have you been waiting here?
About an hour. I know you don't have office hours until this afternoon, but I was hoping. That is, I need to speak with you about my situation in your class.
Dr. Martinez unlocked her office door and gestured for him to enter. The small space was cramped with textbooks, research papers, and what appeared to be several ongoing experiments in various stages of completion.
Mr. Chen, I have to be honest with you. I was planning to discuss what you should do next semester, not this one. Your current grade in organic chemistry is, well, it's not recoverable through normal means.
Dr. Martinez, I know I've made mistakes this semester. Big mistakes. But I'm not asking for normal means.
He pulled out Jake's carefully prepared study schedule and placed it on her desk.
I've created a plan to catch up on every missed assignment, every lab session, every concept I've fallen behind on. My roommate Jake, he's pre-med too, helped me design a schedule that covers everything.
Dr. Martinez picked up the schedule and examined it, her eyebrows rising as she read through the detailed timeline.
This is extremely comprehensive and ambitious. Mr. Chen, this schedule would require you to work essentially around the clock for the next 6 weeks.
I can do it. I know it sounds impossible, but I've been dealing with challenging circumstances this semester. I've learned how to function on little sleep and manage multiple demanding responsibilities simultaneously.
What challenging circumstances? Because honestly, your decline in performance was so sudden and severe that I wondered if you were dealing with serious personal issues. Depression, family problems, financial stress.
I've been exploring other interests, business opportunities that required significant time and mental energy. I realize now that I was naive about how much I could handle simultaneously.
Business opportunities? As a freshman?
Entrepreneurship projects. I got caught up in the excitement of building something from scratch and lost sight of my academic priorities. Dr. Martinez, I'm not asking you to lower your standards or give me grades I haven't earned. I'm asking for the chance to earn them.
Dr. Martinez studied the schedule again, then looked at Marcus with the expression of someone trying to make a difficult decision.
Mr. Chen, in my 10 years of teaching, I've seen a lot of students struggle with the transition to college-level chemistry. Most of the time, when someone falls this far behind, the kindest thing I can do is help them plan a fresh start next semester.
Please, I know I can do this. I understand chemistry. I do. I need the chance to prove it.
Your performance at the beginning of the semester suggested you did understand the material, which makes your recent struggles even more puzzling. Against my better judgment, I'm going to give you one more chance. One final chance.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I won't let you down.
Here are the conditions. You will complete every single item on this schedule. You will attend every remaining lab session, no exceptions. You will meet with me weekly to review your progress. And if you miss even one deadline or show up unprepared to even one session, you're done. No discussion, no second chances. Are we clear?
Perfectly clear.
I'm also going to require you to attend supplemental tutoring sessions twice a week. The chemistry department offers extra help for struggling students, and frankly, you need all the help you can get.
Whatever it takes.
Good. Dr. Martinez handed the schedule back to him. Mr. Chen, I'm doing this because I believe you have the potential to succeed in chemistry, and because your initial work suggested real understanding of the material. Don't make me regret this decision.
I won't. I promise.
As Marcus left Dr. Martinez's office, he felt like he'd survived a major battle. The conversation had gone better than he'd dared hope, but now the real work began. Looking at Jake's schedule, Marcus felt relieved that the time flow differences between worlds would actually help him. Since a full day's work in Valdris only cost him a night's sleep here, he could maintain his business partnership while also dedicating his waking hours to intensive studying. The thought of managing both responsibilities simultaneously was daunting, but Marcus realized the time mechanics were in his favor. He'd made commitments in both worlds, and fortunately, he wouldn't have to choose between them. That evening, Marcus stood in line at the campus food court waiting to buy enchiladas for himself, Jake, and Tyler. The line was ridiculously long. Apparently, enchiladas were popular on Wednesday nights, but Marcus didn't mind. After spending the morning begging for academic mercy, waiting in a food line felt almost relaxing.
Dude, you didn't have to buy us dinner. Protesting when Marcus returned to their dorm room with 3 large containers of food. We're glad Dr. Martinez gave you another shot.
I absolutely had to buy you dinner. You guys spent hours putting together that study schedule, and you staged an intervention when I was completely losing my way. This is the least I can do to show my appreciation.
Okay, I have to admit, these smell amazing, and I'm proud of you for going through with the professor meeting. That took guts.
It took desperation, but I'm grateful it worked.
They ate together in comfortable silence for a while, and Marcus found himself reflecting on how much he valued these friendships. Jake and Tyler had no idea about his dual existence, but they'd recognized that he was struggling and had taken action to help him. That kind of loyalty was rare and precious.
So what's the plan now, besides following the study schedule,
Focus. Complete focus on academics until I get my grades back on track. No more entrepreneurship experiments. No more getting distracted by outside projects. Just chemistry, biology, and whatever other classes I've been neglecting.
What about the soap business? I thought you were excited about that farmer's market idea.
Actually, I think I can manage both. The soap business doesn't require my waking hours here, just good sleep. I can work on it while maintaining my study schedule.
Tyler and Jake exchanged puzzled looks.
How does that work exactly?
I do my best thinking when I'm well rested, so if I get good sleep and vivid dreams about the business, I can figure out solutions that I can implement during breaks from studying.
It sounded strange even to him, but it was the closest he could come to the truth. In Valdris, his family was depending on the income his innovations might generate. Aldrich was counting on their partnership to save his failing business and win Laura's father's approval. Sarah was hoping Aldrich would succeed for her own heartbroken reasons. In this world, his parents had sacrificed everything to give him educational opportunities they'd never had. Dr. Martinez had taken a professional risk by giving him a second chance. His friends had invested time and energy in helping him create a path forward. Marcus realized that thanks to the strange time mechanics of his dual existence, he might be able to honor commitments in both worlds without having to choose between them. As they finished their enchiladas and Jake began quizzing him on basic chemistry concepts, Marcus felt more optimistic than he had in weeks. He didn't have to choose between his worlds after all. The question was whether he could successfully manage the increasing complexity of living 2 different lives. Chapter 18. The Innovation Advantage. Marcus woke in Valdris with chemistry formulas and molecular structures buzzing through his mind from Jake's intensive tutoring session. For a moment, he struggled to reconcile the academic knowledge swirling in his head with the stone walls and medieval smells of Building 47. But as consciousness returned, he realized his dual existence might be an advantage. All that chemistry review could translate directly into better soap formulations.
Morning, Marcus. Greeting him as he emerged from his sleeping alcove. You got that look again.
What look?
The one that means you figured out something clever and I'm gonna end up carrying heavy things because of it.
Marcus laughed, but his smile faded as he took in his cousin's appearance. Tom had lost weight, not enough to affect his massive frame, but enough that his face looked leaner, more angular.
How's grandfather doing? Though he already knew the answer from the hollow coughs echoing through the thin walls.
Tired. The mine work is hard on him, but he won't admit it. Says he's fine, but I hear him coughing all night. And Tom gestured vaguely at his own reduced frame. We're all getting thinner. The food rations aren't what they used to be.
Marcus felt guilt twist in his stomach. While he focused on academic problems in the real world, his family was suffering in Veldris. The income from his soap business wasn't a nice opportunity. It was essential for their survival and dignity. At Aldrich's shop, Marcus threw himself into perfecting their soap formulations with renewed intensity. The chemistry knowledge he'd been cramming for Dr. Martinez's class translated into understanding saponification processes, and he had access to techniques that wouldn't be discovered in this world for centuries.
This batch is different. Examining soap they made the previous week, the texture is smoother, the scent more lasting. What changed?
Superfat percentage. Consulting notes written in both English and crude Valdrian script. I've been researching, thinking about how different oil ratios affect the final product. If we leave a small percentage of oils unsaponified, it makes the soap more moisturizing.
The truth was, he'd spent hours the night before browsing soap-making forums and obscure Reddit threads, absorbing techniques developed by modern artisans and adapting them for medieval materials.
We need to stand out from competitors, pulling out soap samples he'd been experimenting with. Look at these shapes, these colors, these scent combinations. Nobody in Drakmore is making anything like this.
The soaps were impressive. Rectangular bars with swirled colors, complex fragrances that combined oils in sophisticated ways, and a smooth finish that looked professionally crafted. Marcus had even figured out how to embed dried flower petals for visual appeal.
These are beautiful, but beauty alone won't sell them. We need customers to know they exist.
Exactly. Reaching into his bag and pulling out a purchase from that morning, a clean piece of wood and a razor-sharp long knife, which is why we're going to revolutionize marketing in Veldris.
What are you planning with that?
Watch, placing the wood on his workbench and beginning carefully shaving thin layers from its surface. The technique was one he'd seen in a documentary about traditional Japanese papermaking, though he'd attempted cruder versions back on the farm.
With access to better tools and materials in Drakmore, the results were dramatic. Each pass of the razor produced a thin, flexible sheet, almost paper-like in texture.
What are we going to do with whatever that is? Watching Marcus accumulate wood shavings.
We're going to make paper, and then we're going to build a printing machine.
A what machine?
Printing machine for mass-producing written advertisements.
Aldrich stared at him blankly.
Marcus, I'm not following. Key says.
See, when these dry, they'll form flexible sheets we can write on. But instead of writing each advertisement by hand, which would take months, we'll create a machine that can reproduce the same text hundreds of times quickly.
Nobody's going to buy those awful-looking papers.
We're not going to sell them. We're going to give them away, free. Hang them on walls, slip them under doors, hand them out when people finish shopping. You know, advertising.
The concept clearly wasn't translating. Aldrich looked at Marcus like he'd suggested giving away gold coins.
Why would we give away anything for free?
Tell people about our soap, to make them want to buy it. I realized I was trying to explain something that didn't exist in this world. Think of it like when merchants call out about their wares in the marketplace, but in written form that people can take home and think about.
But how do we write hundreds of these things? It would take months to copy the same message over and over.
That's where the printing machine comes in. Beginning to sketch a basic design on his makeshift paper, we carve our advertisement into wood or stone, coat it with ink, and press it onto paper. One carved plate can make hundreds of copies.
Aldrich studied the sketch with growing fascination.
This has never been done before?
Not in Veldris as far as I know, which means we'll be the first.
And you know how to build such a machine?
I know the principles. We'll figure out the details as we go.
This is either brilliant or insane.
Maybe both. But if it works, we'll reach customers throughout Drakmore without relying on word of mouth or expensive personal sales calls.
As they worked through the afternoon, Marcus found himself energized by the creative challenge of adapting modern concepts to medieval technology. The printing press idea was ambitious, perhaps too ambitious, but the basic concept of advertising was sound. Even if they had to start with hand-copied flyers, the marketing advantage would be significant.
There's something else. As they reviewed their soap inventory, we need to think about branding.
Branding?
Creating a name and reputation that customers will remember and trust. Something that makes our soap different from everyone else's soap, not just in quality, but in perception.
Marcus was drawing on everything he'd learned from Tyler's obsession with content creation and online marketing, translating digital age concepts into medieval commerce.
What kind of name?
Something that suggests luxury quality innovation. Maybe Thorne and Associates, or Dragon Mountain Artisan Soaps, or pausing thinking. What about Valdrian Royal Soap Company? Implies quality fit for nobility.
Is it legal to use royal in a business name?
Probably not, but noble might work, or premium or imperial.
As the afternoon progressed, Marcus realized he was applying business concepts centuries ahead of their time. Marketing, branding, mass production advertising. These were ideas that could revolutionize commerce in Valdris if implemented correctly.
Aldrich, I want you to know that I'm more committed to this partnership than ever. I have academic obligations in another part of my life that will require intense focus during my waking hours there.
Academic obligations? You mean formal education?
Something like that. But here's the thing. Since I'll be getting better rest and my mind will be sharper, I think our work here will improve. I'll be able to bring fresh insights and more energy to our projects.
That sounds positive, not entirely understanding but trusting Marcus's enthusiasm.
Definitely positive. The printing machine project is still on track. We just need to be systematic about it, perfect the papermaking first, then work on ink formulations, then build the press mechanism.
Marcus looked at his sketches and the drying paper sheets with renewed excitement. The project was ambitious and potentially revolutionary, and the strange time mechanics of his dual existence meant he could give it sustained attention while fulfilling his commitments to Dr. Martinez.
I want to accelerate our timeline. Start testing market responses with hand-copied advertisements while we develop the printing technology. If we can prove the advertising concept works, we'll have a huge advantage when the printing machine is ready.
Now that sounds like the ambitious partner I've been working with.
As Marcus walked home through Drakmoor's evening streets, he reflected on the balance of his two lives. In Valdris, he was developing innovations that could transform commerce and society. In the real world, he was applying modern knowledge to medieval problems in ways that enhanced his understanding of both. The irony wasn't lost on him. He was more intellectually engaged and creative in the medieval world. But that creativity was fueled by knowledge from the technologically advanced one. The two worlds were becoming complementary rather than competing for his attention. Tomorrow he would wake up in his dorm room and spend the day studying chemistry concepts he could apply practically in Valdris. Tonight he had planted seeds for innovations that could change how business was conducted in an entire kingdom. The question was whether he could maintain this delicate balance as the stakes continued to rise in both worlds. Chapter 19. Market Expansion. Marcus woke with his head buzzing, printing press mechanics, ink formulations, and movable type systems swirling through his mind. He'd spent hours the night before in his dorm room, supposedly studying chemistry but actually researching medieval printing technology on obscure history forums and maker websites.
You're late.
Sorry, I was researching our printing machine project. Look at this.
The design was simple but effective, bold lettering announcing Finn's soaps in Drakmoor, with decorative borders and text describing their superior ingredients and craftsmanship.
This is what we want to mass produce. I want you to take this to a woodcarver and have it carved exactly as shown. Every detail is important. This will literally print us money.
A wood carver? That's going to be expensive.
Good carving is an investment. One properly carved plate can produce thousands of advertisements. Oh, ink. I didn't think about ink.
Ink?
We need ink to transfer the carved design onto paper. Special ink that will spread evenly and dry quickly. I'll need to figure out how to make printing ink. Tomorrow, I'll find a way.
We're really in this deep, aren't we? And we...
Completely. But if this works, we'll have a marketing advantage that no other business in Valdris possesses.
After Aldrich left for the woodcarver, Marcus worked on perfecting their soap formulations and began experimenting with a crude prototype of the printing mechanism.
Hello, Aldrich? I came early today to help with inventory.
He stepped out, but you can come down if you want to see what we're working on.
I hope it's all right that I came early. I finished my other work faster than expected.
It's fine. I could use an extra pair of hands. I'm trying to build something that's never been made before, and I'm not sure what I'm doing.
Sarah approached the contraption with fascination. It was a crude assembly of wooden planks, metal fittings, and improvised pressure mechanisms that looked like a cross between a wine press and a torture device.
What does it do?
It's supposed to copy writing quickly. See you carve words into a plate coat. It with ink, put paper on top, and press down. The words transferred to the paper.
That's incredible. Does it work?
In theory, In practice, I'm having trouble getting the pressure distribution right. The pressure needs to be even across the entire surface or the ink transfers unevenly.
What if you used leather padding, like what cobblers use for shoe soles? It might distribute pressure more evenly than just wood on wood.
Hey, that's brilliant! Leather padding would conform to small irregularities in the plate while still providing firm pressure.
I know where to get leather scraps cheaply. My cousin works with a cobbler and they always have odd pieces left over.
Would you mind helping me test this? I know you came to do cleaning, but this might be more interesting.
I'd love to help. This is so much more fascinating than organizing bottles.
They spent the next hour refining the printing press prototype, with Sarah proving to have practical insights about mechanical problems.
You're good at this. Have you worked with machinery before?
My father was a millwright before he died. I used to help him with repairs and adjustments. I learned how things fit together, how to make mechanisms work smoothly.
Sarah, do you think this printing machine will work? Not just the mechanics, but the whole concept of mass-producing advertisements?
I think it's brilliant, but I'm also worried about what happens if it doesn't work.
Worried how?
For Aldrich. He's investing so much hope and money in these new ideas. If they fail...
You care about him, don't you?
He's a good man in a difficult situation. He deserves to succeed to rebuild his family's reputation. I just want him to be happy.
Marcus felt a pang of sympathy for Sarah's unrequited feelings, but before he could respond, they heard the shop bell chime upstairs, followed by heavy footsteps and unfamiliar voices.
Thorn, we know you're here somewhere.
Marcus and Sarah exchanged alarmed glances. These weren't customers.
Stay here.
Marcus crept halfway up the stairs and peered through the crack in the door. He could see two large men in rough clothing examining the shop's merchandise with proprietary interest, while a well-dressed older man with cold eyes supervised them.
Search the place. If Thorn's not here, we'll leave a message he can't ignore.
Marcus heard the sound of bottles being knocked over and shelves being roughly searched. These men weren't just looking for Aldrich. They were making a point about the consequences of his absence.
Tell Thorn that patience has limits. Some debts can't be ignored forever.
Who were they?
I don't know, but they're not friends of Aldrich's business.
Sarah, has Aldrich mentioned owing money to anyone? Any debts or business obligations?
He's mentioned creditors from his father's estate, but I thought those were being handled through normal channels.
These men didn't seem like normal creditors.
The Blackstone brothers. They're loan enforcers. They work for people who lend money outside the normal banking systems.
How much do you owe them?
More than I have. My father borrowed from them when the family business was failing. I've been making payments, but with the shop's recent struggles...
Marcus felt the weight of yet another complication. Their business partnership wasn't just about building a soap company, it was about keeping Aldrich out of trouble with dangerous creditors. That evening, Marcus arrived at the warehouse district for his night work, only to find the building dark and empty. A posted notice on the door explained that the business had closed due to unforeseen circumstances. Marcus walked to the alternate address, but found only an empty storefront with no signs of activity. Owen and the entire operation had vanished without paying anyone their final wages. Standing in the empty street, Marcus realized his already precarious financial situation had become critical. Without the warehouse income, he had no way to pay his weekly tax obligation.
Tax collectors came by. Weekly assessment is due tomorrow. 1 silver piece per adult, as expected.
But they also added a surcharge, something about increased war expenses. Extra half silver per family.
How much do we have left?
2 silver pieces. After we pay the tax, we'll have enough for maybe 2 more weeks of food, assuming prices don't increase again.
Marcus felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. His academic commitments meant he couldn't take on full-time work in Valdres. The soap business wouldn't generate income for several more weeks.
We'll manage. We've survived worse circumstances than this.
But as Marcus lay in his narrow bed that night, listening to his grandfather's labored coughing and the quiet conversations of worried family members, he wondered how much longer they could manage. Both of his lives were becoming unsustainable, and Marcus was running out of time to find solutions that would satisfy the demands of both worlds. Chapter 20. Financial Pressure. Marcus stared at his organic chemistry textbook, but the molecular diagrams kept shifting in his mind, transforming from hydrocarbon chains into ink formulations. Instead of studying saponification reactions, he found himself calculating the optimal mixture of soot tree resin and oil that would create a printing ink viscous enough to transfer cleanly but thin enough to spread evenly.
Focus.
He forced his attention back to the page. Dr. Martinez's first progress check was tomorrow, and he needed to demonstrate mastery of 3 chapters worth of material. But within minutes, his mind wandered again. How would he bind the ink particles? Medieval scribes used gum arabic, but that might be too expensive in Drakmore. His phone buzzed with a text from Jake. Study group in 20 minutes. Common room. Bring molecular model kit. Marcus realized he'd been sitting with the same page open for 45 minutes without absorbing anything. This was exactly the kind of distraction that had gotten him into academic trouble in the first place. He tried again, focusing on a practice problem about reaction mechanisms. But as he worked through the steps, he found himself thinking about how these same chemical principles could improve his soap formulations. His phone rang, interrupting the thought. Dad appeared on the screen.
Hey, Marcus. How's school going? Your mother mentioned you've been having some struggles this semester.
It's complicated, Dad. I hit some rough patches, but I'm working with professors to get back on track.
What kind of rough patches? Problems with roommates? Money issues? Social adjustment?
Academic focus problems. I got distracted by other interests, entrepreneurship stuff. I lost sight of my academic priorities.
Marcus, you know your mother and I immigrated here so you could have opportunities we never had. Educational opportunities, career choices, the freedom to build whatever life you want.
I know, Dad. I'm not taking it for granted.
Let me finish. What I'm saying is that whatever life you want includes the freedom to choose a different path if that's what makes sense for you. Your mother has specific ideas about success, Dr. Lawyer Engineer, but I've always believed that success means finding something you're passionate about and becoming excellent at it.
So you're not angry about the academic problems?
I'm concerned. There's a difference. I want to understand what's happening and help you figure out the best way forward. This entrepreneurship stuff, is it serious? Do you think it might be a real career path for you?
I think it might be. I seem to have a talent for seeing business opportunities and figuring out creative solutions to practical problems.
Then maybe we need to have a serious conversation about whether pre-med is the right path. Not now over the phone, but when you come home for winter break. Your mother might need time to adjust to the idea, but we both want you to be happy and successful in whatever you choose to do.
After the call ended, Marcus felt emotionally lighter but intellectually more conflicted. His father's support for alternative career paths made his academic struggles feel less catastrophic, but it also made his commitment to Dr. Martinez feel less essential. But he'd made a promise to Dr. Martinez, and more importantly, he'd made a commitment to proving he could follow through on his obligations. Even if he changed career paths, he needed to demonstrate that he could finish what he started. Marcus checked his schedule and realized he had lab in 30 minutes. Despite his wandering mind, he gathered his materials and headed to the chemistry building. The lab session went surprisingly well. Working with actual chemicals and equipment felt more concrete than theoretical problems, and Marcus found himself genuinely engaged with the synthesis experiment.
You seem like you've done this before.
Just lots of practice with cooking.
When he returned to the dorm, Tyler was already there, streaming a strategy game to his modest but growing audience.
How'd the lab go?
Better than I expected.
Good, because Jake was worried you were going to spiral into complete academic failure. Speaking of which, I've been noticing some weird stuff about you lately.
Weird how?
Your sleep patterns are completely erratic. Sometimes you sleep for 12 hours straight. Sometimes you're awake for like 36 hours and then crash for 4. And you mutter in your sleep in what sounds like a foreign language.
A foreign language?
Not Spanish or anything normal, something older sounding like medieval or something. Plus, I checked the Wi-Fi analytics, and you've been researching medieval printing technology ink recipes and historical crafting methods. What's that about?
A hobby, historical recreation stuff. I find it relaxing.
More relaxing than passing your classes?
I went to lab today.
True. But dude, your browser history looks like you're trying to time travel to the Renaissance. Are you working on some kind of project? Because if you are, that's pretty cool. I could help you document it, maybe make some content about historical accuracy in games. Actually, if you're into that medieval stuff, you should join the school's D&D club. They meet Wednesday nights in the student union. They're always looking for people who know about historical stuff.
I'll look into that D&D club.
Cool. But the sleep thing is still weird. Are you dealing with stress or something? Because there are campus resources if you need help.
Just adjusting to college life, I think. The schedule's been tough.
Fair enough. But seriously, if you need anything, just ask. I know I'm usually focused on my content, but I do care about whether my roommate is losing his mind.
Thanks, Tyler. I appreciate that.
After Tyler resumed his stream, Marcus sat at his desk with his chemistry homework. The successful lab session had given him some confidence, but his mind kept drifting to ink formulations and printing press mechanics. Marcus opened his textbook and managed to complete several problem sets before his thoughts returned to Valdris. Tomorrow's progress check with Dr. Martinez might go better than expected, but the bigger challenge was maintaining this balance between his two increasingly demanding lives. As he finally fell asleep that night, Marcus felt cautiously optimistic about his ability to manage both worlds, though he suspected that optimism might be premature. Chapter 21. Breaking Point. Marcus jolted awake to shouting and someone coughing like they're dying. Building 47 made every sound echo worse, and through the thin walls he could hear his family fighting.
Absolutely not going back to those cursed mines.
Aunt Mira's voice was high and scared.
Need the copper woman.
Another coughing fit cut him off, wet and painful sounding.
Family needs.
Family needs you alive.
Uncle Aldwin shot back.
Look at yourself, Father. You can barely stand up, let alone swing a pickaxe 10 hours.
Marcus threw on his clothes and stepped into the main room. What he saw made his stomach twist with guilt. His grandfather sat hunched on his sleeping pallet, looking more frail than Marcus ever remembered. The old man's face was gaunt, his clothes hanging loose on his shrinking frame. Dark circles under his eyes, hands shaking as he gripped his worn mining tools.
I survived worse than some dust in my lungs.
Grandfather wheezed, trying to sound strong, but his voice trembled.
Some dust? You lost 2 stone in weight, you cough up blood half the night, and you want to go back down in those death traps.
Father, please. We'll find another way to earn the copper.
What other way? Mines are the only work that pays enough. Think they'll hire an old man for anything else?
The desperation in his grandfather's voice hit Marcus like a punch. This was his fault. While he'd been messing around with printing machines and soap recipes, his family was literally working themselves to death.
Starting today, Grandfather doesn't have to go.
Marcus cut through the argument. Everyone stared at him. Grandfather's eyes narrowed.
Boy, unless you found a silver mine while sleeping. I don't see how.
In 3 days, maybe 4 tops. I'll bring home enough money to cover what you'd earn in 2 weeks at the mines.
Marcus sounded more confident than he felt.
Marcus, your soap business is nice, but...
Trust me. I know it sounds crazy, but trust me. Just 3 days.
Marcus cut him off, looking at each family member.
Marcus, what exactly are you planning?
Something that's going to change how business works in the city, but I need you to trust me, and Grandfather needs to rest.
Won't be a burden.
You're not a burden. You're family, and I'm going to take care of family.
After more arguing and several coughing fits from Grandfather, the family agreed to give Marcus his 3 days. As he left Building 47, Marcus felt the weight of their trust pressing down on him. At Thorne and Associates, Marcus threw himself into the printing machine with manic intensity. Every adjustment, every test, every failed attempt felt like his grandfather's life hanging in the balance.
Aldrich, we need to hire Sarah full-time, starting today.
Full-time? Marcus, we can barely afford.
She's way more skilled than we thought. I've been watching her work. She understands mechanical stuff better than most trained craftsmen.
Marcus gestured toward the printing press.
Look what she helped build. Those joints, that lever system. That's not lucky guessing. She knows her stuff.
Where is she today?
That's what we gotta fix. She shouldn't have to choose between helping us and whatever other work she's doing to survive. If we hire her full-time, she can focus entirely on our projects.
Marcus, the expenses.
Will be worth it when this printing machine produces advertisements by the hundreds. Trust me.
Marcus sent Aldrich to buy the ink ingredients he'd finally figured out. Soot tree resin and linseed oil mixed just right. While Aldrich was gone, Marcus checked their paper sheets, examining each one for mold or warping. The papers were drying well better than he'd hoped. Rough texture, but they'd work. Not perfect, but good enough. Back at the printing machine, Marcus loaded a test paper and applied his ink mixture to the carved wooden block Aldrich had gotten made. Simple design, but effective. Their shop name, soap description, and luxury quality for discerning customers. He positioned the inked block, cranked the lever to apply pressure, and the wooden arm snapped with a sharp crack. Marcus stared at the broken machine. Without the printing press, they'd be back to copying advertisements by hand, weeks instead of days. The workshop went quiet except for his breathing. Alone in the basement, surrounded by soap molds and broken dreams, Marcus finally let it all hit him. He sat down hard on a wooden crate and buried his face in his hands. The image of his grandfather's gaunt face, that terrible cough, the weight of his family's trust, it crashed over him. Marcus started crying. Not quiet frustration, tears from failed chemistry exams, but deep, wrenching sobs. The kind that come from knowing you might have promised more than you can deliver. His family was counting on him, trusting him with their survival, and his modern world arrogance made him think he could revolutionize medieval commerce in 3 days. The broken press arm lay on the floor like it was mocking him. All his grand plans about advertising meant nothing if he couldn't even build a simple machine. Marcus cried until his throat was raw and his eyes burned. Then slowly he wiped his face and looked at the broken press again. The arm was snapped, but the base was solid. The mechanical principles were sound. He'd just underestimated the stress points. This wasn't complete failure, it was an engineering problem that could be solved. Marcus stood up, picked up the broken pieces, and started thinking. 3 days to save his family. Time to stop crying and start building. Chapter 22. The Breakthrough. After a boring day studying chemistry concepts that felt disconnected from anything that mattered, Marcus had memorized 3 different ink formulas from various online sources. Sleep couldn't come fast enough. He had real work to do in Valdres. Marcus woke with a start and immediately ran to Thorne and Associates, his mind racing with solutions to yesterday's printing press disaster. The winter air bit at his cheeks as he hurried through Drakmore's narrow streets, but the cold only sharpened his focus.
Sarah, perfect timing.
He burst into the shop. Sarah looked up from where she was organizing their soap inventory, her face brightening.
Marcus, Aldrich told me about the job offer. Full-time work, steady pay. I can't thank you enough.
Thank me by helping me fix that printing machine. I think I know what went wrong.
Marcus replied, already heading for the basement stairs. In the basement workshop, Sarah examined the broken press arm with careful attention.
The wood grain runs the wrong way here. When you applied pressure, it was fighting against the natural strength of the timber.
Exactly what I was thinking. If we reinforce the arm with metal bands and realign the wood grain, it should handle way more pressure.
I know where to get good iron bands. My father had similar problems with mill machinery. The trick is positioning them to support the stress points without adding too much weight.
While Sarah worked on the mechanical repairs, Marcus focused on the ink formulation. He tested 3 different mixtures on scraps of their handmade paper, adjusting the ratios of soot tree resin and linseed oil until he got the right consistency. Thick enough to transfer cleanly, but fluid enough to spread evenly.
Marcus, the carved advertisement block is finished.
Aldrich called from the shop above. Aldrich came down into the basement, carrying a beautifully carved wooden plate. The wood craftsman had done excellent work. Every letter was crisp and clear, the spacing perfect, and the depth exactly right for printing.
This is beautiful. Look at this detail. Thorne and Associates Premium Soaps. Luxury quality for discerning customers. It's perfect.
The carver said he'd never seen a design like this. He was curious about what we planned to do with it.
He'll find out soon enough. Sarah, how's the press arm?
Try it now.
Sarah stepped back from the machine. Marcus positioned the carved block in the press, applied a thin layer of his improved ink mixture, and loaded a sheet of their handmade paper. With Sarah and Aldrich watching anxiously, he cranked the lever to apply pressure. The reinforced arm held firm. When Marcus lifted the paper, it had a perfect impression of their advertisement. Clear, readable, and professional looking, despite the rough texture of the homemade paper.
By the light. It actually works.
It works.
Sarah echoed wonder in her voice. Marcus felt a surge of triumph that had nothing to do with academic success or modern convenience. This was pure accomplishment. Identifying a problem, understanding its mechanics, and solving it with available materials and human ingenuity.
Let's make history. Sarah, can you keep the ink consistent? Aldrich, you handle paper loading. I'll operate the press.
They worked all day in a rhythm that felt almost magical. Sarah would prepare the ink, applying it evenly to the carved block. Aldrich would position fresh paper with careful precision. Marcus would operate the press lever, applying just enough pressure to transfer the ink without tearing the paper. Sheet after sheet emerged bearing their advertisement. The process wasn't fast by modern standards. They could produce maybe one print every 2 minutes. But compared to hand copying, it was revolutionary. By late afternoon, they had produced nearly 200 advertisements. Marcus strung rope lines across the basement and hung them to dry like laundry, creating a forest of drying paper that rustled softly in the workshop's humid air. When they finally collapsed onto wooden crates, exhausted but exhilarated, Aldrich pulled out a scroll and began calculating with the focused intensity of a merchant who understood profit margins.
Let me see. We have 2,000 bars of soap, cured and ready for sale. At 2 copper pieces each, if we sell them all, that's 400 silver pieces total revenue.
Marcus watched his partner work through the math, appreciating Aldrich's practical business mind.
We keep 200 silver for materials and the next batch. That leaves 200 silver profit to split between partners, 100 silver each.
He looked up with a grin that mixed exhaustion with excitement.
What do you say, partner? It'll probably take a month to sell all our soap, but then we can immediately start the next batch with our reserved materials.
You have no idea about the power of advertising, brother. They'll all be sold in 3 days.
Marcus laughed, a sound of pure joy that echoed off the basement walls.
3 days? Marcus, that's over 600 bars per day. Drakmore has never seen commerce move that fast.
Drakmore has never seen advertising before. Tomorrow morning we distribute these advertisements throughout the wealthy district. We'll hang them on walls, slip them under doors, hand them to people in the market squares. By evening, everyone will know about Thorne & Associates premium soaps.
What makes you so sure it will work?
Because people want quality and they want to feel special. Our soaps are genuinely better than anything else available in Drakmore. But more importantly, when people see these advertisements, they'll feel like they're discovering something exclusive, something that makes them discerning customers rather than ordinary buyers.
Marcus gestured toward their drying advertisements.
Every person who reads one of these will think they're among the first to learn about this amazing new product. They'll want to try it before their neighbors do. They'll want to be able to say they discovered Thorne & Associates before everyone else.
Aldrich studied Marcus's face with the expression of someone trying to understand a foreign concept.
You really believe this will work?
I guarantee it. In 3 days, we'll be sold out and taking orders for the next batch.
As they cleaned up the workshop and prepared to close for the day, Marcus felt the weight of his grandfather's trust beginning to lighten. Tomorrow, they would launch the first advertising campaign in Valdris history. If he was right about the power of marketing, his family's financial problems would be solved. If he was wrong, well, he had promised his grandfather 3 days, and he intended to deliver. But looking at their stack of professional advertisements and their inventory of genuinely superior soap, Marcus felt confident that Drakmore was about to discover what happened when medieval commerce met modern marketing strategies. The revolution was about to begin. Chapter 23, Winter.
Marcus, dude, wake up. You gotta see this.
Tyler's voice cut through Marcus's dream-filled sleep like a foghorn. Marcus groaned and rolled over, squinting at his roommate, who was practically bouncing with excitement at the window.
Tyler, what time is it?
It's snowing. Look at this. It's like a winter wonderland out there.
Marcus sat up and looked outside. Tyler wasn't kidding. Thick snowflakes were falling steadily, coating the campus in a pristine white blanket that transformed the familiar buildings into something magical.
That's actually really beautiful. Oh shit, it's winter already.
Yeah, isn't it awesome? I'm thinking we could build a snow fort, maybe have an epic snowball fight, or...
No, Tyler. Winter means finals. Oh god, midterms are next week.
The reality crashed over him like an avalanche. In high school, Marcus had always been more than ready for exams. Weeks of preparation, detailed study schedules, complete mastery of every concept. But here he was, a college freshman who'd spent more mental energy perfecting medieval ink formulas than studying organic chemistry.
I know you want to build snow castles and play king of the ice blocks, but we need to study. I need to get A's, and you need to pass.
Ugh, you're right. My academic track record is really shit, but even I gotta study for biology and computer programming. Though I was thinking about streaming a Study with Speed King session, might get some good viewer engagement.
Tyler, focus. Marcus, you especially need to buckle down. Dr. Martinez is watching your progress like a hawk.
Actually, guys, I think everything's starting to work out.
Both roommates stared at him like he'd declared his intention to major in unicorn studies.
Work out? Marcus, you're barely passing chemistry. Your biology grade is hanging by a thread and you missed 2 lab sessions last month.
But that's all about to change. Sometimes you just need to have faith that your hard work will pay off. All the research I've been doing, all the problem-solving practice, it's all going to come together. I'm going to give you both the most epic motivational pep talk you've ever heard. Jake, you're going to dominate those exams because you're disciplined, dedicated, and you actually understand the material. Tyler, you're going to surprise everyone, including yourself, because underneath all that gaming obsession, you've got a sharp, analytical mind.
Dude, that's actually kind of sweet.
And we're all going to the library right now to prove that we're not just surviving college, we're conquering it.
20 minutes later, the 3 roommates trudged through the snow toward the library, their backpacks loaded with textbooks and Tyler's laptop for essential research and definitely not gaming. At the library entrance, a cute African-American girl waved enthusiastically and ran toward them through the snow. Tyler's face lit up like he'd just achieved a new speedrun record.
Guys, this is Alicia. Alicia, these are my roommates, Jake and Marcus.
Dude, you're either editing videos or streaming like 18 hours a day. How do you have a girlfriend?
We met at the esports club. Tyler was teaching strategy for that RTS game, the one where unconventional tactics totally crush traditional approaches. He's actually really bad at the game, but he's fun to talk to.
Plus, she's the head mod of my channel and manages my Discord community. She's basically my business partner and girlfriend rolled into one.
You somehow managed to monetize your gaming addiction and find love. I'm genuinely impressed.
The power of optimization, my friend. I found someone who appreciates both my strategic mind and my content creation skills.
He also makes me laugh, which is important. Plus, someone has to keep his ego from completely taking over.
Good luck with that. That's a full-time job.
They stood at the library entrance, snow falling around them, and Marcus felt a moment of genuine appreciation for these relationships. In Valdris, he was building a business empire and revolutionizing commerce. But here he had friends who cared about his success, who staged interventions when he was struggling, and who included him in their victories.
All right, time to split up. Pre-meds this way, gamers that way. We'll meet back here in 4 hours for a sanity check.
Deal. But I'm totally streaming the study session, finals with Speed King and the strategic girlfriend.
Just make sure you actually study.
As Marcus and Jake climbed the stairs toward the quiet study floors, Marcus felt optimistic about managing both worlds successfully. His Valdris business was about to launch its first major advertising campaign, and his real-world academic recovery was finally on track. The question was whether he could maintain this balance when the stakes inevitably got higher in both places. But for now, it was time to prove that medieval problem-solving skills could translate into modern academic success. Chapter 24. Marcus jolted awake to enthusiastic tapping on his head. A familiar morning ritual from the twins, Tim and Tam. But today their energy seemed even more boundless than usual, their giggles echoing through the cramped quarters of room 47.
Marcus, Marcus, wake up! Tom's back from the mines, and he looks different.
Marcus rubbed his eyes and sat up immediately, noticing the crisp chill in the air. Winter was beginning in Valdris, though no snow had fallen yet. Through the small window he could see his breath forming small clouds.
Different how?
Before either twin could answer, the door burst open, and Tom strode in, causing Marcus to do a double-take. His cousin had somehow lost weight while keeping all his muscle mass, creating an almost sculptural physique that reminded Marcus of bodybuilding competitions he'd seen on TV.
Marcus, you won't believe what we hit yesterday. There's this super weird reserve deep in the mines. It's completely black, and when we swing our pickaxes at it, they just stick to it.
Marcus's mind immediately made the connection. Magnetite, he thought, though he kept the modern term to himself. Magnetic iron ore wasn't particularly revolutionary, but it could have interesting applications.
Yeah, that's unusual.
Right? But here's the really strange part. The upstairs people came down and took us to a completely different section. I think it's magical, so they want us working there now. They say workers in that section get better rations.
That's great news, Tom. You deserve the extra food.
As Tom launched into more details about the mysterious ore, Marcus found his mind wandering. With his soap business starting to show real promise and his stress levels finally manageable, he was beginning to notice his surroundings more clearly. The change was troubling. Walking through the lower district to Aldrich's shop, Marcus observed details he'd been too overwhelmed to process before. People were visibly thinner than when they'd first arrived, and persistent coughing could be heard echoing through the narrow streets. Some residents showed clear signs of illness: hollow cheeks, labored breathing, and the telltale pallor of malnutrition. Someone needs to change this, Marcus thought as he passed a family huddled around the meager fire. But it can't be me. If I get too noticeable, the established order will come after me. One knock from the wrong noble and my life here is over. I need to figure out something that won't jeopardize me or my family. The moral weight of his situation pressed down on him as he reached the shop. He had the knowledge to help these people, but using it too openly could destroy everything he'd built.
Marcus, these are my cousins Jenna and Pip. They're helping us today with the finishing and distribution.
The cousins looked eager but nervous, clearly impressed by the organized chaos of the printing operation they'd stepped into.
Perfect timing, everyone. I've got our plan worked out. We print advertisements all day. Tonight, the kids start distributing yesterday's dried prints in the high-end neighborhoods. Tomorrow morning, we open the shop doors. I've also found 2 people to distribute today's fresh prints in the market squares tomorrow.
Marcus stood up, suddenly struck by inspiration. He grabbed one of their finest soaps and, using his pocket knife, carefully shaved off a small corner. Then he took the soap fragment and pressed it firmly into the corner of one of the dried advertisements, leaving a small sample embedded in the paper.
Kids do this to every dried one before you distribute them.
Why are we sticking soap pieces to papers?
It's called sampling. When people find these papers, they'll be able to smell and feel the quality of our soap immediately. They won't just read about it, they'll experience it. That makes them way more likely to seek us out.
So instead of just telling people our soap is superior, we're proving it to them.
It smells wonderful, like flowers and cleanliness. You think of everything, don't you?
How much can we increase production for the next batch? And how many additional people will we need to hire?
If this batch sells as well as you predict, we could potentially triple our production. But we'd need at least 4 more workers plus additional space for curing the soaps.
And more raw materials. The oil suppliers are already asking questions about our increased orders.
We'll need to think about that, but they're good problems to have. Remember, focus on the nicest houses in the upper districts. Those are the customers who can afford our prices and will appreciate our quality.
And be careful. Don't let anyone catch you if they seem angry about the papers.
As the cousins disappeared into the evening darkness, their bags full of sample-enhanced advertisements, Marcus reflected on the day's progress. Tomorrow would reveal whether his advertising innovations would work as well in practice as they did in theory. But even as he felt optimistic about the business, the memory of sick faces in the lower district haunted him. Success in business was important, but it couldn't be his only goal. Somehow, he needed to find a way to help the broader community without putting his family at risk. The challenge would be figuring out how to be a force for positive change while remaining invisible to those who might see him as a threat to the established order. Chapter 25. Opening Day Truth. After another long day of studying and a final lab session that actually went well, Marcus felt relief as he settled into sleep. For once, he could focus his energy entirely on studying because he didn't have pressing problems to solve in Valdres. The advertising campaign was set, the soaps were ready, and tomorrow would reveal whether his innovations would succeed. Marcus woke to the familiar sounds of room 47, but today felt different. His grandfather was already awake, carefully arranging his few possessions.
Grandfather, you're coming to the shop with me today. We need another hand for the counter, and I want you to see something special.
What's this about, Marcus? You've been secretive about your work lately.
It's a big day today. Everything we've been working toward comes together today.
His grandfather studied Marcus's confident expression. You sound certain of success. That's dangerous, boy. Hope too strongly and disappointment cuts deeper.
Trust me, grandfather. Just trust me.
They made their way through the lower district streets, Marcus's excitement growing with each step. As they approached Aldrich's shop, Marcus began to hear something unusual. Voices. Many voices.
What's that commotion?
As they rounded the final corner, Marcus stopped in amazement. The shop was surrounded by people. Not just a few curious browsers, but a genuine crowd. Some looked pristine in their fine clothes. Clearly wealthy residents from the upper districts. Others appeared to be working folk drawn by the excitement. They were pressing against the shop's closed doors, calling out questions and complaints.
Ladies of the house, help me. I can't get close enough to see what's happening.
When are you opening? I've been waiting since dawn.
Marcus spotted Aldrich inside the shop through the window, looking absolutely shocked by the crowd outside. His partner appeared frozen, staring at the mass of potential customers with wide eyes.
Watch this.
He signaled to Aldrich through the window, pointing to the door locks. Aldrich nodded and began opening the shop. The moment the doors opened, people flooded in like water through a broken dam. Most of the crowd remained outside, unable to fit through the doorway, but those who made it inside immediately began examining the displayed soaps and asking rapid-fire questions.
I'm a seller. Let me through. I'm here to help.
He managed to squeeze inside, where he found Aldrich looking completely overwhelmed, and Sarah frantically trying to handle money and answer questions simultaneously.
What is going on? I wasn't expecting. This is impossible.
The whole district is talking about those papers with the soap pieces.
Grandfather, this is Aldrich. Aldrich, this is my grandfather. Grandfather, each soap costs 2 copper pieces, understand?
The old man nodded, still looking stunned by the chaos around them.
I told you about the power of advertising.
But we're gonna sell everything today, aren't we?
Most of it, probably. And here's the beautiful part. Half these people didn't even see our advertisements. They're just here because they see a crowd and want to know what's happening.
Should we increase the prices? We could charge 3 copper pieces each with this demand.
Not today. That would break the momentum. We want people to leave here happy and talking about us to their friends. Higher prices can come later once we've established our reputation.
Marcus was genuinely happy as he watched the controlled chaos of their success. Customers were examining the soaps carefully, commenting on the superior quality and unique scents. Several well-dressed women were already asking about larger orders for their households.
Let me do some quick calculations. We've sold around 1,200 soaps already.
He pulled 10 silver coins from their earnings and handed them to his grandfather. Take this home and buy something special for everyone. The money is for celebrating what we've accomplished.
Marcus, this is more money than our family has seen in months.
There's more where that came from, Grandfather. Go home, rest, and tell everyone that better days are coming.
Around mid-afternoon, the shop door opened, and a strikingly beautiful young woman entered, her fine dress and confident bearing, marking her as nobility. She had long auburn hair and green eyes that immediately focused on Aldrich with obvious interest.
I was going to stop by in the morning, but it was so crowded I couldn't even get close. I'm Lara Brightmore.
Lady Lara, I didn't expect that as welcome to our shop.
Your reputation has spread quite impressively. Such wonderful craftsmanship. You must be very skilled.
Well, my partners and I work together. Would you like to try one of our premium varieties?
How thoughtful of you. I'm sure it will be wonderful. Perhaps you could show me your other products.
Hey, you okay?
Fine, just fine.
I'll take several of these for my household. And I'll be sure to tell my father about your success. He's always interested in promising new enterprises. I do hope we'll have chance to talk again soon, perhaps when it's less crowded.
Of course, Lady Lara. Any time.
After she left, Aldrich stood staring at the door with a dazed expression. Can you believe that? Lady Lara Brightmore in our shop. And she liked our soaps.
Your sampling idea worked better than I ever imagined. People kept saying they'd never smelled anything so wonderful and they had to know where it came from.
And the advertisements themselves were perfect. Even people who couldn't read them well understood the quality message from the soap samples.
Tomorrow we start planning the next batch. But tonight we celebrate.
He walked home through the lower district streets, noticing that people were already talking about the soap shop and the mysterious new products that had appeared. Word was spreading exactly as he'd hoped, creating anticipation for their next production run. When Marcus arrived at room 47, everyone was already sleeping, but he could see evidence of his grandfather's shopping. Fresh bread, some dried fruit, and even a small piece of cheese sat carefully wrapped on their shared table. Marcus settled into his sleeping space, genuinely happy and optimistic about the future. For the first time since arriving in Drakmore, he felt like he was truly succeeding at building something valuable and sustainable. The business was working, his family was benefiting, and tomorrow held the promise of even greater success. As he drifted off to sleep, Marcus reflected on how far he'd come from the uncertain farm boy who'd first arrived in the capital. The challenges weren't over, but tonight's success felt tangible and achievable. Chapter 26. Momentum. Marcus woke up in his dorm room feeling more energetic and optimistic than he had in weeks. The success in Valdris had given him a confidence boost that seemed to carry over into his real-world responsibilities. Today marked the beginning of his first batch of midterm exams, and for the first time all semester, he actually felt prepared.
Morning sunshine. Ready for the chemistry midterm?
Oh, you know what? I actually think I am. The lab work has been helping me understand the concepts better.
Dude, you seem different lately, like actually optimistic instead of that weird stressed out zombie thing you had going on.
Just getting my priorities straight. I think I've figured out how to balance everything.
The chemistry midterm went better than Marcus had dared to hope. The concepts that had seemed abstract and disconnected when he was struggling with dual-world stress now felt manageable and logical. His hands-on experience with soap chemistry, even though he couldn't mention it, directly had given him an intuitive understanding of chemical processes that translated well to the exam questions. When he emerged from the testing center, Marcus felt genuinely confident about his performance. Not just, I hope I passed confident, but I actually understood most of that confident.
Out of glow.
Really well, actually. I think I might have actually aced it.
Seriously? That's awesome. What changed?
I guess I finally started connecting the theoretical concepts to practical applications. It makes more sense when you can see how it works in real situations.
That evening, after Tyler finished his streaming session, the three roommates found themselves sitting around their small common area, sharing takeout, Chinese food, and talking about the future in a way they hadn't since the beginning of the semester.
So if you're actually going to pass your classes, what's the plan? Still pre-med?
Starting to think maybe I've been approaching it wrong. I was so focused on whether I could handle medical school that I forgot to think about whether I actually want to be a doctor.
And do you want to be a doctor, I mean?
I think I want to help people, but maybe not necessarily through traditional medicine. There are other ways to improve people's health and quality of life.
Like what? Public health stuff? Or like medical devices and technology?
Maybe something entrepreneurial, finding ways to solve problems that affect lots of people, not just treating individuals after they're already sick.
That's actually really cool, like preventive approaches instead of reactive ones.
Exactly. There are so many problems that could be solved with the right approach, the right innovations. Sometimes it's not about having advanced technology, it's about applying existing knowledge in new ways.
That sounds like it could make for really interesting content, actually. Documenting innovative solutions to everyday problems. There's definitely an audience for that kind of thing.
I'm not trying to be famous, but I do think there's something satisfying about identifying a problem and then actually solving it, you know?
So what's the plan for next semester? If you're thinking about alternatives to traditional pre-med,
I think I want to keep the science foundation, chemistry, biology, maybe some engineering courses, but I also want to learn about business economics, how to actually implement solutions rather than just understanding the theory.
that sounds like a solid plan. And honestly, you seem way more excited talking about this than you ever did about medical school.
Yeah, you get this look in your eyes when you talk about solving problems. It's like how I get when I'm optimizing a really complex strategy.
Thanks, guys. I really appreciate the support.
Now you just got to actually pass the rest of your midterms.
Marcus spent the rest of the evening studying for his remaining exams, but this time the work felt purposeful rather than drudgery. He was building knowledge and skills that he could actually use in both worlds to make a real difference in people's lives. As he reviewed his biology notes, Marcus found himself thinking about nutrition and public health applications. Chemistry concepts reminded him of potential innovations in soap making and sanitation. Even his literature course, which he'd been dreading, seemed relevant when he considered how communication and persuasion skills would be essential for implementing any kind of social change. But as he studied, a growing realization weighed on his mind. The conversation with his roommates about his future had clarified something important. He was moving away from the path his parents had envisioned for him. The traditional pre-med track no longer felt right, and after winter break he would need to have a serious conversation with his family about changing his major and career goals. The thought made his stomach tighten with anxiety. His parents had sacrificed so much for his education, had pinned their hopes on his success in medicine. How could he explain that he wanted to pursue something they might see as less prestigious, less secure? How could he make them understand that his passion lay in entrepreneurial problem-solving rather than traditional medical practice? For the first time since starting college, Marcus felt like he was building toward something meaningful rather than just checking boxes on a predetermined path. The future was still uncertain, but it felt full of possibilities rather than limitations. He just hoped his parents would see it the same way. He fell asleep that night surrounded by textbooks and notes, but instead of feeling overwhelmed, he felt energized by the prospect of tomorrow's challenges, and apprehensive about the difficult conversation that awaited him during winter break. Chapter 27. Shadows of Success. Marcus jolted awake to something amazing, a real breakfast spread across their shared table in room 47. Fresh bread, cheese, preserved fruit, and even some meat created a feast that reminded him of only the best occasions back on the farm.
Marcus, look what Grandfather bought us. Thank you, Marcus. Grandfather told us this is because of your work.
The whole family gathered around him, congratulating him and showing their amazement at yesterday's success. Marcus felt warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with the food. For the first time since arriving in Drakmore, his family looked genuinely hopeful.
Marcus, my man, I gotta talk to you about something important.
Before Marcus could respond, his grandfather approached with a small leather pouch.
I spent 2 silver yesterday on necessities and a few treats for the family. The remaining 8 silver is safe and we'll keep it for emergencies. But Marcus, what you've accomplished, it's given us all new hope.
That's what I wanted to discuss. Marcus, when can I quit the mines and come work with you? I've missed you, brother, and I want to be part of what you're building.
Tom, I appreciate the offer, but...
No buts. You're building something important and you need someone watching your back. The mines will always need workers, but what you're doing, this could change everything for our family.
Marcus headed to the shop feeling optimistic about ways to increase production without compromising their quality standards. The success of their advertising campaign had proven their approach worked, and now they just needed to scale up efficiently. But as he approached the shop, he noticed something wrong. Aldrich was standing in the doorway, turning away disappointed customers.
I'm sorry we've sold out of our soaps. We only have oils remaining.
Sarah, can you take over the counter? Aldrich and I need to discuss ordering new batches of ingredients.
They had barely started their conversation when they heard someone loudly addressing the customers outside. 2 guards flanked a short, rotund man with an ornate chain of office around his neck as he entered the shop.
I am Guildmaster Horace Soar of the Common Goods Guild. I've come to discuss some irregularities in your business operations.
Guildmaster Soare launched into a rambling speech about selling unregistered items, untested products, and unapproved innovations. His voice grew more authoritative as he continued.
Following extensive conversations with Lord Varric's office, we have reached a conclusion. All new products must now be properly sectioned under the appropriate guilds, and permits are mandatory for any innovation.
But sir, we've been operating in good faith.
Silence. Due to these violations, you owe an immediate fine of 80 silver pieces. Furthermore, you must cease all production and sales of new products until proper permits are obtained. I'm also informed that new taxes on refugee workers are being implemented.
The amount hit Marcus like a physical blow. 80 silver was more than a year's taxes.
We'll have to stop ordering raw materials, and we need to find out exactly what these permits require.
How much does a permit cost?
I'll inquire tomorrow. But given Lord Varric's involvement, I suspect it won't be cheap.
Just then, the shop door burst open again. A suspicious-looking woman entered. One Marcus recognized as Celestine, the refugee who'd been asking too many questions when they first arrived in Drakmore.
Where are those soaps everyone's talking about? Oh, the Millhaven boy, you're making those fancy soaps?
We are out of products, lady.
I wasn't going to buy anyway. Don't think this settles everything.
As evening approached and they prepared to close the shop, the door suddenly burst open. 3 large men entered. The Blackstone brothers, the loan sharks who had fronted Aldrich money months ago.
Well, well, look who's become successful. We heard about your little soap empire.
Gareth Matthias, what brings you here?
We heard about these new changes coming down from the guilds. Word is, you won't be making any money anytime soon.
Which means we want all our money back, now. All 600 silver.
But the original loan was 202 months ago.
Prices have gone up all over the market. You know how it is. Supply and demand.
Look, if you could give us another month or 2, we can pay easily and compensate you for the delay.
You shut your mouth, you outsider rodent.
When Aldrich objected to their treatment of Marcus, Matthias swung a wooden club barely missing Aldrich's head. Sarah tried to intervene, but Kieran grabbed her arm and backhanded her across the face. Marcus instinctively pushed Kieran away from Sarah, which earned him a brutal blow from Gareth's club that sent him sprawling. Aldrich, enraged at seeing his friends hurt, grabbed a glass bottle from the shelf and hurled it at Matthias.
O-U-N.
Suddenly a small flame appeared dancing in Gareth's palm. Real magic, not a trick.
You pay now, or you pay with pieces of yourselves. Your choice.
Faced with magical fire and overwhelming force, Aldrich reluctantly handed over their entire cash reserve.
We'll be back for the remaining 300. Don't think this settles everything.
Sarah, do you have any clean cotton and alcohol? We need to tend to these wounds. How much do we have left?
After paying our helpers and Sarah's wages, 16 silver and maybe 2 silver worth of oils?
I don't need the wages. Keep the money for the business.
No, you've earned it and you deserve it.
It's going to be tough, but we can start over. I just need some time to think about our next move.
As they locked up the shop that night, Marcus's mind was already working on solutions. The guild restrictions and loan shark violence were serious problems, but they weren't insurmountable. He just needed to find a way to navigate the political landscape while protecting the people he cared about. The optimism of the morning felt like a distant memory, but Marcus refused to give up. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, but it would also bring new opportunities to find creative solutions. Chapter 28. Crossroads of Choice. Marcus methodically folded his clothes and packed his belongings for winter break, his mind churning with thoughts that had nothing to do with the domestic task at hand. The bruises from the Blackstone brothers' attack felt like a fever dream now, but the memory of magical fire and real violence made his successful finals seem almost trivial by comparison. He paused, holding a chemistry textbook in his hands, and stared at its cover. The revelations of the past few weeks had crystallized into a startling conclusion. He was going to quit college. The decision should have terrified him, but instead, it felt like the most logical choice he'd ever made. In Valdres, he could help so many people with innovations and knowledge that would be transformative in a medieval setting. Here, even if he became a doctor, he would be just one more medical professional in a world already saturated with advanced healthcare and technology. But there in that primitive world filled with magical dangers and systemic injustices, his modern knowledge could make a real difference. The sick people in the lower district, his grandfather's persistent cough, the malnutrition he saw everywhere. These were problems he could actually solve with proper sanitation, basic chemistry, and innovative thinking.
Dude, you're packing like you're moving out permanently. It's just winter break.
Just being thorough.
You've seemed different since finals. More settled, I guess. Like you've figured something out.
Marcus felt a pang of guilt. His friends had been supportive throughout his academic struggles, and now he was planning to abandon everything they'd helped him work toward. But how could he explain that he'd discovered a more important calling in a world they couldn't even imagine?
I think I have figured some things out. The conversation about alternative career paths really helped me clarify what I want to do.
That's awesome. I think you'll be happier once you're pursuing something that actually excites you.
By the way, I'm going to attempt a 2-week streaming marathon while you guys are gone. It'll be challenging without my usual routine, but the content possibilities are insane.
Just remember to eat actual food and sleep occasionally.
Sleep is for people who aren't optimizing their content creation.
As they prepared to part ways for the break, Marcus felt the weight of unspoken farewells. These might be the last normal conversations he'd have with his roommates, though they had no way of knowing it.
Have a good break, guys.
You too. And Marcus, whatever you decide about your major, I think you're going to do great things. You have a way of solving problems that most people don't even see.
If only you knew, Marcus thought. After his roommates left, Marcus sat alone in their dorm room staring at his packed belongings and contemplating the conversation that awaited him at home. How do you tell immigrant parents who sacrificed everything for your education that you're dropping out of college? How do you explain that you found a more important purpose they can't even comprehend? His parents had fled their home country with nothing but hope for their son's future. They'd worked multiple jobs, saved every penny, and pinned their dreams on his success in America. The idea of disappointing them made his chest tighten with anxiety. But Marcus had also learned something crucial about himself over the past few months. He couldn't live a life that felt meaningless, even if it was safe and conventional. The problems he'd encountered in Valdres, poverty, illness, oppression, felt more real and urgent than anything he'd studied in his college courses. He needed time to formulate his approach carefully. His parents were practical people who valued results over rhetoric. Maybe he could frame his decision in terms of entrepreneurship and social impact rather than fantasy adventures they'd never believe. Marcus shouldered his bag and headed toward the campus exit, already mentally rehearsing different versions of the conversation he'd need to have. The winter air was sharp and clean, a stark contrast to the cramped, smoky atmosphere of room 47 in Drakmore. Both worlds needed him, but one offered the chance to make a difference that could transform entire communities. The choice was clear, even if explaining it would be the most difficult thing he'd ever done. As the bus pulled away from campus, Marcus watched the university buildings disappear behind him, possibly for the last time. Tomorrow would bring the hardest conversation of his life, but it would also mark the beginning of his real journey. He just hoped his parents would understand that sometimes the most important education happens outside the classroom, and that the greatest service to humanity might require abandoning the conventional path to success. Chapter 29. The Scribe's Discovery. Marcus woke to Tom shaking him urgently, his cousin's worried face hovering above him in the dim light of room 47.
Marcus, what happened? Aunt Ilara said something about you coming home with bruises. What happened to your face? Do you have anything broken?
Marcus touched his tender cheek where the Blackstone brothers' blow had landed. The swelling had gone down, but the discoloration was still visible.
Unplanned success happened in an unprotected, primitive, unlawful, magic-filled world.
His outburst drew the attention of everyone in the crowded room. Family members stopped their morning routines to stare at him with varying expressions of concern and confusion.
Sorry, it's just, first new laws and guild regulations came down changing everything. I know why they came. They don't want us having hope of getting out of here. They want to block everyone from working outside their precious minds.
This wouldn't have happened if I'd been there. I'm quitting today. From now on, I'm your bodyguard.
No, Tom. One of them was a fire mage. We can't do anything against that kind of power.
I don't care.
Tom insisted, but Marcus could see the conflict in his eyes. Tom didn't want to abandon his father and uncles in the dangerous mines, but he also couldn't stand the thought of Marcus facing threats alone.
I'll figure something out.
Marcus suspected his cousin had already made up his mind. Marcus walked to the shop through streets that felt different now. More threatening, less hopeful. He was deep in thought about how to restart their business while navigating guild regulations, local politics, and apparently the king's advisors working against them. When he reached the shop, he found Sarah methodically cleaning up broken vials and splintered wood from the shelves, humming softly as she worked. Her cheerful demeanor seemed remarkable given the previous night's violence.
Good morning, Marcus,
she said brightly, though he noticed she was careful not to turn her head too quickly, probably still sore from the slap she'd received.
Where's Aldrich?
He went out early to inquire about permits and how to obtain them. He's also visiting oil merchants to see if anyone will sell to us without payment up front.
As they discussed their limited options, the shop door opened with a decisive push. A young woman entered holding several worn advertisement papers in her hand. She was perhaps 20 years old with the confident bearing of someone accustomed to academic environments, and her clothes marked her as neither wealthy nobility nor common working class.
Excuse me, but I need to speak with whoever created these.
She held up the soap advertisements, her eyes bright with excitement. Marcus's heart sank. Oh no, what now? He thought.
My lady, we are currently closed and not producing anything. We're selling only oils from my business partner's ancient family oil business. Been going for generations and generations.
He shot a meaningful look at Sarah. Nothing else, right? Sarah?
Yes, my lady. We only sell oils. Please don't give us any more fines.
What oils? Fines? No, I'm not here for that. I'm here for this. My name is Alice Brightshield. I work at the academy as assistant to the head scribe.
Marcus's attention sharpened at the familiar surname.
That would be me. You are. Are you the sister of Sister Cora? My name is Marcus of Millhaven, and this is Sarah.
Where do you know my big sister? She's always on the road with her military assignments.
She was the one who evacuated us from our village along with Captain Kane. We talked during the journey, and she mentioned you.
Me? Why would she mention me?
Well, I was studying the language and other subjects, and she said that for further education, I should visit the academy and speak with Master Kaiman. She said you could help since you work there.
Daimon. And that doesn't sound like my sister. She's usually focused on military matters, not academic recommendations.
Marcus reached into his pocket and withdrew the embroidered stone that Sister Cora had given him.
She also gave me this to give to you. I was waiting for my business to be stable and my language skills to be more advanced before visiting.
This is one of mine. I gave this to her so she could send me messages. I guess this counts as a message.
She reintroduced herself more formally.
I am Alice Brightshield, Assistant Scribe of the Drakmore Academy of Arts and Sciences. You said you made these papers. Will you show me how?
Marcus hesitated. After the guild troubles, he was wary of revealing trade secrets to anyone connected with official institutions.
These are proprietary methods.
Please! You have no idea what you've created. Do you know how much work it takes to create usable paper? Sometimes we don't have any available and we have to write on dried leather. This could revolutionize record keeping.
Despite his caution, Marcus found himself intrigued by her enthusiasm and her connection to Sister Cora.
All right, but Sarah, please keep watch upstairs. If Aldrich returns, send him down to us.
He led Alice to the basement workshop, where his improvised printing equipment was still set up. He showed her the large knife and cutting mechanism he'd built to shave thin layers from wood blocks.
When we dry these shavings, we can use them as paper.
You know what you've invented, don't you? This level of innovation.
She trailed off, examining the paper-making apparatus with the eye of someone who understood its implications.
Oh, but you can't use this for books. It's still wood. After a couple of days, the sheets become brittle and break. You can't bend them like real parchment. This is just for one-time printing.
One time what?
Marcus picked up the carved wooden plate they used for printing and showed how it matched the lettering on the advertisement papers.
You didn't hand-draw all of these? What is this machine?
Just then, Marcus heard footsteps on the stairs. Aldrich returning? He quickly gestured for Alice to stay quiet and signaled upward, indicating they should go back to the main shop.
I can't actually show you the complete process. These are trade secrets.
Trade secrets? You don't understand. With these methods, we could produce endless books and distribute them everywhere. The democratization of knowledge would be unprecedented.
Upstairs, Marcus introduced Alice to Aldrich, who looked tired and frustrated from his morning inquiries.
You must come to the academy tomorrow. I'll arrange a meeting with the head scribe. No, wait. I'll arrange a meeting with Master Timon himself.
Thank you. And agreed to the visit, though. He wondered what new complications this might create.
What was that all about?
If it goes well, we might have another avenue for business.
We'll need all the opportunities we can get. I asked about the permits today.
How much do they cost?
10 silver for anything considered new innovation. But if there's any foreign assistance involved, it's 50 silver per month.
Foreign assistance? I'm not foreign. I'm a citizen of Valdris.
According to the guild officials, anyone who wasn't born in Drakmore and proposes innovations counts as foreign assistance. Those are the conditions.
Marcus felt anger building in his chest. The system was designed to crush innovation and keep refugees dependent on the established order. But maybe, just maybe, the Academy connection could provide an alternative path forward.
Tomorrow's meeting with Master Timon might be more important than we realized. Academic institutions sometimes have different rules than trade guilds.
It was a slender hope, but it was the only one they had. Chapter 30. Homecoming Conversations. Marcus stood on the front steps of his family home, his hand hovering over the doorbell as an internal battle raged in his mind. Through the window, he could see warm light spilling from the kitchen, and he caught glimpses of his parents moving about with the purposeful energy of people preparing for something special. Taking a deep breath to steel himself for what might be the most difficult conversation of his life, Marcus pressed the doorbell. The door flew open before the chime finished echoing, revealing both of his parents beaming with joy. His mother, Chen, practically bounced on her toes with excitement, while his father David wore the sort of proud smile usually reserved for major holidays.
Marcus, our college boy is home.
How was your trip? The train wasn't too crowded, I hope.
Marcus was immediately overwhelmed by the warmth and love radiating from his parents, which made the weight of his planned revelation feel even heavier. The house smelled incredible, like a combination of every comfort food from his childhood.
Mom, Dad, you didn't need to.
He stopped mid-sentence as he saw the dining room. The table was laden with an extraordinary feast that must have taken his parents hours to prepare. Every dish Marcus had ever mentioned liking was represented. His mother's famous dumplings, his father's carefully braised pork belly fresh vegetables that must have cost a fortune in winter, and what appeared to be a whole roasted chicken as the centerpiece.
You made all this for me?
Horse, our son's first winter break from university. This is a celebration.
Sit. Your mother has been cooking since dawn. She wanted everything to be perfect.
As they settled around the table, Marcus found himself bombarded with questions delivered with the intensity of parents who had been saving up months' worth of curiosity.
How are your classes? Are you eating enough? You look thin.
Tell us about your roommates. Are they good influences, study partners?
What's your favorite subject this semester? Is the chemistry as challenging as you expected?
Marcus answered their questions as best he could, editing out references to his academic struggles and focusing on the positive aspects of his college experience. He told them about Jake's dedication to pre-med studies and Tyler's entrepreneurial streaming projects, carefully framing his roommates as supportive friends rather than mentioning their concerns about his behavior. Throughout the meal, Marcus found himself studying his parents' faces, noting the pride that shone in their eyes whenever he mentioned anything related to his studies. His mother kept refilling his plate, and his father kept asking follow-up questions that demonstrated how carefully they had been listening to every detail.
Marcus, your mother and I are so proud of how well you're adapting to university life. We know it's not easy being away from home for the first time.
The transition can be overwhelming, but you're handling it so maturely.
As the evening progressed and the conversation turned to lighter topics, family gossip, neighborhood news, his parents' work, Marcus felt the weight of his planned confession growing heavier. How could he tell these devoted, sacrificing parents that he was planning to abandon the future they had invested everything in supporting? Finally, as they finished dessert and began clearing the table, Marcus gathered his courage.
Mom, Dad, I wanted to talk to you about something important, about my future plans and…
His father held up a gentle but firm hand, interrupting him mid-sentence.
Marcus, tonight is for celebrating your return home. Tomorrow we can talk about serious matters. Tonight is late and we're all tired from the excitement.
Marcus felt a mixture of relief and anxiety at the postponement. Part of him was grateful for the reprieve, but another part wanted to get the difficult conversation over with.
But Dad…
Tomorrow. Tonight we just enjoy having our son home.
His mother nodded in agreement, though Marcus noticed she was studying his face with the perceptive attention that only mothers possess.
Your father is right. Whatever it is, we'll discuss it properly tomorrow when we're all fresh.
As they finished cleaning up the kitchen together, Marcus marveled at the easy domesticity of the moment. His parents moved around each other with the practiced efficiency of a couple who had been partners for decades, occasionally touching hands as they passed dishes or sharing small smiles over shared jokes.
Go get settled in your room. Your father put fresh sheets on your bed, and I left some of your favorite snacks on your desk.
Marcus hugged both his parents goodnight, holding the embraces a little longer than usual. Tomorrow would bring the conversation that might change everything between them, but tonight he was simply their son home from college and surrounded by unconditional love. As he climbed the stairs to his childhood bedroom, Marcus reflected on the contrast between this warm, safe environment and the harsh realities of Room 47 in Drakmore. Both worlds offered him family and purpose, but they demanded different things from him. Tomorrow, he would have to help his parents understand that sometimes love means choosing a path that others can't follow, and that the greatest respect he could show for their sacrifices might be to use the education they'd given him in ways they had never imagined. Chapter 31. The Academy Gambit. Marcus woke to the sound of both his worlds slipping through his fingers like sand, but at least there was still small joy in Room 47. The morning light filtered through the grimy window as his family gathered around their makeshift breakfast table, their faces showing the strain of recent events. The soap business opening day felt like a lifetime ago now.
Tom quit yesterday.
Uncle Henrik announced without preamble, his weathered face grim as he stirred the thin porridge.
Without following the king's commands, they're gonna crush us all.
Dad, don't worry about it. Marcus is gonna find money and I'll protect whatever he earns. No more Blackstone brothers getting their hands on our hard work.
Tom straightened, his massive shoulders completely unrepentant.
Tom, without establishing anything first, you shouldn't have done that. Also, you can't protect me from these people. They're dangerous, all wielding magic.
Marcus felt exhaustion creeping into his voice. Magic. The word sat heavy in his mind like a stone. Today he was going to go to the academy for his so-called inventions. Maybe he'd get money, but more importantly, he intended to get answers that might help him and his family stay alive in this increasingly hostile city. Tim and Tam looked up from their wooden toys as heavy footsteps approached their door, followed by an authoritative knock that made everyone freeze mid-bite. Marcus's father opened the door to reveal two rude guards flanking the same official who had registered them weeks ago. The man's metal pin gleamed in the morning light, marking him as a local authority.
You and your family.
The officer said with obvious disdain, stepping into their cramped quarters without invitation.
I should have guessed it would be you causing problems.
His cold eyes swept the room, taking inventory of every family member.
By royal records, there are now 3 eligible men plus 2 kids who aren't providing anything to this society.
His gaze fell on Tim and Tam, who had stopped playing with their toys.
The new immigration policies are clear about such situations.
Marcus felt anger flashing through him.
We'll pay whatever taxes are necessary. Just tell us the amount.
Of course you'll pay your taxes.
The officer replied with barely concealed joy.
But it's not just about money anymore, refugee. Your family isn't contributing enough to justify the resources you consume. New families are arriving this week, productive families. Your residence will be given to people who serve the kingdom.
The family erupted in protests, voices overlapping in desperate appeals. The guards stepped closer to the officer, hands resting casually on their weapons.
Hey, wait.
Tom said, stepping forward.
I'll go back to the mines right now. Don't kick us out, please.
No need to beg, young man.
The officer said dismissively, already turning toward the door.
Start working again and the relocation office will consider your case. It's the only way to discipline these masses properly.
After they left, the family broke into frantic discussion. Marcus's aunts were crying quietly while his uncles tried to calculate how quickly they could find additional work. Grandpa's hands shook as he attempted to think of solutions, his persistent cough making speech difficult.
I'll figure it out,
Marcus said finally, his voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. Everyone turned to look at him, hope and desperation warring in their expressions.
Come with me to the academy, Tom.
Marcus continued, standing up with newfound determination.
It's time to see what opportunities exist for people with unusual skills.
They walked through Drakmoor's winding streets in relative silence, both lost in their own thoughts. The academy rose before them like something from a fairy tale, a magnificent 3-part 2-story building with a giant entrance that spoke of centuries of learning and accumulated power.
No guards,
Marcus observed, pulling out his notebook to jot down observations in English. The familiar letters felt comforting after struggling with Valdrian script for so long.
Maybe they don't need guards.
Yeah, Tom suggested.
I mean, who's going to attack a bunch of old scholars?
people who think knowledge is dangerous,
Marcus replied, but he was already walking toward the open entrance. They followed the sound of voices echoing from the end of a great hall. A couple of professor-looking people stood near an entrance, watching something inside with rapt attention. They were so focused they didn't even notice Tom and Marcus approaching. Marcus peered around one of the professors and felt his breath catch. Inside lay a grand auditorium packed with children, teens and young adults, all listening with complete attention. At the far end on a raised platform stood Master Timon, the legendary 90-year-old wizard Marcus had heard so much about. Even from a distance, Marcus could see the man's passion as he gestured to his audience, his voice carrying clearly through the hall.
Remember, children, your abilities don't define you.
Master Timon was saying, his ancient voice filled with conviction.
Your actions are what matter. This world has suffered from plagues, diseases, famines, and mostly petty wars between idiot kings.
He's pretty direct for a fancy academy master.
Tom nudged Marcus.
But today we face the greatest threat.
Master Timon continued, and Marcus saw tears beginning to roll down the ancient wizard's cheeks.
And I'm afraid my generation couldn't stop this menace.
The auditorium fell completely silent. Even the youngest children seemed to understand the gravity of his words.
This burden belongs with you.
The master said, his voice breaking slightly.
And not just the brightest students or those with the deepest magical foundations. All of you must defend our existence.
He wiped his face with the back of his hand and managed a genuine smile.
Thank you for listening to this old man's rambling. Getting old has made me quite the crybaby, I'm afraid.
The students chuckled sympathetically. Master Timon waved his hands in a complex pattern, and suddenly colorful objects began raining down on the audience, candies, Marcus realized.
Marcus, look, it's candy.
Tom's massive hand shot out, catching one with surprising grace. The whole class burst into delighted laughter, the tension of the serious moment breaking like a dam. But then Master Thymon suddenly sat down hard on his chair, his face contorting in obvious pain.
Oh no.
One of the professors muttered, rushing into the auditorium. All the other professors immediately followed, bringing water and trying to assess the ancient wizard's condition. Students began filing out quickly but quietly, clearly accustomed to such emergencies.
Marcus of Millhaven, right?
A familiar voice said behind them. Marcus turned to see Alice Brightshield, Sister Cora's younger sister. She looked like her older sibling, but with softer features, longer hair, and the ink-stained fingers of someone who spent their days with books and scrolls.
Thank you for coming.
Alice continued, her excitement barely contained, despite the crisis unfolding in the auditorium.
I want to introduce you to Master Timon. When I told him about your innovations, he immediately wanted to meet you.
Marcus, the old man, isn't well. You gotta do something.
Tom pulled at Marcus's sleeve urgently. They followed Alice into the auditorium where the professors had pulled another chair over and were helping Master Thymon lie back. His breathing was shallow and labored, his usually bright eyes dim with exhaustion.
What happened?
Alice asked the professors anxiously.
It's nothing serious,
said a short professor with an elaborate mustache.
The master was speaking for nearly 2 hours. He pushed himself too hard again, despite our warnings.
May I take a look?
Marcus asked, stepping forward. The professors looked skeptical, but Alice nodded encouragingly.
This is Marcus of Millhaven, the one I told you about.
Marcus knelt beside the ancient wizard and carefully took his wrist. Even without modern equipment, he had learned to check blood pressure and heart rate from caring for Grandpa back in Millhaven. But Grandpa was old by medieval standards at 64. Master Timon was old in every conceivable sense. Rumors said he was 190 years old. The wizard's pulse was weak and irregular, his skin pale and clammy. Marcus made quick mental calculations based on what he could observe.
Please, bring salt water,
Marcus said to the nearest professor.
Not too salty like tears. And Tom, give me some of that candy.
Salt water.
The professor looked confused.
For dehydration and low blood pressure.
Marcus explained quickly.
The salt will help his body retain fluids, and the sugar will give him quick energy.
Tom handed over several pieces of candy, and Marcus turned to the ancient wizard.
Sir, please drink this slowly, and let these candies dissolve in your mouth. Don't try to chew them.
Master Timon's eyes focused on Marcus with surprising sharpness, despite his condition.
Wise advice, young man.
As the professors bustled around providing salt water and making the master more comfortable, Marcus found himself in quiet conversation with the legendary wizard. Color was gradually returning to the ancient face, and his breathing was becoming more regular.
Much better.
Master Thymon said after several minutes, his voice gaining strength.
You have medical training?
Some experience with the basics. Doh!
Marcus replied carefully.
My grandfather has similar episodes sometimes.
Impressive diagnosis.
The master said, struggling to sit up properly.
Most people would have simply called for prayers and hoped for the best.
Master, this is Marcus of Millhaven, the one I told you about. The innovations with paper and printing?
Alice leaned forward eagerly.
Ah, yes, the mysterious refugee with unusual knowledge. Let's go to my chambers, shall we? I would like to meet this gentleman properly.
Are you sure you're strong enough?
Marcus asked.
Young man,
Master Thymon said with a slight smile.
At my age, if I waited until I felt strong enough for everything, I'd never leave my bed.
Chapter 32. The Test of Sparks. As they walked through the Academy's corridors, 3 professors flanked Master Timon, informing him about the day's events and student concerns in hushed, worried tones. Alice walked beside Marcus, her excitement barely contained despite the medical emergency they'd just witnessed.
Alice, my dear.
Master Thymon said, his voice growing stronger with each step.
Please also invite the head scribe. She probably wants to hear this and give her opinion on what these gentlemen have to offer.
When Alice hurried off down a side corridor, the mustachioed professor suggested staying to help with the meeting.
No need. Professor Edmund.
Master Timon said with a knowing smile, studying Tom and Marcus with those ancient sharp eyes.
You can trust these gentlemen. Just look at their faces.
Marcus wasn't sure what the masters saw on their faces, but the professor nodded and excused himself with a respectful bow. Master Thymon's chambers were what Marcus had imagined from medieval fantasy stories he'd read in his other life walls, lined with ancient tomes, strange brass instruments and crystals that gave off their own soft light. The air smelled of parchment ink and something that might have been burning sage. Behind the master's chair hung a wall decorated with souvenirs from what must have been decades of adventures and discoveries.
Let's meet formally.
The ancient wizard said, settling into his ornate chair with visible relief.
I am Thymon Starweaver, humble servant of this academy. Too lazy to die working too hard to live?
He gestured for them to sit in the comfortable chairs across from his massive oak desk. Marcus noted the desk was covered with scrolls, books, and what appeared to be half-completed experiments.
I am Marcus of Millhaven.
Marcus replied, trying to match the formal tone.
And this is my cousin Tom of Millhaven.
A pleasure to meet you both.
Master Thymon leaned back in his chair, his piercing gaze fixed on Marcus.
I heard from Alice that you make soaps and paper, but where did you learn to care for the sick? Are you also a physician?
Before Marcus could respond, Tom jumped in enthusiastically.
Oh, he always knew that stuff. Even when he was a child, he'd take care of Grandpa help fix my shoulder when it got loose, make herb tea when we had upset stomachs.
Marcus discreetly kicked Tom's foot under the table, but the damage was already done.
I just did what seemed appropriate,
Marcus said with a nervous chuckle, trying to downplay his knowledge.
And you learned this from books, I assume?
Master Thymon pressed his ancient eyes, missing nothing.
There were no books at Millhaven.
Tom said again, completely missing Marcus's warning look.
He just learned reading here in the city, and he's teaching me too.
I really shouldn't have brought Tom, Marcus thought desperately. He's going to get me in serious trouble with his big mouth.
Impressive young man.
Master Thymon said thoughtfully, stroking his long white beard.
Knowledge isn't always found in books, you know. In fact, those with good eyes and sharp minds often take inspiration from the world itself, learning through observation and experimentation.
He leaned forward, studying Marcus with renewed intensity.
I wonder, just as this fine gentleman is clearly blessed with spark, you must also have some unique ability that lets you see things others miss.
Me? Magic?
Tom said, pointing at himself with genuine surprise.
Him? Magic?
Marcus said simultaneously, pointing at Tom with equal shock. Master Thymon chuckled at their synchronized response.
Yes, young Tom, you're obviously an enhancer, quite clearly in fact.
What?
Marcus stared at his massive cousin in amazement.
Please!
Tom pumped his fist in the air like he'd just won a contest.
How do you think he grew so large and maintained his strength when I've noticed almost every other refugee has slimmed down significantly since arriving?
The master explained patiently.
Magic enhances the body's natural processes, including the ability to gain muscle and process nutrition efficiently.
Marcus felt pieces of the puzzle clicking into place.
I always thought when he took the cows out to graze in the mountains, he hunted extra food or was somehow finding additional sources.
What? No!
Tom protested indignantly.
Well, yes, I hunted sometimes when I could, but I never stole food from anyone.
Of course not.
Master Thymon said kindly.
Your body was simply making more efficient use of whatever food you consumed. Now let's examine your affinity more carefully, Marcus.
He produced 4 stones of different colors from his desk drawer, red, green, blue, and yellow, each about the size of a chicken egg, and polished to a smooth finish.
Extend your hand, please. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. These stones simply respond to magical energy.
I really don't think I have magic,
Marcus said, smiling outside but feeling conflicted inside. He knew he possessed the most unique magical ability, imaginable 18 hours daily in a world with the internet, but it was completely undetectable by medieval standards. Master Thymon took Marcus's hand gently and placed the 4 distinctly colored stones on his palm. The ancient wizard then waved his other hand over them several times, muttering what sounded like incantations under his breath. Nothing happened. The stones remained cold, lifeless, and ordinary.
Interesting,
Master Thymon murmured.
Give me your hand, Tom of Millhaven, please.
The moment Master Thymon placed the red stone on Tom's massive palm, it immediately began glowing with warm, pulsing light. When the wizard waved his hand over it, the red stone blazed even brighter, and the green stone began giving off a dim, steady glow as well.
Fascinating.
Master Thyman exclaimed.
You are like most enhancers, blessed with a small affinity for transmutation as well. Quite rare to have two schools of magic available.
Ooh, transmutation too.
Tom asked eagerly, watching the glowing stones with wonder.
What's that mean?
People with transmutation affinity can change their body parts temporarily or alter the properties of things they're touching.
The master explained.
It takes rigorous training just like any other magical ability. Most enhancers take their power for granted and only use it to punch their way through problems.
Master Thyman carefully removed the stones from Tom's hand and set them back on his desk.
If you take my advice, young man, get yourself a proper education and work hard to become someone who can control all aspects of his power. Raw strength without wisdom is dangerous.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Master Thyman.
Tom beamed clearly, thrilled to discover he had magical abilities. Master Thyman turned back to Marcus, his expression sympathetic.
I'm afraid you do not possess any form of detectable magic, Marcus of Millhaven. The stones show no response whatsoever.
Marcus felt a complex mix of emotions, relief that no trace of his interdimensional ability had been detected, but also a slight disappointment at being officially labeled as magicless in this world. Of course he did have magic, the most unique and powerful magic imaginable.
But don't let that discourage you.
Master Thyman continued kindly.
You don't need magic to leave your mark on this world. Some of history's greatest innovators and leaders were entirely without magical ability. Now tell me about these inventions Alice mentioned.
A polite knock interrupted them, and Alice entered with an elegant woman in flowing blue robes, clearly someone of high status within the academy.
Oh, perfect timing,
Master Thyman said, gesturing them forward.
Alice, my dear, can you bring those paper samples you left me yesterday? I believe I placed them on the side table over there.
Marcus accepted the advertisement papers from Alice, recognizing his own crude handiwork.
Like I explained to Alice, these can't be turned into proper books, but for daily use student notes, temporary documents that could be used and then tossed in the fire afterward. Assuming you can afford unlimited ink, of course.
Why would we create documents intended for only one use and then waste precious ink by throwing them into fire?
The elegant woman asked skeptically. Marcus realized this must be head scribe Lady Genevieve. We do it constantly in my world, Marcus thought. You should see the amount of paper products we consume and discard without a second thought.
Can you make better quality materials? Reusable scrolls or proper papers?
Master Thyman asked with genuine curiosity.
Not necessarily better,
Marcus replied carefully.
But definitely cheaper and potentially reusable. Maybe.
Maybe.
Lady Genevieve's eyebrows rose skeptically.
Master, we do not need uncertain expenditures when the royal treasury has already cut our funding significantly.
But I can definitely make the writing and book creation process 1,000 times faster.
Marcus interrupted, reaching into his pocket. He pulled out 2 small carved wooden blocks he'd been working on.
Please explain, Marcus of Millhaven.
Master Thyman said, his interest clearly piqued.
While I was researching methods for cheap paper production, I realized these would be much more revolutionary.
Marcus held up the wooden blocks.
I carved these myself, though I should mention, I'm not a wood craftsman by any means, nor am I particularly skilled with artistic work.
He definitely isn't.
Tom added helpfully.
Even little Tim draws better pictures than him.
Marcus shot his cousin a look, but continued.
If we could find an excellent woodcarver who could create these components with much smaller pieces, almost the size of individual handwritten letters.
He pulled out a small vial of ink and carefully applied it to the raised surfaces of his wooden molds, then pressed them down firmly on the back of his advertisement paper.
Hello, Valdris.
Master Thyman read aloud, squinting at the small, clear text that had appeared. A little computer science joke, Marcus thought with private amusement.
Small,
the master observed.
Almost like typical handwritten text. Oh, I see what you're proposing. When we create smaller individual letter pieces, you could arrange them into whatever text we need, and your machine could create as many copies of that page as necessary.
This old wizard is incredibly sharp. Marcus thought impressed by how quickly Master Timon had grasped the revolutionary implications.
Master,
Lady Genevieve protested.
this would eliminate the need for scribes entirely. It would end our profession.
Actually, no.
Marcus said quickly.
It doesn't eliminate scribes at all. In fact, it increases your usefulness but changes how you apply your talents. It would increase demand for books back in my— Whoa!
He caught himself just in time. Master Timon nodded slowly, clearly working through the implications.
Marcus, while we don't have unlimited funding available, we can certainly offer you resources to expand and develop these innovations. We'll provide reasonable compensation for your troubles as well. Also, we'd be happy to educate your cousin in the proper use of his magical talents.
Marcus felt his heart racing. This was the opportunity he'd been hoping for.
Sir, I may have been introduced to you as an entrepreneur who created these things purely for profit, but honestly, money is the least of my current problems.
He took a deep breath before continuing.
Today we received an eviction warning from the refugee office. My entire family is facing homelessness. If you can provide housing for me and my family, I will gladly spend the majority of my time developing innovations for the Academy. I'm confident I can explain this arrangement to my current business partner.
How cruel of them.
Master Timon said, his expression darkening with genuine anger.
But that can certainly be accommodated.
He turned to Lady Genevieve with the tone of someone accustomed to having his requests fulfilled.
Genevieve, we must find suitable quarters where our guests can stay for as long as needed. This is a priority.
Master, my.
Genevieve warned carefully.
We cannot provide paying employment for all of his family members, given our current financial constraints.
Find something appropriate for living. They can continue their work at the mines for the time being.
Master Timon said firmly, his ancient authority filling the room.
These innovations could revolutionize how we preserve and spread knowledge throughout the kingdom. That's worth far more than a few silver pieces for housing.
Alice thanked Marcus warmly as they prepared to leave, her eyes bright with excitement about the possibilities ahead. Marcus and Tom made their way back through the Academy corridors and out into the city streets. Both of them carried the weight of life-changing news. One had discovered he possessed magical abilities and would receive formal training. The other had possibly found salvation for his entire family through his knowledge and innovations.
Oh,
Tom said as they walked home.
I have magic. You're going to work with the Academy, and our family might not be homeless after all.
That about sums it up.
Marcus replied.
Good day, then.
Very good day.
Marcus's mind was already racing with possibilities. Finally, he could learn about the planet he was living on and ask questions to someone with knowledge. Master Timon seemed like the kind of person who would have answers about this world's astronomy history, and maybe even clues about how his world switching worked. For the first time since arriving in Valdris, Marcus felt like he might be able to understand not just how to survive here, but how everything connected together. Chapter 33. Korean Fusion and Life Choices. Marcus woke to the sound of sizzling coming from the kitchen and the familiar aroma of garlic and sesame oil that always meant his father was cooking something special. Sunlight streamed through his childhood bedroom window, and for a moment he could almost forget about eviction threats and magical academies in another world entirely.
Marcus, breakfast.
His father called from downstairs. Marcus padded down to the kitchen to find his father still cooking at the stove, while the table overflowed with an impressive spread, different jams, butter, and an assortment of banchan, the small side dishes that made every Korean meal feel like a celebration. His father moved around the kitchen with enthusiasm.
Chop those for me, please.
His father said, pointing to a pile of washed green onions while whisking eggs in a large bowl. His movements were precise, confident, the hands of a professional chef who'd never lost his love for cooking.
Are you making Korean fusion Spanish omelet?
Marcus asked, picking up the knife and beginning to chop the scallions into neat, uniform pieces. He watched his father's whisking technique, always amazed by how such simple actions could become art in skilled hands.
You got it, my boy.
His father replied with obvious pleasure.
Your mother left an hour ago for her early shift at the hospital, and I decided to open the shop a little late today. Wanted to make you a proper breakfast before you head back to campus.
He grabbed the chopped green onions from Marcus and tossed them into the whisked eggs with a flourish. After whisking a few more times, he poured the mixture over shallow fried potatoes that were already golden and crispy in the pan. The eggs immediately began sizzling and curdling around the edges, filling the kitchen with rich aromas.
Sit down and start on the banchan.
His father instructed, sliding perfectly toasted bread onto Marcus's plate.
This will be ready in 2 minutes.
Marcus settled into his familiar spot at the kitchen table, the same chair he'd occupied for countless family meals over the years.
Dad, about yesterday.
Slun.
His father interrupted gently, not taking his eyes off the omelet.
I know what you're going to say. And before you say it, let me remind you of something.
He expertly flipped one half of the omelet over the other, creating a perfect golden crescent.
When your mother and I came to this country, we made a promise. We wanted you to have every option available, every door open. So if you want to quit the pre-med track, then quit that. But don't quit college altogether.
Cad.
Marcus started, but his father raised his hand with a slight smile.
Just take classes that interest you, or ones with funny names that make you curious. Give it another shot with subjects that might speak to your heart.
His father's tone carried that gentle but unmistakable authority that had guided Marcus through every major decision in his life, firm enough to command respect, but loving enough to feel like a warm embrace. Marcus took a bite of the omelet as his father set it before him. The Korean-Spanish fusion was incredible. The scallions added a sharp, fresh bite that cut through the rich eggs and crispy potatoes, while subtle hints of sesame oil and garlic elevated the entire dish.
This is amazing,
Marcus said, savoring another bite.
But Dad, I've been thinking a lot about…
Thinking too much, that's always been your problem.
His father interrupted with a knowing smile, settling into his own chair with a cup of coffee.
You know, when your mother and I first came here, I thought I had to have everything figured out right away. Open shop, make money, provide for family. Simple plan, yes?
Marcus nodded, chewing thoughtfully.
But you know what I learned after many years of mistakes and small successes?
His father leaned back in his chair, cradling his coffee cup.
Sometimes the path changes while you walk it. I wanted to be an engineer back in Seoul, did you know that? Had my whole life planned out engineering degree, good job, predictable future.
I didn't know that,
Marcus said, genuinely surprised.
Life had different plans.
His father continued with a philosophical shrug.
But that doesn't mean the engineering knowledge was wasted. I use it every day at the repair shop, supply chain management, even figuring out the optimal customer flow.
They ate in comfortable silence for a moment, the familiar rhythm of a shared breakfast grounding them both in family tradition and love.
One more semester.
His father said finally, his voice gentle but determined.
That's all I ask from you. Take some different classes. Maybe something in business, since you seem to have developed an interest in that recently. Maybe some literature classes. You always loved stories when you were little. See what speaks to your heart.
Marcus felt the weight of both his worlds pressing down on him like a physical force. In Valdris, he was potentially saving his family and maybe contributing to a war effort that could determine the fate of an entire kingdom. Here, he was just another confused college freshman who was disappointing his immigrant parents after they'd sacrificed everything for his opportunities.
What if I'm just not cut out for this?
Marcus asked, quietly voicing the fear that had been gnawing at him for weeks.
What if I'm not smart enough or dedicated enough or whatever it takes?
His father set down his chopsticks and looked at his son with the kind of serious attention that made Marcus feel like the most important person in the world.
Marcus, you want to know what I see when I look at you?
His father's voice was steady, confident.
I see someone who works harder than anyone I know. You helped on that farm every summer without a single complaint. You taught yourself things that I never could have imagined understanding. You have ideas and insights that make me think, where did this brilliant kid come from?
But what if?
No what ifs.
His father said firmly, but not unkindly.
One more semester. After that, if you still want to change paths completely, we'll figure it out together as a family. Your mother and I didn't sacrifice everything we had so you could give up the moment things get difficult. We sacrificed so you could have real choices, not just the limited options that fear allows you to see.
Marcus felt tears threatening to spill over. His father's unwavering faith in him made the secret of his double life feel even heavier, like a stone lodged in his chest that grew larger with every lie he had to tell.
Okay,
Marcus said finally, his voice barely above a whisper.
One more semester.
His father's face lit up with genuine joy, and he reached across the table to ruffle Marcus's hair like he used to when Marcus was small and the world seemed so much simpler.
Good boy,
his father said warmly.
Now finish eating before it gets cold. And next time you come home, bring those roommates of yours. Your mother has been asking about them constantly, and you know she wants to feed them until they can't move.
That evening, they took a family dinner at Marcus's favorite Korean barbecue place, a small restaurant that had become their traditional spot for special occasions. His parents asked detailed questions about college life friends and classes, and Marcus found himself carefully crafting responses that were technically true for the real world, while omitting everything about Valdris magic and the growing complexity of his double existence.
You seem more mature lately.
His mother observed, watching Marcus expertly handle the grilling duties.
More thoughtful. College is changing you in good ways.
If only you knew, Marcus thought, turning the meat to prevent burning.
And more secretive. And more secretive.
His father added with a slight smile.
But that's normal for college students. Growing up means having parts of your life that belong just to you.
As they walked back to the car through the crisp evening air, his father put an arm around Marcus's shoulder in a gesture that felt like both protection and blessing.
You know, son,
his father said quietly,
whatever's been bothering you lately, whatever you're working through in that busy mind of yours, it's going to work out fine. You're stronger than you think and smarter than you give yourself credit for.
If only he knew, Marcus thought again, how literally true that was becoming in another world entirely. If only I could tell him about the magic and the academy and the family that depends on me there too. The next morning, Marcus packed his bag for the return trip to campus, carefully folding clothes, while his mind raced through everything waiting for him. He carried both his father's unwavering faith and the growing weight of secrets that were becoming harder to bear with each passing day. In just a few hours, he would fall asleep and wake up in Valdris to discover whether Master Timon's offer would save his family from eviction. He would find out if Tom's magical training would begin, if the academy partnership would become reality, if his innovations could make a difference in that medieval world. One more semester in each world. He could manage that balance. He had to. Chapter 34, Echoes of Promise. Marcus woke to the comforting thought that he might finally have solutions to their housing crisis. The conversation with his father back in Chicago still echoed in his mind, tough but necessary words about staying in college for one more semester. But here in Valdris, everything was about to change. The family wasn't sharing his optimism.
Living under the unknown, constantly moving around like vagrants.
Uncle Aldwin grumbled from his corner of their cramped quarters.
We don't even know if this academy arrangement will last a week.
It's better than the mines.
Aunt Mira pointed out, but her voice carried the weariness of someone who'd been disappointed too many times.
Is it?
Uncle Bertram asked.
At least in the mines, we knew what was expected of us.
Marcus felt the familiar weight of family doubt pressing against his plans. But before he could respond, Grandfather's voice cut through the complaints with the authority of age and experience.
Enough!
The old man sat up straighter in his chair, fixing each family member with a stern look.
We should be grateful for what Marcus has accomplished. A week ago, we were facing eviction with nowhere to go. Now, we have an opportunity with the academy itself.
Grandfather's right,
Marcus said gratefully for the support.
Father Tom, I need you both to come with me to the academy today. We need to discuss the moving schedule and what we can bring.
His father Garrett studied Marcus's face with the careful attention of someone who'd learned to read his son's moods.
Are you certain about this, Marcus? Messing with elites, royals, academy politics, these aren't people who forgive mistakes easily.
The other roads lead only to poverty and slow death,
Marcus replied firmly.
This is our chance to build something better. Bear!
Tom, who had been quietly eating his breakfast, looked up with his characteristic directness.
If Marcus thinks it's the right path, I'm with him. When do we go?
An hour later, Marcus walked through the academy's impressive entrance with his father and cousin in tow. The massive stone archways and soaring ceilings still impressed him, but now he moved with the confidence of someone who belonged here.
Master Genevieve,
Marcus called to the head scribe as they approached the main administrative area.
I brought my father and cousin as we discussed.
Genevieve looked up from her scrolls, her expression professionally courteous.
Of course. Marcus's father, I presume? This is Master Cornelius, our head caretaker. He'll discuss suitable housing arrangements and the moving schedule with you.
Marcus watched his father's face as he was introduced to yet another academy official. Despite his reservations, Garrett stepped forward with the dignity befitting the head of their family.
We're grateful for the academy's generosity,
Garrett said formally.
Excellent. Master Cornelius will take care of everything,
Marcus said, then turned to Tom.
Come on, let's find Alice.
They found Alice in one of the Academy's teaching chambers, organizing materials for the day's lessons. Her face lit up when she saw them approach.
Marcus, perfect timing. And this must be your cousin Tom?
Tom shifted uncomfortably, clearly intimidated by the formal Academy setting.
Yes, miss. I mean, lady.
He looked helplessly at Marcus. She said with a warm smile that immediately put Tom at ease.
Marcus has told me wonderful things about you. Are you ready to begin your reading and writing lessons?
With children. Why?
Tom's face reddened.
With other students who are beginning their literacy journey.
Alice corrected gently.
Age has nothing to do with learning. Some of our most dedicated students are adults who never had the opportunity as children.
Marcus watched his cousin wrestle with embarrassment and determination. Finally, Tom's shoulders squared with resolution.
If it'll help the family, I'll do it.
He said simply.
Excellent attitude.
Alice said approvingly.
Come, let me show you to the classroom. Marcus Master Timon is expecting you in his chambers in a few minutes.
After settling Tom with his new teacher, a patient young man who seemed genuinely enthusiastic about adult literacy, Alice led Marcus through the Academy's winding corridors to Master Timon's private office. The ancient wizard looked up from a collection of scrolls as they entered, his weathered face creased with concern.
Ah, Marcus. Good. Sit, please. We have much to discuss.
Master Timon gestured to chairs arranged before his desk.
Alice tells me you're planning to establish a workshop here at the Academy?
Yes, Master, for printing innovations and other projects that might benefit the Academy's scholarly work.
Master Timon nodded slowly, but his expression remained troubled.
I must warn you, young man resources are becoming increasingly scarce. Royal funding has been redirected toward military concerns. We're operating under constraints that would have been unthinkable just months ago.
How serious are the funding cuts?
Marcus felt a chill of concern.
Serious enough that I cannot afford to support projects that attract unwanted attention from certain court officials.
Master Timon's eyes fixed on Marcus with sharp intensity.
You have by no means proven yourself or earned exemption from our rules. Be aware of that.
I understand completely, Master. My work will be conducted quietly and efficiently with minimal drain on Academy resources.
See, that it is.
Master Timon's tone carried the weight of both warning and expectation.
Your innovations show promise, but promise alone doesn't pay for materials or protect from political interference.
Marcus hesitated, then leaned forward slightly.
Master, I was wondering, could I ask you questions about the planet science magic? I know you're busy, but I'm trying to understand.
Between day-to-day reports and given my age, I may not be able to help you every day, but I can make time for you once a week. However, be prepared. Don't ask silly questions like, what is magic?
Master Timon held up a weathered hand. What is magic is exactly the question I want to ask, Marcus thought, but he nodded seriously.
Of course, Master. I'll prepare my questions carefully.
Good. Knowledge without preparation is just curiosity. Come see me next week with thoughtful inquiries.
After leaving the meeting, Marcus felt the weight of new pressures settling on his shoulders, but also a spark of joy at the prospect of learning from Master Timon. The Academy offered opportunities but also dangerous scrutiny. He needed to be more careful than ever. He made his way through Drakmoor's busy streets to Aldrich's shop, his mind already working on solutions to their funding challenges. What he found there stopped him cold. The shop was nearly empty. Shelves that had once been stocked with oils and soaps now held only a few scattered bottles. Sarah sat behind the counter trying to maintain her usual cheerful demeanor while offering Aldrich a steaming mug of something that smelled like herbal tea.
Marcus.
Sarah's face brightened immediately.
Thank the light you're here.
Aldrich looked up from his ledger, his expression mixing relief with embarrassment.
Good to see you, partner, though I'm afraid the news isn't great.
Marcus pulled up a stool and sat down heavily.
Tell me everything.
The eviction situation first. Marcus began, then explained the housing crisis and his proposal to work primarily from the Academy while maintaining their partnership. Aldrich listened intently, his businessman's mind clearly calculating costs and benefits.
Working outside the shop would lower some of our overhead. Hey!
He admitted.
But Marcus, We've got bigger problems than rent.
The Blackstone brothers.
She said quietly. Marcus's stomach tightened.
What happened?
They came back.
Aldrich explained, his voice bitter.
Reminded us that we still owe them 300 silver. Reminded us physically, in fact.
He gestured to a faded bruise on his jaw that Marcus was just noticing.
Because of my family's debt, we lost everything we'd built up.
Aldrich added angrily.
300 silver left, and they'll also collect from future earnings. Plus, they roughed me up and threatened the shop.
Don't forget they threatened me too.
She added quietly. Marcus felt anger flare in his chest, followed immediately by determination.
Then we rebuild, but differently this time.
I'll understand if you want to cut off this partnership completely.
Aldrich said heavily.
Because of my family's debt, things aren't going well and might not for the foreseeable future.
Marcus reached out and gripped Aldrich's hand firmly.
Aldrich, you have no idea how rare you are. In this world, do you think it's easy to find someone you can trust from the first day you meet them? You helped me at my lowest.
Marcus continued.
What makes you think I'll leave because of some debt and a beating?
There was also a pyromaniac wizard.
She said jokingly. They smiled together despite everything, and Marcus added,
Like I said, we'll rebuild.
How?
Aldrich asked. Marcus leaned forward, his mind racing through possibilities.
The Academy partnership changes everything. Lower costs, access to skilled workers, scholarly resources. Here's my plan.
Yeah, Marcus continued.
Sarah becomes our working partner for distribution and production. I work nights developing new soap formulations and production methods. During days, Sarah and her cousins handle product movement while you focus on the manufacturing process. Most importantly.
Marcus emphasized. Sarah had been listening intently, and now she spoke up with sudden decision. She reached into her apron and pulled out a small cloth pouch.
23 silver pieces. It's not much, but combined with what we have left.
Aldrich stared at the money, clearly moved.
Sarah, you don't have to.
Yes, I do. We're partners in this, all of us.
She placed the pouch firmly on the counter.
Besides, Marcus is right about the Academy connections, and when you have steady income again, you should buy book-selling licenses. They'll be important for what's coming.
Marcus looked between his partners, feeling a surge of gratitude for their determination.
I'm going to check the basement,
Aldrich said, standing up.
See what we have left, and create a proper inventory.
He headed downstairs, leaving Marcus and Sarah alone in the shop. When Aldrich left, Sarah turned to Marcus with concern.
Are you sure about leaving the shop to work at the Academy? I don't want you to lose against Laura Brightmore.
Sarah laughed, and there was genuine amusement in the sound.
Oh, don't worry about that. She came by today, saw the empty shop, and suddenly wasn't nearly as enthusiastic as when crowds were fighting to buy our products. It's true. She's only interested when he's successful. I've been watching her for months.
Sarah's voice carried the protective edge of someone defending a friend.
Good. Then I'm glad you've agreed to come, Sarah. I need someone I can trust who also has a head for mechanical things.
Sarah suddenly grinned and fixed Marcus with a mischievous look.
Speaking of romance, I saw how you looked at that scribe lady. Alice, wasn't it?
Marcus felt heat creep up his neck.
I wasn't looking at her like anything. I was scared. Another official was trying to bring trouble down on us, so I was being polite.
Oh, yeah, I don't buy that for a second.
She said with obvious disbelief.
I don't have time for that.
Marcus said firmly, standing up and gathering his things.
Not in this world or any other. Be at the Academy tomorrow morning, Sarah. We have work to do.
Just as Marcus was about to leave, Aldrich returned from the basement, his face showing the strain of their recent setbacks.
Marcus, before you go, I should mention something Aldrich brought up earlier.
Aldrich looked up from sketching inventories.
I heard from my cousin at the market that prices might go up because some caravans have been going missing. Not just our area, it's happening across several trade routes. I heard that too.
Aldrich said, settling heavily into his chair.
But from what I understand, they weren't carrying oils or flowers, just rocks and minerals. It shouldn't affect us price-wise.
Aldrich, everything isn't just money-related. People are disappearing. Families are losing their breadwinners.
I didn't mean it was better,
Aldrich said quickly, looking embarrassed.
I just meant we're already down, significantly. We don't need that much more effect on us price-wise.
Sarah, your cousin did? He mentioned what kinds of rocks and minerals?
Marcus asked casually.
Black stones, green metals. Nothing valuable enough to explain why anyone would attack caravans for it?
Marcus exchanged a meaningful glance with Aldrich.
We should probably stay alert about supply chain disruptions. If trade routes are becoming dangerous, it could affect all our operations.
And of course.
Baldric agreed.
Though hopefully, these are just isolated incidents.
As Marcus left the shop, he heard Sarah's laughter following him into the street. Despite everything, the funding concerns, the debt problems, the political pressures, he felt optimistic. They had a plan, they had partners, and they had opportunities. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, but tonight he would plan their next moves. The Academy workshop, the expanded business model, the careful navigation of Academy politics, all of it was possible with the right approach. Walking through Drakmore's evening streets, Marcus allowed himself to imagine what success might look like. Not just survival, but genuine prosperity. Not just for himself, but for everyone who'd chosen to trust his strange ideas. The Academy bells chimed the hour, and Marcus quickened his pace toward his family's temporary quarters. Tomorrow, everything would change again. This time, he was ready for it. Chapter 35, Campus Crossroads. Date: modern-day Chicago, Illinois. Marcus stared at the course registration screen on his laptop, his father's words echoing in his mind. Take classes that interest you or have funny names. Give it another go. The wisdom seemed simple, but the implications were enormous. He was about to officially abandon the pre-med track that had defined his identity for years. His finger hovered over the drop button next to Organic Chemistry 2. One click, and he'd be free from the crushing weight of medical school expectations. One click, and he could finally pursue subjects that excited him. He clicked. The sense of relief was immediate and overwhelming. For the first time in months, Marcus felt like he could breathe properly. No more forcing himself through courses that felt irrelevant to his real interests. No more pretending that becoming a doctor was his dream instead of his parents' sacrifice. Business statistics, he typed into the search bar. Entrepreneurship fundamentals. Industrial chemistry. Materials. Science. Each course he added to his schedule felt like a step toward authenticity. These were subjects that could help him in both worlds. Business knowledge that applied to his Valdris ventures. Chemistry that could improve his innovations. Materials. Science that might revolutionize everything from soap making to printing. Knock, knock. Tyler's voice accompanied his dramatic entrance through the dorm room door.
Marcus, my academically mysterious roommate, how goes the scholarly pursuit of, wait, what are you studying now?
Marcus minimized his registration screen and turned to face Tyler, who was carrying what appeared to be a new microphone and several cables.
Changing my focus. Less pre-med, more business and applied sciences.
Interesting pivot. Jake appeared in the doorway behind Tyler, carrying his usual stack of textbooks.
Everything okay? This seems like a major decision.
Everything's fine. I just realized that what I thought I wanted and what I want are two different things.
Tyler set down his equipment and studied Marcus with the analytical intensity he usually reserved for optimizing streaming setups.
You seem different, but in a good way, like you've been playing the wrong game and just realized it.
That's a perfect analogy.
He replied, impressed by Tyler's insight.
I've been trying to speedrun someone else's objectives instead of pursuing my own interests.
Jake sat down on his bed, clearly settling in for a serious conversation.
Marcus, I have to ask, is this about the grades? Because if you're struggling with pre-med coursework, there are tutoring options, study groups.
It's not about struggling. It's about realizing I never wanted to be a doctor in the first place. I wanted to help people solve problems, build things that matter. But there are other ways to do that besides medicine.
Like what?
Jake asked, genuine curiosity replacing his concern. Marcus thought about his printing press innovations, his soap business, the countless small improvements he'd made to life in Valdris.
Business innovation, finding practical solutions to everyday problems, taking knowledge from one context and applying it creatively in another.
That's cool,
he said enthusiastically.
I've always thought entrepreneurship was underrated as a way to make positive impact. Look at all the successful streamers who started with weird ideas that no one thought would work.
Speaking of weird ideas,
they said,
I need to do some research tonight. Tyler, you're good at finding information online, right?
Are you kidding? Information acquisition is literally my superpower. What do you need?
Paper-making methods, specifically low-tech approaches that don't require industrial machinery, traditional techniques, historical processes, anything involving basic materials and simple tools.
Jake raised an eyebrow.
That's oddly specific. Is this for a class project?
Sort of. I'm interested in how people solved manufacturing problems before modern technology, understanding the principles behind industrial processes by studying their origins.
Tyler was already pulling out his laptop.
Dude, this is going to be fun. I love weird research rabbit holes. Give me 15 minutes and I'll have you drowning in information about ancient papermaking techniques.
Why papermaking specifically?
He asked. Marcus chose his words carefully.
Information storage and transmission. Paper is one of humanity's most important innovations. It enabled the spread of knowledge record-keeping, mass communication. Understanding how it works at a fundamental level seems like valuable knowledge.
You know that's a sophisticated way to think about technology. Most people just accept that paper exists without considering the engineering challenges involved in creating it.
Exactly.
He felt genuine excitement building.
Think about it. Someone had to figure out how to break down plant fibers, create consistent pulp, form it into sheets, dry it properly. Each step represents solved problems and accumulated knowledge.
Tyler looked up from his laptop screen.
Okay, I'm finding some fascinating stuff. Ancient Chinese techniques using bamboo and mulberry bark, Egyptian papyrus methods, medieval European approaches using cotton rags. Where do you want to start?
All of it.
He said immediately.
I want to understand the principles behind each approach, what materials they used, what tools were required, how the techniques spread between cultures.
This is going to take a while.
He warned, but his tone suggested he was looking forward to the challenge.
I've got all night.
For the next several hours, Marcus immersed himself in research with the intensity of someone whose life might depend on the information. Tyler proved to be an invaluable research partner, his online investigation skills uncovering everything from academic papers on historical manufacturing to YouTube videos demonstrating traditional techniques.
Look at this,
he said, pointing to his screen.
This guy in rural Japan is still making paper using 8th century methods. Wood ash for alkali treatment, manual fiber separation, simple wooden frames for sheet formation.
Marcus leaned over to study the video, taking notes on the step-by-step process. The techniques were remarkably similar to what he'd been developing in Valdres, but with refinements that centuries of practice had produced.
What about binding agents?
He asked.
How do they make the fibers stick together properly?
Multiple approaches,
he replied, scrolling through search results.
Plant-based mucilages, animal glues, starch preparations. Each culture seemed to develop solutions using whatever materials were locally available.
Jake, who had initially planned to study his own coursework, found himself drawn into their research session.
This is interesting. I had no idea papermaking was so chemically complex.
Everything is chemically complex when you dig deep enough,
he replied, still scribbling notes.
The difference is whether people understand the underlying principles or just follow traditional methods without knowing why they work.
Which are you trying to do?
He asked.
Both. Understanding the principles gives you the ability to improve the methods, adapt them to different materials, troubleshoot problems, but traditional techniques often contain centuries of accumulated wisdom that's hard to replicate through pure theory.
Tyler pulled up another video, this one showing traditional papermaking in rural Mexico.
Check this out. They're using agave fibers and lime water, completely different materials, but the basic process is remarkably similar.
Marcus watched intently, noting how the craftsman tested the pulp consistency, how he formed the sheets, the specific timing involved in each step. These were the kinds of practical details that could make the difference between success and failure.
Tyler, can you bookmark everything we found? I want to review all of this again tomorrow.
Already on it. I've created a research folder with subcategories for different techniques, materials, and geographic regions.
Tyler's organizational skills, honed by years of content creation, proved invaluable for academic research. As midnight approached, Jake finally called a halt to the session.
Guys, this has been fascinating, but some of us have 8 a.m. classes tomorrow.
Marcus looked up from his notes, surprised by how much time had passed. He'd filled nearly 20 pages with information about fiber preparation, alkali treatments, sheet formation techniques, and drying methods. More importantly, he'd gained a much deeper understanding of the principles behind successful papermaking.
This was incredibly helpful,
he said sincerely.
Tyler, your research skills are amazing. Jake, thanks for putting up with our obsessive information gathering.
No problem,
he replied.
Just, Marcus?
Yeah?
I'm glad you're finding your direction. You seem more engaged with this stuff than you ever were with pre-med coursework. Whatever you're planning to do with all this knowledge, I think you're going to be successful at it.
After his roommates had settled in for the night, Marcus continued reviewing his notes by the light of his desk lamp. Each technique he'd studied offered insights that could improve his Valdres innovations. The Japanese methods could enhance his paper quality. The Mexican approaches might work with different local materials. The historical European techniques could provide solutions to specific problems he'd encountered. But more than the technical details, the research had given him something else: confidence that his approach was sound. Across cultures and centuries, humans had solved similar problems using similar principles. His innovations weren't just random experiments. They were part of a long tradition of practical problem-solving and technological development. He thought about Alice working in the academy library, about the scribes who struggled with expensive parchment and limited writing materials. The techniques he'd learned tonight could revolutionize scholarly work in Valdres, making knowledge more accessible and affordable. He thought about Aldrich's business struggles, about the economic opportunities that better paper-making could create. Not just immediate profits, but the foundation for expanded trade in books, records, correspondence, all the information economy that supported advanced civilizations. Most importantly, he thought about his family, about the precarious position they'd finally managed to escape. Knowledge was security, innovation was opportunity, and tonight's research had given him both. Marcus carefully organized his notes, categorizing information by technique, material, and potential application. Tomorrow night he would begin planning specific experiments for Valdres. Tonight he would sleep with the satisfaction of someone who'd found what he was looking for. The career change had been the right decision. For the first time since starting college, Marcus felt like he was studying subjects that mattered to his life and goals, both of his lives and all of his goals. Chapter 36. Foundations of Knowledge. Marcus woke to the sound of shouting from the street below. Not the usual morning bustle of Drakmore, but something harsher, official voices barking orders, the thud of heavy boots, and underneath it all, the desperate protests of families being torn from their homes.
What's happening out there?
He asked, already pulling on his clothes with the quick efficiency he'd learned during their journey to the capital. Marcus moved to the small window and peered down at the street. His stomach dropped at what he saw. A squad of city guards, maybe 20 strong, was systematically removing refugees from several buildings. Older families, mostly people who'd been here longer but apparently hadn't proven their worth to the city's satisfaction.
Evictions,
he said grimly.
They're clearing out refugees who can't pay their fees or find productive work.
The lead officer, a stocky man with a voice that carried easily over the chaos, was reading from an official proclamation.
By order of the Royal Housing Authority, all residents of buildings 39-52 must vacate immediately. New arrivals require immediate accommodation.
Marcus felt a chill of recognition. Buildings 39-52 included their current quarters in Building 47.
Tom, get everyone up. We need to move now.
But, as they hurried to wake the family and gather their belongings, Marcus realized they'd anticipated this possibility. Their possessions were already packed, their important items sorted and ready for transport. The academy arrangement had come just in time. The family worked with quiet efficiency, loading their few possessions onto the handcart they'd borrowed from Master Cornelius. By the time the eviction squad reached their building, they were already carrying their belongings toward the street. The lead officer spotted them emerging and approached with the swagger of someone accustomed to intimidating desperate people.
Building 47, you're supposed to be cleared out already.
He stopped when he saw their organized departure.
Where do you think you're going?
Academy Housing,
he replied calmly.
We have proper authorization.
The officer's expression soured.
Academy Housing? For refugees? Let me see your papers.
Marcus produced the letter Master Cornelius had provided, written on academy parchment with official seals. The officer read it twice, his scowl deepening.
Fancy friends won't protect you forever, boy,
he said, finally handing back the letter with obvious reluctance.
Academy or not, refugees who cause trouble find themselves back on the street.
We don't intend to cause any trouble,
he replied evenly.
See that you don't.
As the family made their way through Drakmore's streets toward the academy, Marcus couldn't help but notice the contrast between their organized departure and the chaos they'd left behind. Other families were being forced out with no place to go, their possessions scattered, children crying. We were lucky, Grandfather said quietly as they walked.
Without your academy connection, that would have been us.
It's not luck,
he replied.
It's preparation meeting opportunity. But you're right, we need to make sure we never depend on anyone else's charity again.
The Academy-provided housing was a revelation. Instead of a single cramped room, they were assigned a small but proper house within the Academy grounds. 2 stories with separate sleeping areas, a common room with an actual fireplace, and most remarkably, a workshop space in the basement that Marcus could use for his projects. "This is larger than our house back in Millhaven," Aunt Mira said wonderingly as they explored their new quarters.
And warmer.
Uncle Aldwin added, testing the sturdy construction of the walls. Marcus was already mentally cataloging the workshop space, good ventilation stone construction that would handle heat and chemical processes, safely enough room for multiple workstations. Perfect for everything he had planned.
Tom, are you ready for your first magic training session?
He asked as they finished settling in. Tom's face showed a mixture of excitement and nervousness.
I think so. Master Thyman said I should come to the practice yards after the morning bell.
Remember what he told you about control. Enhancement magic isn't just about getting stronger. It's about precise application of power.
I'll remember.
He promised, then grinned.
Though I might also try to see how much I can lift.
As Tom headed off to his training, Marcus began setting up his workshop. He had specific plans based on his research from both worlds. The printing press improvements, the papermaking innovations, and the soap formulations that would fund everything else. First, he needed skilled woodcarvers. The Academy had connections to every craftsman in Drakmore, and Alice had promised to help with introductions.
Hi, Marcus.
He called as she entered the workshop, carrying a basket of supplies.
I need you to visit the woodcarver's quarter today. We're looking for artisans who can work with precise specifications, small detailed pieces for printing type.
Yeah, precise.
She asked, examining one of Marcus's crude prototype letter blocks.
Each letter needs to be exactly the same height, the depth of carving consistent, the spacing perfect. It's more demanding than typical wood carving work.
That means expensive.
She observed.
Initially, yes, but if this works, we'll have more business than they can handle.
He handed her a list, written in his improved Valdrian script.
These are the specifications. Start with Master Aldwin in the Artisan's Quarter. Alice recommended him as someone who appreciates innovative projects.
As Sarah left on her recruitment mission, Marcus heard voices approaching from the Academy corridors above. One of them was familiar. Alice's voice, but accompanied by someone with a different cadence, more authoritative.
Marcus!
She called down the workshop stairs.
I have someone who wants to meet you.
Marcus looked up to see Alice descending the steps with a tall woman in travel-worn military gear. Even before Alice made introductions, Marcus recognized the bearing, the confident stride. Sister Cora Brightshield.
Sister Cora,
He said, setting down his tools with genuine warmth.
it's good to see you again. How was your mission to the border provinces?
Cora smiled, the formal military bearing softening slightly.
Marcus of Millhaven. I'm glad to see you found your place at the Academy. Alice has been telling me fascinating things about your innovations.
I've been trying to solve practical problems using available resources.
He replied carefully.
Nothing revolutionary, just creative applications of basic principles.
Alice tells me you've been revolutionizing both soap-making and scholarly materials.
She said.
I wanted to congratulate you personally, not just for your innovations, but for the way you've helped your family establish themselves here. It's not easy for refugees to find their footing in Drakmore's economy.
We've had help,
He said.
The Academy's support has been invaluable.
Cora's expression grew more serious.
About that, I should warn you that conditions outside Drakmore are deteriorating. The border situation is becoming untenable. Rescue and evacuation missions have been suspended for the winter, which means no new resources coming in and pressure on the Crown to reduce expenses.
How bad is it?
He felt a familiar chill of concern.
Bad enough that I'm being reassigned to civilian support duty. I'll be visiting local clinics throughout the city, evaluating their capacity to handle increased demand if the situation worsens. Making sure we're prepared for whatever winter might bring.
That sounds like important work.
He said.
Is there anything we can do to help from the Academy?
Just keep doing what you're doing. Innovation and practical solutions are exactly what we'll need.
She turned to Alice.
Sister, I should let you get back to your work. I have several more stops to make today.
After Cora left to continue her assessments, Alice lingered in the workshop examining Marcus's latest projects with obvious fascination.
She seems concerned about the winter.
She observed.
More than she's letting on, I think.
he replied.
That just means we need to make sure our innovations are ready to help when needed.
Alice nodded thoughtfully.
Speaking of innovations, how is the printing press design coming along?
Better than expected. With the Academy's resources and the skilled craftsmen Sarah is recruiting, we should be able to create something revolutionary.
The rest of the day passed in productive activity. Sarah returned with promising contacts among the woodcarvers. Tom came back from magic training exhausted but exhilarated, and Marcus made significant progress on his printing press design. But as evening approached, Marcus found himself drawn to the Academy library. The research he'd done in his modern world had given him insights into papermaking, but he needed to understand Valdres' history, culture, and writing systems to apply that knowledge effectively. More importantly, he wanted to improve his formal language skills so he could ask better questions when he had his weekly meetings with Master Timon. The library was vast, filled with scrolls and bound volumes that represented centuries of accumulated knowledge. Marcus approached the elderly librarian, Master Cedric, with careful respect.
Master Cedric, I'm looking for historical text information about everything,
he said, wanting to learn everything.
Broad topic.
He replied with a slight smile.
Are you researching for a specific project?
I'm trying to understand how knowledge has been preserved and transmitted throughout Valdres history. Maybe starting with general history, I can identify the most important topics and make a list.
Master Cedric's eyes lit up with the enthusiasm of someone whose expertise was rarely appreciated.
Fascinating area of study. Most scholars focus on the content of historical texts without considering the infrastructure that made their preservation possible.
For the next 2 hours, Master Cedric guided Marcus through an astonishing collection of historical documents. Ancient scrolls detailing early writing techniques, medieval treatises on parchment preparation, recent discoveries. Marcus took extensive notes but struggled with some of the more ornate script styles. The formal academic writing used complex flourishes and abbreviations that were beyond his current literacy level.
These symbols,
he said, pointing to decorative elements in a particularly elaborate text.
Are they purely ornamental or do they carry meaning?
Both,
he explained.
Formal scribal writing includes standardized flourishes that indicate rank, institutional affiliation, and document type. Learning to read them properly is essential for serious scholarly work.
Marcus made careful notes about the flourishes, sketching examples and noting their meanings. Another skill he'd need to master if he wanted to fully succeed in Valdres academic circles. As the library closed for the evening, Marcus looked for Master Timon to possibly ask him some quick questions, but he learned from the scribes that the old wizard had retired early to rest. Marcus returned to his workshop with a head full of new information and a growing appreciation for the complexity of the challenges he'd taken on. He spread out his various notes, printing press designs, soap formulations, papermaking techniques, business plans, and began working on synthesis. The knowledge from his modern world research, combined with what he'd learned about Valdres history and current conditions, was beginning to form a comprehensive strategy. Working by lamplight, Marcus began creating detailed plans for Sarah and her cousins. When they brought materials from Aldrich's shop, they'd need precise instructions for soap preparation, molds for consistent shaping, and timetables for curing and quality control. The Academy workshop offered opportunities for much more sophisticated work than they'd been able to achieve in Aldrich's basement. Better equipment, controlled conditions, access to specialized materials, everything needed to produce superior products. As midnight approached, Marcus finally set down his pen and reviewed the day's progress. The family was safely housed. Tom was beginning his magical education. The workshop was operational, and connections were being built throughout the Academy community. Most importantly, he had a clear vision of what came next. Not just surviving in Drakmore, but building something that would provide security and opportunity for everyone he cared about. The foundations were laid. Now came the real work of construction. Chapter 37. Allies in Shadow. Marcus spread 5 different sets of notes across his workshop table, each representing a potential formula for producing paper and ink using local Valdrian materials. The research from his modern world, combined with what he'd learned from Master Cedric about historical techniques, was finally crystallizing into practical applications. Wood pulp from birch trees, alkali from wood ash, binding agent from flax fibers. he muttered, checking his calculations for the third formula. Cost per sheet, approximately 2 copper pieces if we can source materials in bulk. The workshop door opened with Sarah's characteristic enthusiasm. She practically bounced down the stairs, her face glowing with excitement that made Marcus look up from his calculations.
Marcus,
She announced triumphantly.
I found him. The most wonderful woodcarver you've ever seen. Master Cato is a genius with precision work, and he's actually excited about the printing project.
That's excellent news.
He said, setting down his pen.
What did he say about the specifications?
He said it's the most interesting challenge he's had in years. Tiny letters, perfect consistency. Uniform heights, he called it engineering art.
She pulled out a small wooden sample from her satchel.
Look at this.
Marcus examined the sample flourish that Master Cato had carved. The precision was remarkable. Clean lines, perfect depth, exactly the right proportions for printing.
This is professional quality work. How much will he charge?
That's the best part. He's so interested in the project that he's willing to work for standard rates initially with bonus payments if the printing business succeeds.
She said.
But Marcus, there's something else.
Sarah's demeanor shifted slightly, becoming more personal.
Working with Aldrich on the material sourcing, it's been different lately. He's been really listening to my ideas, asking my opinion about business decisions. And yesterday, when we were organizing inventory,
She paused, a soft smile crossing her face.
he said I had a mind for commerce too, that he values my perspective as much as my work.
Marcus felt a genuine warmth at seeing Sarah's happiness.
That's wonderful, Sarah. Aldrich's lucky to have someone who cares about the business as much as you do.
He's starting to see me as more than just help around the shop.
She continued, her voice carrying hope and uncertainty.
As a woman with ideas and capabilities, it's what I've been hoping for.
You deserve that recognition.
He said sincerely.
Your contributions have been essential to everything we've accomplished.
Sarah reached into her satchel again and pulled out several sheets of parchment covered with detailed sketches.
Speaking of contributions, I've been thinking about the printing machine design. Look at these.
Marcus studied Sarah's drawings with growing amazement. The sketches showed modifications to his basic printing press design mechanisms for faster type changes, improved pressure distribution, even ideas for multiple-page printing. The concepts were sophisticated and clearly thought out.
Sarah, these are brilliant.
He said, genuinely impressed.
This mechanism for adjusting letter spacing would cut our setup time in half. And this idea for modular type arrangements. This is how innovation works, seeing problems and thinking creatively about solutions.
He looked at her with new respect.
Sarah, what's your education situation? How much formal learning have you had?
Basic reading and writing, some arithmetic. Maybe 100 flourishes of formal script, but nothing fancy.
She shrugged as if this was expected.
My family couldn't afford proper education.
Marcus felt a familiar surge of determination. Sarah's eyes widened with surprise, and something that might have been longing.
You really think I could learn that kind of thing?
I know you could. The innovations you've sketched here prove you understand complex mechanical relationships. With proper education, you could design machines, manage large businesses, maybe even teach others.
You know what I really wish for?
She said quietly, her voice becoming more vulnerable.
If only Aldrich would notice me the way you notice my potential.
Marcus chose his words carefully.
Sarah, think beyond that for a moment. If you pursue engineering and formal education, the possibilities are endless. You could build things that help thousands of people solve problems that have never been solved before.
He paused, then added more seriously,
Unless Malachar ends us all, of course.
Sarah considered this, her expression thoughtful.
I will think about it. Working on these projects, contributing ideas that actually matter, it does feel important. Maybe I want more than I thought I did.
Good,
He said approvingly. Then he leaned closer and lowered his voice.
Sarah, I can supply you with information and theoretical knowledge beyond what any soul in this world has access to. Things that most people wouldn't see even in their dreams.
What do you mean?
She looked puzzled but intrigued. Marcus handed her the morning's ingredient formulas he'd been working on.
Start with these practical applications. I think you'll need Aldrich's expertise for sourcing. Take these to him, head to the market together, find the cheapest versions of everything on the list. Let him handle the haggling.
After Sarah left with her new mission, Marcus was preparing to head to the dining hall for lunch when he noticed a commotion outside. Through the workshop's small window, he could see a large group of people entering and leaving Master Timon's chambers. The group was substantial, At least a dozen figures in military and academy robes suggesting some kind of important meeting. Leading the group was Sister Cora, her military bearing unmistakable even from a distance. As Marcus watched, the group began to disperse with Cora heading in the general direction of his workshop. Marcus quickly climbed the stairs and intercepted Cora in the academy corridor.
Sister Cora,
He called quietly.
1 minute please?
Cora gestured to her group to continue ahead, then turned to Marcus with professional courtesy.
How can I help you, young inventor?
I noticed a lot of people coming and going from Master Timon's chambers. Is the Master all right? Given that you're a divine healer, I thought...
Master Thymon's health is stable given his age. The meeting wasn't about his personal condition.
What was it about, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm afraid it's not a topic I can discuss with civilians, even though you're placed in a special position here at the Academy.
Marcus took a calculated risk.
Is this about the vanishing caravans with their cargo?
Cora's professional composure slipped for just a moment, revealing surprise and concern.
How do you... I can't discuss these matters with you. Please ask Master Thymon if you need information.
Before Marcus could respond, Cora had rejoined her group and continued down the corridor, leaving Marcus with confirmation that his guess had been accurate. Marcus made his way to Master Timon's chambers, his mind racing with implications. If caravans were disappearing, it meant supply lines were being disrupted. If Sister Cora couldn't discuss it with civilians, it meant the situation was serious enough for military secrecy. He knocked gently on Master Thymon's door and waited for permission to enter.
Master, may I have a moment, please?
He called through the door.
I'm quite tired, Marcus of Millhaven. Can this wait until another time?
Master Thymon's voice sounded strained, older than usual.
It can and it cannot. I'm not sure. I think it's about the missing caravans.
There was a long pause, then the sound of movement within the chambers.
Get in. Shut the door.
Marcus entered to find Master Timon looking every bit of his reputed 190 years. The ancient wizard's face was drawn with exhaustion, and his usually bright eyes seemed dimmed by worry.
How do you know about the caravans?
He asked without preamble.
I heard about it from Sarah a couple of days ago when we were working at Aldrich's shop. She mentioned they were carrying black rocks and green metals. Is that correct?
Master Thymon nodded slowly.
This is not something that should be concerning a young innovator. We lost several good members of our community and were conducting a separate investigation since Lord Varric terminated the official inquiry.
Marcus felt a chill at the mention of Lord Varric, but pressed on.
Master, I couldn't make any connections back then, but...
He walked behind Master Timon's desk and pointed to a small black stone used as a paperweight.
What is this? Is this what was stolen?
Indeed it is. A very unique, very rare material until recently discovered. It's called tegnum. Its magical capabilities remain largely mysterious, and there was so little available until recent discoveries that it couldn't be properly tested. It has the strange property of adhering strongly to iron, but only iron.
Marcus stared at the black stone, his mind racing.
They stole copper and magnets from our caravans then.
He said the implications hitting him like a physical blow.
No way. They can't.
Master Thymon leaned forward with concern.
What is it, Marcus of Millhaven? You look as though you've seen a specter.
Using magnets and copper together, they can create specific devices. Very, very important devices that have no immediate use here in Valdris. But...
His voice trailed off as the full implications became clear.
What do you mean? What devices?
Marcus looked around carefully, ensuring the door was shut and no one else was within hearing.
Master, what I'm about to tell you...
He stopped, took a deep breath, and made a decision that would change everything.
No one else knows this except a childhood therapist who didn't believe me anyway.
He paused, gathering courage for what he was about to reveal.
Master, I am from another world. Well, not exactly. I'm also from here. But I have another name, another family, another life in a place called Chicago, Illinois.
Master Thymon's expression didn't change, which somehow made the revelation even more difficult to continue.
My name there is Marcus Chen, and every time I sleep here, I wake up there. Every time I sleep there, I wake up here. I've been living 2 lives simultaneously.
Marcus explained the process of world switching, the parallel existence, the constant struggle to maintain both identities. Throughout his explanation, Master Timon listened with the patience of someone accustomed to hearing impossible things.
In my other world, magic doesn't exist, but technology is far beyond anything in Valdris. Almost everything there works with something called electricity, which I can explain once I research it more thoroughly. But the key production method for electricity involves magnets and copper.
Even if I understand your words correctly, the material you keep calling magnets doesn't attract or repel copper.
It doesn't have to.
He replied urgently, his breathing becoming rapid as the implications overwhelmed him.
Our scientists discovered that magnetic fields can manipulate the electrical properties of copper. I'm not completely certain of the exact mechanisms I'll need to research it more, but master, my innovations aren't really mine at all. I'm just bringing knowledge from the other world. And apparently whoever is stealing these materials is doing the same thing, but much more advanced than anything I've attempted.
Marcus began pacing the small chamber, his hands shaking slightly as he processed what he was revealing. The weight of living 2 lives, keeping massive secrets, and now discovering that his unique advantage might not be so unique, was crushing down on him. Master Thymon was quiet for a long moment, processing this extraordinary revelation. Finally, he reached into his desk and withdrew a scroll, which he handed to Marcus.
Open this. Tell me if anything seems familiar.
Marcus unrolled the scroll and felt his blood turn cold. The drawings showed detailed mechanical designs, turbines, pipes, complex machinery that looked unmistakably like
steam turbines.
He breathed, his voice barely above a whisper.
They've set up steam turbines to generate electricity? Where is this from?
Master Timon clasped his hands to his head in a gesture of despair and revelation.
It's a drawing from one of my agents inside Malakar's facility near the coal mines.
Oh, no?
He said, his composure completely cracking. He began pacing frantically back and forth in the small office.
Malachar has established a coal power plant, but if he's already a powerful wizard, why would he need...
He stopped running his hands through his hair as the implications became terrifyingly clear.
What is this device for?
He asked, his voice gentle but concerned, as he watched Marcus's growing panic.
It generates electricity using steam power, but the important question is, what is he doing with that electricity?
He continued, his agitated pacing, his mind racing through possibilities.
In my world, electricity powers everything. Lights, communication, manufacturing, weapons.
Marcus, please sit down.
Master Thymon said calmly.
You're working yourself into a state of panic that won't help anyone.
Marcus forced himself to stop pacing and take several deep breaths.
There's no way they can use it for anything immediately dangerous,
he said, trying to convince himself as much as Master Timon.
There's no industrial infrastructure to produce wires, circuits, electronic components. I can't think of anything they could build that would threaten us militarily.
Whatever it's for,
Master Timon said grimly,
if it involves bribing Lord Varric and sacrificing countless lives to obtain these materials, it must be extraordinarily important.
You think Lord Varric is behind the caravan disappearances?
He's the one who convinced the king to prioritize mining operations, and he's also systematically eliminated every other influence on the king besides himself. You know I've advised and served 20 kings in my lifetime, and now I can't even put in one word.
Master Timon's voice carried deep frustration.
The silver fox, he calls me mockingly, as if my centuries of experience count for nothing.
Master Timon shook his head bitterly.
Now the exact materials Malachar apparently needs are being transported to remote provinces for no reason and mysteriously vanishing. He also terminated the official investigation.
Master, don't tell anyone what I've revealed to you. I'll continue with my studies and innovations, but we need to develop a plan.
He paused, then added,
statistically speaking, Lord Varric probably has agents throughout the academy, possibly even among the royal guard. Malachar certainly has planted people everywhere.
How can you be so certain?
He looked curious.
In my world, we consume enormous amounts of fiction mixed with historical accounts. I've watched countless stories about espionage, political intrigue, historical conflicts. When someone is planning operations this complex, they always place agents in key positions. Don't trust anyone completely.
After 190 years, I never thought I would be so surprised or receive so much advice from someone so young.
Master Thymon said with weary amazement.
But here we are.
What should I do, Master? I'm both excited and terrified.
Don't change anything about your daily routine. Tomorrow, explain this electricity concept to me in detail. I'm too exhausted right now to absorb more complexity. For tonight, I need to rest and consider what you've told me.
Marcus left Master Timon's chambers with his mind in turmoil. The conversation had changed everything. His secret was revealed, the threat was more serious than anyone had realized, and the enemy was apparently using knowledge from his modern world for unknown but certainly dangerous purposes. Returning to his workshop, Marcus tried to focus on his immediate projects, but concentration proved impossible. The printing press designs, the soap formulations, the paper-making innovations. All of it seemed trivial compared to the revelation that Malachar was building electrical infrastructure for purposes Marcus couldn't yet fathom. As evening approached, Marcus realized he would need to research electricity more thoroughly than ever before, not just for his own innovations, but to understand what the enemy might be planning with the stolen materials. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new questions, and possibly new revelations about the scope of the threat they faced. For tonight, Marcus could only hope that his decision to trust Master Timon with his secret had been the right one. Chapter 38. Academic Pressures. Marcus woke to the urgent buzz of his alarm clock. His mind immediately flooded with everything Master Timon had revealed about Malachar's electrical operations. Steam turbines, stolen copper, and magnets, mysterious facilities near coal mines. The implications were staggering, and Marcus needed answers that only his modern world could provide.
Tyler.
He called across the dorm room as his roommate was gathering streaming equipment for the day.
I need to ask you about electricity and how it works.
Tyler paused in his equipment organization, looking surprised.
Electricity? That's oddly specific for 7 a.m. Is this for a class project?
Sort of. I'm trying to understand the fundamental principles, how it's generated, what it can be used for, especially in historical context before modern infrastructure existed.
Dude, I need to head to class and I'm streaming tonight.
He replied, slinging his backpack over his shoulder.
But I'll send you some links so you can research. Fair warning though, electricity is complex stuff. You might want to start with basic physics videos.
As Tyler headed out, Marcus grabbed his phone and laptop, determined to spend every spare moment between classes researching electrical systems. The urgency of understanding what Malachar might be building drove him with an intensity that surprised even him. His first class was business statistics. But Marcus found himself constantly checking articles about early electrical generation on his phone. Steam-powered generators. He read under his desk. Dynamos and alternators. Applications of electricity in the 1880s. The professor's voice faded into background noise as Marcus absorbed information about primitive electrical systems. The technology Malachar was apparently building wasn't impossibly advanced. It was roughly equivalent to late 19th century innovation. That made it both more achievable and potentially more dangerous.
Mr. Chen,
the professor called suddenly.
Perhaps you could share your thoughts on statistical correlation with the class?
Marcus looked up, realizing he'd been completely absorbed in his research.
Sorry, Professor Williams. I was taking notes on different approaches to data analysis.
I see. Well, since you're so engaged with note-taking, perhaps you could solve the problem on the board.
Marcus glanced at the whiteboard, seeing a statistics problem that his distracted mind struggled to parse. He managed a reasonably competent answer, but the professor's expression made it clear that his attention had been noticed. During the break between classes, Marcus found a quiet corner of the library and dove deeper into electrical research. Tyler's links proved invaluable comprehensive explanations of electromagnetic induction, historical timelines of electrical development, and most importantly, potential applications that didn't require modern manufacturing. Electromagnetic communication, he read with growing alarm. Telegraph systems using basic copper wire and electrical impulses. Long-distance coordination of military movements. The implications were becoming clearer and more frightening. If Malachar could establish electrical communication between his facilities, he could coordinate attacks across vast distances in ways that medieval military commanders couldn't counter. His materials science class proved equally challenging to focus on. While the professor discussed polymer chemistry, Marcus was mentally cataloging everything he'd learned about electrical applications. Lighting systems, primitive motors, communication networks, all achievable with stolen copper and basic electrical generation. It was during the post-class mingling that Marcus noticed something unexpected. A female classmate near the door was packing away what looked distinctly like Dungeons & Dragons books, colorful covers featuring dragons, wizards, and fantasy adventure scenes.
Excuse me.
He said, approaching the girl. She was thin, wearing large glasses with the slightly overwhelmed look of someone juggling multiple demanding courses.
¿Quieres?
She replied, looking up from her bag with mild surprise.
I couldn't help but notice your D&D books. Is there a role-playing club on campus?
Her face immediately brightened with the enthusiasm of someone who'd found a kindred spirit.
Oh, yes! We meet every Tuesday and Friday evening in the student union. Are you interested in joining?
Very interested. I've been thinking lately about fantasy scenarios involving magic technology and political intrigue. Real-world applications of fictional concepts.
That sounds fascinating.
She said, genuinely excited.
I'm Emma, by the way. Emma Martisa. Our club's in the East Wing.
I'm definitely interested.
He said, exchanging contact information.
I'm occupied today, but could you text me the meeting times and location?
Emma smiled, clearly pleased to recruit a new member.
Absolutely. Fair warning, though, we take our role-playing seriously. It's not just dice rolling, it's collaborative storytelling.
That's exactly what I'm looking for.
He replied, wondering if the gaming group might provide insights into strategic thinking that could help in Valdris. After classes, Marcus headed straight to the main library, his phone buzzing with a text from Emma. Gaming group meets Tuesdays, 7 p.m., Fridays, 6 p.m., Student Union Room 240. Looking forward to having you join us, strange, bold man. Marcus smiled, despite his stress. Emma's enthusiasm was infectious, and the idea of exploring strategic scenarios in a fantasy setting seemed surprisingly relevant to his current situation. In the library, Marcus found the secluded study carrel and began systematic research into electricity and its potential applications in a pre-industrial setting. He created detailed lists, power generation methods that didn't require modern infrastructure communication systems, achievable with basic copper wire potential military applications of electrical technology. The more he researched, the more concerned he became. Electrical systems could provide Malachar with capabilities that would be nearly impossible for medieval defenders to counter. Instant communication across hundreds of miles, coordinated attacks, possibly even primitive electrical weapons.
How do I explain electromagnetic induction to a 180-year-old wizard?
He muttered to himself, taking notes on simplified explanations of electrical principles. He sketched diagrams showing how moving magnets could generate electrical current in copper wire, how that current could be transmitted over distances, how it could be converted back into useful energy at the destination. The concepts were complex enough in his modern world. Translating them into medieval terminology would be a significant challenge. By evening, Marcus had filled notebook pages with information about electricity, potential applications, and simplified explanations suitable for Master Timon. But he'd also realized something else. If Malachar was using modern technological knowledge, there might be ways to counter his advantages using the same approach.
Fight technology with technology.
He said, quietly reviewing his notes.
If I can understand what he's building, maybe I can figure out how to disrupt it.
The thought was both exciting and terrifying. Marcus was contemplating not just innovation but technological warfare against an enemy who apparently had access to the same modern knowledge he did. As he packed up his research materials, Marcus reflected on how much his priorities had shifted. A few months ago, his biggest concerns had been organic chemistry grades and his parents' expectations. Now he was researching electrical systems to help defend a medieval kingdom against a technologically advanced dark wizard. The duality of his existence had never felt more stark or more urgent. Walking back to his dorm, Marcus thought about the gaming group Emma had invited him to join. 6 months ago, he would have dismissed fantasy role-playing as frivolous escapism. Now it seemed like potential training for the real challenges he faced in both worlds.
Magic wasn't real until it was,
he said to himself, remembering his earlier dismissive attitude toward fantasy. Now, with Tom learning enhancement magic and Malachar building electrical infrastructure, the line between fantasy and reality had become meaninglessly blurred. Tomorrow he would return to Valdris with crucial information about electrical systems and their potential applications. Tonight he would continue researching, preparing explanations and diagrams that might help Master Timon understand the scope of the threat they faced. And on Tuesday evening he would attend his first D&D session, hoping that collaborative fantasy problem-solving might provide insights into real-world strategic challenges. The academic pressures of college had taken on an entirely new dimension. Marcus wasn't just studying for grades anymore, he was literally studying for survival. Both his survival and the survival of everyone he cared about in two completely different worlds. Chapter 39, The Lesson of Lightning. Marcus woke with his mind still buzzing from the previous night's intensive research on electrical systems. He starts filling his notebook with diagrams and simplified explanations, him being the bridge between two worlds of knowledge that might determine the fate of kingdoms. After a quick breakfast with his family, Marcus gathered his research materials and headed directly to Master Timon's chambers. The ancient wizard had requested a detailed explanation of electricity, and Marcus carried with him the weight of information that could change everything.
Master Timon, I have the information you requested about electrical principles.
He called softly at the chamber door.
Come in, Marcus of Millhaven. I've been eagerly awaiting this conversation.
Master Timon looked more rested than the previous evening, his sharp eyes bright with intellectual curiosity. His desk had been cleared except for several pieces of copper wire, small magnets, and what appeared to be a simple wooden frame. Apparently, the master had been preparing for a hands-on demonstration.
Before we begin, I should mention that explaining electricity to someone from a non-electrical world is like, imagine trying to explain magic to someone who's never seen it work.
He said, settling into the familiar chair across from the wizard's desk.
An apt comparison.
Master Timon said with a slight smile.
Proceed as if I'm an intelligent but completely ignorant student.
Marcus opened his notebook and began with the simplest possible analogy.
Think of electricity like water flowing through a stream. Master, water needs pressure to flow from one place to another. Electricity needs what we call voltage to move through materials like copper wire.
He picked up one of the copper wires from the desk.
Copper is like a smooth riverbed that water flows through easily. Other materials, like wood or stone, are like rocky, difficult terrain that resists the flow.
Master Timon nodded, his ancient mind clearly working to absorb these new concepts.
Oh, continue. Is.
Marcus took one of the small magnets and began moving it near the copper wire.
Now here's where it becomes truly remarkable. When you move a magnet near copper wire, or move copper wire near a magnet, you actually create electrical flow. The movement generates the pressures that pushes electricity through the wire.
Smanny, Master Timon murmured, watching Marcus's demonstration intently.
So the steam turbines in that drawing.
Exactly. Steam pressure turns wheels, wheels spin, magnets spinning, magnets create electrical flow in copper wire.
He sketched a quick diagram showing the complete process.
It's like using water wheels to grind grain, but instead of mechanical power, you're creating this invisible force that can travel instantly across great distances.
Master Timon leaned back in his chair, the implications clearly registering.
And what can this electricity accomplish once it's been generated?
Marcus felt his excitement building as he explained the possibilities.
Light without fire, Master. Communication across hundreds of miles in moments. Machines that can operate without human or animal power.
He paused, then added more grimly,
and weapons that could devastate armies from impossible distances.
The strategic implications, Master Timon said quietly, his expression growing troubled.
If Malachar can establish electrical communication between his facilities, he could coordinate attacks across the entire kingdom simultaneously, no more relying on messenger birds or mounted couriers that take days to deliver orders.
Marcus demonstrated the basic principle using the copper wire and magnets, showing how moving the magnet created a small electrical current that could theoretically carry signals.
In my other world, we use this for what we call telegraph systems, instant written communication over vast distances.
Master Timon was quiet for several minutes, clearly processing the revolutionary nature of what he'd learned. Finally, he spoke with the weight of someone who'd lived through nearly 2 centuries of political and military conflict.
This changes everything, Marcus. If Malachar truly has access to such capabilities, traditional military strategy becomes obsolete. Our entire defensive planning assumes limitations that may no longer exist.
Which brings me to something else I've been thinking about. Master, if Malachar has access to modern knowledge, then our traditional magical education system isn't sufficient to counter him. We need to broaden education throughout the kingdom, not just for elite children or those with magical affinities.
Master Timon's eyebrows rose with interest.
Explain your reasoning.
In my otherworld, innovation comes from unexpected places. Some of our greatest inventors and problem solvers were common people who understood practical applications better than scholars. If we only educate nobles and mages, we're ignoring the creative potential of blacksmiths, farmers, craftsmen, people who solve real problems every day.
Marcus pulled out another notebook filled with ideas he'd developed during his research.
Imagine if every village blacksmith understood basic engineering principles. If every farmer knew advanced agricultural techniques, if every merchant could read, write, and calculate complex business operations.
The economic and social implications would be staggering.
Master Timon said thoughtfully.
But also the resistance from established power structures.
That's exactly why we need to do it carefully, systematically. Start with practical applications that improve people's lives immediately. When they see the benefits, they'll support broader education initiatives.
Master Timon stood and walked to his window, looking out over the academy grounds where students from wealthy families received education that common people could never access.
Marcus, this is perhaps even more revolutionary than your mechanical innovations. You're proposing to fundamentally reshape how knowledge is distributed throughout our society.
Yes, Master, because if we don't, Malachar will continue to have advantages we can't match with traditional approaches.
Master Timon returned to his desk, his expression carrying both excitement and deep concern.
There's something else we must discuss. My growing concerns about infiltrators within the academy itself.
Marcus felt a chill at the serious tone in the old wizard's voice.
The patterns we discussed yesterday, the convenient timing of supply disruptions, the strategic information that seems to reach enemy forces. I believe we have agents operating within our own walls.
What kind of evidence?
He asked.
Subtle things. Meeting schedules that get leaked to the wrong people. Resources that disappear just when they're needed most. Students and faculty who ask oddly specific questions about academy defenses and capabilities.
Master Timon fixed Marcus with an intense stare.
I need your help identifying them, your fresh perspective, your analytical approach from another world. You might notice patterns that someone immersed in academy politics would miss.
What do you need me to do?
He asked.
Observe, listen, build relationships with different factions within the academy, report anything that seems suspicious or inconsistent.
Master Timon paused, then added,
But be extremely careful. If there are agents here approaching this investigation carelessly, could put you and your family in serious danger.
Marcus left Master Timon's chambers with his mind reeling from the scope of what they'd discussed. Educational revolution, electrical warfare, counterintelligence operations. The challenges seemed to multiply with each conversation, but he also carried a sense of purpose that felt more focused than anything he'd experienced in either world. These weren't abstract academic exercises. These were urgent, practical problems that required immediate attention and creative solutions. Walking through Drakmoor's busy streets toward Aldrich's shop, Marcus reflected on how much his role had evolved. He'd started as a refugee trying to help his family survive. Now he was potentially a key figure in defending an entire kingdom against technologically advanced threats. The responsibility was overwhelming but also energizing. For the first time in his life, Marcus felt like his unique knowledge and perspective were genuinely needed for something that mattered. Aldrich's shop appeared ahead, and Marcus quickened his pace. He needed to check on their business progress and discuss future plans. But as he approached the familiar storefront, he noticed something that made him pause. The shop looked different. Cleaner, more organized, with new signage that suggested recent investment or improvement. Either business was going very well, or something else was happening. Marcus pushed open the door to find Aldrich behind the counter, practically glowing with excitement and nervous energy. Sarah was organizing inventory, but her usual cheerful demeanor seemed subdued.
Marcus, perfect timing. I have incredible news to share.
He called enthusiastically. Marcus approached the counter, noting the tension between his business partner's excitement and Sarah's obvious unhappiness.
What's the news?
He asked.
Progress, my friend. Slow and small, but real progress. We've been making steady sales even without your hands-on help, and I've been exploring new opportunities.
Aldrich's voice carried the pride of someone who'd overcome significant challenges through determination and hard work.
To pay off the remaining debt to the Blackstone brothers, I've been meeting with potential business partners, major investors who could transform our entire operation.
Marcus felt a familiar caution rising.
What kind of investors?
He asked.
Lord Brightmore, for example. Very promising discussions about strategic positioning and expanded market access.
Marcus's eyes widened with surprise and concern.
Lord Brightmore? Lara's father? Aldrich, are you sure about this? They're incredibly wealthy. Why would they take interest in our small soap and paper business?
Aldrich's excitement remained undampened.
That's exactly what makes it so valuable, Marcus. He understands strategic positioning in Drakmore's commercial district, our shop's location, our established customer base, our innovative products. He sees potential that could benefit both our families.
From across the shop, Sarah made a noise that might have been a suppressed sigh or scoff. When Marcus glanced her way, she was aggressively reorganizing bottles that had already been perfectly arranged.
What kind of strategic positioning is he discussing?
He asked carefully.
Expansion opportunities, market development, possibly even.
He paused, his excitement building to what was clearly the most important revelation.
Possibly even joining our houses through marriage arrangements.
Marcus felt his stomach drop as the implications became clear.
Marriage arrangements?
He asked.
Lord Brightmore is very interested in Lara marrying into a successful merchant family. And with our innovations and growth potential, Marcus, this could secure our financial future and elevate our social position beyond anything we dreamed.
Marcus glanced again at Sarah, who was now gripping a bottle with enough force to potentially shatter it. Her face was carefully controlled, but her emotions were clearly visible to anyone who knew her well.
Aldrich, this sounds like a significant opportunity, but it also sounds complicated. Are you certain Lord Brightmore's interests align with ours, and have you considered how this might affect our current partnerships and working relationships?
Aldrich looked puzzled by Marcus's caution.
What do you mean? This is exactly the kind of breakthrough we've been working toward.
Marcus chose his words carefully, aware that Sarah was listening to every word.
I just think we should be cautious about major decisions that could change the fundamental nature of our business. Make sure we understand all the implications before committing to anything.
Of course.
He agreed quickly.
Nothing's been decided yet. But Marcus, the possibilities.
His voice trailed off with obvious excitement about futures he was imagining. Marcus left the shop feeling deeply unsettled by the conversation. Lord Brightmore's sudden interest in their business seemed suspicious, especially given Master Timon's warnings about infiltrators and agents, and the personal dynamics between Aldrich, Sarah, and Lara were becoming increasingly complicated. Walking back toward the academy, Marcus realized that the challenges in his personal relationships were becoming as complex as the political and military threats they faced. Managing business partnerships, romantic tensions, and family loyalties while simultaneously investigating potential spies and developing educational reforms was proving to be an exhausting balancing act. As he walked through the market district, a desperate voice called out to him from a small, makeshift stall.
Come on, help out this poor lady who needs money. 2 copper. No, 1 copper for your future.
A woman in threadbare clothes was holding up a painted board with symbols. Marcus was about to politely decline when he recognized the woman's features. It was Celestine, the suspicious refugee who had traveled with their caravan and kept appearing in odd places throughout Drakmore.
I know you,
he said, approaching cautiously.
You keep showing up here and there. Whose spy are you?
Celestine deflected with a laugh that seemed both genuine and practiced.
Who would take a beggar as a spy? I'm just trying to tell fortunes.
She gestured to her makeshift board, which was painted with crude drawings of planets and stars.
See? I read the signs in the heavens.
Despite his suspicions, Marcus found himself intrigued by the astronomical drawings.
Who drew this?
He asked, studying the board more closely.
I did, dear. Had to make something to attract customers.
Marcus examined the star chart with growing fascination.
Is different. Every other star drawing I've seen at the Academy puts the planet in the center, but this...
I don't know about Academy drawings,
she replied with a shrug.
I just drew what felt right.
Marcus looked more closely and felt a chill of recognition. The drawing showed the sun at the center with planets orbiting around it. A solar system arrangement. But the planetary positions were different from what he knew from his modern world. The number of planets was wrong, and their relative positions didn't match Earth's solar system.
This is remarkable,
he said, reaching into his pouch for coins.
Here, 2 copper pieces. Thank you for showing me this.
Celestine pocketed the coins with obvious relief.
Thank you, young master. May the stars smile upon your path.
As Marcus walked away, his mind raced with implications. If this wasn't a parallel universe to his own, if the astronomical system was different, then what exactly was Valdris? And how was he connected to it? He forced himself to focus on more immediate concerns. The mysteries of interdimensional travel could wait. He had pressing problems to solve in both worlds. But it was also becoming clear that everything was connected. Personal relationships affected business decisions, business partnerships created political opportunities, and political connections could either strengthen or undermine their position in the larger conflict. As the Academy came into view, Marcus made a mental note to discuss Lord Brightmore with Master Timon. If wealthy nobles were suddenly taking interest in refugee businesses, it could be genuine opportunity, calculated manipulation, or something even more dangerous. In a world where interdimensional warfare was being conducted using stolen magnets and electrical generation, nothing could be taken at face value. Chapter 40. The Academy Reformation. Marcus woke to the familiar sounds of his extended family preparing for another day in their Academy-provided housing. But this morning carried a different energy. Tom was back from his magical training and the whole family had gathered in the common room to hear about his progress.
Watch this, everyone,
he said with barely contained excitement. He picked up a heavy wooden chair and held it above his head with one hand, his enhanced muscles barely straining.
Master Edmund says I'm getting much better at controlling the enhancement magic.
Uncle Aldwin shook his head in amazement.
Never thought I'd see the day when one of us could lift furniture like it was made of feathers.
It's not just about lifting heavy things,
he explained, setting the chair down carefully.
I can enhance my reflexes too. Watch.
He moved his hand in a quick series of defensive motions that seemed almost impossibly fast.
And I can focus the enhancement to specific muscle groups instead of my whole body.
Aunt Mira looked worried.
Are you sure this is safe, Tom? All this magical training?
Very safe, Aunt Mira,
he replied with his characteristic earnestness.
Master Edmund teaches us discipline first, power second. He says enhanced strength without enhanced judgment is just dangerous.
Sounds like wise instruction. And you're learning to read and write alongside the magic?
Tom's face reddened slightly.
The reading's still harder than the magic, to be honest. But I'm getting better with Marcus's help.
We're all proud of you, Tom,
he said warmly.
You're proving that common people can excel at magical training just as well as nobles.
The family spent another pleasant hour discussing Tom's progress before Marcus needed to leave for his meeting with the Academy faculty. The warmth of family support gave him confidence as he headed toward what could be a pivotal moment in Valdris educational history. The conference chamber in the Academy's administrative wing buzzed with the kind of nervous energy that preceded significant institutional changes. Master Timon had called a secret meeting with department heads, and Marcus found himself seated at a polished oak table surrounded by some of the most influential academic minds in the kingdom.
Distinguished colleagues, we face challenges that require us to fundamentally reconsider how we approach education in Valdris.
He began his voice, carrying the authority of nearly 2 centuries of leadership. Marcus surveyed the assembled faculty, Professor Edmund from Practical Arts Master Cornelius, representing Academy Administration Lady Genevieve from the Scribal Department, and Professor Thaddeus, the stern head of Magical Theory. Alice sat near Marcus, her scribal materials ready to document the proceedings.
The threats we face come not just from magical powers, but from the innovative application of knowledge that transcends traditional categories. Young Marcus of Millhaven has proposed an approach that could revolutionize our defensive capabilities.
Marcus felt all eyes turned to him, and he stood with the careful respect appropriate for such distinguished company.
Masters, what I propose is expanding academy enrollment to include common people, farmers, craftsmen, merchants, alongside traditional students from noble families or with magical affinities.
Professor Thaddeus immediately leaned forward, his expression skeptical.
Master Timon, with respect, the Academy's resources are already strained. We can barely provide adequate education for qualified magical students. How could we possibly accommodate common laborers?
That's the kind of thinking that limits our potential,
he replied, carefully but firmly.
In my experience, innovation often comes from people who understand practical applications rather than theoretical abstractions.
Marcus moved to the chamber's large slate board and began sketching diagrams.
Imagine if every village blacksmith understood basic engineering principles. They could improve agricultural tools, create better weapons, solve local infrastructure problems that currently require expensive academic consultations.
Lady Genevieve interjected.
Fascinating in theory, but we lack the faculty to teach such expanded programs. Our current staff is already committed to existing curricula.
He said, his voice carrying new urgency. He continued his enthusiasm building.
Engineering principles, advanced agricultural techniques, mathematical applications for commerce, basic medical knowledge for rural communities.
Marcus's innovations in printing and papermaking demonstrate this kind of practical application. Knowledge that benefits everyone, not just magical elites.
Professor Edmund nodded thoughtfully.
The Practical Arts Department has long advocated for more diverse enrollment. We see the creative potential in students from working backgrounds.
But Professor Thaddeus remained unconvinced.
The Academy exists to preserve and advance magical knowledge. Diluting our focus with soap-making and agricultural techniques undermines our fundamental mission.
Marcus felt his frustration rising, but kept his voice level.
Professor, with respect, magical knowledge alone won't defeat an enemy who combines magic with advanced technology. We need innovative thinking from every possible source.
Master Timon raised his hand for attention.
Marcus, would you please explain your specific proposals for curriculum integration?
Marcus returned to the slate board, outlining a comprehensive plan he'd developed during his research.
Morning classes in practical skills, engineering, agriculture, commerce, basic medicine. Afternoon sessions in literacy, mathematics, and critical thinking. Evening workshops where magical and non-magical students collaborate on real-world problems.
The key is creating synergy. He emphasized,
magical students learn practical applications for their abilities. Common students contribute innovative perspectives that magical tradition might overlook.
Master Cornelius asked pragmatically.
What about resources? Housing, materials, instructor compensation?
Start small,
he replied.
A pilot program with maybe 40 students from diverse backgrounds. Measure results, refine approaches, expand gradually based on demonstrated success.
Alice raised her hand with obvious excitement.
I volunteer to help design the curriculum. The scribal department could develop educational materials specifically for this program.
The chamber fell quiet as the faculty considered the revolutionary implications of Marcus's proposal. Finally, Master Timon spoke with the weight of institutional authority.
I believe we should proceed with a limited trial program. Professor Edmund, you'll coordinate practical skills instruction. Lady Genevieve, please work with Alice on appropriate materials. Professor Thaddeus. The first thirth need your expertise in evaluating how this integrates with our magical education standards.
Professor Thaddeus looked displeased but nodded with professional compliance.
As you wish, Master Timon.
The meeting continued for another hour, working through practical details of implementation. When the session finally concluded, Marcus felt both exhilarated and exhausted by the scope of what they'd committed to undertaking. As the faculty dispersed, Alice approached Marcus with barely contained enthusiasm.
This could change everything. Not just academy education, but the entire relationship between knowledge and social class throughout the kingdom.
Let's hope it works.
But, he replied,
if we can demonstrate success here, maybe other institutions will adopt similar approaches.
They were interrupted by Sarah's arrival at the chamber entrance. She looked excited, but also carried an undercurrent of tension that Marcus was beginning to recognize.
Marcus, Alice, I heard about the meeting from Master Cornelius. Is it true about the expanded enrollment?
It is,
she confirmed warmly.
And, Sarah, we were hoping you might be interested in being one of our first non-magical students.
Sarah's face lit up with genuine joy.
Really? You think I could succeed in formal academy classes?
Absolutely,
he said.
Your mechanical intuition, your business insights, your collaborative skills. You'd be an ideal candidate for the program.
I would love that,
she said, her voice carrying hope and determination.
Learning engineering principles, formal mathematics, maybe even basic chemistry?
The kind of integrated approach we're developing.
He agreed. But Marcus noticed Sarah's excitement fade, slightly replaced by the troubled expression he'd seen at Aldrich's shop.
Sarah, is everything all right?
He asked.
Oh, it's wonderful news about the Academy program.
She said quickly.
It's just other things happening that are more complicated.
Before Marcus could ask for details, they heard approaching footsteps and familiar voices echoing through the Academy corridors. One voice was clearly Big Tom's distinctive boom, but he seemed to be struggling with something.
Trying to remember the difference between B and D is harder than carrying 2 grain sacks up a mountain.
He was saying to his literacy instructor.
Patience, Tom,
Came the gentle reply from Master Edmund, the Academy's adult education specialist.
Literacy development takes time, but your progress is remarkable.
His voice carried barely contained joy.
Marcus, how did your important meeting go?
He called cheerfully.
Well, cousin, how are your studies progressing?
He asked.
Reading and writing are challenging. But the fighting practices. Master Edmund says I've got natural talent that's exceptional.
Master Edmund nodded with obvious pride.
Tom has demonstrated remarkable aptitude for combat applications of enhancement magic. His instinctive understanding of leverage, timing, and force application exceeds many students with years of formal training.
That's wonderful, Tom.
He said genuinely.
Remember what Master Timon said about controlling all aspects of your abilities?
I remember. Master Edmund's been teaching me discipline and strategy, not just hitting things harder.
He grinned.
Though hitting things harder is satisfying too.
Their conversation was interrupted by another familiar voice approaching from the Academy's main entrance. Aldrich's distinctive cadence carried clearly through the corridors, but his tone suggested unusual excitement.
Unprecedented opportunity for strategic advancement,
He was saying to someone Marcus couldn't yet see. Aldrich appeared moments later practically bouncing with enthusiasm, and accompanied by a well-dressed man Marcus didn't recognize. Aldrich's face glowed with the kind of joy that suggested life-changing news.
Marcus, Sarah, perfect timing. I have extraordinary news to share with everyone.
He called enthusiastically. Sarah's expression immediately became guarded, and Marcus felt the tension in the air shift noticeably.
What's the news, Aldrich?
He asked carefully.
Lord Brightmore's proposal has developed far beyond anything I imagined.
He said, his voice carrying barely contained excitement.
Not just business partnership, but potential joining of our houses through marriage.
Marcus saw Sarah's face go carefully blank, the kind of controlled expression that suggested emotional pain being deliberately suppressed.
Marriage?
She asked with polite curiosity.
Lord Brightmore is interested in Lair marrying into a successful merchant family. Our innovations, our growth potential, our strategic position in Drakmore's commercial district. He sees tremendous value in formal alliance.
Aldrich turned to Marcus with genuine gratitude.
And Marcus, your contributions made this possible. Without the soap business, the printing innovations, the Academy connections, none of this would be happening.
Marcus felt conflicted. Aldrich's happiness was obvious and sincere, but Sarah's distress was equally clear to anyone paying attention. The personal dynamics were becoming as complex as the political challenges they faced.
That's significant news,
he said carefully.
Are you certain about Lord Brightmore's motivations? It seems like a substantial change from business partnership to marriage arrangements.
What makes it so valuable? What makes it so valuable?
He replied confidently.
This elevates our social position, secures our financial future, creates political connections that could benefit all our ventures.
Sarah, who had been silent during this exchange, finally spoke with carefully controlled emotion.
Congratulations, Aldrich. I'm sure Lara will be happy with such an advantageous arrangement.
Her tone was perfectly polite, but Marcus could hear the pain underneath. Alice, with her greater social sensitivity, seemed to recognize the situation immediately and moved closer to Sarah in a gesture of subtle support.
Well, if everyone's happy about it, that's good, right?
He said with his characteristic directness. Marcus realized that Tom, despite his loyalty and good intentions, completely missed the emotional complexity of what was happening. His cousin's enhanced strength didn't extend to reading social dynamics.
These are important decisions that deserve careful consideration,
he said diplomatically.
Aldrich, perhaps we could discuss the business implications privately later?
Of course,
he agreed readily.
But Marcus, the opportunities this creates for expansion, for academy partnerships, for everything we've been working toward.
As Aldrich continued enthusiastically outlining his plans, Marcus noticed Sarah quietly excusing herself from the group. Alice caught his eye and gestured discreetly toward where Sarah was heading, toward the academy's garden areas where students often went for privacy. Later that evening, after the day's meetings and conversations had concluded, Marcus found himself once again in Master Timon's private chambers. The old wizard had requested a follow-up discussion about their previous revelations, and Marcus carried with him a list of questions that had been building since their last conversation.
Master Timon, I've been thinking about our discussion of Malachar and the electrical threat. I have questions about the broader situation.
He began settling into the familiar chair across from the wizard's desk.
Please proceed,
he said, his ancient eyes showing the keen interest that Marcus had learned to recognize.
First, about this world, about Valdris itself. What can you tell me about the planet, the magical systems, the history of conflict with threats like Malachar?
Master Timon leaned back in his chair, clearly settling in for a comprehensive discussion.
Valdris is ancient, Marcus. Our recorded history spans 3 millennia, and our oral tradition suggests civilizations that predate even that. Magic has always been present but rare. Perhaps 1 in 10,000 people possess any meaningful magical affinity.
And Malachar? How long has he been a threat?
What? He asked.
Malachar has been a presence in our world for nearly 2 centuries. He began as a minor territorial ruler who seemed to possess unusual knowledge and capabilities. Over time, he conquered neighboring kingdoms through a combination of magical power, technological innovation, and political manipulation.
Marcus felt a chill at the timeline.
2 centuries! That gives him so much leverage establishing power.
Indeed. And now I must ask you about your modern world. What can you tell me about the technological capabilities that might be available to someone with Malachar's apparent resources?
Marcus spent the next hour explaining modern industrial capabilities, communication systems, and potential military applications. Master Timon listened with the careful attention of someone trying to understand threats beyond his experience.
Master, I have to ask, why is no one actively trying to take down Malachar? In my world's stories, there are always fellowships, sisterhoods, radiants who band together against dark lords,
he said finally. Master Timon's expression grew heavy with old pain and disappointment.
I don't know about such groups in your world stories, but here in Valdris there have been numerous attempts. Military campaigns, special forces of mages and wizards, even coordinated efforts between multiple kingdoms.
What happened to them?
He asked.
Malachar always emerged victorious, either through sheer magical power or through political maneuvering. He has a talent for turning kingdoms against each other, for making alliances with whoever offers the best immediate advantage. Most of those kingdoms have now been swallowed by his expanding territory.
Master Timon's voice carried the weight of personal experience.
I learned my lesson through 3 separate missions against him. Success won't come from one devastating attack or heroic gesture. He must be taken down systematically with everyone working together. And frankly, I no longer have the energy for such an undertaking.
But you're willing to work with me on educational reforms and defensive preparations?
He asked.
Educational reform is different,
Master Timon replied.
That's about building long-term capabilities, creating the foundation for others to continue the work. It's sustainable in ways that direct confrontation has never proven to be.
As their conversation concluded, Marcus felt the weight of both worlds pressing down on him. The challenges were enormous, the timelines were urgent, and the stakes couldn't be higher. But he also felt the strength that came from having allies, from building relationships and capabilities that could endure beyond any single person's efforts. Success depended not just on innovations and strategies, but on maintaining the human connections that made everything else possible. Chapter 41. Dragons and Dissociation. Marcus woke in his Chicago dorm room with his mind buzzing from the Academy Reformation meeting. The successful proposal for expanded education felt like a major victory, but it highlighted how much he needed to understand about implementing educational systems from scratch.
Morning, Sleeping Beauty.
He called from his desk, already organizing streaming equipment.
You've been talking in your sleep again. Something about curriculum design and practical applications.
Working through some ideas?
He replied, sitting up and reaching for his laptop.
Tyler, I need to do some research before classes. Mind if I use your study corner?
Go for it. I'm heading out to film content anyway.
He gathered his portable setup.
What are you researching? More medieval stuff?
Educational theory. How to start teaching systems in resource-limited environments, places without established infrastructure or traditional academic institutions.
Tyler paused in his packing, looking curious.
That's cool. Like building schools in developing countries or something?
Something like that.
He said, opening several browser tabs.
I'm trying to understand core concepts that work regardless of available technology or resources.
Well, good luck with that. Sounds complicated but important.
He headed toward the door.
Oh, and don't forget you have that gaming club thing tonight. You seemed excited about joining.
Marcus had almost forgotten about the D&D club invitation.
Right, thanks.
After Tyler left, Marcus dove into intensive research about educational principles and implementation strategies. He searched for articles about teaching in low-resource environments, historical examples of rapid educational expansion, and approaches to adult literacy programs.
John, UNESCO Guidelines for Education in Developing Regions.
He muttered, taking notes.
Paulo Freire's Critical Pedagogy. Montessori methods adapted for adult learners. Problem-based learning.
He read aloud, highlighting key passages.
Students learn by working on real challenges rather than abstract theory. Exactly what we're trying to do with the Academy program.
He discovered fascinating historical examples. The Danish folk high school movement, 19th century mechanics institutes, the Highlander folk school's approach to community education. Each case study offered insights into overcoming resource limitations and social resistance. Marcus spent his morning classes half listening to lectures while mentally planning how to adapt modern educational research for Valdris implementation. By afternoon, he had filled notebook pages with strategies, methodologies, and assessment approaches that could work with medieval technology and social structures.
The key is scalability.
He wrote in his notes.
Start with demonstration programs that show immediate benefits. Train local instructors who understand community needs. Create sustainable funding through economic improvements.
Evening approached faster than Marcus expected. He gathered his research materials and headed toward the student union, feeling oddly nervous about his first D&D session. In Valdris, he dealt with magic, political intrigue, and technological warfare. But somehow, collaborative fantasy storytelling with college students felt intimidating. Room 240 was buzzing with activity when Marcus arrived. 5 students sat around a large table covered with books, character sheets, dice, and hand-drawn maps. The setup looked sophisticated for a college club.
Marcus, you made it! Everyone! This is the new player I mentioned.
She called enthusiastically, looking up from her thick binder of game materials. Marcus surveyed the group as introductions were made. Derek the Dungeon Master had the kind of intense focus that reminded Marcus of Master Timon. Sarah was a psychology major whose analytical approach to character motivation echoed Alice's scribal precision. David reminded him of Big Tom, straightforward, loyal, and primarily interested in direct action solutions.
So, Marcus, Emma mentioned you're interested in scenarios involving magic technology and political intrigue. That's not the kind of campaign we usually run here. More of a dragons and adventure.
He said, settling behind his DM screen.
Perfect.
He replied, excited.
I've been thinking lately about dragons.
What kind of character are you thinking of playing?
She asked, sliding a character creation guide across the table. Marcus examined the options. Wizards, warriors, rogues, clerics, each with distinct abilities and limitations. Without consciously planning it, he found himself gravitating toward an unusual combination.
What about a character with no magical abilities, but who specializes in innovation and problem-solving? Someone who uses knowledge and creativity to accomplish what others do with magic.
He said slowly. Derek rolled his eyes.
A non-magical innovator in a fantasy setting? So original. Most players want fireballs and healing spells.
He said it sarcastically, clearly unimpressed.
I think that's what makes it interesting.
He replied.
How do you contribute meaningfully to a group when everyone else has supernatural abilities, but you only have intelligence and determination?
She said approvingly. Marcus thought about his position in Valdris. No magic, but access to knowledge that could change everything.
Maybe they're not disadvantaged. Maybe they just have advantages that aren't immediately obvious.
The character creation process proved more engaging than Marcus had expected. They spent an hour developing his character's background motivations and capabilities. Marcus found himself creating someone remarkably similar to his Valdris identity, a refugee from a destroyed homeland trying to help family and friends while fighting against overwhelming odds.
Interesting.
He observed as Marcus finalized his character sheet.
Your guy has skills in engineering alchemy and what we might call technology adaptation. Almost like he's from a more advanced civilization trying to make his knowledge work in a medieval setting.
Something like that.
He agreed, impressed by Derek's insight. The gaming session was revelatory. Derek presented complex scenarios that required creative problem-solving, collaborative planning, and thinking. When the group faced challenges that seemed impossible to overcome with traditional fantasy approaches, Marcus found his character contributing unique solutions based on practical knowledge and innovative thinking. He undersold his campaign, Marcus thought.
Your character's idea to use simple machines and leverage to overcome the magical barriers is brilliant.
She said during a break.
I never would have thought of that approach.
That's the advantage of thinking outside conventional fantasy frameworks.
He replied.
Sometimes mundane knowledge applied creatively can be more powerful than magic.
The session continued past midnight with the group working through a complex political scenario involving corrupt nobles, threatening enemies, and limited resources. Marcus found the collaborative storytelling similar to planning in Valdris, identifying problems, evaluating options, implementing solutions, adapting to unexpected developments. When the session finally ended, Marcus felt energized rather than tired. The thinking, collaborative problem-solving, and creative application of knowledge had been intellectually satisfying in ways he hadn't expected.
That was fantastic.
He said sincerely as the group packed up their materials.
When's the next session?
Friday evening.
He replied.
Same time, same place. Think you'll stick with the non-magical innovator concept?
Definitely. I'm excited to see how he develops.
Walking back to his dorm near midnight, Marcus reflected on how the gaming session had unexpectedly paralleled his experiences in Valdris. The challenges of contributing without traditional advantages, the importance of creative thinking, the value of collaborative relationships, all themes that resonated with his double life. The dorm hallway was quiet, except for the familiar sound of Tyler's late-night streaming session echoing from their room. Marcus entered to find Tyler in full performance mode, engaging enthusiastically with his live chat while playing some complex strategy game.
Chat. I'm telling you, conventional builds are overrated.
He was saying to his audience.
Sometimes the weirdest combinations end up being the most effective.
Marcus settled into his desk chair close enough to Tyler's setup to be visible on camera, but out of the main frame. Tyler noticed him and gestured him closer.
Oh, hey! My roommate just got back from his first D&D session.
He announced to his stream.
Marcus, tell Chat about your character concept?
Marcus looked at the streaming setup, seeing dozens of chat messages scrolling past on Tyler's second monitor. The real-time interaction with viewers was fascinating, like performing collaborative storytelling for a live audience.
I created a non-magical innovator in a fantasy campaign.
Bo!
He said, leaning into Tyler's microphone range.
Someone who solves problems with knowledge and creativity instead of fireballs and magic spells.
The chat immediately exploded with responses. Marcus watched the messages scroll by. Boring character concept. Where's the magic? Sounds like playing on hard mode. That's creative, though.
Chat's divided.
He observed with amusement.
Some people think you lack creativity. Others think it's interesting. What's your take?
Marcus laughed, entertained by the online debate.
I think the most creative solutions often come from working within limitations. When you can't blast everything with magic, you have to think differently.
That's smart,
he said approvingly.
Like speedrunning, the most innovative routes come from finding ways around obvious approaches.
They talked for another few minutes about character development gaming and the psychology of collaborative storytelling. The chat gradually warmed to Marcus's presence, with several viewers asking questions about D&D and unconventional character concepts.
All right, chat, I think we're going to wrap up for tonight.
He finally announced.
Thanks for hanging out, and remember, sometimes the weirdest strategies work the best.
As Tyler ended his stream and began shutting down his equipment, Marcus felt a surprising sense of satisfaction. The evening had been genuinely enjoyable. Intellectually stimulating, socially engaging, and creatively fulfilling.
That was fun,
he said as they prepared for bed.
Your viewers seemed enthusiastic.
They liked you,
he replied.
You should join Stream more often. Your perspective on thinking is interesting.
Maybe I will.
He said, meaning it. Lying in bed, Marcus reflected on how the evening had unexpectedly connected his two worlds. The educational research would help with academy program implementation. The D&D session had provided thinking practice that could apply to Valdris challenges. Even Tyler's streaming community had offered insights into collaborative problem-solving and audience engagement. For the first time since his double life began, Marcus felt like his modern world experiences were contributing to his success in both realities rather than creating distractions and conflicts. Maybe balancing two worlds didn't have to mean constant stress and impossible choices. Maybe it could mean drawing strength and insights from multiple sources to become more effective in both. The thought was energizing. Tomorrow he would wake up in Valdris with new ideas for educational implementation approaches to political challenges and a clearer sense of how collaborative relationships could amplify individual capabilities. Tonight, for the first time in months, Marcus fell asleep feeling optimistic about managing his dual existence. Both worlds were challenging, but they were also filled with opportunities for learning, growth, and meaningful contribution. The key was finding ways to make them complement rather than compete with each other. And after tonight's gaming session, that integration felt more possible than ever before. Chapter 42: The Weight of Counsel. Marcus approached Master Timon's chambers with his usual bundle of notes and research materials, planning to discuss the foundational curriculum for their educational pilot program. But as he neared the heavy oak door, raised voices from within made him pause.
You are taking crucial advice from a kid not even big enough to grow facial hair.
Professor Thaddeus's voice carried clearly through the door, sharp with indignation and barely controlled anger.
I am considering every approach available to us and choosing according to merit, not according to age or appearance.
Master Timon's response was measured but firm. Marcus hesitated in the corridor, uncertain whether to interrupt what was clearly a heated private conversation. But Professor Thaddeus's next words made his blood run cold.
You are making him your successor, a kid you barely know without magic when we have stood behind you for nearly 50 years.
Your judgment is baseless, Thaddeus.
Master Timon replied, though Marcus could hear the weariness creeping into the ancient wizard's voice.
Marcus is earning his place through merit and contribution. He won't be replacing any of you as head of the academy.
Then why are you taking into consideration broadening education to non-magicals when we can barely catch up with what we have? Our resources are dwindling. This will burn us out completely.
Marcus felt his stomach twist with anxiety. Professor Thaddeus was voicing legitimate concerns, and Marcus couldn't blame him for questioning the wisdom of trusting a teenage refugee with institutional decisions that affected hundreds of lives.
We are trying to create both monetary resources and humanitarian resources.
Master Timon explained patiently.
It won't be easy, but I should have done this years ago.
We can't do it now, not in this situation.
Especially now.
Master Timon countered with surprising steel in his voice.
Or else I'm afraid it will be too late. Malachar will have already taken everything.
There was a pause, and when Professor Thaddeus spoke again, his voice carried a dangerous edge that made Marcus's hands shake.
But I don't trust this Marcus kid. He's too specific about everything, too knowledgeable about things no village boy should understand. He could be one of Malachar's agents.
Marcus felt the world tilt around him as the full weight of his situation crashed down like a physical blow. What am I doing here? He thought desperately. I'm playing advisor and innovator to someone who's practically Gandalf. This isn't a game where someone laughs when you roll a 1. If you roll a 1 here, you're dead. If someone suggests you're a spy to the wrong person, you're dead. The anxiety spiral hit him with devastating force. I'm just a kid, his mind screamed. I want to play games, go on dates, worry about normal teenage problems. What am I doing here? This isn't a game where you can say, oh well, new character sheet and start over. His breathing became shallow and rapid as the implications of Professor Thaddeus's suspicions sank in. In this world, accusations of treason weren't academic exercises. They were death sentences. One wrong word, one suspicious behavior, One person in authority deciding he was a threat.
Marcus!
Her voice cut through his spiraling thoughts like a lifeline. She was approaching from the corridor behind him, carrying her usual armload of scribal materials.
Are you entering also?
He asked. Marcus tried to compose himself, but Alice's sharp eyes immediately noticed his distress. She moved closer, lowering her voice with concern.
Are you all right? You look pale.
Yes, just thinking about the complexities of what we're attempting.
He replied, his voice not entirely steady.
The conversation inside sounds rather heated. Perhaps we should wait?
She studied his face with the analytical precision that made her such an effective scribe.
No, we need to address these concerns directly,
he said, making a decision. They knocked together, and Master Timon's voice called for them to enter. The scene inside confirmed Marcus's worst fears. Professor Thaddeus stood rigid with barely controlled anger while Master Timon sat behind his desk looking every one of his rumored 190 years.
Marcus Alice,
he said with obvious relief.
Perfect timing. Professor Thaddeus and I were discussing the implementation challenges for our educational initiatives.
Professor Thaddeus fixed Marcus with a stare that felt like being examined by a hostile judge.
Indeed. I'm curious to hear more of your insights on Academy policy.
Marcus felt his anxiety spike again, but forced himself to speak with as much calm authority as he could manage.
Master Timon, I've been reconsidering some aspects of our pilot program.
God?
Master Timon's eyebrows rose with surprise.
I think starting a full pilot class should be put on hold.
He continued, the words coming faster as his nervousness increased.
We should focus first on creating qualified teachers before taking on the massive workload of teaching nearly 1 million people now living in Drakmore. It wouldn't be feasible.
Professor Thaddeus's expression shifted slightly, showing what might have been grudging approval.
Finally, some practical sense.
I agree with yesterday's concerns about completely changing our established systems.
He added, trying to project competence, while his internal voice screamed warnings about the danger he was in.
Perhaps we're moving too quickly.
With respect, I believe we should at least preserve the pilot class concept. We can start small, maybe 10 students instead of 20, and use it as a proof of concept.
Alice is right,
Master Timon said thoughtfully.
But Marcus raises valid points about teacher preparation.
Marcus seized the opportunity to offer a compromise that might satisfy everyone.
What if we focus first on building funding through selling our innovations to the masses, create a solid financial foundation, then use those resources to properly train instructors before expanding enrollment?
Master Timon considered this for several moments, then nodded slowly.
I believe we can do both. Alice, you'll oversee a limited pilot class, no more than 8 students. Marcus, I want you to create a comprehensive foundational knowledge base. Document how each subject can be taught from the ground up, what materials are needed, what prerequisites exist.
Professor Thaddeus looked less hostile, though still skeptical.
That's a more measured approach.
Knowledge preservation is crucial.
Master Timon continued, addressing Marcus directly.
You bring insights that could be lost if something happens to you. Keep detailed records of your methods, your reasoning, your sources of information. In time, we can train others to teach these principles.
Of course, Master.
He replied, relieved that the tension seemed to be diffusing. Professor Thaddeus gathered his robes with formal dignity.
I still have reservations, but this approach is more conservative. I'll support the limited pilot program.
He fixed Marcus with one final searching look before leaving the chamber. Alice excused herself moments later, citing curriculum planning responsibilities, leaving Marcus alone with Master Timon. The ancient wizard studied Marcus with those penetrating eyes that seemed to see far more than they should.
Marcus, the censure troubled by more than implementation logistics,
he said quietly. Marcus felt the weight of Professor Thaddeus's suspicions pressing down on him like a physical burden.
Master, what if he's right? What if I'm in over my head? What if my advice causes more harm than good?
Good.
Master Timon leaned back in his chair with the air of someone who'd been expecting this conversation.
You're concerned about Professor Thaddeus's evaluation of your character.
He thinks I might be a spy,
he said bluntly.
And honestly, Master, from his perspective, I can understand why. I do know things I shouldn't know. I do make suggestions that seem to come from nowhere.
Master Thymon was quiet for a long moment, considering his words carefully.
Marcus, you bring crucial knowledge to our situation, knowledge that could save lives, preserve our kingdom, protect everything we value. But yes, that knowledge makes you unique in ways that arouse suspicion.
What should I do?
He asked.
Continue documenting everything.
Master Thymon said with sudden intensity.
Not just for the education program, but for all your innovations. If something happens to you, others need to be able to continue your work. And Marcus?
Yes, Master?
He asked.
Be careful about who you trust completely. Professor Thaddeus's concerns about infiltrators aren't unfounded. Someone is feeding information to our enemies, and anyone with access to sensitive knowledge becomes a potential suspect.
Marcus felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature in the chamber.
Even me?
Even you. Even Alice. Even myself, for that matter.
Master Thymon's expression grew grave.
In times like these, paranoia and caution become indistinguishable. The key is to continue doing good work while being aware that every action is being watched and evaluated.
Leaving Master Thymon's chambers, Marcus felt the full weight of his impossible situation pressing down on him. He was walking a tightrope between worlds, carrying knowledge that could save or damn everyone he cared about, trusted by some and suspected by others. The corridor seemed longer than usual as he made his way back to his workshop, acutely aware that every person he passed might be evaluating his behavior, looking for signs of treachery or deception. The academy, which had felt like a sanctuary just days before, now felt like a maze of potential threats and hidden dangers. I'm 19 years old, Marcus thought desperately. I should be worried about homework and dating and what to do after graduation. Instead, I'm planning education reforms while being suspected of espionage by people who could have me executed with a word. But even as the anxiety threatened to overwhelm him, Marcus felt something else rising in his chest, a stubborn determination that surprised him with its strength. Professor Thaddeus might suspect him, enemies might be watching him, and the political situation might be deteriorating rapidly, but he had work to do. People depended on him. And, regardless of the personal cost, he would continue finding ways to help defend the kingdom and protect the people he cared about. Even if it killed him, which, given the circumstances, seemed like an increasingly real possibility. Marcus reached his workshop and immediately began organizing his notes for the comprehensive documentation Master Thymon had requested. If he was going to be suspected of espionage anyway, he might as well make sure his knowledge could survive his potential execution. The thought was terrifying, but also oddly liberating. When you're already assumed to be a spy, you have nothing left to lose by acting boldly. And boldness, Marcus was beginning to realize, might be exactly what the situation required. Chapter 43. Shadows and Whispers. Marcus was deep in his documentation work when urgent footsteps echoed through the academy corridors outside his workshop. The rhythm was distinctive. The measured cadence of military boots, but moving with unusual haste. He looked up from his detailed notes on basic engineering principles just as a familiar voice called out from the hallway above.
Master Thymon, I need to speak with you immediately. It's urgent.
Sister Cora's voice carried a tension that Marcus had never heard before. He set down his pen and climbed the stairs from his basement workshop, arriving at the corridor just as Cora strode past, her travel-worn cloak still dusty from the road and her face grim with whatever news she carried.
Sister Cora,
he called softly. She turned, and Marcus was struck by how exhausted she looked. Dark circles under her eyes spoke of sleepless nights, and her usually immaculate military bearing showed signs of hard travel and harder discoveries.
Marcus I need to speak with Master Thymon privately. This is urgent military intelligence.
I understand,
he replied, stepping back to give her space. But as they reached Master Thymon's chambers, the ancient wizard's voice came from within.
Enter, both of you. Marcus, the first of Bempters, the first of verse 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 of verse. Inter both of you, natter d enter, but trust that it's necessary to you later. The verse of 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 writing indations only you can see. Inter both of verse to 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 verse.
Cora looked uncertain but nodded.
If you believe it's wise, Master.
They entered the chamber together, and Master Timon welcomed them with the weary resignation of someone who'd been expecting bad news for some time.
Sister Cora, you look as though you've ridden through hell itself. What did you discover?
Cora accepted the chair Marcus offered and began her report with military precision, but her voice carried an undercurrent of deep concern.
Master, the situation in the border provinces is far worse than we realized. The attacks aren't random raids by desperate bandits. There's clear coordination, central command, sophisticated intelligence gathering.
Explain,
Master Timon said, leaning forward with sharp attention.
I interviewed refugees from 7 different villages that have fallen in the past month. The attack patterns are too similar to be coincidental. Each village was hit at its moment of maximum vulnerability, when most able-bodied defenders were away, when food supplies were lowest, when morale had been undermined by months of subtle sabotage.
Alice was taking rapid notes, her scribal training enabling her to capture every detail.
What kind of sabotage?
Supply disruptions mainly, critical shipments delayed or lost entirely, tools breaking at crucial moments, seed grain contaminated just before planting season, small things individually but devastating when combined.
But there's something else, something that directly concerns us here in Drakmor. Master Timon's ancient eyes sharpened with dangerous intensity.
Continue.
Multiple refugees mentioned visits from a royal representative in the weeks before their villages fell. Someone claiming to speak for the king conducting what he called security assessments and resource evaluations.
Lord Varric?
He said immediately, the pieces clicking into place with terrible clarity.
Say, it has to be Lord Varric. He's the king's primary advisor, and he has the authority to conduct those kinds of assessments.
Cora nodded.
The descriptions match what I know of Lord Varric's appearance, and Marcus, the timing is what makes this damning. In every case, these security assessments occurred exactly 3 to 4 weeks before the villages were attacked.
Master Timon was quiet for a long moment, the implications clearly weighing heavily on his ancient mind.
So Lord Varric visits villages, gathers intelligence about their defenses and resources. Then, somehow, that information reaches Malakar's forces.
That's my assessment. Sir, I believe we're looking at systematic betrayal at the highest levels of the royal court.
Alice looked up from her note-taking with obvious concern.
If Lord Varric is feeding information to enemies, then our investigation here at the Academy is even more urgent. He could be providing details about our defenses, our capabilities, our plans.
Marcus felt the paranoia that had been building since Professor Thaddeus's accusations crystallize into genuine fear.
Master, if Lord Varric has access to royal intelligence, he probably knows about our educational reforms, our innovations, maybe even our suspicions about infiltrators.
Master Timon stood and walked to his window, looking out over the academy grounds, with the careful attention of someone evaluating defensive positions.
The situation is worse than I feared. We're not just dealing with external threats, we're fighting enemies who know our plans before we implement them.
What do we do?
Where? She asked. Master Timon turned back to face them, and Marcus was struck by how the ancient wizard looked every one of his 190 years. But his voice carried undiminished authority when he spoke.
We form our own intelligence network, small, trusted, compartmentalized. Sister Cora, your military contacts and field experience make you invaluable for gathering external intelligence. Alice, your scribal network gives us access to information from other academies and royal courts throughout the kingdom.
And Marcus?
She asked.
Marcus provides analytical capability and unique perspectives on potential threats and solutions.
Master Thymon's choice of words was careful, but Marcus understood the implication. His modern world knowledge made him valuable for recognizing patterns and possibilities that medieval thinkers might miss.
What's our first priority?
He asked.
Intelligence gathering.
Master Thymon replied immediately.
We need to establish patterns, timelines, connections. Alice, use your scribal contacts to gather information about similar supply disruptions, mysterious assessments, and coordinated attacks throughout the kingdom. But be subtle. We can't let anyone know we're investigating.
Alice nodded with professional determination.
I can craft inquiries that appear to be routine academic research. Scribes love sharing information about regional variations in administrative procedures.
Hor. Sister Cora, Master Thymon continued.
I need you to coordinate with military contacts who can be trusted completely. Map the attack patterns. Identify the timing of Lord Varric's visits. Look for any other officials who might be involved.
Understood. What about approaching the king directly? If we can prove Lord Varric's treachery...
So we need proof,
he said.
Exactly. And Marcus, your role is perhaps the most crucial. You have insights into methods and technologies that our enemies might be using. Help us understand what we're facing.
They spent the next 2 hours beginning their systematic documentation. Alice produced a comprehensive list of her scribal contacts throughout the kingdom, along with subtle inquiry strategies that wouldn't arouse suspicion. Cora mapped out the timeline of village attacks and correlated them with known royal visits. Marcus contributed analytical frameworks for identifying patterns and predicting future targets. Look at this, Alice said, pointing to a correlation she'd discovered in her notes.
Every village that fell had received infrastructure improvement, visits from royal engineers in the month preceding Lord Varric's security assessments.
Marcus studied the pattern with growing alarm.
That's reconnaissance. Someone is evaluating defenses, resources, and vulnerabilities. The engineering visits identify physical weaknesses. Varric's assessments gather intelligence about human resources and morale.
A two-stage intelligence gathering operation,
She said grimly.
thorough and devastatingly effective.
Master Timon reviewed their findings with the careful attention of someone who'd survived nearly 2 centuries of political intrigue.
This level of coordination suggests something far more sophisticated than a simple, corrupt advisor selling information for personal gain.
What do you mean?
She asked.
I mean, Lord Varric might not be working alone. This kind of operation requires multiple agents, careful coordination, extensive resources. We might be looking at an entire network of infiltrators throughout the royal administration.
The implication hung in the air like a physical weight. If the corruption extended beyond Lord Varric to other court officials, then the scope of the threat was almost unimaginable.
Master, if there's a network of agents in the royal court, there are probably agents here at the academy as well,
he said quietly.
Almost certainly, which is why this investigation must be conducted with absolute secrecy. We trust no one outside this room until we have concrete evidence of their loyalty.
Cora gathered her travel gear, preparing to begin her discreet intelligence gathering among military contacts.
How do we communicate safely? If there are agents watching us, normal meetings might be too dangerous.
Alice considered this practical challenge with her characteristic analytical precision.
We could use the printing innovations Marcus developed, create coded messages that appear to be routine academic documents, distribute them through normal scribal channels.
Excellent idea.
Master Timon approved.
Marcus, can you design a communication system that appears innocuous but allows us to share intelligence securely?
Absolutely.
He replied, his mind already working on the technical challenges.
I can create documents that look like educational materials but contain encoded information in the formatting, spacing, and word choices.
As the meeting concluded and they prepared to begin their dangerous investigation, Marcus felt the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders like a heavy cloak. They were potentially the only people in the kingdom who understood the scope of the threat they faced. If they failed, if they were discovered, if their investigation was compromised, the consequences would extend far beyond their personal safety. Entire villages, thousands of innocent people, possibly the kingdom itself, hung in the balance. But as Marcus looked around at his fellow conspirators, the ancient wizard who'd lived through centuries of conflict, the military priestess who'd risked everything to gather intelligence, the brilliant scribe who'd dedicated her life to preserving knowledge, he felt something else alongside the fear. Hope. They were outnumbered, outmaneuvered, and operating under constant threat of discovery. But they had something their enemies didn't expect: the ability to think creatively, adapt quickly, and work together despite the dangers. The investigation was about to begin in earnest, and Marcus was determined to use every resource from both his worlds to ensure they succeeded. The kingdom's survival might depend on it. Chapter 44: Campaign of Avoidance. Marcus woke in his Chicago dorm room with his mind immediately racing through the intelligence network they'd formed in Valdres. The betrayal, the coordinated attacks, the careful documentation of enemy patterns — it all felt like the most complex scenario he'd ever encountered. Which gave him an idea. Instead of heading to his morning statistics class, Marcus opened his laptop and began furiously typing campaign notes for the D&D group. If he could recreate the political intrigue and challenges of Valdres as a fictional scenario, maybe the collaborative problem-solving would help him think through real solutions. Session 3: The Network of Shadows. He typed, creating elaborate background materials that drew heavily from his experiences with Master Taimon's investigation. The players discover that trusted advisors to the kingdom's leadership are betraying information to enemy forces. The campaign notes flowed with an intensity and detail that surprised even Marcus. 3 hours later, he had created a comprehensive political thriller involving infiltrators, coded communications, supply chain sabotage, and intelligence gathering. All based directly on what he'd learned in Valdres.
Marcus, didn't you have class like 2 hours ago?
His voice interrupted Marcus's writing flow.
Oh, yeah, I was researching for the campaign, got caught up in developing the political intrigue aspects.
Tyler examined the multiple document windows open on Marcus's screen with impressed surprise.
Dude, this looks incredibly detailed. How do you know so much about medieval intelligence operations and supply chain warfare?
Research. Lots of research,
he said quickly. That evening's D&D session was in a dead end. They stuck in a never-ending fight for nearly 5 hours. Derek gives assurance about, in the future, implementing Marcus's ideas to campaign. The session continued until nearly midnight, with the group working through complex combat encounter. But it meant no help to Marcus back in Valdres, which meant he was spending increasingly more time on D&D-related activities and decreasing amounts of time on actual college coursework. It reminded Marcus that he still needed to figure out how to explain his course changes to his parents. His father knew about dropping pre-med, but his mother... His phone buzzed with a text message that made his stomach drop. "Hi, honey. How are your classes going? I'm so proud of my future doctor. Love, Mom." Marcus stared at the message, realizing that he and his father had never told his mother about the major change. In the complexity of managing his double life, this crucial conversation had somehow been forgotten. His phone rang almost immediately.
Marcus, how are you, sweetie?
His mother's voice carried the warm enthusiasm that made him feel simultaneously loved and guilty.
Hi, Mom. I'm doing well.
I was thinking about how proud I am that you're following your dreams. All those organic chemistry courses must be challenging, but I know you're working hard to become a doctor.
Marcus felt his chest tighten.
Mom, about that.
Oh, I know pre-med is difficult. But remember, your father and I believe in you completely. We're so grateful that you're getting opportunities we never had.
Mom, I need to tell you something. I'm not taking organic chemistry anymore. I changed my course focus. Dad and I discussed it over winter break, and I'm pursuing business and applied sciences instead of pre-med.
The silence on the other end of the line stretched for what felt like hours.
What?
His mother's voice had changed completely, carrying a note of confusion and hurt that made Marcus's guilt spike enormously.
I realized that what I thought I wanted and what I want are different things. I want to help people and solve problems, but maybe not as a doctor.
Marcus, we sacrificed everything for your education. Everything. Your father worked 60-hour weeks. I worked double shifts at the hospital.
Marcus could hear his mother starting to cry, and the sound felt like a knife in his chest.
Mom, I'm still in college. I'm still studying. I'm pursuing a different path.
A different path? Marcus, do you understand what we gave up for your opportunities? Do you understand how many years we saved every penny so you could become a doctor?
The conversation continued for another painful 20 minutes, with Marcus trying to explain his decision while his mother voiced her disappointment and confusion. By the time they hung up, Marcus felt emotionally drained and consumed with guilt about disappointing the people who'd sacrificed so much for his opportunities, which made him realize that he hadn't seen Jake around the dorm much lately. Usually, his roommate would check in about academic struggles, offer study help, or at least make conversation about their respective coursework. But for the past week, Jake had been notably absent from their usual interactions. Marcus decided to visit Jake's room down the hall to check in and maybe talk through his family situation. But when he knocked, there was no answer. He tried texting.
Hey, what time will you be back? Wanted to talk.
No response. Marcus found himself checking the hallway constantly throughout the evening, waiting for Jake to return. It wasn't until nearly 10 p.m. that he finally spotted Jake walking toward his room, carrying his characteristic stack of medical textbooks.
Jake.
He called, hurrying to catch up with his friend. Jake turned, and Marcus was immediately struck by how cold his expression had become. Gone was the warm concern and genuine friendship that had characterized their relationship since the beginning of the semester. He said with polite but distant acknowledgement,
Hey, I was hoping we could talk. I feel like we haven't connected much lately, and I wanted to.
There's not much to talk about.
He interrupted, his voice carrying an edge that Marcus had never heard before.
I thought maybe when you changed tracks, started taking classes you wanted, it would create some kind of spark, some engagement with your education.
Marcus felt confused by Jake's hostility.
I am engaged. I'm researching things. I'm interested in working on projects that matter to me.
You're like every other spoiled kid who's blowing off their parents' money.
He said bluntly.
Good luck with your life and your D&D club, Marcus. I hope fantasy games are worth disappointing everyone who believed in you.
The words hit Marcus like a physical blow.
Jake, that's not fair. You don't understand the whole situation.
I understand enough,
he replied, his voice carrying a finality that scared Marcus.
I understand that you had opportunities most people would kill for, and you're throwing them away for games and entertainment.
Marcus desperately wanted to explain about Valdris, about the real-world applications of his thinking about the life-or-death challenges he was facing, but the words stuck in his throat, blocked by the impossibility of making anyone believe the truth.
It's not like that. There are things happening, complications you don't know about.
There are always complications, Marcus. The difference is that some people work through them and others use them as excuses to avoid responsibility.
Jake turned toward his room, then paused and looked back with something that might have been sadness mixed with disappointment.
I'm maybe being dramatic, but I need to think about, I don't know. Take good care, Marcus. I hope you figure out what you want before you lose everything that matters.
Marcus stood alone in the hallway, watching his closest friend walk away with the finality of someone ending a relationship. The academic pressures, the family disappointment, the loss of friendships, all the real-world consequences of his dual life were converging into a crisis that felt overwhelming. He returned to his room and opened his laptop, instinctively turning to the D&D campaign materials that had become his primary outlet for processing stress. The fictional political intrigue felt more real and urgent than his college responsibilities. The collaborative problem, solving more meaningful than his deteriorating personal relationships, which was exactly the problem Marcus realized with growing self-awareness. He was using fantasy gaming as an escape from real-world problems instead of addressing them directly. But the alternative, trying to explain that his fantasy obsession was preparation for real interdimensional warfare, seemed impossible. Marcus spent the rest of the evening refining his campaign notes, creating elaborate scenarios based on his Valdris experiences. The work was intellectually satisfying and helped him think through challenges, but it also deepened his isolation from the people who cared about his real-world success. As he finally prepared for bed, Marcus reflected on how completely his priorities had shifted. A few months ago, his biggest concerns had been maintaining good grades and meeting his parents' expectations. Now he was more invested in fictional political intrigue than in academic achievement, more comfortable with his D&D group than with his longtime friends. The transition felt both liberating and terrifying. Liberating because he was finally pursuing subjects that excited him. Terrifying because the personal costs were mounting rapidly. Tomorrow he would wake up in Valdris to continue the real investigation that inspired his gaming scenarios. Tonight he would fall asleep wondering if there was any way to rebuild the bridges he was burning in his modern world. The answer increasingly seemed to be no. And Marcus wasn't sure he cared enough to try. Which might have been the most frightening realization of all. Chapter 45. The Network Forms. Marcus woke in Valdris with his mind processing the deteriorating situation in his modern world, but the urgency of Master Timon's intelligence operation demanded his immediate attention. The coded communication system he'd promised to develop wouldn't design itself. After a quick breakfast with his family, Marcus made his way to the Academy's printing workshop, where Alice was already examining the mechanical components they'd been refining. Her analytical approach to everything made her the perfect partner for developing subtle communication methods.
Alice, I've been thinking about how to embed coded information in our printed materials without making it obvious to potential agents.
He called as he descended the workshop stairs.
What kind of approach did you have in mind?
She looked up from the printing mechanism with obvious interest. Marcus spread several sheets of paper across his workbench and began sketching examples.
Multiple layers of encoding. First, we use legitimate academic documents as cover. Curriculum materials, resource requests, scholarly correspondence. Second, we embed coded information in the formatting choices, spacing between words, indentation patterns, punctuation variations.
What fascinating, Alice said, studying his examples with the sharp attention she brought to all scribal work.
So, a document requesting supplies for the literature program could contain intelligence about suspicious individuals?
Exactly. And third,
he continued, warming to the technical challenge.
We use subtle variations in letter spacing and word arrangement to convey specific information. Anyone reading casually sees normal Academy paperwork, but someone who knows the code can extract detailed intelligence reports.
They spent the next 2 hours developing and testing the communication system. Alice's expertise in formal documentation proved invaluable for creating cover materials that would pass casual inspection, while Marcus's modern knowledge provided encoding strategies that medieval observers wouldn't recognize.
This should work,
she said, finally examining a test document that appeared to be a routine request for scribal supplies, but contained a detailed report on suspicious Academy personnel.
How do we distribute this to Master Timon and Sister Cora without arousing suspicion?
Normal academic channels,
he replied.
You submit the fake supply request through regular administrative procedures. Master Timon reviews it as part of his normal Academy oversight. Sister Cora receives copies as part of her Academy liaison duties. Anyone watching sees routine bureaucracy.
While they finalized the communication protocols, Marcus noticed movement in the Academy courtyard outside. Through the small workshop window, he could see Big Tom talking animatedly with several other refugees. Men and women Marcus recognized from their journey to Drakmore.
Tom's been busy.
She observed, following Marcus's gaze.
He mentioned something about organizing watch schedules among the refugee families.
Marcus felt a mixture of pride and concern. His cousin's natural leadership abilities were clearly emerging, but he hoped Tom was being subtle about his intelligence-gathering efforts.
I should check on what he's organizing. Make sure he's not being too obvious about surveillance activities.
He found Tom in the Academy's main courtyard, surrounded by a dozen refugees of various ages. The conversation stopped when Marcus approached, and Tom immediately brightened with his characteristic enthusiasm.
Marcus, perfect timing. I was explaining to everyone about keeping eyes open for unusual activities around the Academy.
Marcus felt his anxiety spike.
Tom, what exactly are you telling people?
Just to pay attention to strangers, asking too many questions, people going places they shouldn't be, meetings that seem secretive.
He replied with a directness that made him so likable and so potentially dangerous in intelligence work. An older refugee woman named Marta stepped forward with obvious concern.
Marcus, Tom says there might be people here who mean harm to the Academy. Is this true?
Marcus chose his words, carefully aware that anything he said would be repeated throughout the refugee community.
We've noticed some irregularities in Academy operations. Nothing threatening immediately, but Master Timon wants us to be observant about any unusual activities.
What kind of irregularities? Asked Henrik, a middle-aged man who'd worked as a village administrator before the evacuation.
Supply problems mainly. Materials not arriving when expected schedules getting confused. The kind of thing that could be simple incompetence or could indicate someone is deliberately causing disruptions.
The group exchanged glances with the kind of knowing understanding that came from people who'd already lost everything to organized betrayal.
We know how to watch quietly,
She said with grim determination.
We've learned the hard way what happens when communities don't pay attention to threats.
Marcus felt reassured by their practical approach. These weren't people who would create obvious disruptions or spread panic. They were survivors who understood the importance of subtle vigilance.
Just be careful. If you notice anything concerning, tell Tom or me privately. Don't confront anyone directly. Don't spread rumors. Don't let anyone know you're watching.
After the group dispersed, Tom walked with Marcus back toward the workshop.
Did I do something wrong?
He asked with uncharacteristic uncertainty.
No, Tom, you did well. I want to make sure everyone understands the importance of being subtle. If there are agents here, we don't want them to know we're onto them.
I understand. Marcus, do you think someone at the Academy is working against us?
Marcus thought about Professor Thaddeus's suspicions about the intelligence gathering Sister Cora had discovered about the complex web of betrayal they were uncovering.
I think we need to be prepared for that possibility.
The afternoon was devoted to more mundane but equally important work. Continuing his soap production training with Sarah's cousins, Marcus had been gradually teaching them the more sophisticated techniques he'd developed, both to maintain their business operations and to provide legitimate cover for his other activities. Sarah's cousins, twins named Finn and Flynn, who were maybe 16 years old, had proven capable at the detailed chemistry involved in consistent soap production. They absorbed Marcus's explanations about alkaline ratios, oil combinations, and curing processes with the quick understanding of people who'd grown up solving practical problems.
The key is temperature control during the mixing process.
He explained as they prepared another batch of their premium soap formula.
Too hot and the oils break down, too cool and the chemical reaction doesn't complete properly.
How do we know when it's right?
He asked, stirring the mixture with careful attention to Marcus's technique.
Experience mainly. Watch the texture, smell the chemical changes, feel the temperature.
He demonstrated the subtle indicators he'd learned to recognize.
After enough batches, you'll develop intuitive understanding.
Flynn was taking detailed notes in the simplified writing system Marcus had taught them. A hybrid of basic Valdrian script and practical symbols that could capture technical information efficiently.
What about the coloring agents? How do we ensure consistent appearance across different batches?
Marcus felt impressed by their approach to learning.
Precise measurements and standardized procedures. Each ingredient needs to be exact. Each step needs to be timed consistently.
As evening approached, Marcus prepared to accompany the twins to Aldrich's shop to deliver the completed soap batch and check on their business operations. The routine visits served multiple purposes: maintaining their partnership, monitoring the financial situation, and providing opportunities to observe potential threats. But as they approached the familiar storefront, Marcus noticed an expensive carriage parked outside. The kind of vehicle that suggested wealthy passengers and important business meetings.
Someone important visiting,
He observed quietly. Marcus felt his investigative instincts activate immediately. Wealthy nobles conducting business with struggling refugee merchants could be legitimate opportunities or potential threats. Given everything they'd learned about infiltration and manipulation, he couldn't afford to ignore any unusual activities.
Let's be careful. Listen more than you speak.
They entered the shop to find Lord Brightmore engaged in an intense conversation with Aldrich near the back counter. Sarah was organizing inventory with obvious tension, her body language suggesting she was trying to appear busy while listening to the discussion. Lord Brightmore was a tall, well-dressed man in his 50s, with the kind of confident bearing that came from generations of wealth and political influence. His voice carried the smooth authority of someone accustomed to getting his way through a combination of charm and subtle intimidation. Think carefully about what we've discussed, Aldrich. He was saying as Marcus and the twins set down their soap delivery.
The opportunity won't be available indefinitely.
Oh, Lord Brightmore said, noticing Marcus's arrival with obvious interest.
This must be the young inventor everyone's been talking about. I regret I must leave now, but Aldrich, think about what we discussed.
He swept past Marcus with the kind of dismissive courtesy that wealthy nobles showed to people they considered beneath their notice, but Marcus caught a calculating look in the man's eyes that suggested he was being evaluated more carefully than the casual interaction implied. After Lord Brightmoor's carriage departed, Marcus immediately turned to Aldrich with obvious concern.
What was he talking about?
Aldrich's face was downcast and his usual business confidence seemed shaken.
Nothing much. He saw the Blackstone brothers harassing us earlier and made a suggestion about closing the debt, but
what?
He pressed.
Oh, nothing. He just wants the shop, that's all.
She looked up from her inventory work with obvious frustration.
Stay out of it, Sarah.
He snapped with uncharacteristic harshness, and Sarah walked away angrily toward the back storage area. Marcus felt alarmed by the tension between his business partners and the obvious stress in Aldrich's demeanor.
Aldrich, I don't know real estate prices around here, but this shop can't be worth 300 silver.
Aldrich looked uncomfortable, avoiding Marcus's direct gaze.
He suggested it would be like insurance. After the marriage, everything will belong to my daughter and her husband anyway, he said.
Marcus felt all his suspicions crystallize into genuine alarm. The timing, the pressure tactics, the way Lord Brightmoor had evaluated him. Everything suggested manipulation rather than legitimate business opportunity.
Don't do it, partner. I don't want to say this, but he's a scammer. This might even be a setup with the Blackstone brothers.
Aldrich looked surprised by Marcus's blunt assessment.
You think so? It's not sitting right in my stomach anyway, but he's Headguard's brother. He doesn't make deals with criminals.
That's exactly what makes him dangerous,
he replied.
His political connections give him legitimacy, but they also give him power to manipulate people in situations. Aldrich, we can pay our debt. We had a setback, but we're slowly building our inventory again.
Marcus looked around the shop, noting the steady progress they'd made in restocking supplies and re-establishing their customer base. The business was viable. Not immediately profitable, but sustainable with continued effort.
Give us another month, 2 at the most. We'll have the Blackstone brothers paid off and enough surplus to expand operations. You don't need to sacrifice the shop to solve a temporary cash flow problem.
Aldrich considered this, and Marcus could see him weighing practical business calculations against the pressure and apparent opportunity that Lord Brightmoor represented.
Maybe you're right. The whole arrangement felt too good to be true, and my experience has been that deals like that usually are.
From the back storage area, Sarah reappeared with a load of supplies, her expression still showing residual anger from Aldrich's earlier dismissal. But Marcus noticed she was listening carefully to their conversation about rejecting Lord Brightmoor's proposal.
Sarah, what do you think about our production schedule for next week?
He said, trying to restore harmony among their working partnership. Sarah's expression softened slightly as she was included in business planning.
If we maintain current output with the new soap formulas, we should have enough inventory to supply both our regular customers and potential new accounts Aldrich has been developing.
The technical discussion helped diffuse the personal tensions that Lord Brightmoor's visit had created, and Marcus felt relieved to see his business partners returning to their normal collaborative relationship. But, as they finalized plans for the coming week's production and sales, Marcus couldn't shake his suspicions about Lord Brightmoor's true motivations. The nobleman's interest in their shop might be connected to larger patterns of infiltration and manipulation that Master Timon's investigation was uncovering. Walking back to the academy with Sarah's cousins, Marcus reflected on how every aspect of his life in Valdres seemed to connect to the broader threat they were facing. Business partnerships, personal relationships, academic reforms, intelligence gathering. All of it was becoming part of a complex web of loyalty, suspicion, and survival. Tomorrow he would share his concerns about Lord Brightmoor with Master Timon and continue developing their communication network. Tonight he would document everything he'd observed and prepare for whatever challenges the investigation might reveal. The network was forming slowly but steadily, and Marcus was beginning to understand that defeating their enemies would require more than magical power or military strength. It would require the kind of collaborative intelligence gathering and careful analysis that drew on the best capabilities of everyone involved, including refugees, business partners, academy staff, and even teenage inventors who carried knowledge from impossible other worlds. But as Marcus reached his academy quarters, a darker thought crept into his mind. The investigation was expanding. The threats were multiplying, and traditional medieval solutions might not be enough to counter an enemy who possessed both magical power and modern technological knowledge. For the first time since arriving in Valdris, Marcus found himself considering the unthinkable. Introducing knowledge he'd sworn never to bring to this world. The kind of knowledge that could level the playing field against Malakar's forces, but at a cost that might fundamentally alter the nature of Valdris itself. As he prepared for sleep, Marcus made a mental note to find a secluded location where he could work on theoretical designs for weapons and defensive systems that no medieval kingdom should possess. Not because he intended to build them, but because the time might come when impossible choices would require impossible solutions. The thought terrified him almost as much as the prospect of losing everything he'd come to care about in this world. Chapter 46, Shadows and Letters. Marcus gathered his phonetic alphabet designs, carefully excited to show Master Timon his latest breakthrough in simplified literacy. The new writing system consisted of only 28 letters that could represent all the sounds in the Valdrian language, a dramatic improvement over the thousands of complex flourishes that traditionally kept reading and writing limited to the educated elite. He knocked softly on Master Timon's chamber door, expecting the usual warm invitation to enter. Instead, he heard a weak voice calling, "Come in, but please speak quietly." Marcus entered to find Master Timon looking frailer than he'd ever seen the ancient wizard. The 90-year-old mage was sitting in his chair with obvious difficulty, his usually bright eyes dimmed by exhaustion and what appeared to be genuine illness.
"Master, are you feeling unwell?"
he asked with immediate concern.
"Age catches up with everyone eventually, my boy,"
Master Timon replied with a weak smile.
"Even those of us stubborn enough to live nearly 2 centuries. But show me what you've been working on. Intellectual engagement helps distract from physical discomfort."
Marcus spread his phonetic alphabet designs across the desk, explaining how the simplified system could accelerate literacy throughout the kingdom.
Instead of memorizing thousands of traditional flourishes, people could learn to read and write using these basic letter combinations. It would take weeks instead of years.
Master Timon examined the designs with obvious interest, despite his visible fatigue.
"Fascinating approach. You're democratizing knowledge by removing artificial barriers to literacy."
Exactly. People already speak the language. They need a simpler way to write it down. This system could help common folks learn quickly enough to participate in education and governance.
The political implications are significant.
Master Timon observed thoughtfully.
Widespread literacy would fundamentally alter power structures throughout Valdris.
Marcus nodded enthusiastically.
Which is exactly why we need it. If we're facing threats from Malakar's forces, an educated population can make better decisions and contribute more effectively to defense efforts.
Marcus's excitement about the possibilities grew as he spoke.
Master, rather than creating elite students with complex texts and expensive books, we could have hundreds of thousands of readers in 10 to 20 years. I can create an extensive library using simple mass-produced books that anyone can afford and understand.
Master Timon was quiet for several moments, clearly processing the broader implications of Marcus's proposal. When he spoke, his voice carried the weariness of someone carrying enormous responsibilities.
Marcus the First will consider your alphabet system carefully. It has real potential for transforming our society.
The ancient wizard paused, looking even more exhausted.
But I need to gather my strength for today's meeting with the investigation team. Continue developing your ideas, and we'll discuss implementation when I'm feeling stronger.
Marcus gathered his materials, concerned about Master Timon's obvious decline.
Master, perhaps you should rest instead of attending meetings?
The kingdom's safety cannot wait for my physical comfort,
Master Timon replied with gentle firmness.
But thank you for your concern, my boy.
As Marcus left Master Timon's chambers, he nearly collided with Alice, hurrying toward the meeting with an armful of correspondence and a grim expression that suggested serious news.
Marcus! Perfect timing. Sister Cora wants everyone assembled immediately. We have significant developments in our investigation. I've received disturbing reports from scribal networks throughout the kingdom. Similar mysterious meetings are occurring in multiple cities, always involving high-ranking officials and the same unidentified hooded figure.
Sister Cora stepped forward with military authority.
Based on Alice's intelligence and my own contacts, I've brought Commander Kane to share what he's discovered through border surveillance.
Commander Kane, the same officer who had escorted Marcus's family to Drakmore months earlier, nodded grimly as he began his report.
We've confirmed that Lord Varric has been meeting with an unknown individual at irregular intervals. But more concerning similar meetings are occurring throughout the kingdom's administrative centers.
Marcus felt a chill of recognition. The pattern suggested coordinated intelligence gathering on a scale that required significant resources and planning. Alice consulted her correspondence.
Reports from Westmarch, Silverport, and Thornhaven all describe the same hooded figure meeting with local officials. The timing suggests either magical transportation or multiple agents with identical training.
Magical transportation is more likely.
She observed with military pragmatism.
The coordination is too precise for multiple independent agents.
Commander Kane spread additional intelligence reports across the table.
There's also concerning political pressure being applied. Lord Hammock, who governs the outer provinces, reports being cornered by Lord Varric about sending obscure resources to unrelated locations.
Marcus studied the pattern of meetings and resource requests, recognizing principles that transcended dimensional boundaries.
This looks like intelligence gathering and resource positioning. They're mapping our capabilities while pre-positioning assets for coordinated action.
Alice nodded grimly.
The geographic distribution suggests they're targeting administrative centers where officials have access to population data resource information and defensive capabilities.
Sister Cora's expression grew increasingly serious.
If we're right about this being coordinated intelligence operations, then Malakar's forces are preparing for something far larger than random raids.
Commander Kane confirmed their worst fears.
Border patrols report unusual troop movements that coincide with these meeting schedules. Small, well-trained units moving without official authorization.
The room fell silent as the implications became clear. Lord Varric wasn't just a corrupt advisor. He was facilitating betrayal of the entire kingdom to interdimensional invaders.
We need to expand our intelligence network immediately.
She decided with military efficiency.
Alice continued coordinating with scribal contacts. Commander Kane maintains surveillance on Lord Varric's activities. We need to understand the full scope of this operation.
As the meeting concluded with various assignments and security protocols, Marcus felt the weight of the investigations settling on his shoulders. The hooded figure they were tracking represented a direct threat to everything he'd come to care about in Valdris. As team members began to leave, Marcus noticed Commander Kane approaching with Sergeant Harwick close behind.
Marcus, good to see you again. I have to say you've certainly climbed the ranks since we first met on the road from Millhaven. Maybe not such a fraud after all.
Marcus shook the commander's hand, feeling both pleased and embarrassed by the recognition.
Just trying to help where I can, sir.
Sergeant Harwick, who had initially been skeptical of Marcus during their first encounters, now looked at him with grudging respect.
Speaking of help, how's that big cousin of yours? Tom, wasn't it?
Actually, it turns out Tom's an enhancer. He's been working with the Academy's training programs, developing his magical abilities while helping with our various projects.
Commander Kane raised his eyebrows with obvious interest.
An enhancer? That's useful. We can always use people with his kind of strength for defensive operations.
He's been valuable, strong, loyal, and surprisingly good at organizing the other refugees for watch duties.
Excellent, Sergeant Harwick said approvingly.
Keep him close, Marcus. People you can trust completely are rare in times like these.
After the officers departed, Marcus reflected on how much his status had changed since arriving in Drakmore as a refugee. The recognition felt good, but it also reminded him of the increasing responsibilities and expectations that came with his position. Later that afternoon, Marcus returned to his workshop to continue developing the phonetic alphabet system. He found Sarah there, but she seemed distracted and unable to focus on the writing exercises he'd prepared for testing the new letter combinations.
Sarah, let's try writing a simple message using the new alphabet.
He suggested spreading out practice materials. Sarah attempted the exercise but kept making errors and losing concentration. Her usual enthusiasm for learning seemed completely absent, replaced by obvious anxiety about something unrelated to their work.
Sarah, what's troubling you? You seem distracted today,
he asked gently. Sarah looked up from the practice writing with visible distress.
It's Aldrich. This marriage arrangement with Lara Brightmore, he's so excited about it, but I don't think he understands what he's getting into.
Marcus remembered their earlier conversation about Lord Brightmore's business proposal and felt concerned about potential connections to their broader investigation.
What worries you about the arrangement?
He talks about it like it's a business partnership, but marriage is...
Her voice trailed off, her feelings for Aldrich obvious despite her attempts to sound practical.
I think he should be more careful about making such important decisions so quickly.
Marcus nodded sympathetically, understanding that Sarah's concerns went beyond practical considerations.
Perhaps he needs time to think through all the implications before committing to anything permanent.
I tried talking to him about it, but he gets defensive and tells me it's not my concern, so I'll study your alphabet system at night when I can concentrate better. Right now I need some time to think.
As Sarah gathered her materials to leave, Marcus reflected on how personal relationships were becoming increasingly complicated as external pressures mounted. Sarah's feelings for Aldrich, Aldrich's business anxieties, the investigation team's growing suspicions. All of it was interconnected in ways that made every decision carry broader consequences. He spent the rest of the afternoon refining his phonetic alphabet designs and planning implementation strategies. But his mind kept returning to the investigation team's discoveries about Lord Varric's mysterious meetings. The hooded figure they were tracking represented something far more dangerous than local corruption. Marcus gathered his materials quietly and made his way to the Academy's oldest section where unused storage rooms and forgotten chambers provided the kind of privacy he needed. He found a small, windowless room that had apparently been used for storing old books and manuscripts. Perfect. Hidden, forgotten, and accessible only to someone who knew the Academy's layout well enough to find it. Good enough before starting the experiments. Tomorrow he would continue developing educational innovations while maintaining his role in the intelligence investigation. But tonight he would begin preliminary work on knowledge he'd sworn never to bring to this world. The choice between worlds was becoming clearer with each passing day. Whatever happened with Lord Varric's investigation, Marcus knew he was committed to seeing it through to the end, regardless of the personal costs in either dimension. Even if it meant introducing technologies that could fundamentally alter the nature of medieval warfare forever. Chapter 47. Academic Probation. Marcus stared at the email from his academic advisor with a sinking feeling in his stomach. Mandatory meeting regarding academic standing. Friday 2 p.m. Please bring course syllabus and attendance records. The formal language left no doubt about the seriousness of the situation. He'd been dreading this conversation for weeks, but somehow seeing it scheduled officially made the consequences feel suddenly real. His carefully constructed balance between worlds was finally collapsing under the weight of neglected responsibilities. The academic advisor's office felt like a tribunal chamber when Marcus arrived precisely at 2 p.m. Dr. Peterson, a stern woman in her 50s with the kind of professional demeanor that suggested she'd had this conversation too many times before, gestured for him to sit across from her imposing desk.
Marcus, your academic performance this semester has been concerning. Multiple professors have reported poor attendance, missed assignments, and what appears to be a complete lack of engagement with coursework.
She began without preamble.
I understand there have been some issues, but I've been dealing with significant personal challenges.
Personal challenges that prevent you from attending classes you're paying thousands of dollars to take?
Her tone was skeptical but not unkind.
Marcus, I've reviewed your high school transcripts. You were an excellent student with strong academic discipline. What changed?
Everything, he thought desperately. I discovered I'm living in two worlds, simultaneously helping plan education reforms and investigating enemy infiltrators while trying to maintain the pretense of being a normal college freshman.
I've been exploring different academic interests, trying to find subjects that engage me rather than following expected paths,
he said carefully. Dr. Peterson pulled out a thick folder with Marcus's name on it, Stage Analysis.
According to your professors, you seem more interested in researching medieval history social systems and what Professor Williams described as anachronistic engineering applications than in any of your coursework.
Marcus felt heat creep up his neck. His obsession with Valdris-related research had apparently become obvious to multiple faculty members.
Marcus, I'm placing you on formal academic probation. One more semester of performance like this, and you'll face suspension from the university.
She continued with the patient tone of someone delivering bad news. The words hit him like a physical blow, but surprisingly, Marcus felt something closer to relief than panic. Academic probation meant expectations were lowered, pressure was reduced, and he'd have more freedom to focus on what mattered.
I understand.
He replied, probably with less distress than Dr. Peterson expected.
Marcus, this is serious. Your parents will need to be informed about your academic standing. They've invested significantly in your education, and they deserve to understand the situation.
Marcus's relief evaporated instantly.
Is that necessary?
It's university policy for students on academic probation. I'll be calling them this afternoon.
Walking back to his dorm in a daze, Marcus tried to prepare for the inevitable family conversation. His parents had already been disappointed about the pre-med change, but academic probation would feel like a complete betrayal of their sacrifices and expectations. He found Tyler in their room, surrounded by streaming equipment and looking unusually serious. His roommate looked up when Marcus entered, and his expression suggested he'd been waiting for this conversation.
Dude, we need to talk. You've been acting strange lately, and I'm starting to worry about you.
What do you mean?
He sat heavily on his bed, still processing the academic probation meeting.
I mean, you're not attending classes, you're never studying for them. You're always busy with weird research projects that don't seem connected to any of your courses. It's like you're building an extremely detailed character for some MMO or game that you never play.
His voice carried genuine concern. Marcus stared at his roommate, struck by how accurate and completely wrong that assessment was simultaneously.
I don't know how to explain it.
Try me, because right now it looks like you're completely checking out of reality. At this rate, your family won't pay for next semester, and you're not crazy enough to take out loans just to research medieval atomic bombs.
He laughed, but it sounded forced.
At least not yet.
The phrase, medieval atomic bombs, hit closer to the truth than Tyler could possibly realize. Marcus was researching ways to counter advanced technology in a medieval setting. But explaining that would require revealing his interdimensional existence, which was impossible.
Tyler, there are things happening in my life that I can't explain. Complicated things that make normal college priorities seem less important.
Marcus, that sounds like something someone says right before they have a complete breakdown. Whatever's going on, isolating yourself and abandoning your responsibilities isn't the answer.
His expression grew more serious. Before Marcus could respond, his phone rang. The caller ID showed his mother's number, and Marcus felt his stomach drop. Dr. Peterson had apparently made her call already.
I should take this. I should take this,
he said, stepping into the hallway.
Marcus, I received a disturbing call from your academic advisor.
Mom, I can explain.
Academic probation sooner, Marcus. After everything we've discussed about your education and your future? Dr. Peterson said you've been missing classes, failing assignments, spending all your time on unrelated research projects?
His mother's disappointment was evident even through the phone.
I've been dealing with some personal issues trying to figure out what I want to study.
Personal issues that prevent you from attending classes? Marcus, your father, and I work extra shifts to pay for your education. We gave up vacations, postponed home repairs, all so you could have opportunities we never had.
The guilt was overwhelming. Marcus's parents had sacrificed enormously for his college education, and he was squandering it for responsibilities they couldn't even imagine existed.
I know, Mom. I'm sorry. I can do better.
Dr. Peterson said this is your final warning. One more semester of poor performance, and you'll be suspended from the university entirely, Marcus. What happened to the focused, hardworking young man we raised?
He discovered he has more important work to do in another dimension, he thought desperately. He's trying to prevent interdimensional warfare and educational collapse in a medieval kingdom.
I'm still that person, Mom. I'm finding my direction.
By failing classes and abandoning your responsibilities?
The conversation continued for another painful 15 minutes, with Marcus trying to provide reassurances he wasn't sure he believed, while his mother voiced her fears about his future and their family's sacrifices. When Marcus finally returned to his room, Tyler was still waiting with obvious concern.
That sounded rough.
Academic probation.
Shit. Marcus, this is serious. What are you gonna do?
His usual gaming bravado disappeared entirely.
I don't know.
Well, you need to figure it out fast. Because at this rate, you're gonna lose everything. Your education, your family's support, your future opportunities. And for what? Fantasy research that doesn't connect to anything real?
Later that evening, Marcus received a text from Emma. "Hey, heard about the academic stuff. Want to study together? I'm pretty good at helping people catch up on coursework." Marcus stared at the message, knowing that Emma's offer was genuine and well-intentioned. But the idea of studying business, statistics, or chemistry fundamentals felt absurd when he was simultaneously planning intelligence operations and educational reforms in another world. He typed back, "Thanks, but I'm working through some personal priorities right now." Emma's response came quickly. "Marcus, are you okay? You seemed disconnected from everything except medieval topics lately. If you want to talk about whatever's going on." Marcus deleted the message without responding. Accepting help would require explanations he couldn't provide, and involving Emma in Tychixity seemed unfair when he couldn't tell her the truth about what was happening in his life. As he prepared for sleep, Marcus reflected on the day's revelations with a mixture of anxiety and strange relief. Academic probation should have felt like a disaster, but instead it felt like permission to stop pretending that college mattered as much as his responsibilities in Valdres. His parents' disappointment was genuine and painful, but they couldn't understand that he was working on problems far more complex and urgent than anything he'd encounter in undergraduate coursework. Tyler's concern was touching, but based on a fundamental misunderstanding of Marcus's situation. Tomorrow, he would wake up in Valdres to continue work that felt important. Intelligence gathering, educational innovation, defending a kingdom against interdimensional threats. Tonight, he would accept that his modern world relationships were deteriorating beyond repair. The choice between worlds was becoming increasingly clear, and Marcus was beginning to understand which one he would choose regardless of the personal costs. The academic probation wasn't a warning. It was liberation from expectations that no longer matched his reality. For better or worse, Marcus was committed to a path that led away from everything his family had planned for him and toward responsibilities they could never understand. The only question now was whether he'd have enough time to accomplish what needed to be done in Valdres before his modern world collapsed completely. Chapter 48. The Hooded Stranger. Marcus woke to urgent knocking at his door. Pre-dawn darkness outside suggested something serious had happened during the night, and his first thought was that their investigation had been discovered.
"Marcus, emergency meeting in Master Timon's chambers, now."
She carried through the door with excitement she could barely control. Marcus dressed fast and hurried through the academy's corridors, finding Alice and several other investigation team members gathered outside Master Timon's chambers. The ancient wizard looked exhausted, but alert, his eyes bright, like someone who'd just received important news.
"Come in, all of you. Commander Kane has crucial intelligence to share."
Commander Kane stood near the window, still wearing travel gear that suggested he'd ridden hard through the night. His expression was grim as he began his report.
"Master, we observed the meeting you suspected would occur. Lord Verret met with an unknown individual in the old quarter near the abandoned grain warehouses."
Sister Cora stepped forward with obvious excitement.
Commander Kane positioned himself with clear sight lines while I coordinated backup positions. We documented everything.
Marcus felt his pulse quicken. This was the breakthrough they'd been hoping for. Direct evidence of Lord Varrek's treasonous activities.
"Tell us what you observed."
Master Timon said, settling carefully into his chair. Marcus noticed the old wizard seemed frailer than usual, his movements suggesting the investigation's stress was taking a physical toll. Commander Kane pulled out a small leather journal and consulted his notes.
"The meeting occurred at midnight, lasted about 30 minutes. Lord Verret arrived first, followed by someone in a hooded cloak who clearly wasn't from Valdres."
How could you tell?
She asked her scribal training, making her focus on details.
"Foreign features when he removed his hood briefly. Darker skin, different bone structure clothing styles I've never seen in this kingdom. But more importantly, his bearing suggested military training from a different tradition."
Marcus felt a chill of recognition. Everything Commander Kane was describing matched what they suspected about Malakar's operations.
"What did they discuss?"
"We couldn't hear everything clearly, but we caught several key phrases. The stranger spoke about the master's timeline and accelerating the harvest. Lord Verret mentioned promises being kept and seemed to be providing some kind of status report."
To harvest.
She repeated thoughtfully.
That could refer to gathering people resources or intelligence.
Given what we know about village attacks and resource theft harvest, probably refers to the organized looting of the kingdom's assets.
She nodded grimly. Marcus felt pieces clicking into place with terrifying clarity.
The timeline suggests coordinated operations across multiple locations. This isn't random raiding, it's preparation for something larger.
Master Thymon was quiet for several long moments, clearly processing the implications of what they'd learned. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of nearly 2 centuries of experience with political and military threats.
We're dealing with something far more sophisticated than local corruption. This level of coordination, the foreign agent, the intelligence gathering. Lord Varric isn't just a corrupt advisor. He's working directly with what must be one of Malakar's primary agents.
Should we approach the king immediately?
The young king trusts Lord Varric completely. Without overwhelming evidence, accusations would be dismissed as academy interference in royal affairs. We need irrefutable proof of treason.
Then we continue surveillance and documentation,
she said with military determination. The meeting continued for another hour with the team planning their next steps and discussing security measures. But Marcus noticed Master Thymon growing increasingly pale and unsteady as the conversation progressed. When the others finally departed, Master Thymon gestured for Marcus to remain behind.
Marcus, my boy, I'm afraid the stress of recent events is taking its toll on these old bones. But before you go, I'd like to see that phonetic alphabet project you mentioned.
Marcus had been working on a simplified writing system that could help accelerate literacy throughout the kingdom. Part of their broader educational reform initiatives, he pulled out his latest designs from his workshop materials.
Master, instead of changing existing books, what if we created new educational materials using simpler letter combinations?
He spread his phonetic alphabet across the desk.
Fast. People already know the language. They just have to memorize thousands of complex flourishes to read and write it. This system uses maybe 30 symbols total.
Fascinating approach. Presbyterian Church.
He examined the designs with interest, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten.
You're proposing to separate the complexity of formal writing from basic literacy?
Exactly. Keep the traditional system for official documents and historical preservation, but teach this simplified version for everyday communication. It would help people learn reading and writing in weeks instead of years.
The political implications, widespread literacy would change power structures throughout the kingdom.
He mused thoughtfully.
Which is exactly why we need it. If common people can read and write efficiently, they can learn new skills, communicate ideas, participate in governance. They won't be dependent on noble scribes to interpret information for them.
Master Thymon nodded slowly, but Marcus could see the wizard was struggling to maintain focus. The investigation's pressures, combined with his advanced age, were exhausting him.
Work on this, Marcus. Document everything carefully. If something happens to me, others need to be able to continue your educational innovations.
Master, are you feeling unwell?
Marcus felt a spike of concern at Master Thymon's words.
Just tired, my boy. 190 years catches up with you eventually, but your work gives me hope that knowledge will survive whatever challenges we face.
He managed a weak smile. As Marcus left for his workshop, Sarah appeared at the workshop door, practically glowing with excitement about something. Her usual cheerful energy was even more pronounced than usual, suggesting good news.
Marcus, I have wonderful news from Aldrich's shop.
Come in, Sarah. We could use some positive developments.
Master Thymon said with gentle kindness. Sarah bounced slightly as she delivered her report.
Our new soap products are selling incredibly well. Aldrich says we've had steady customers all week, and people are asking when we'll have more varieties available.
Marcus felt pleased by the business success. Their innovations were not only working technically, but finding real market acceptance.
That's excellent news. How is Aldrich handling the increased demand?
He's excited but also a bit overwhelmed. He keeps talking about expansion opportunities and wondering if we should hire additional help.
He replied. The mention of expansion opportunities sparked an idea in Marcus's mind. Their successful soap business could provide a model for other educational and economic innovations. More importantly, it could fund the literacy initiatives he was developing.
Sarah, what if we created products that help children learn to read while providing entertainment for families? Simple books with pictures and easy stories using the new alphabet system?
He asked, his excitement building. Sarah's eyes lit up with immediate understanding.
Like the fairy tales people tell their children but written down so they can practice reading?
Exactly! Simple stories, moral lessons, basic educational content, all adapted for Voldra's culture and produced using our printing innovations.
Marcus felt his mind racing through possibilities drawn from his modern world knowledge. Marcus made mental notes about adapting classic children's stories from his modern world for Voldra's publication. Simple tales about brave characters, moral lessons, basic information about numbers and letters, content that would help children learn while providing their parents with affordable entertainment.
The key would be keeping the stories simple enough for beginning readers but engaging enough to hold children's attention, and pricing them affordably so common families can buy them.
Could we use the same printing methods we developed for Academy materials?
She asked with enthusiasm for the technical challenges involved.
Absolutely. The printing process works the same way regardless of content. We'd just need to design appropriate illustrations and lay out the text for easy reading.
Walking back to their respective quarters, Sarah chattered excitedly about the children's book project. Her enthusiasm infectious despite Marcus's concerns about Master Timon's declining health.
This could help so many families. Children learning to read, parents having affordable entertainment, our business expanding into new areas. It's like everything is connected.
Marcus nodded, thinking about how their various projects, intelligence gathering, educational reform, business innovation, literacy development, were indeed all connected parts of a larger strategy for strengthening the kingdom against external threats. But as they walked through the academy corridors, Marcus couldn't shake his worry about Master Timon. The ancient wizard was the central coordinator of their resistance efforts, and his declining health represented a serious vulnerability in their operations. Tomorrow he would need to develop contingency plans for continuing their work if Master Timon became unable to lead their investigation. Tonight he would plan children's books adapted from his modern world knowledge, hoping that simple stories could contribute to the complex challenge of defending an entire kingdom. The irony wasn't lost on him. Teaching children to read simple tales about courage, kindness, and hope, while secretly working on weapons that might harm this world long after Malachar was gone. Chapter 49. Evidence and Enigmas. The investigation team gathered in Master Timon's chambers 3 days after Commander Kane's surveillance report. Their accumulated evidence spread across the ancient wizard's desk, like pieces of a dangerous puzzle. Maps, documents, witness testimonies, and intelligence reports created a comprehensive picture of betrayal that none of them had wanted to believe possible. Alice sat surrounded by correspondents from scribal networks throughout the kingdom, her usual academic composure replaced by grim determination.
The pattern is undeniable. I've received reports from academies in Westmarch, Silverport, and Thornhaven, the same foreign agent, matching Commander Kane's description exactly, has been meeting with high-ranking officials in each location.
She announced to the assembled group. Sister Cora studied the timeline Alice had constructed her military training, evident in how she analyzed the strategic implications.
The timing suggests coordinated intelligence gathering across multiple fronts. This isn't random infiltration, it's systematic preparation.
Marcus examined the movement patterns they'd documented, feeling a chill of recognition from strategic games he'd studied in his modern world.
The coordination suggests either magical transportation or multiple agents with identical training. Given the distances involved and the precise timing, magical travel seems most likely.
Marcus, there's no such thing as magical travel over these distances. That's pure fantasy.
The head scribe is correct. There's no known magic for such transportation, which means we're dealing with coordination beyond our expectations, multiple agents working with precise timing across vast distances.
Master Timon looked frailer than ever, but mentally sharp. He nodded slowly. Commander Kane spread additional intelligence reports across the table.
My contacts in border regions confirm unusual troop movements coinciding with these meetings. Small units well-trained moving without official royal authorization.
Recruitment operations. The meetings aren't just intelligence gathering. They're building a network of collaborators and identifying potential assets.
She concluded grimly.
The geographic distribution suggests they're targeting strategic administrative centers, places where local officials have access to resource information, population data, and defensive capabilities.
She pulled out a detailed map marking all the confirmed meeting locations.
They're mapping our entire kingdom's infrastructure and capabilities. When Malachar moves against us, his forces will know exactly where to strike for maximum effect.
He studied the pattern, recognizing military strategy principles that transcended dimensional boundaries. The room fell silent as the implications of their investigation became clear. Lord Varric wasn't just a corrupt advisor. He was facilitating the betrayal of the entire kingdom to interdimensional invaders.
The question now is whether we approach the king with what we have or attempt to gather irrefutable proof of treason.
Master Thymon leaned back in his chair, the weight of nearly 2 centuries of experience evident in his expression.
The king is in Varric's hands. This whole situation irritates me beyond words,
he said, slamming his fist on the desk with barely controlled anger.
Worse, if Lord Varric realizes we're investigating him, he could accelerate whatever timeline they're following. We might trigger the attack we're trying to prevent.
She nodded thoughtfully.
So, we need to catch them in the act. Document a treasonous meeting so clearly that even the king can't deny the evidence.
Her military pragmatism cut through their speculation.
The foreign agent has been following a regular pattern of meetings. If we can predict when and where the next one will occur, we could position multiple witnesses and documentation.
He felt the familiar excitement of a complex problem requiring creative solutions.
Risky. If we're discovered, we lose our opportunity to stop them and potentially face charges of treason ourselves.
Based on the pattern, the next meeting should occur within the next 2 weeks. Lord Varric has been providing regular reports, and the intervals have been consistent.
He studied the timeline they'd constructed.
Even with perfect documentation, Lord Varric's influence with the king means written evidence alone might not be sufficient. The king trusts him completely.
She began organizing documents into evidence categories.
Which is why documentation isn't enough. We need to capture both Lord Varric and the foreign agent in the act of treason, then present them directly to the king.
Her expression grew determined.
Capture them? That's dangerous, but it would provide irrefutable proof.
He felt his pulse quicken at the boldness of the proposal. If only we had cameras or recording devices, he thought. This world forces us into danger at every step when simple technology could solve everything.
Sister Cora is correct. We can't risk Lord Varric dismissing written evidence as Academy fabrication. We need living proof of treason that the king can't ignore.
Master Thymon was quiet for several long moments, clearly weighing the enormous risks of such an operation. When he spoke, his voice carried the authority of someone who'd made difficult decisions throughout multiple lifetimes.
Master, capturing a royal advisor and what appears to be one of Malachar's agents would require significant military coordination. The risks
of failure are acceptable compared to the risk of allowing this betrayal to continue. If Malachar's forces attack with complete intelligence about our defenses, the kingdom falls regardless of our caution.
How would we even coordinate such an operation? Lord Varric has royal guard protection, and the foreign agent clearly possesses magical capabilities.
We'd need carefully positioned forces, magical countermeasures, and absolute timing coordination, plus backup plans for every possible complication.
She said, her military training evident as she began analyzing tactical requirements.
The key would be choosing the right moment, when they're isolated but also engaged in clearly treasonous activity.
He thought about the strategic challenges involved drawing on knowledge from both his worlds.
The next meeting. Based on the pattern, Lord Varric will meet the agent again within 2 weeks. That's our opportunity.
Then we have limited time to plan the most important operation in Valdris's recent history. Sister Cora, you'll coordinate military aspects with Commander Kane. Alice, continue intelligence gathering. Marcus, we'll need your innovative thinking for tactical solutions.
We reconvene tomorrow to finalize strategy. Each of you should spend tonight considering every possible scenario and complication.
Master Thymon dismissed them to begin detailed planning. As the meeting concluded, Marcus reflected on how their investigation had evolved from academic curiosity to planning what amounted to a military operation against the kingdom's highest officials. The stakes couldn't be higher. Success meant exposing interdimensional betrayal, while failure could mean charges of treason against them all. Alice remained behind after the others left, but instead of organizing correspondence, she sat staring at the table with internal conflict.
Alice, are you having second thoughts about the capture operation?
He asked gently.
Marcus, we're about to attempt capturing the king's most trusted advisor based on circumstantial evidence and pattern recognition. If we're wrong about anything...
She looked up with an expression that seemed strangely distant.
We're not wrong. The evidence is too consistent, the pattern too clear. Lord Varric is collaborating with enemy agents.
But the risks. If this operation fails, everyone involved faces execution for treason. Our families, our friends. Everyone we care about could be destroyed.
Which is exactly why we have to succeed. The alternative is allowing Malachar's forces to conquer the kingdom through betrayal.
He nodded, understanding the weight of responsibility they'd accepted. As he walked back to his quarters, Marcus thought about how the capture operation would require everything he'd learned about strategy, innovation, and leadership. Tomorrow, he would need to contribute tactical solutions that could make the difference between exposing treason and committing it. The investigation had taught him that some battles could only be won through decisive action, not just careful planning. Sometimes saving a kingdom meant taking risks that could destroy everything you'd worked to build. But allowing interdimensional conquest through inaction was unacceptable. Whatever the personal costs, Marcus was committed to stopping the threat they'd uncovered. That evening, Marcus made his way to the tavern where Owen had first hired him for night work. He moved from table to table, asking quietly about the missing foreman. Only one had seen Owen since he'd disappeared without paying his workers. The final confrontation was approaching, and success would require perfect coordination, innovative tactics, and the kind of courage that transcended personal safety concerns. Chapter 50, Digital Strategies. Marcus walked into the campus game room with a thick folder under his arm, feeling more excited than he had about anything in the real world for weeks. He'd spent the whole morning putting together campaign notes about what he was calling the Techno-Mage Conspiracy. Valdris with some details changed around. Emma was already there setting up dice, her huge glasses reflecting the fluorescent lights. She looked up and smiled when she saw him.
Hey, stranger. You look excited today. What's in the folder?
Oh, just some campaign ideas I've been working on. I was thinking maybe we could try running it sometime.
You want a DM? That's ambitious for someone who's only been playing a few months.
Yeah, well, I've got some interesting scenarios mapped out. It's about this powerless teenager who has to help stop a conspiracy between a powerful mage general and a corrupt political advisor.
It sounds intense. But you know Derek's been planning our current campaign for like 6 months, right?
Before Marcus could answer, Derek burst through the door with his usual dramatic flare arms full of books and binders. The other players followed behind him. Mike, Sarah, and Jamie.
All right, adventurers, tonight we delve deeper into the Crystal Caverns and face the Ancient Guardian.
Derek, I was hoping we could talk about maybe trying a different campaign sometime. I've been working on this cool scenario.
Oh, you're a game master now?
No, it's just, it might be fun. Look, it's got all these innovative elements and...
How many sessions have you played with us and now you're some kind of expert?
His voice had an edge to it.
I didn't say I was an expert, I just thought.
After our campaign ends, which is unknown since we haven't even got to the Pluto Mountains to face the Atomic Dragon yet.
Yeah, man, we've been working toward this climax for months.
Maybe after this session, we could get together tomorrow or some other day to hear Marcus's ideas? I've got work tomorrow.
I have that study group.
Family thing this weekend.
Dude, you look upset. Come join me. Maybe you can figure this out.
What's the problem?
My character's stuck in this ancient temple and there's all these traps and guards, and I need to get some artifact, but every route I try leads to a dead end or gets me killed.
Hey, Tyler, can I ask your chat something?
Sure, man. They love answering random questions.
Chat, hypothetical D&D question. How would a powerless teenager help expose a big conspiracy between a powerful mage general and a corrupt king's advisor? Like, how do you catch them when they're way stronger than you?
He leaned toward the microphone. The chat exploded with responses. You need magic items. Learn magic yourself. Make a magic bomb. You need extensive prep time. Organize a militia. Yeah, prep is everything. Even Batman beat Superman with prep. That's not canon. Superman didn't want to hurt his friend. They weren't friends in Uno movie. He's talking about the comic idiot.
See what I mean? Chat always gets distracted. But they're right about one thing. Preparation is key. In speedrunning, in gaming, in anything. You need to know every possible route before you make your move.
Marcus sat back in the chair, his mind racing. In Valdris, they were planning to confront Lord Varric and that foreign agent with basically no backup plan. Just walk up and try to catch them in the act. What if something went wrong? What if the agent had magical protection they didn't know about?
Tyler, I need to use your computer for a bit. Is that okay?
Sure, I'm gonna grab some food anyway. Don't mess with my browser tabs, though.
After Tyler left, Marcus stared at the search bar for a long moment. His hands hovered over the keyboard. What he was thinking about, it could change everything. In his world, gunpowder existed. Bombs existed. But in Valdris, they had no idea such things were possible. Was it right to introduce that kind of destruction? But then again, Malachar was already using modern knowledge combined with magic. Maybe the good guys needed every advantage they could get. He started typing, "How to make gunpowder with medieval materials." The search results filled the screen. Saltpeter, sulfur, charcoal. Basic chemistry that any medieval world would have access to if someone knew what to look for. Marcus felt sick to his stomach as he read. This wasn't just academic research anymore, this was planning to bring weapons of war to a world that had never seen them. But what choice did he have? If Alice and Master Timon and Tom were going to walk into danger, shouldn't he do everything possible to protect them? He kept reading, taking notes in the margins of his unused campaign folder. By the time Tyler came back with a sandwich, Marcus had filled 3 pages with information he hoped he'd never need to use.
Find what you were looking for.
Yeah, I think I did,
he said quietly, closing the notebook. But as he lay in bed that night staring at the ceiling, Marcus couldn't shake the feeling that he was about to cross a line he might not be able to come back from. Chapter 51. Secret Preparations. Marcus woke with his head still buzzing from the night's research. The transition between worlds felt sharper lately, like stepping from a warm room into cold air. He sat up in the small academy quarters, looking around at his sleeping family members. Grandfather was breathing steadily, finally getting the rest he needed. The twins were curled up together on their shared cot. Tom was sprawled across his bed, one massive arm hanging off the side. Marcus slipped out quietly and made his way through the academy's early morning corridors. He had a list of materials to find, and he needed to get them without anyone asking questions. The market district was already busy when he arrived. Vendors called out their wares, and the smell of fresh bread mixed with less pleasant odors from the livestock pens. Marcus pulled his hood up and started looking for what he needed. Saltpeter. That was the tricky one. In his world, you could find it at any garden center. Here, he'd have to get creative. After asking around carefully, he learned that the tanners used it for treating hides. A silver coin bought him a small pouch with no questions asked. Sulfur was easier. The alchemist shops had it for medicinal purposes.
For treating skin conditions. Aye!
He told the elderly shopkeeper, who nodded knowingly. Charcoal was everywhere. He bought extra, claiming he needed it for drawing. By midday, he had everything hidden in a small sack under his cloak. But as he walked back toward the academy, doubt gnawed at him. What was he doing? These materials could make something that would change warfare in Valdris forever. Was he ready to be responsible for that? If he could find Owen, maybe the missing foreman could provide a secure place to work, he thought. The investigation meeting was scheduled for late afternoon in Master Thymon's private chambers. Marcus arrived to find the usual suspects already gathered. Alice with her ever-present writing materials. Sister Cora in her practical armor. Commander Kane looking gruff as always. Master Thymon looked frailer than usual, but his eyes were still sharp.
We've confirmed the meeting location, the old mining supervisor's office near the abandoned eastern shafts. Tomorrow night,
he said without preamble.
Master, I must protest this course of action. We're talking about directly confronting unknown magical forces with minimal backup. The risk to Academy personnel is unacceptable.
Head scribe. Genevieve spoke up immediately.
With respect, ma'am, sometimes you gotta take risks to win wars. We can't just sit here documenting while they plan our destruction.
The commander's right. My scouts report increased enemy activity near all the major cities. Whatever they're planning, it's happening soon.
Both perspectives have merit. The risk is significant, but so is the potential intelligence we could gather. Perhaps we could find a middle ground. Observe and document from a safe distance, rather than direct confrontation.
She looked thoughtful. Marcus found himself nodding along, but inside he was conflicted. He had the materials for explosives hidden in his quarters. If things went wrong tomorrow he could, but should he? The thought made his stomach twist.
What's your assessment, Marcus?
Summers startled.
I think. I'm not sure we have enough information to make the best decision.
It was a weak answer, and he knew it. Alice gave him a curious look. Marcus wasn't an expert on these situations. If he had a week or at least a day, he could look things up in the modern world or ask around online. But what could he do when forced to make decisions on the spot? The debate continued for another hour. Genevieve remained firmly opposed. Kane and Cora pushed for action, and Alice continued to play both sides diplomatically. Master Timon finally called for a break to consider all options.
We'll reconvene tonight for a final decision.
Whoa, he announced. Marcus walked out of the meeting feeling frustrated with himself. When it mattered, when his friends needed his insights, he'd been paralyzed by his own internal conflict. He needed air and space to think. The academy courtyard was busy with afternoon training sessions. Marcus wandered past groups of students practicing magic scribes copying texts and maintenance workers going about their tasks. That's when he heard the shouting. A crowd had gathered near the eastern wall, and Marcus could hear Tom's voice rising above the commotion. He jogged over, then broke into a run when he saw what was happening. Tom stood in the center of a ring of about 12 men, all refugees from the look of their worn clothes and lean builds. They were circling him like predators, and Marcus's heart jumped into his throat.
Come on, show us this magic you keep bragging about.
You prove you're not just talk.
Marcus was still 50 yards away when the first man lunged at Tom. Then two more jumped in from different sides. Tom moved like lightning. His fist connected with the first attacker's stomach, sending the man flying backward a good 10 feet. He spun and caught the second by the wrist, lifting him clean off the ground with one hand. The third hesitated, then backed away quickly.
Anyone else?
He asked, grinning. Some of the watching refugees laughed and clapped. Others grumbled about it being unfair.
Cheater. That's not a real fight if you're using magic.
Marcus finally reached the group, breathing hard from his run.
Dude, what?
He gasped, trying to catch his breath.
Marcus, perfect timing. I was just showing my mining buddies what I've learned at the academy.
Your mining buddies?
He looked around at the group of men, most of whom were grinning good-naturedly now.
Yeah, we worked the same shift in the deep tunnels. They didn't believe me when I told them about my training. Thought I was just bragging.
Got to admit, Tom, that was impressive. But don't let it go to your head. Magic or no magic, you're still the newest guy on the crew.
One of the men, the stocky fellow with graying hair, stepped forward. The group laughed, and Marcus realized this wasn't a fight at all. It was more like workplace hazing? Or maybe just friends testing each other.
Don't tell Miss Harrigan about the Sparran. She keeps reminding us that magic is for protection and betterment, not showing off.
Your secret's safe. But Tom, be careful about who you demonstrate your abilities to. Not everyone's as friendly as your mining crew.
I know. But these guys, we look out for each other down in the tunnels. If something happened to me, they'd be the ones trying to dig me out.
As they walked back toward the academy together, Marcus felt a strange mix of pride and worry. Tom was growing stronger, more confident, but strength could be a target as much as protection. And tomorrow night, they were all walking into a situation where they might need every advantage they could get, including the one Marcus had hidden in his quarters, whether he was ready to use it or not. That night, unable to sleep, Marcus slipped quietly out of the academy. The moon hung low over the city, casting long shadows across the empty streets as he made his way toward the edge of the refugee quarter. He kept to the alley's heart-pounding every footstep, echoing louder than it should. He found Owen where he'd hoped, leaning against the wall behind a shuttered tavern half hidden in the gloom. The older man looked up, eyes wary, until he recognized Marcus.
Owen, I need your help, and you owe me.
Owen studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly.
You in trouble, lad?
Not yet, but I might be soon. I just need a place to work.
Owen's expression softened slightly.
I reckon I can manage that. There's a warehouse, quiet spot, nobody asks questions.
He pulled a key from his pocket.
Consider us even.
Marcus took the key, feeling its weight.
Thanks.
Don't thank me yet, and don't come looking for me again,
he said, already turning to leave. Chapter 52. Contingency Plans. Marcus woke to the sound of his family stirring around him. His head felt heavy from a night spent memorizing chemical ratios and mixing techniques. In the real world, he'd fallen asleep over textbooks and websites about explosive compounds. Here in Valdris, that knowledge felt like a dangerous weight in his mind.
Morning, Marcus. You were tossing and turning all night. Everything all right?
His father said quietly, trying not to wake the twins. Marcus sat up and rubbed his eyes.
Yeah, just busy mind, I guess.
His mother was folding blankets with efficient movements. She paused and looked at him with concern.
All this business at the academy, is it going well? You haven't said much about your work lately.
It's fine, Ma. Just lots of projects to keep track of.
Projects are good, keeps the mind sharp, but don't forget to eat, boy. You're looking thin.
Grandfather wheezed from his cot.
I gotta head to class early today. You gonna be around later? Feel like I barely see you anymore, except when you're rushing off to meetings.
He was already dressed and pulling on his boots. He glanced at Marcus. Marcus felt a pang of guilt. His family had given up everything to come to Drakmore, and now he was so caught up in academy business that he barely spent time with them.
Tonight, after my meetings today, we'll have dinner together. All of us.
He promised. His mother smiled.
I'd like that. Tim and Tam keep asking when Uncle Marcus is going to teach them more of that funny writing.
The twins perked up at their names.
The squiggly letters. I can write cat now. Me too, and dog and tree.
Marcus grinned, despite his worries.
That's great, guys. We'll practice more tonight, okay?
After his family dispersed for their daily tasks, Marcus made his way to the academy workshops. He needed to check on Sarah's progress with the printing projects. But more importantly, he had to make a decision about what to do with his hidden materials. He found Sarah in the basement workshop, carefully inking wooden letter blocks, her cousins. Two teenagers, whose names Marcus still mixed up, were hanging printed sheets to dry on lines strung across the room.
Morning, boss. We finished another batch of practice sheets with your alphabet. Want to see?
She said cheerfully. Marcus examined the papers. Sarah's technique was getting better. The letters were cleaner, more consistent.
These look great. How's Aldrich handling the increased demand?
Oh, he's been in meetings all week with potential buyers. Says some of the merchant families are interested in bulk orders.
Her expression dimmed slightly.
Though he's also been spending a lot of time with that Lara Brightmore girl.
Before Marcus could respond, footsteps clattered down the stairs. Alice appeared slightly out of breath.
Marcus, thank goodness you're here. We have news about the meeting.
Marcus felt his stomach drop.
What kind of news?
My contacts confirmed the location. It's definitely the old mining post near the Eastern District. But there's been a change. It's happening tonight, not tomorrow.
Tonight?
She looked between them, clearly picking up on the tension.
Something's accelerated their timeline. Master Timon called an emergency meeting for this afternoon to finalize our approach.
She nodded grimly. Marcus's mind raced. His explosive materials weren't ready. He'd need at least another day to properly prepare them. And now they were moving up the timeline?
Sarah, can I talk to you privately for a minute?
Alice raised an eyebrow but didn't comment. Sarah followed Marcus to a quiet corner of the workshop while her cousins continued their work.
I need to tell you something, and I need you to promise me you'll keep it secret unless something happens to me.
Sarah's eyes widened.
Marcus, you're scaring me. What's going on?
Marcus pulled out a small notebook, the one where he'd written down all his research from the night before.
I've been working on something, a backup plan in case things go wrong tonight.
He opened the notebook to show pages covered in his phonetic alphabet. Chemical formulas and procedures translated into the simple writing system he'd taught her.
These are instructions for making. We'll think of them as powerful fire explosions, much more powerful than anything people here have seen before.
Sarah studied the pages, her brow furrowed.
I can read some of this, but Marcus, what do you mean by if something happens to you? Where are you going?
He handed her the second notebook.
This has the location and the timetables for mixing everything. But Sarah, don't work at your home, okay? It's quite dangerous. Use the warehouse only.
What warehouse?
You don't know Owen the foreman who hired me for night work. He disappeared without paying anyone, but I tracked him down. He gave me access to his old warehouse to settle what he owed me.
Are you sure it's safe to use someone else's place?
It's better than working here or at home, more private. The location and timetables are all in the second notebook. Tonight we're trying to catch Lord Varric meeting with one of Malachar's agents. It could be dangerous. I was planning to make these things as protection, but there's not enough time now, so I need someone I trust to know how, just in case.
He kept his voice low. Sarah looked at the notebook, then back at Marcus.
I'm not sure about dangerous things like this, but I believe you. If you think it's important, though I have to say it's going to take me a while to work through all this new vocabulary. Some of these words I've never seen before.
She flipped through the pages. Despite everything, Marcus smiled.
Sorry, I was writing fast and didn't think about translation.
That's okay. I've been practicing the alphabet every night anyway. But Marcus, promise me you'll be careful tonight. Whatever this meeting is about, it's not worth getting yourself killed over.
I promise I'll be as careful as I can be.
Sorry to interrupt, but we should head to Master Taimon's chambers. The meeting starts soon.
She coughed from across the room. As they climbed the stairs together, Marcus felt the weight of the hidden notebook in Sarah's hands. He'd crossed another line, from researching dangerous knowledge to sharing it with someone else. But looking at Alice walking ahead of them, animated, as she discussed intelligence reports and surveillance positions, Marcus couldn't shake the feeling that they were walking into something bigger and more dangerous than any of them realized. And if the worst happened, at least someone would know there were other options. Even if those options came with a price he wasn't sure he was ready to pay.
Alice, you mentioned Master Timon can't come tonight. Why not?
He called out. Alice paused at the top of the stairs.
His health is worse today. The healers think the stress is taking a toll. So it'll be up to us to handle the surveillance and action.
Us. Marcus thought about Sarah's notebook, about Tom's growing magical strength, about Commander Kane's military experience, and Sister Cara's unwavering courage. Maybe they had more advantages than Lord Varric and his mysterious ally realized. Or maybe they were about to find out just how outmatched they were. Chapter 53. The Trap. The Academy meeting room felt different without Master Timon's presence. Marcus noticed how Commander Kane seemed to take up more space at the table, his armor gleaming in the candlelight. The head scribe looked uncomfortable, constantly shuffling her papers.
We can't wait any longer. Alice's contacts got word that tonight's their next meeting. We don't know when we'll get another chance like this,
he said firmly.
This is too hasty. We should wait for Master Timon to recover.
Head scribe. Genevieve shook her head.
With respect, ma'am, but waiting isn't an option. Lord Varric's been getting bolder. If he gets suspicious, he might disappear altogether.
She stood beside her commanding officer, her hand resting on her sword hilt. Marcus felt his stomach twist. The bomb materials he'd prepared were still hidden in the warehouse. He hadn't had enough time to finish them properly. If things went wrong tonight...
Marcus should come with us. He knows what to look for. Modern tactics, strange devices. If this is a general of Malachar, Marcus would spot it,
she said suddenly. Everyone turned to look at her. She was sitting at the far end of the table, her ink-stained fingers tapping nervously.
On what expertise?
Head scribe. Genevieve looked skeptical.
Master Timon has been consulting with Marcus on strategic matters for weeks. Even with his spies, he's trusted Marcus with sensitive information about Malachar's plans. There's a reason for that,
she replied firmly.
Absolutely not. This is a military operation. Civilians stay behind.
But he's not just a civilian anymore, is he? He's been working with Master Timon on strategic matters. And frankly, we need all the help we can get.
She leaned forward. Marcus looked around the room. Head scribe Genevieve was frowning clearly against the idea, but Sister Cora seemed to be considering it.
She's got a point. If we're dealing with unknown magical devices or tactics, having Marcus there to identify them could be useful,
she said slowly.
I can handle myself, and if there's anything that seems familiar, I'll know it,
he said, though his voice didn't sound as confident as he hoped. Commander Kane was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded.
Fine, but you stay back with Alice. Observation only, no heroics.
The abandoned mine district felt like something out of a nightmare. Old buildings loomed around them, many with broken windows and crumbling walls. The recent mining expansion had left deep cracks running through the area's foundations, making the whole district unstable and largely abandoned, which made it perfect for secret meetings. Marcus crouched behind a pile of rotting wooden crates, Alice beside him. From here, they had a good view of the main mine where Lord Varric was supposed to meet his contact. Commander Kane and his men were positioned around the building, but Marcus couldn't see them in the darkness.
This whole thing feels wrong. Too much rushing, not enough planning,
he whispered. His heart was beating so fast he was sure Alice could hear it. This goes against everything I've learned about preparation, Marcus thought. If only I'd had a couple more days to get ready properly.
Sometimes you have to act fast. That's how you catch people off guard.
She nodded, but she seemed distracted. She kept checking something in her satchel. A figure approached the mine. Even in the dim moonlight, Marcus recognized Lord Varric's expensive cloak and confident walk. The man moved like he owned the entire district.
There he is. There he is.
She breathed. They waited. Minutes passed. Then another figure emerged from the shadows near the mine entrance. This one was taller, wearing a dark hood that covered his face completely.
That must be the contact.
The two figures met at the mine entrance and disappeared inside. Through the broken windows, Marcus could see the faint glow of a lantern.
Now we wait for the signal. Dear?
But Commander Kane was already moving. Marcus saw him gesture to his men and they began approaching the mine from different angles. It wasn't coordinated at all. Some men were moving too fast, others too slow. One guard nearly tripped over debris.
This is a mess. They're gonna blow it,
he muttered.
Maybe that's for the best.
She was watching intently. Before Marcus could ask what she meant, Commander Kane and 3 guards burst through the mine entrance.
By order of the Crown and the Academy, you are under arrest, Lord Varric and General Corot.
His voice echoed through the night. There was a moment of silence. Then the mine windows exploded outward in a shower of glass and blue light. Marcus instinctively ducked, pulling Alice down with him. When he looked up, he could see magical energy crackling around the building. Dark blue projectiles shot from the windows like arrows, but they were met by barriers of golden light.
Cora!
She said softly. Sister Cora stood in the courtyard. Her hands raised streams of holy light flowing from her palms to form protective shields around her men. The magical icy projectiles hit her barriers and dissolved into sparks.
We need to get closer, see if there's anything we can do to help.
No, we stay here.
She grabbed his arm. Something in her voice made Marcus look at her. Alice was staring at the battle, but her expression was strange, almost sad.
I hope he doesn't hurt Big Sis,
she muttered. Marcus turned.
What?
Alice was already moving her hand, and Marcus saw spores beginning to drift from her palm. Magical spores glowing faintly in the darkness.
He promised not to involve her in the treason,
she said quietly. The world started to blur. Marcus tried to stand, tried to back away, but his legs wouldn't work properly. The spores were in his lungs now, making everything fuzzy.
Alice, what are you?
But the words wouldn't come out right. The last thing Marcus saw before everything went dark was Alice's face, tears streaming down her cheeks as she whispered something that sounded like an apology. Marcus fell forward, unconscious, as the sounds of battle continued in the distance. Alice caught him before he hit the ground, her hands shaking as she supported his weight. From her satchel, she pulled out a small horn and blew 3 short notes. The signal that the trap had worked perfectly. Chapter 54. Worlds colliding. Bang, bang, bang.
Open up, police.
Marcus jolted awake, his head spinning. For a second, he didn't know where he was. Alice's face was still burned into his mind. Those tears, those magical spores. The betrayal felt like someone had punched him in the stomach. But wait, this wasn't his bed in the academy. This was his dorm room. The familiar smell of Tyler's energy drinks and Jake's medical textbooks. Bang, bang, bang.
I'm coming! Jesus! I streamed till 5 a.m. Can you please stop with the pounding?
His voice was groggy and annoyed. Marcus sat up in bed, his heart racing. Something was wrong. The knocking wasn't normal campus security knocking. This was serious. Tyler stumbled to the door in his boxers and a wrinkled t-shirt. When he opened it, Marcus's blood went cold. The hallway was packed. Campus police, real police with guns, college officials in suits, and what looked like half the students from their floor crowding around trying to see what was happening.
Tyler Nakamura? Yeah, that's me. What's going on? We're looking for Marcus Chen. Is he here?
Tyler turned around confused.
Marcus? Yeah,
He spotted Marcus sitting up in bed.
right there. Dude, what did you do?
The officer pushed past Tyler into the room.
Marcus Chen, you're under arrest. You need to come with us.
What? What? What?
He felt like he was still dreaming, or maybe having a nightmare.
You have the right to remain silent.
He started, but his voice sounded far away. Marcus couldn't process this. Alice had just betrayed him. General Koro was one of Malachar's people. Sister Koro was in danger. And now...
Wait, what's going on? Why are you taking my friend?
His voice cut through the fog. Marcus hadn't even seen him push through the crowd, but suddenly his roommate was there in pajama pants and a UIC hoodie.
He's being arrested. Apparently, he's been making bombs.
Lady, please don't discuss the ongoing investigation.
She looked like she worked for the college. One of the police officers said sharply,
Bombs? Marcus? Making bombs? Are you serious?
His voice went up an octave.
That's impossible. Marcus wouldn't hurt anybody. There's got to be some mistake.
He stepped closer to Marcus, but Marcus couldn't speak. His throat felt closed up. Making bombs. They knew about the gunpowder research. Somehow they knew, but how could they know? He'd only researched it online and he'd been careful. Oh God. Campus, internet, library, computers. The searches. Someone must have been monitoring internet activity. The officer was pulling out handcuffs.
Sir, I need you to stand up and put your hands behind your back.
This is crazy. He's just a college kid. He plays D&D and studies all the time. He's not some terrorist.
He protested. Somehow he'd entered the room.
Guys, if you want to help your friend call his parents, tell him to find a lawyer. This is serious. We'll be at the precinct downtown.
One of the officers said to Jake and Tyler. Marcus stood up slowly. His legs felt like jelly. Everything was happening too fast. Both worlds were falling apart at the same time. Alice had been working for Malachar all along. How long had she been lying to him? How long had she been feeding information to the enemy? And now this. Bombs. Arrest. His parents were going to find out. They'd sacrificed everything to send him to college, and now... The handcuffs clicked around his wrists. Cold metal. Real metal. This wasn't a dream.
Marcus, don't say anything until you get a lawyer, okay? We'll call your parents.
He called out as the officers started leading him toward the door.
Dude, I'm posting this on stream. This is insane. Police state much?
He was already grabbing his phone.
Tyler, don't. This isn't content. This is serious.
He snapped. As they walked him through the hallway, Marcus could see his neighbors staring. Some had their phones out recording. The whispers followed him all the way to the elevator. The bomb maker. I knew he was weird. Always staying up late working on stuff. Never hung out with anyone. The elevator ride down felt like it took forever. Marcus stared at his reflection in the metal doors. He looked tired, scared, young. How had everything gone so wrong so fast? In the lobby there were more police cars outside with flashing lights. Students and faculty were gathering to watch. As they walked him out of the dorm, Marcus heard someone call his name.
Marcus Chen, Channel 7 News. Do you have any comment about the bomb-making allegations?
Reporters. Already. How did they get here so fast? The police car door slammed shut behind him. Through the window, Marcus could see his dorm building, could see people pointing and talking. His life at UIC was over. Even if this got sorted out, even if it was all a misunderstanding, everyone would remember this. The car started moving. Marcus leaned back against the seat and closed his eyes. Alice's face appeared in his mind again. Those tears. Had they been real? Had any of it been real? His two worlds weren't supposed to crash into each other like this. They were supposed to be separate, safe from each other. But now everything was broken, and Marcus didn't know how to fix any of it. Chapter 55. Behind Bars. Marcus's head pounded like someone had hit him with a hammer. The exhausting day at the police precinct felt like a lifetime ago, or maybe it was just hours. Time didn't make sense anymore when you were living in two worlds and both of them had gone to hell. He tried to sit up and immediately regretted it. The world spun and his mouth tasted like he'd been chewing on old socks. Where was he? The smell hit him first, a mixture of damp stone, human waste, and something that might have been rotting food. Then his eyes started working properly, and he saw the iron bars, a medieval prison cell. Stone walls that looked like they'd been here for centuries with water dripping down them in places. The floor was just packed dirt with some moldy straw thrown around. There was a bucket in the corner that Marcus didn't want to think about.
Oh, right. The betrayal.
It all came flooding back. Alice, with those magical spores, her face when she'd said she was sorry, the way she'd looked at the battle like she already knew how it would end. Marcus felt sick, and not just from whatever Alice had done to knock him out. He'd been so stupid, so completely, utterly stupid. What had he been thinking, trying to play investigator and strategist in a world full of magic and politics he barely understood? Now his family was alone in this world, and he was going to be labeled a traitor. That would affect them badly. Why would Alice of all people do this? What could they have offered her? Had she been Malachar's spy all along? But that didn't make sense. She had Sister Cora, who was always out there helping people, risking her life for others. Would Alice betray her own sister? Marcus was so caught up in his thoughts that it took him a minute to notice the snoring coming from the next cell over. He looked through the bars and could see someone slumped against the wall, hands cuffed behind their back with heavy iron shackles. All he could see was the back. Blonde hair, massive shoulders, someone who looked like they could bench press a horse.
Tom? Tom, is that you?
5 more minutes. Marcus, yesterday I was too tired.
Dude, wake up. We're in prison. Wake up.
Tom jumped to his feet so fast he nearly fell over. When he turned around, Marcus's heart sank. His cousin's face was a mess. Dried blood, black eye, split lip. He looked like he'd been through a war.
Oh, jail. They caught you, Marcus.
His voice was hoarse. Then his face brightened.
Marcus, you're alive. Thank the Maker.
Tom, you weren't at the mission. What happened? No, please tell me you didn't. You didn't follow us, right?
No, man. I heard you got caught for some coup against Lord Varric, so I came to save you from prison.
He was smiling, despite looking like he'd been run over by a cart.
Tom, that's worse. What makes you think you can break someone out of prison? What were you thinking?
I don't know. I didn't think much. Hey, when do you think they'll give us food? I'm dying of hunger.
Brother, you, dude, I can't even. Who's going to take care of the family now? You should have taken them to safety, not tried to be a hero.
They went back and forth like this for a while, with Marcus getting more frustrated and Tom just being Tom. Loyal, brave, and not thinking things through. Finally, someone from another cell yelled, "Shut up!" And then, "Yeah, shut up already," from someone else. Marcus and Tom both sat down in their separate cells. The reality of their situation was starting to sink in.
Thanks for watching my back.
Any time, brother.
A guard came in a little later with a bucket and a ladle.
Rise your bowls. Don't try anything funny.
He gave everyone what looked like the worst soup Marcus had ever seen. It was brown and chunky and smelled like it had been sitting out for a week. They ate in silence. It was disgusting, but Marcus was hungry enough that he didn't care. As they were finishing, they heard footsteps and a high-pitched voice.
Captain, is he coming to my prison?
Yeah, wants to talk to the prisoner. Before he comes, I wanted to check it myself.
A man entered wearing what looked like a royal guard's uniform. He had authority written all over him. The way he walked, the way the other guards stepped aside. He checked out the cells one by one, then approached Marcus's cell. The captain looked directly into Marcus's eyes without saying anything. There was something in that look, not hostile but not friendly either, like he was trying to figure something out. Then he nodded at the lock and turned to the mouse-like prison manager.
Everything seems in order,
he said, and left with his entourage.
What was that about?
I think the captain was checking to make sure this prison is safe for someone important to visit.
Goo.
Isn't it obvious? Lord Varric, of course.
Tom was quiet for a moment.
Marcus, what are we going to do?
Marcus looked around their stone prison, thinking about Alice's betrayal, about his family alone in the academy, about the police arresting him in the other world. Everything was falling apart at once.
I don't know, Tom. I don't know.
But even as he said it, Marcus's mind was already working. Lord Varric was coming to talk to him. That meant they wanted something from him. And if they wanted something, maybe there was still a chance to turn this around. Maybe he wasn't completely powerless after all. Chapter 56, The Interrogation. While Marcus and Tom were trying to figure out what Lord Varric might want from them, 2 guards and the mouse-like prison manager entered their section.
Yeah, take them all to other holdings. Clear this side. I don't want these rats shouting unwanted things to my precious guests.
The guards started moving prisoners out of their cells one by one. Marcus watched as men were led away in chains, some protesting, others just looking resigned to whatever was happening. While all this was going on, Marcus started thinking. And the more he thought, the worse he felt about everything. What had he been thinking? He wasn't some hero. He wasn't Frodo with a magic ring or anything like that. There was no fellowship. What was he thinking, creating fellowship with a half-dead mage? There was no magical solution to end Malachar either. He should have just kept selling his soap, maybe invented ice cream or soda or something, lived a fat, rich life until Malachar came to Drakmor anyway. At least then his family would be safe. At least then Tom wouldn't be sitting in a prison cell with a busted face. Marcus was still beating himself up when more footsteps echoed through the corridor. Lots of them this time. The sound of expensive boots on stone. 2 guards in shiny armor entered first and took positions on either side of the corridor. Then Lord Varric walked in looking like he owned the place. Behind him came Alice. Marcus felt his stomach drop when he saw her. She looked tired, like she hadn't slept, but she was dressed better than usual. Nicer robes, her hair done up properly. Varric waved at the guards by the entrance.
You all wait here. This won't take long. Come, my child. Let's solve this mess.
Tom, who hadn't been paying attention to the fancy entrance, suddenly noticed Alice.
Alice, run! I heard he's the bad guy.
Marcus shot his cousin a look that said, "Shut up and sit down," without using any words. Tom got the message and plopped back down, but he was still watching Alice with concern.
Don't worry about me, honey.
Her voice sounded weird, too cheerful. Marcus and Alice locked eyes through the bars.
Marcus!
Alice.
His voice came out flat and cold. Lord Varric stepped closer to Marcus's cell.
Marcus of Millhaven. What do you say about creating a conspiracy with that old silver fox to take me down?
Is this the court? Am I being tried right now?
No, my son. That will come later. I was just curious. After I put that old fox in his place and made sure he won't get in my way again, I wondered what you did to push him into taking action against me.
I didn't do nothing.
Well, you basically pushed Master Timon to find evidence and take action.
I'm just a refugee kid trying to make a quick buck. In fact, Alice brought me to the academy.
Is this true, Alice?
Sir, his innovations with ink and paper.
Varric cut her off with a wave of his hand.
Enough. I'll be brief. I'm here because I want you to testify against Master Timon and Commander Kane. They tried a coup with the help of Lord Hammond. You're just a kid and you have this giant family.
He pointed at Tom.
You don't want anything happening to them. Master Timon and Commander Kane will die regardless. But I want Lord Hammond and his province. So if you say what I want you to say, you and your family leave.
His voice got firm on that last part, and Marcus felt a chill run down his spine. Varric turned and walked out, leaving Alice alone with them.
Okay, here are the things you need to say in front of the royal court.
She pulled out a paper.
I'll say whatever you want me to say, but just tell me this. Why did you do it? What did they offer you? Head scribe position?
Shut up.
But you wouldn't sell your sister for head scribe, so maybe head of the academy? But no one would respect a 20-year-old scribe suddenly becoming their boss.
Shut up.
She said louder this time.
Maybe a job at the palace? Headmistress to the sweet Lord Varric?
I said shut up.
She screamed, her face going red.
No one offered me anything, and I didn't sell my sister. I saved her.
She was breathing heavy now.
Saved her?
You amateurs were gonna get caught anyway. I made sure Lord Varric spared her. Lord Varric is the only one doing anything to save this city.
Yeah, by making sure citizens starve and caravans disappear.
He brokered a deal with Malachar, sending useless metals and rocks to preserve peace. Why do you think the attack stopped at the border towns?
Naive. How naive can you be? If you believed one word Lord Varric said, you're just a child. He's making sure 1 million slaves work for his precious metals and magnets while people die in those mines and families starve.
Then why did Malachar stop advancing into Valdris when he conquered half the known world?
Because Lord Varric is in his pocket and the king is Varric's puppet. They're stalling to get the minerals and then poof, everyone's a slave to Malachar, or worse.
Zalbides.
Dark Lords can't be trusted, and people like Lord Varric never keep their word.
And you met lots of Dark Lords and high officials in Millhaven?
No, he didn't. No one comes to our village except traders once or twice a year.
I have nothing else to say to you. Give me the script. I'll tell them whatever you want me to say.
Alice handed him a paper through the bars. Marcus noticed it was written using his paper designs. Somehow that made the betrayal hurt even worse.
This is for the good of the city. You'll understand once you see Lord Varric bring permanent peace with Malachar.
After she left, Tom and Marcus argued about whether Marcus should testify like Varric wanted. Tom thought they should fight it somehow. Marcus pointed out that fighting would just get their family killed.
It's late. I need to sleep. I've got another interrogation waiting for me.
Tom looked confused by that last part, but Marcus didn't explain. How could he tell his cousin that in another world police had arrested him for researching bomb-making? That both his lives were falling apart at the same time? As Marcus laid down on the moldy straw, he thought about Alice's face when she'd screamed at him. She believed she was doing the right thing. She thought Lord Varric was going to save everyone. That somehow made everything worse. Chapter 57. Dangerous Work. Sarah Ashford stood in the dim warehouse, staring at the pile of materials scattered across the wooden table. Metal pipes, iron nails, strange metal beads that looked like tiny spheres. What was the metal pipe for? She couldn't understand half of what Marcus had collected. She picked up one of the notebooks he'd given her, squinting at his handwriting in the flickering candlelight. The formulas looked complex even in his simple alphabet. Some of the words were completely new to her.
Metal shavings.
She read aloud, then looked at the pile of iron filings.
Saltpeter. Charcoal powder.
She could identify most of the ingredients now, but mixing them in the right proportions? That was going to take time. Sarah sighed and wiped her hands on her apron. This wasn't exactly the kind of work a proper lady was supposed to be doing. Then again, she thought bitterly, maybe that's why Aldrich never sees me as a woman. Always covered in soot or ink stains or now potentially explosive powders. She carefully measured out small amounts according to Marcus's instructions, mixing them in a wooden bowl. The warehouse felt safer than her tiny room at the boarding house, but it was also lonely. Every sound outside made her jump. After an hour of careful work, Sarah decided she needed more supplies. Marcus's list called for finer metal filings than what she had, and she was running low on the special charcoal. She covered her work with a cloth and headed out into the afternoon sun. The Eastern District was busier than usual, merchants calling out prices, children dodging between carts, normal people living normal lives, not mixing dangerous powders in secret warehouses. As she walked toward the metalworkers' quarter, Sarah spotted a familiar figure ahead. Aldrich was standing outside a prosperous-looking shop talking to someone. Her heart did a little skip until she recognized the other person. Lord Brightmore. That man again, she thought with annoyance. Every time she saw him around Aldrich, it meant trouble. Sarah slowed her pace and tried to look casual as she approached. Aldrich was signing some kind of document while Lord Brightmore handed him what looked like a small purse. Money was changing hands, and from Aldrich's expression, it was more than their soap business typically brought in. This doesn't make sense, Sarah thought. Lord Brightmore was wealthy. Why would he need anything from Aldrich's shop, and why was Aldrich looking so nervous? She ducked behind a fruit cart and watched as they finished their business. Lord Brightmore clapped Aldrich on the shoulder like they were old friends, then walked away with a satisfied smile. Sarah waited until he was gone, then continued toward the metalworkers. She'd ask Aldrich about it later. Right now, she had more important things to worry about. After buying what she needed, Sarah started the walk back to her boarding house. She wanted to collect her cousins to help carry the heavier supplies to the warehouse. At least with them around, she'd feel safer. But as she turned onto her street, Aldrich caught up with her.
Sarah, wait up!
She turned, forcing a smile.
Hi, Aldrich. How was your day?
His face was grim.
Sarah, I have news, bad news, about Marcus and the Academy people.
He glanced around nervously. Sarah's stomach dropped.
What kind of news?
They caught them. Marcus, all the officials he was working with against Lord Varric, the King's Guard arrested them last night.
The packages in Sarah's arms suddenly felt impossibly heavy.
Arrested? For what?
Treason. Conspiracy against the crown. Sarah, if they start investigating everyone connected to Marcus, they might come looking for us too.
His voice was barely above a whisper. Sarah thought about the warehouse, the notebooks, the dangerous materials she'd been mixing. If the King's Guard found any of that?
I have to go.
Sarah, wait.
But she was already walking away, her mind racing. She couldn't go collect her cousins now. If the authorities were watching people connected to Marcus involving her family would put them at risk too. And she couldn't go to her boarding house either. What if they were watching her? What if they searched her room? No. There was only one place to go. Back to the warehouse, back to Marcus's work. He'd trusted her with something important, something he thought might make a difference. And even if he was sitting in a prison cell right now, even if she was scared and alone and completely out of her depth, she wasn't going to let him down. Sarah changed direction and headed for the Eastern District. The warehouse was hidden enough that she could stay there for a while. Maybe a few days until she figured out what to do next. As she walked, she thought about Marcus's instructions. The mixing ratios, the timing, the warnings about safety. He'd been so careful to explain everything, like he knew he might not be around to help. Well, he was right about that. Sarah pulled her hood up and quickened her pace. She had work to do. Dangerous work that could get her killed or arrested or worse. But it was Marcus's work, and that made it important. Even if she was just a working girl who cleaned shops and mixed inks, she could do this. She had to. The sun was setting by the time she reached the warehouse. Sarah lit her candles, pulled out the notebooks, and got back to work. Outside, Drakmore continued its daily life, unaware that in a forgotten corner of the Eastern District, a young woman was carefully mixing the ingredients for something that had never existed in their world before. Something that might change everything, or might just blow up in her face. Either way, she was committed now. Chapter 58. 2 kinds of cells. Marcus woke on a thin mattress that smelled like disinfectant. For a second, he couldn't tell which world he was in. The clean white walls and fluorescent light said, "Real world," but his mind kept processing what had happened in Valdris, Alice's betrayal. The spores. Prison. Then reality crashed down. He was in jail here too. Police custody. Real-world consequences for real-world actions. At least this cell beat the medieval dungeon he'd woken up in last time. No rats, no moldy straw, no mysterious stains on the walls. The officers here even smiled sometimes.
Morning, kid.
Marcus looked up to see a police officer approaching with a sandwich and a cup of coffee. The man tried to look stern but couldn't pull it off.
Take this. Sorry for the wait. We'll be taking your statement after your lawyer gets here.
Thanks, officer,
he said, accepting the food. His stomach rumbled. When had he last eaten? He remembered the bitter soup they'd served in Valdris, but that meal belonged to a different body, a different stomach. The officer. His name tag said Muhammad. Pulled up a chair.
You threw off yesterday's shock pretty quick. I looked you up, and it's your first arrest. I'm Officer Muhammad, by the way. Some people might find it ironic that I'm the primary officer on your arrest. You know what I mean?
He leaned back. He laughed at his own joke. Marcus wasn't sure he got it.
What made you search for all those things online? Were you angry at someone about failing classes?
Marcus opened his mouth to explain.
No, it was for the game.
Don't say anything.
The voice came from the hallway. A man in a cheap suit with a big tie and too much cologne burst through the door.
We deny everything he said without me being present.
Officer Muhammad rolled his eyes.
Oh boy. Your parents called the first search result on Google, didn't they? Good luck, kid. He didn't say anything important. We can start the real interview after he finishes breakfast.
He stood and adjusted his belt. The lawyer looked maybe 30 with slicked back hair and nervous energy. He sat across from Marcus and pulled out a yellow legal pad.
Look, kid, deny everything, say nothing, okay? Follow my wording and you'll walk. I guarantee that.
But I didn't do anything. I searched stuff for a game.
Officer Muhammad poked his head back in.
So you didn't buy any ingredients for bombs?
I didn't.
Not in this world, he thought.
See? Clear denial. We're good.
The rest of the day passed in a blur of questions. Officer Muhammad and his partner took turns asking about Marcus's internet searches, his purchase history, his social media posts. Each time Marcus tried to explain about the D&D campaign he was planning, his lawyer would interrupt.
We deny that. You can't ask it like that. Leading the witness.
Marcus felt like he was watching his life through a window. His parents kept calling the lawyer. He could hear the phone ringing every hour. His mom was worried sick. The weird thing was sitting in this clean, well-lit cell. Marcus felt relaxed compared to the medieval dungeon. At least here, nobody was planning to execute him for treason. Probably.
Your parents are driving down tomorrow. They sound worried.
He said during one of their breaks. Marcus nodded. He could imagine the conversation. His mom crying, his dad trying to stay calm while calling every lawyer in Illinois. Meanwhile, in another world, his family there was wondering why he and Tom had gone missing. Or maybe they were in danger because of Marcus. Sarah was mixing explosive powders in a warehouse completely alone. 2 worlds. 2 different kinds of trouble. His lawyer kept reassuring him.
First offense. No materials purchased. Research for creative purposes. We'll get this dismissed, no problem.
But Marcus wasn't worried about the legal stuff. He was worried about the gap between worlds. In Valdris, people were counting on him. Tom was being tortured for information. Master Thymon might be dying in a cell somewhere. Sarah was risking her life to complete work he'd started. And here he sat, eating institutional sandwiches and answering questions about his Google search history.
One more question. This D&D campaign you keep mentioning, you got any notes about it? Character sheets? Campaign materials?
He said as evening approached. Marcus's lawyer started to object, but Marcus held up a hand.
Yeah, in my dorm room. My roommates know about it too.
For the first time, Officer Muhammad looked interested.
What's the campaign about?
A guy who gets transported to a fantasy world where there's this evil wizard taking over everything. He has to use modern knowledge to help the good guys fight back.
Officer Muhammad and his partner exchanged looks.
Kid, that's a cool concept for a game,
he said slowly. His lawyer looked confused.
Is this helping our case or hurting it?
Helping. Shows creative thinking, not criminal intent. We'll want to talk to those roommates.
He made a note in his file. As night fell, Marcus lay back on his narrow bunk and stared at the ceiling. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead. Somewhere down the hall, another prisoner was watching TV. Tomorrow, his parents would arrive. There would be more questions, more lawyers, more explanations. Eventually, this would get sorted out. But in Valdris, tomorrow might bring executions, or war, or the complete collapse of everything he'd been trying to build. Marcus closed his eyes and tried to fall asleep. In a few hours, he'd find out if Tom was still alive. For now, all he could do was wait. Chapter 59. Broken Chains. Marcus woke to the sound of Tom trying to eat his morning gruel. His determination had crumbled overnight. The conversation with Lord Varric and Alice's betrayal kept replaying in his mind. Really? He thought bitterly. I wanted to be Brutus. Tom was struggling with his food since his hands were cuffed behind his back. As an enhancer, they'd made sure he couldn't use his strength to break free, so he had to eat like a dog leaning down to the bowl. Even in this awful situation, Tom was trying to make jokes.
Hey Marcus, look at me. I'm like one of those fancy lapdogs the nobles have.
He lifted his head from the bowl with gruel on his chin. Marcus couldn't manage a smile. He was supposed to testify against Master Timon, against the man who'd trusted him, who'd given his family shelter, who'd believed in his potential, some hero he'd turned out to be. The day passed slowly. Neither of them talked much after yesterday's confrontation with Lord Varric and Alice. Marcus kept thinking about the script she'd given him written on his own paper. The betrayal stung worse every time he thought about it. Tom tried to cheer him up occasionally, but Marcus was lost in his own thoughts. What was he doing here? Playing advisor to Master Timon like he was some kind of strategic genius? This wasn't a game where you could roll new character sheets when things went wrong.
Marcus, you don't have to do what they want. We can figure something out,
he said quietly in the afternoon.
Like what? You tried to break me out and look where that got us.
I'm sorry,
I know. Thanks for watching my back, brother.
Anytime.
As the day wore on, Marcus found himself thinking about Master Timon sitting in his own cell somewhere, wondering how his trusted student had led him into this trap. About Commander Kane, who'd risked his career to investigate the truth. About his family, who'd be completely alone if he and Tom were executed. If he didn't testify, Varric would hurt everyone Marcus cared about. The bastard had probably already taken them, was torturing them right now to make sure Marcus cooperated. The rest of the night, Tom and Marcus argued about whether to testify or not. Marcus insisted it was too late. They had to go along with it.
I have another world waiting for me, an interrogation I need to sleep for.
Hours passed. Late in the night, footsteps approached their cells, but whoever it was moved carefully, quietly.
Marcus?
It was Aldrich. He looked terrible. Worse than Marcus even. His face was drawn and pale, his usual neat appearance completely disheveled.
Hello, partner. Hi, Tom.
He was trying to sound cheerful.
Hi, partner. Look how much we've elevated from society. Butler, open in our doors.
What butler? Marcus, are you okay?
Marcus, I don't have much time. Whatever they're planning for the trial, it's not good.
What do you mean?
What I heard, they want to make sure this kind of thing never happens again.
How are they going to make sure?
But by making an awful example of us.
He frowned. They won't keep their word after the trial, he thought. Maybe they'll eliminate everyone involved right at the trial. Aldrich moved closer to Marcus's cell and grasped his hand through the bars.
Marcus, you didn't leave me at my lowest point. You always tried to find a way to save my family business. This is my gift to you. Use it or don't. It's up to you.
He pressed something small and metal into Marcus's palm.
Good luck, my friend.
Aldrich, what did you do? How did you get this?
But Aldrich was already walking away. Marcus turned his back to the corridor and examined what Aldrich had given him. It was a silver key, but not an ordinary one. It had some kind of mechanism. When he pressed the head, it changed to a different shape. After Aldrich left, Marcus whispered to Tom about the key. They made a short plan, though. Marcus wondered what there was to plan. If Varric was going to hurt anyone, he cared about his knowledge of fiction, dictated one thing. That son of a bitch couldn't be trusted no matter what. Late in the night, Marcus used the key to open his cell. It worked perfectly. He quietly opened Tom's cell next.
Be quiet, and if we get caught, kick anyone in your way and run as fast as possible. I can't open your hands yet.
When they reached the hallway door, Marcus changed the key's configuration and prayed it would fit. It clicked open. There was no one waiting on the other side. They carefully climbed the stairs, but the two guards who were supposed to be keeping watch at the prison entrance were asleep. Marcus tried his luck one more time with the main door. The key worked again, but this time the guards woke up at the sound.
Hey, stop.
Goners.
Before they could finish their words, Tom kicked both guards while they were still groggy. Marcus grabbed a large ring of keys from one of the guards.
We don't have time to unlock your cuffs, so let's run. We'll deal with it later.
Where do we go? They know everywhere we might go.
Not everywhere. Follow me.
He led them through the dark streets toward the Eastern District, toward Owen's warehouse, towards Sarah and the work she'd been doing in secret. It was time to find out if his other plan had worked. Chapter 60. Unexpected Allies. They ducked through shadows and hid behind crates until they reached the secret warehouse. Marcus sighed with relief, but there was commotion inside.
Let me go. I am not a spy.
Came a woman's voice, oddly familiar.
Sir Captain? Sergeant? I don't know this woman.
They heard Sarah's voice, strained with worry.
It's obvious you're both working together. You're both spies for either Varric or that Koroth scum.
A male voice barked. Marcus hesitated at the door, trying to think of a plan, but Tom barged inside.
Hey, let go of Lady Sarah.
Oh, Tom. Marcus thought and followed him in. Inside, he saw beat-up soldiers of Commander Kane surrounding Sarah and an old woman Marcus recognized from somewhere. In the center, Sergeant Harwick was interrogating both women. Everyone turned to stare at Tom and Marcus.
Marcus, you're out. Tom, thank the Maker.
Sarah, what's going on?
Sergeant Harwick pointed his sword at them.
Other accomplices arrived. You little dirt-grubbing villagers will pay for selling out my lord and my commander.
What?
Dirt grubbing?
Capture them. We'll show them what happens to traitors.
As the soldiers moved toward them, Marcus quickly showed the keys and unlocked Tom's cuffs.
Sergeant, we didn't sell anyone. We were captives. Look at Tom's bruises from when he tried to save me.
Tom rolled his shoulders.
Oh man, this enhancement magic heals so good. These barely hurt now.
Harwick squinted at them.
Why should we believe you? We're gonna capture everyone, including General Koroth, and stop that fake trial tomorrow.
Sergeant, you may not know us well, but we traveled and fought side by side.
You were mainly on your backside.
Harwick shot the soldier a stern look. Tom walked right up to Harwick's pointed blade and stared directly into his eyes.
Tom, don't do anything hasty. We're allies. They'll understand.
Tom kept staring, then put his hand on the blade and pushed it down.
Sir, like you said, we need to stop the trial tomorrow. Let's work together.
Harwick lowered his weapon slightly.
Then why is this suspicious woman following you around?
He pointed at the old woman.
We don't know her, sir. She just came in before you did.
Sir, if you remember, I was the one who warned Commander Kane about how suspicious this woman was.
Harwick turned to the woman.
Who are you, really? Who do you work for?
The suspicious refugee curtsied calmly.
Celestine Lowborn at your service.
Lowborn?
Yeah, I gave myself a surname. All the ladies have one. Why not me? Also, I got bored of people asking where Rockwall is, so I grabbed myself a new name and became a local. Even got myself this nice pin.
She tapped a small bronze pin on her cloak. Marcus stepped closer.
Why come to my warehouse? Why lead all of Commander Kane's men here?
He checked the door.
Is there an ambush? Who do you really work for?
I only work for myself, dear. Well, I was working for Owen back then, selling his stolen jewelry to high society ladies.
She looked left and right, then lowered her voice.
They have no taste whatsoever, those ladies. I sold those ugly rings and necklaces like cookies. What do you expect from ladies fighting over those god-awful soaps?
She laughed to herself.
So, Owen told you to come here?
No, dear. These soldiers were following me, so I ran here hoping Owen would protect me.
Yeah, he's known to be protective.
Sergeant Harwick gestured to his men.
Tie her hands, just in case. I'm still not convinced.
Marcus ran to Sarah, thinking the situation was resolved, but Harwick wasn't done.
Why do you have a secret place? What are you hiding?
Sarah, show them what we've been doing.
Sarah led them to a corner where several crude bomb-like devices sat on a table.
Yeah, these are dangerous things, so I wanted to work alone. But when the operation got moved up, I gave her instructions to finish them.
Harwick examined one carefully.
What are they for?
They create fire and explosions without magic, but they're extremely dangerous, even to the user.
This could be useful against General Koroth. We don't know what kind of powers he has.
Marcus leaned forward.
Do you know where he is? If we capture him and present him to the king at the trial, it might help us.
Harwick's expression grew serious.
We followed Lord Varric and General Koroth. Varric took him to some promised shipment. They shook hands, then Varric left. But before he did, he left one of his officials to arrange safe passage through the gate. Koroth and his men are still there with the cargo near the east gate.
We have to attack now then, before they leave.
Marcus shook his head.
We're going, but you're not coming. Sorry, I can't risk your life.
But I could be useful.
Sorry, Sarah. I need you at the trial. If something happens to us...
He paused, then hugged her tight.
Don't do anything to put yourself in danger. Study math, physics, and chemistry. You can be anything you want, not just Aldrich Bride.
Sarah started crying as Marcus held her. The warehouse fell quiet except for the sound of weapons being checked and preparations being made. Tonight, they would face a general of Malachar. Marcus just hoped Sarah's bombs would be enough. Chapter 61. Ice and Gunpowder. That night, Marcus filled a bag with the bombs Sarah had made, not knowing how to use them properly. He grabbed the long metal pipe she'd turned into some kind of gun, stuffed his pockets with iron beads, and left with Tom and Sergeant Harwick to hunt General Koroth. When they reached the caravan spot, the people forced to pull the cargo were sleeping on the grass beside their horses and wagons. Poor people, Marcus thought. Forced by Lord Varric to do this job, and he's sending them to their deaths. Koroth must have brought at least 20 men with him into enemy territory, Marcus realized. Bold move, but it showed how confident he was in Varric's protection. A few yards away from the huge caravan, 4 tents were carefully placed. 2 dark figures stood watch in the moonlight.
Koroth must be in there.
How are we going to attack?
Tom and I attack him directly. Alex, take the rest of the group. Marcus, deal with his goons. Tom, take this sword. You're gonna need it.
No thanks, Sergeant. I've developed other things.
He showed his fists, the tips turn into stone as he smiled.
First, let's sneak up and take out as many as possible before they notice us.
Marcus's heart was pounding. This was different from watching or observing. He was in a medieval operation against a dark mage's general. He tried to calm himself. It would be different from the caravan attack when they were coming to Drakmore, and it was different from when he watched the last operation where everyone got caught without doing anything. Sergeant Harwick and Tom went to one side. Soldier Alex pulled the remaining soldiers, and Marcus went to the other side. When they got near the guards, Tom gestured for Alex to move. At the same time, both attacked. Even though Tom took down his opponent quickly, Alex's swing was stopped by the guard's quick reflexes. The guard immediately yelled,
Raid, wake up everyone.
Sergeant Harwick cursed.
Everyone, don't let anyone get away. We need every one of them to save our commander and Lord Hammond. D.O. Arms!
He drew his sword and ran toward the soldiers emerging from the tents. Marcus took a deep breath, still trying to calm himself. He picked up a couple of grenade-looking things.
I wonder if she made the self-detonating mechanisms work like I drew.
He muttered, turning the mechanism and throwing one toward the tents. It did nothing. General Koroth finally emerged from a tent looking like a villain from the books. Tall, slender, snake-like. He looked both surprised and angry.
That Varek can't control his pests. Now I have to deal with these vermin.
Marcus threw another grenade, hoping this one would work. He saw one of Koroth's soldiers running toward him. Soldier Alex intercepted and bashed the man with his shield.
I can't save you from the battlefield, while you...
Whom? The bomb explosion stopped everyone. The tent area was destroyed, and a couple of Koroth's archers were on the ground groaning.
I guess I can save you after all.
He stood in front of Marcus and shouted orders to his soldiers. Marcus calculated where to throw his 2 remaining grenades. He also looked toward Tom to see how they were handling General Koroth. Koroth was steaming, not with anger but pumping dry steam from his body. The battlefield turned blurry. His icy copies started emerging from the dry steam. Tom and Sergeant Harwick were fighting the copies, but cutting them was useless. Each time they attacked a copy, Koroth would appear from nowhere, stab with ice where he could reach, then disappear. Marcus saw they couldn't handle him. He took out the nail bomb Sarah had crafted.
Sergeant, Tom, cover yourselves. This will hurt you too.
He threw the nail bomb into the middle of the steamy area. After the bomb exploded, nails flew everywhere, hitting and turning Koroth's copies to dry steam. Tom and Sergeant Harwick screamed in agony too. General Koroth was hit with maybe 10 nails and bleeding.
You little SHI shit.
He was fuming with anger and gathered his ice magic to create multiple icy projectiles, turning toward Marcus. I hope this works, Marcus thought. He dropped his bomb bag and drew his makeshift shotgun. Tom jumped toward General Koroth, who turned his hand to send a third of his projectiles at Tom, before General Koroth sent his ice bullets to Marcus. Marcus pointed his shotgun at General Koroth and pulled the crude trigger. Bam! Everything went blurry. Chapter 62, Judgment Day. Marcus woke up in the same holding cell, but his thoughts were still in Valdris. Did I hit General Koroth? What happened after the shotgun blast? The bandaged hand from his makeshift weapon throbbed with phantom pain that couldn't possibly be real here. His lawyer was banging on the cell bars.
Wake up, Marcus. I scheduled us a hearing with the judge today. We need to go over your testimony one more time.
Mr. Mason looked tired and smelled of cheap coffee and cheaper cologne.
Listen, kid, this should be straightforward. Judge Patricia Hernandez is fair, but no nonsense. The key is showing this was genuine academic research, not any kind of threat.
An hour later, Marcus found himself in a real courtroom for the first time in his life. The wood-paneled room felt imposing, with its high ceiling and American flag. His friends from D&D were there. Emma sat in the front row with her nervous expression, adjusting her thick glasses every few seconds. His roommates Jake and Tyler were there too, both looking worried but trying to be supportive. His parents sat rigid in the second row, his mother dabbing her eyes with a tissue while his father held her hand tightly.
All rise for the Honorable Judge Patricia Hernandez.
Judge Hernandez was a woman in her 50s, with graying brown hair pulled back in a practical bun. She had kind but sharp eyes that seemed to take in everything as she settled at the bench.
You may be seated. We're here today for the arraignment of Marcus Chen. Mr. Chen, you're represented by Mr. Mason, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
His voice cracking slightly. The judge looked through some papers, then at Marcus.
Mr. Chen, you're charged with intention of possession materials intended for explosive devices and conducting dangerous experiments in university housing. These are serious charges, especially in today's security climate. Do you understand the nature of these charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. District Attorney, please present your case.
The DA, a serious man in his 40s, stood up.
Your Honor, while the defendant may claim this was for academic purposes, we must consider public safety. The defendant was researching explosive materials, purchasing chemicals, and conducting experiments in a university dormitory where hundreds of other students live. His internet search history shows extensive research into bomb-making techniques, including searches for medieval explosives, gunpowder ratios, and homemade detonators. In today's climate, we cannot take such activities lightly. Even if his intentions were benign, his actions created a clear and present danger to his fellow students.
Marcus felt his stomach drop. When laid out like that, it sounded terrible. Judge Hernandez nodded thoughtfully.
Mr. Mason, your response?
Mr. Mason stood straightening his tie.
Your Honor, my client is an 18-year-old college freshman with no criminal record. This was research for a creative writing project, specifically a detailed fantasy role-playing game campaign. Mr. Chen is known among his peers as an extremely dedicated researcher who goes to extraordinary lengths to make his fictional worlds realistic.
Can you provide evidence of this fictional project?
Absolutely, Your Honor. We have testimony from his gaming group and extensive written materials found during the search that clearly show this was world building for a fantasy setting.
Tyler stood up from the gallery, unable to contain himself.
Judge, Your Honor, I'm his roommate. Marcus researches everything obsessively, like everything. One time he spent 3 weeks researching medieval soap making because his character was supposed to be an inventor. We actually made soap in our bathroom sink. He's not dangerous. He's just really into making his games realistic.
Mr. Nakamura, please sit down. You'll have a chance to speak in a moment.
She said, but not unkindly.
Your Honor, manufacturing soap is hardly comparable to researching explosive devices. Even in a dormitory bathroom, such activities present a clear safety hazard to other residents.
Judge Hernandez raised her hand.
I'd like to hear from the investigating officer first. Officer Mohammed?
Officer Mohammed stood.
Yes, Your Honor. During our investigation, we conducted a thorough search of the defendant's belongings and dormitory room. We found extensive handwritten notes about a fantasy world called Valdris, detailed character backgrounds, political systems, and what appears to be a very elaborate role-playing game campaign.
What about the explosive materials research?
We found notes about bomb-making, yes, but they were mixed in with notes about medieval agriculture, political systems, magic spells, and fictional character development. It was actually quite impressive world-building, Your Honor. Very detailed. The defendant had created an entire fictional economy, social structure, even languages.
Officer Mohammed paused, then continued.
I have 3 kids who are into this gaming stuff, Your Honor. What we found looked exactly like what my oldest son does for his games, just much more detailed. There were no actual materials, no plans for real-world application. It was all in the context of this fantasy world.
Thank you, officer. I'd like to hear from the character witnesses now.
Emma stood up nervously.
Your Honor, I'm Emma Rodriguez. I run the Dungeons & Dragons Club that Marcus joined. He came to us wanting to create this incredibly detailed medieval fantasy campaign. He had this inventor character who fought dark wizards using technology instead of magic. He spent hours researching everything to make it realistic. Not just weapons, but economics, agriculture, social systems. He's not some crazy person with a bomb. He's just a really dedicated game master who maybe got a little too into his research.
Tyler was called next.
Your Honor, I'm Tyler Nakamura, Marcus's roommate. This is totally normal for him. He researches everything obsessively. When he made that soap I mentioned, he watched like 50 YouTube videos about different techniques. When he was working on farming stuff for his game, he checked out every book the library had about agriculture. That's just how his brain works. He has to understand everything completely.
Jake was the last to speak.
Your Honor, I'm Jake Martinez, also his friend. I'm pre-med, so I understand research. Marcus approaches everything like it's a thesis project. When he gets interested in something, he dives deep. He calls his parents every week. He's never even been to a party that got too loud. The idea that he'd hurt anyone it's not who he is.
Judge Hernandez looked through more papers, then at Marcus.
Mr. Chen, I'd like you to explain to me in your own words what you were researching and why.
Marcus stood up slowly.
Your Honor, I was creating a fantasy world for a role-playing game. I wanted it to be as realistic as possible, so I researched everything. How medieval societies worked, what they ate, how they made things. My main character was supposed to be an inventor fighting against a dark wizard, so I researched historical explosives and early chemistry.
He paused, then continued.
I know how it looks, and I understand why it scared people. I didn't think about how my search history would appear to others. I was just so focused on making my fictional world believable that I didn't consider the real-world implications of my research.
Do you understand how your actions could be interpreted, especially in today's security climate?
Yes, Your Honor, completely. I was naive about how this would look to others. I should have been more careful about how I conducted my research and where I did it.
Judge Hernandez was quiet for a long moment, reviewing her notes. Finally, she looked up.
Mr. Chen, I've reviewed all the evidence and listened to the testimony. While your research methods showed poor judgment, I find no evidence of intent to harm others or to create actual explosive devices. The materials found clearly support the claim that this was research for a fictional project.
Marcus felt his knees go weak with relief.
However, this case serves as an important reminder that in our current security environment, certain types of research, even for benign purposes, can reasonably be interpreted as threatening. You're an intelligent young man, Mr. Chen, and you need to understand that your actions have consequences beyond your personal intentions.
She paused, then rendered her decision.
Given your clean record, the testimony of your peers, and the evidence that this was indeed research for a fictional project, I'm releasing you with a formal warning. However, any similar behavior in the future will not be treated so leniently. The court also recommends that you work with your university to establish proper protocols for conducting sensitive research, even for creative projects.
Marcus felt tears of relief in his eyes. His parents rushed forward, his mother crying and hugging him tight while his father gripped his shoulder. But as they were leaving the courthouse, a middle-aged man in a cheap suit with a serious expression approached them.
Mr. Chen, I'm Dean Morrison from Student Affairs at UIC. I need to speak with you and your parents.
Marcus's heart sank. He'd been so focused on the criminal charges that he'd almost forgotten about the university consequences.
Given the circumstances and the negative attention this incident has brought to the university, we're offering you a choice. You can voluntarily withdraw from the university, or we will proceed with formal disciplinary hearings that will likely result in expulsion.
Marcus's parents started to protest, but Marcus held up his hand. After everything he'd been through, the arrest, the trial, the weight of responsibility he carried in Valdres, this almost felt like relief.
I'll withdraw.
Urkis, no.
It's okay, Mom. Maybe college isn't for me right now. I need to figure some things out.
His father looked at him with concern and disappointment.
Son, are you sure? We can fight this. We can appeal.
I'm sure, Dad. This is the right choice.
As they walked out of the building, Marcus felt the weight of two worlds on his shoulders. In one world, he was a college dropout who'd thrown away his future over what everyone thought was a game. In the other, he might have just helped save a kingdom. He still didn't know which was worse, or which was more real. Chapter 63. The Witness. Sarah kept thinking about Celestine. I should have held on to that woman longer. How did she get away with all those ropes around her? She'd disguised herself to sneak into the city square, which had been turned into a makeshift court. All day, city criers had been shouting about the treachery of the Silver Fox and Lord Hammond, trying to stage a coup against the king and his loyal advisor, Lord Varick. How did things come to this point? As an orphan who'd worked 3 jobs just to survive, she was now an accomplice in either a coup or a war against a dark mage. It would be determined after this trial. She found a tavern with a balcony overlooking the city square and paid the innkeeper her last coins to watch from there. At least she'd have a good view of whatever was about to happen. Sarah watched as the court assembled. First, guards circled the city square. Then Commander Kane was brought in with the few men who'd been caught with him. After that came some academy teachers. Sarah recognized a few of them. Lastly, Master Timon was brought forward. The old man was beaten and in chains. Some people from the crowd yelled, "Traitor!" and tried to throw things, but older folks stopped them.
He did so much for us, you fools.
One elderly woman shouted back.
Let's hear what happened first.
Then the royal guards arrived behind the king and his advisors. Lord Varric walked with them, and behind Varric was Alice Brightshield. The king started another speech about loyalty and how loyal Lord Varric was. He talked about how in these times they should unite, but apparently the Academy and Lord Hammond wanted power for themselves.
I will be the judge in this trial. Now let's start. Lord Varric, what do you say about their accusations?
Lord Varric stepped forward with a bow.
I'll answer happily, Your Grace. As you know, I work day and night to fund our city's growing needs. I've tried to implement fair taxes by working with guild heads, and I'm using these funds to pay wages and build homes for our citizens working in the mines.
He went on to explain how he used those minerals for the war effort and sold excess materials to distant kingdoms for the growing need for food.
But this silver fox couldn't accept his role changing after the late king's departure. He tried to kill me and my merchant friend who was providing wheat we desperately need.
The king thanked him for his efforts and turned to Master Thymon. The old master tried to explain how Lord Varric was lying, that he wasn't meeting with a merchant but with a general of Malachar. He tried to explain how Varric was sending almost all the mined goods to them, but he was cut off by Varric and his men shouting denials.
There's no need to listen to them. They are clearly delusional, talking nonsense. You should sentence them to death and revoke Lord Hammond's rights as province owner.
Another advisor stepped forward.
My king, without certain proof, we can't just revoke a title. Commander Kane could have been under a spell. He doesn't represent Lord Hammond's intentions.
The king nodded.
You're right. There's no need to start an internal struggle over his commander. I hereby sentence everyone who participated in this failed coup to death by hanging. Lord Hammond is fined 1,000 gold for his men damaging city officials.
Sarah saw that Varric wasn't pleased with himself. He muttered something toward Alice, but Sarah couldn't hear from that distance. But then she heard a familiar voice.
I'm gonna do it. Should I do it?
Sarah looked around and spotted Marcus with his right hand heavily bandaged talking to Tom.
I'm gonna do it.
Marcus raised his bandaged hand and shouted at the top of his lungs.
Stop this trial.
Chapter 64. The Silver Dragon.
Stop this trial.
The words echoed across the city square like thunder. Every head turned toward the bloodied men approaching through the crowd. Some nails were still sticking out of Tom and Sergeant Harwick. Marcus's whole arm was wrapped in bandages, dark stains seeping through the cloth. Behind them, their soldiers dragged several foreign fighters, and in the middle of them was General Koroth. Leg missing, covered with nails, half dead but still breathing. The crowd gasped and pressed back. City soldiers moved to stop the approaching group, but the king's guards stepped forward and formed a protective circle, letting them through to the court. Marcus walked directly up to Master Thymon in his chains. The old wizard looked frail, beaten, but his eyes sparked with hope.
Are you alive, my boy?
We're here, and we brought proof.
The king rose from his seat, his young face flushed with anger and confusion.
Who are you people, and by what right do you interrupt the royal court? This trial is concluded.
Lord Varric stepped forward, his composure cracking.
Your Majesty, these are dangerous fugitives. They escaped from royal custody and attacked your allies. They've murdered innocent traders.
Innocent? These aren't traitors, Your Majesty. They're soldiers of Malachar.
The crowd murmured. Lord Varric's face went pale.
Lies. Desperate lies from condemned criminals.
Marcus gestured to the barely conscious General Koroth.
This man is General Koroth, one of Malachar's commanders. We found him with a caravan full of iron, copper, and magnets, the same materials that have been disappearing from our mining operations.
Preposterous. Your Majesty, this boy is clearly delusional. Look at him. Covered in blood-spouting fantasies about dark generals.
The king looked between them, uncertainty flickering across his face.
Lord Varric has served this kingdom faithfully. Why should I believe the word of escaped prisoners over my advisor?
Master Thymon struggled against his chains.
Your Majesty, if you would allow me to speak.
You are condemned for treason. Your words have no weight here.
Alice stepped forward from behind Varric, her face torn between guilt and determination.
Marcus, stop this. You're only making things worse for everyone.
Alice, you still think he's going to keep his promises?
Lord Varric has negotiated peace. The attacks have stopped. The border towns are safe.
Because Malachart got what he wanted. He doesn't need to attack when you're handing him everything he needs.
Tom stepped up beside Marcus.
Yeah. And what about our families? What about everyone in the mines?
Varric's composure finally snapped.
Enough of this circus. Your Majesty, execute these criminals immediately. Their very presence threatens the peace we've worked so hard to achieve.
The king nodded slowly.
Guard seize.
Commander Kane's voice boomed across the square. Everyone turned to see the commander stepping forward with several of his men, all bearing wounds from their imprisonment.
Your Majesty, I have served this kingdom for 20 years. Before you act, examine the evidence these men have brought.
Commander Kane is also condemned. His judgment is compromised by his association with the traitors.
Then let the evidence speak. General Koroth bears the marks of Malachar's magic. Any court wizard can verify his nature.
The king hesitated.
I have no court wizard present.
You have me.
The square fell silent.
You are chained and condemned.
Then what do you fear? If I am truly a traitor, my magic will fail. If I speak truth, it will be revealed.
Lord Varric's eyes went wide.
Your Majesty, this is obviously a trap. The old fox seeks to escape through trickery.
But the king was curious now. Marcus could see it in his young face, the desire to know the truth warring with his trust in his advisor.
Very well. But if you attempt any hostile magic, my gods will cut you down immediately.
Master Timon smiled sadly.
I understand, Your Majesty.
The guards unlocked his chains with visible reluctance. Master Timon rubbed his wrists and walked slowly toward the unconscious General Koroth.
Don't let him near the prisoner. This is madness.
But Master Timon had already knelt beside Koroth. He placed his weathered hands on the general's forehead and closed his eyes. The air shimmered. Suddenly, dark shadows writhed around Koroth's unconscious form. The shadows had substance, reaching out like hungry tendrils toward the crowd. Several people screamed and backed away.
Malachar's corruption. This man has been bound to the Dark Wizard's will for years. No innocent traitor bears such marks.
The shadows faded, but their message was clear. The king stared at Koroth's form, then slowly turned to Lord Varric.
Explain this.
Varric's face went through a series of expressions. Panic calculation, then cold fury.
You want an explanation? Fine. Yes, I made a deal with Malachar. Yes, I've been trading resources for peace. And it's worked. How many lives have been saved by preventing open war?
The crowd erupted in shocked murmurs.
But you've doomed us all. Malachar doesn't honor treaties. He uses them to gather strength.
Naive old fool. You think your little academy lessons apply to the real world? I've protected this kingdom.
By selling it piece by piece.
By being practical. By accepting that sometimes we must choose the lesser evil.
The king looked stricken.
Lord Varric, is this true? Have you been trading with our enemies?
I've been saving your kingdom while you played at being king. You're a child. You know nothing of real power or real responsibility.
Alice stepped back from Varric, horror dawning on her face.
You said you were negotiating peace.
I was. And it would have worked if you fools hadn't interfered.
Marcus saw the moment Alice realized she'd been used. The pain in her eyes cut deeper than any wound.
My king, Lord Varric stands revealed as a traitor to the crown. I ask for your permission to place him under arrest.
The king nodded mutely, but Varric laughed. A harsh, bitter sound.
Arrest me? You think this ends here?
He raised his hands and began muttering under his breath in a language that made Marcus's skin crawl.
He's casting something. Quaden.
But Varric's spell finished first. The air split open with a sound like tearing cloth. A massive portal opened behind him, and from its depths came a roar that shook the very foundations of the square. A giant kraken arm, thick as a tree trunk and covered in writhing suckers, shot out of the portal straight toward Marcus.
Silver Fox, you and your minions will pay for destroying everything.
Marcus dove sideways, but the tentacle was too fast. He was going to die. A massive silver wing covered in gleaming scales appeared between Marcus and the tentacle. The wing deflected the kraken arm with a sound like ringing steel. Marcus rolled to his feet and spun around to see Master Timon changing. The old man's body was stretching, growing silver scales rippling across his skin as he transformed into something magnificent and terrible. A silver dragon. The dragon that had been Master Timon reared up on its hind legs and roared a challenge that shook dust from every building in the square. Then it lunged forward and bit the kraken tentacle, severing it completely. Dark ichor sprayed across the stones. Varric stumbled backward, his concentration broken. The portal flickered but didn't close.
Impossible. You're too old, too weak.
The silver dragon spoke, its voice like distant thunder.
I have been many things, Varric. Old, yes. Weak, never.
Varric snarled and raised his hands again. This time a portal opened above the square and flaming rocks began raining down like meteors. People screamed and ran for cover. The king's guards formed a protective circle around him, but the rocks were falling everywhere.
Tom, get people to cover.
Marcus shouted, pulling out his last bomb from his pack. Tom nodded and began pushing people toward the buildings, his enhanced strength letting him move them quickly to safety. The silver dragon morphed, shrinking down to a hybrid form, still draconic but more human-sized. It spread its wings and began deflecting the falling rocks, but there were too many. Marcus saw 3 of Varric's soldiers rushing toward the king while everyone was distracted by the chaos above. He pulled the firing mechanism on his bomb and hurled it toward them. The explosion sent all 3 soldiers flying, but also cracked one of the stone pillars supporting the platform where the king stood.
A platform!
Tom was already moving. He leaped up onto the creaking platform just as it started to collapse and caught the stone pillar with both hands. His muscles bulged as his enhancement magic kicked in, holding the massive weight steady.
Get the king out of here!
But the distraction cost them. Varric had channeled more power, and now multiple portals were opening around the square. More tentacles emerged along with floating creatures that looked like jellyfish made of shadow. The silver dragon hybrid roared in frustration and began fighting on multiple fronts, its claws and breath weapon cutting through enemies, but Marcus could see it was taking a toll. Master Timon's ancient body wasn't meant for this kind of transformation.
He's killing himself.
Marcus looked around desperately. They needed to stop Varric, but the traitor was protected by his summoned creatures and the chaos of his magic. Then Marcus remembered something. He pulled out his last iron beads, the ones he'd planned to use in his makeshift shotgun.
Alice, you know Varric's spell patterns. Where does he need to stand to maintain the portals?
Alice looked confused for a moment, then understanding dawned.
The center! He needs to stay in the geometric center of his pattern.
Marcus nodded and took careful aim. He wasn't throwing at Varric. He was throwing at the ground around him, trying to disrupt whatever magical circle the man was using. The iron beads scattered around Varric's feet. Immediately, several of the portals flickered and destabilized. Varric looked down in surprise, then up at Marcus with pure hatred.
Clever boy, but not clever enough.
He raised both hands and began a new incantation. This one felt different, darker, more desperate. The silver dragon roared a warning and launched itself directly at Varric.
Master, no! He's preparing a death curse! If you strike him while he's casting it...
But Master Timon had already committed. His draconic form slammed into Varric just as the traitor finished his spell. There was a flash of sickly green light, and both figures crashed to the ground. The portals snapped shut. The summoned creatures dissolved. The flaming rocks stopped falling. Silence descended on the square like a heavy blanket. Marcus ran toward the 2 still forms. Varric was clearly unconscious, maybe dead. But Master Timon, the dragon form, was already fading, leaving behind the familiar figure of the old wizard. But something was wrong. Master Timon's skin had a grayish cast, and his breathing was labored.
Master.
Marcus dropped to his knees beside him. Master Timon's eyes opened with effort.
Not silver fox, silver dragon.
Don't talk. Save your strength.
My strength is spent. The transformation at my age and Varric's curse.
The king approached his face pale but resolute.
Master Timon I, I owe you an apology, and the kingdom owes you its life.
Master Timon tried to smile.
You are young, your majesty. Youth learns. That is enough.
We'll get you help. The royal physicians...
No magic can undo what has been done. My students, you have learned well. Continue the work.
His eyes found Marcus's.
All the worlds, my boy. Remember, all the worlds.
I don't understand.
You will. When the time comes, you will.
The ancient wizard's eyes closed, and he went still. The king's physician knelt and checked for signs of life, then slowly shook his head.
He's gone, your majesty.
Marcus sat back on his heels, staring at the peaceful face of the man who had believed in him when no one else would. Around them, the square was slowly returning to normal. Guards were arresting Varric's remaining supporters. The captured soldiers from Malakar's force were being secured. The immediate crisis was over. Like the cost. Marcus closed his eyes and tried not to think about what Master Timon's final words might mean. All the worlds. What did that even mean? Chapter 65. Consequences. Marcus's head was spinning, trying to process everything. The trial, the magical fighting, and Master Timon's death. The weight of it all crashed down on him as royal guards escorted them toward the palace. The king was walking beside them, his young face serious.
I need to understand what happened here. The full scope of this conspiracy.
Your Majesty, Lord Varric has been collaborating with Malakar for months, maybe years. The mining operations, the missing caravans, the strategic delays in our defenses. It all fits together now.
The king stopped walking.
You're saying my most trusted advisor has been selling out the kingdom this entire time?
Guy, not selling out. He convinced himself he was saving it.
The king snapped.
How can you defend him after what he just did?
I'm not defending him, but understanding his thinking might help us figure out who else was involved. Varric didn't do this alone.
Sister Cora stepped forward.
Your Majesty, my sister Alice was manipulated into helping Varric. She believed she was protecting people, including me.
The king looked toward Alice, who was being held by guards nearby. Her face was streaked with tears, and she wouldn't meet anyone's eyes.
Bring her here.
The guards pushed Alice forward. She stumbled, then straightened, trying to compose herself.
Alice Brightshield, you stand accused of treason against the crown. What do you have to say?
Alice's voice was barely a whisper.
I believed Lord Varric was trying to prevent a war. He showed me reports of Malakar's armies, his magical weapons. He said the only way to save lives was to negotiate.
By giving him everything he wanted?
Alice shot back some fire, returning to her voice.
By buying time. Time to prepare defenses. Time to evacuate civilians. Time to find another solution.
There was no other solution because you were helping him get stronger. Every shipment of materials made him more dangerous.
Alice flinched.
I know that now. But then Varric's logic seemed sound. He had documents, testimonies from border guards, strategic analyses.
All fake. We found Varric's private chambers during our investigation. Half those documents were forged, the other half taken out of context.
The king looked stunned.
How long has this been going on?
At least since the mining expansion began, maybe longer. Varric's been positioning himself as indispensable while feeding information to the enemy.
And my sister. How did you justify involving her?
Alice looked at Cora with anguish.
He said you were in danger, that the hardliners in the military wanted to blame the border failures on field commanders. He promised if I helped gather information on the investigation, he'd protect every soul in the city.
So you spied on us.
I gathered intelligence. I thought I was protecting everyone I cared about.
What about my family? Where are they?
Alice looked confused.
Your family? They should be in their quarters at the academy.
No. Varric threatened them. He said if I didn't testify, he'd hurt them.
Alice's face went pale.
I don't know anything about that. Varric never mentioned you have to check the holding cells. If he took prisoners...
The king immediately turned to his guards.
Search every cell, every safe house, every property connected to Lord Varek. Find this boy's family.
Marcus felt sick. What if they were too late? What if Varek had already?
Marcus, they're going to be okay. Our family's tough.
2 hours of searching later, they found them. Marcus's family had been held in a warehouse on the outskirts of the city, not hurt, but scared and confused about what was happening. When the guards brought them to the palace, Marcus nearly collapsed with relief. His grandfather looked tired but alert. His parents were holding Tim and Tam close, and everyone seemed unharmed.
Marcus. Tom.
Tim and Tam ran toward him, and he caught them in a hug, despite his injured arm.
Are you boys all right?
The bad men said we had to stay quiet, but Grandpa told us stories the whole time.
Marcus looked at his grandfather, who nodded grimly.
They treated us well enough. Scared the little ones more than anything.
I'm sorry. This is my fault. If I hadn't gotten involved...
His father said firmly.
Stop that talk. You did what was right. That's all any of us can do.
The king cleared his throat.
Master Marcus, Commander Kane, all of you. The kingdom owes you a debt. You've exposed a conspiracy that could have destroyed us all.
Marcus shook his head.
We didn't do it alone, Your Majesty. Master Timon paid the ultimate price. Without his sacrifice...
Master Timon will be remembered as a hero. There will be a funeral befitting his service to the realm.
Marcus nodded, but he could barely focus on the king's words. All he could think about was the old wizard's final message. All the worlds, my boy. Remember, all the worlds. What had he meant by that?
Your Majesty, what will happen to Alice?
The king looked at her thoughtfully.
She was manipulated, but she still committed treason. However, her cooperation in finding your family and her genuine remorse, she'll remain imprisoned until we complete our investigation, but I'm inclined toward mercy.
Alice nodded gratefully, tears in her eyes.
And Varek?
Will face the full penalty for treason, if he survives his injuries.
With the immediate crisis resolved, the royal guards escorted Marcus and his family out of the palace. The late afternoon sun felt warm on his face, and for the first time in days he could breathe freely. Sarah was waiting for them in the courtyard, practically bouncing with nervous energy.
Did the bombs work?
Marcus smiled, despite his exhaustion.
They were perfect. You saved all our lives.
I knew you could do it. How bad is it?
She noticed his bandaged arm.
Small price to pay. We stopped a war.
His family surrounded them then. Everyone talking at once, asking questions, sharing relief that they were all safe. For a few minutes, Marcus let himself enjoy the chaos of a normal family reunion. But something was nagging at him.
Sarah, where's Aldrich? Why isn't he here?
Sarah's expression fell.
Marcus, there's something you need to know.
Chapter 66. Lessons in Loss. The funeral procession for Master Timon stretched through half the city. Marcus had never seen so many people gathered for one person. Academy students, former students, colleagues from other institutions, common folk whose lives had been touched by the old wizard's teaching. The king had declared a day of mourning. Banners hung from every building, and the entire royal court attended in formal dress. Marcus stood with his family and friends near the front of the ceremony, but he felt disconnected from it all. While speaker after speaker praised Master Timon's wisdom, his contributions to knowledge, his heroic final act, all Marcus could think about was how the old man had died. Because of him.
Marcus, you okay, brother?
Marcus shook his head slightly. He wasn't okay. Nothing about this was okay. The ceremony concluded with Master Timon's body being interred in the Academy's Hall of Memory, where portraits of great scholars lined the walls. Marcus watched as they sealed the tomb, knowing he'd never again hear that gentle voice offering guidance. As the crowd dispersed, Alice's words from the interrogation kept echoing in his head. He showed me reports, testimonies, strategic analyses. How many of those documents had Marcus seen without questioning them? How many times had he accepted information at face value because it came from someone he trusted?
You're being hard on yourself,
she said quietly, walking beside him as they left the ceremony.
Am I? Sarah, I played right into their hands. Alice, Varek, all of them. I thought I was so smart bringing modern knowledge to solve medieval problems, but I didn't understand the first thing about how people actually work.
You exposed their conspiracy. If you hadn't...
I hadn't been so naive, Master Timon would still be alive. I'm sorry. I should have seen it coming.
How? You're 18 years old, Marcus. You've been here less than a year. How are you supposed to know about political conspiracies and spies?
Because that's what leaders do. They anticipate threats. They protect their people. They don't get their mentors killed because they trusted the wrong person.
His grandfather, who had been walking quietly behind them, finally spoke up.
Marcus, come here.
Marcus turned to face him.
You think you're the first young man to learn hard lessons about trust? You think every leader starts out knowing how to spot liars and manipulators?
I should have been smarter.
Maybe. But being smarter next time doesn't mean beating yourself up about this time. What will you do differently?
Marcus was quiet for a long moment, thinking.
I need to understand how power really works here. Not just the obvious stuff, the hidden networks, the personal relationships, the ways people influence each other without anyone noticing.
That's good. What else?
I need better intelligence. Real information, not just what people want me to hear. I need to know who's connected to who owes what to whom, who has something to gain or lose from different outcomes.
Tom looked confused.
Sounds complicated.
It is complicated, and that's the problem. I've been treating this world like it's a simple place where you just need to apply the right knowledge and everything works out. But it's not simple. It's full of people with their own agendas and secrets and fears.
So what are you going to do about it?
Marcus's expression hardened.
I'm gonna learn everything, how this government really works, who the real power brokers are, what they want, how they operate. I'm gonna study corruption the way I studied chemistry.
And spies?
And spies, and blackmail, and every other dirty trick this world can throw at me. Master Taimon died because I was unprepared. That won't happen again.
They walked in silence for a while, each lost in their own thoughts. Finally, Marcus turned to Sarah.
Now tell me about Aldrich. What happened?
Sarah's face grew sad again.
After you and Tom were arrested, Aldrich was desperate to help. He went to Lord Brightmoor. You know Laura's father.
The one who wanted to marry into Aldrich's family business?
Yeah. Brightmoor had been pressuring Aldrich about the marriage, but also making offers to buy the shop. When Aldrich explained what happened to you, Brightmoor saw an opportunity.
Marcus felt a sinking sensation in his stomach.
What kind of opportunity?
He offered to help get you out of prison, but in exchange, Aldrich had to sign over the shop without marriage. No more delays, no more negotiations.
And Aldrich agreed?
Pardon, without hesitation, he said your life was worth more than any business.
Marcus stopped walking entirely.
He gave up everything for me.
His brother had connections to the prison guards. That's how Aldrich got the special key that opens different locks, but the price was signing over the deed to the shop.
Where is he now?
At the shop, packing up. Brightmoor's people are taking possession today.
We have to stop this.
Marcus, the contracts are already signed. Brightmoor has the legal documents.
She said, hurrying to keep up.
Then we'll find another way. I'm done letting good people pay for my mistakes.
They reached the shop just as workers were hanging a new sign, Brightmoor and Sons, Fine Goods and Curiosities. The familiar storefront looked alien with different colors and decorations. Marcus pushed through the door to find Aldrich carefully packing his remaining personal items into a wooden crate.
Aldrich.
His friend looked up, and Marcus was struck by how much older Aldrich looked. There were new lines around his eyes, and his usual energetic demeanor had been replaced by quiet resignation.
Marcus, thank the maker you're safe. I heard about the trial about Master Thyman. I'm so sorry.
Don't apologize to me. I should be apologizing to you. Sarah told me what you did.
Aldrich shrugged.
It was just business. I made a trade. The shop for your life. Best deal I ever made.
Aldrich, this was your family's legacy. Your future.
My future was never guaranteed, but your life was in immediate danger. It was an easy choice.
Marcus looked around the shop. Their shop. Seeing all the improvements they'd made together, all the plans they'd discussed, all the dreams that were now ending.
We're going to get it back.
Aldrich smiled sadly.
Marcus, I appreciate the thought, but Brightmoor holds legal title now. It's done.
Nothing's done until I say it's done. You saved my life, Aldrich. Now let me save yours.
What do you mean?
Marcus walked over to the window and looked out at the street.
I'm done playing by other people's rules. I've learned some hard lessons about how power really works in this world. Time to put that knowledge to use.
Marcus, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking that Lord Brightmoor made one crucial mistake.
What's that?
Marcus smiled, and for the first time since Master Timon's death, it reached his eyes.
He doesn't know what I'm really capable of. None of them do. They think I'm just some village boy who got lucky.
Aren't you?
No, Tom. I'm something much more dangerous than that. I'm someone who learns from his mistakes.
He looked at each of his friends in turn.
Master Timon died because I was naive about politics and spies and corruption. I swore that would never happen again. Well, Aldrich sacrificed his future because I wasn't prepared for the cost of heroism. That won't happen again either.
What are you gonna do?
Whatever it takes, trust me, I'm not the same person who walked into that prison cell. I've learned to think like them now, but I haven't forgotten how to think like me.
He looked around the shop one more time, memorizing every detail.
We built something good here, didn't we?
We did.
Then we'll build something good again, something better, something they can't take away from us.
As they walked out of the shop together, Marcus made a silent promise to himself and to Master Timon's memory. Chapter 67. Two Worlds, One Choice. Marcus's parents drove him from the hotel where they'd been staying after the hearing back to the college to get his belongings. No one talked during the drive. Marcus stared out the window thinking about the crazy things that had happened all year in Valdres, and how Valdres was bleeding into his modern life. Maybe he needed to focus on one life and ditch the other. It had been manageable when Valdres wasn't full of magic or when his family wasn't forced to work in dangerous mines. But now the people in Valdres, his family there, were in constant danger. Food shortages, safety issues, war, everything. In the modern world, there was no dark lord threatening their lives. There was no water shortage, no food shortage. People complained about things that seemed so small compared to what his Valdres family faced every day. He'd made his decision. Until he could create a safe haven in Valdres for his friends and family there, he would live in the modern world like the poorest man. He'd take the least demanding job possible, eat simple food sleep when he could, and spend every spare moment consuming knowledge that might help. When they entered his dorm, everyone gave him weird looks. Jake saw him and ran over.
Buddy, are you okay? I heard they forced you out. I have an uncle who's a lawyer. He could...
Marcus hugged Jake, cutting him off.
Sorry, I wasn't a good friend. Sorry, I blew everything. Maybe one day I can explain.
You don't have to drop out. My uncle is a really good lawyer.
Marcus smiled sadly.
Jake, you know me. You know I was never going to make it here anyway. It's okay.
They went into the room where Tyler was lying on his bed staring at the ceiling.
Tyler, why aren't you streaming? You're wasting precious time.
Tyler jumped up from the bed.
Dude, I've been worried sick. Did they really kick you out?
Yeah, man. I'm here to pick up my stuff.
Jake and Tyler helped him pack. It didn't take long. He hadn't accumulated much during his brief college career.
So what are your plans?
I can't go back home. I need to focus on something else. I'll look for jobs here in the city.
Tyler perked up.
You know I'm about to sign a lease? I'm renting an apartment across from my girlfriend's place.
Jake looked surprised.
You make that much money from streaming?
Hell yeah! 400 subscribers, baby! But I still need a roommate, I think. What do you say?
Tyler asked Marcus. Marcus felt a wave of relief.
That would be amazing.
He gathered his belongings and left the dorm to walk toward his parents' car. Now he just had to figure out how to tell them he wasn't coming home with them. He was halfway across the parking lot, head down, when a voice rang out behind him. Bright, too loud for the moment.
Oh, there you are.
Marcus turned, squinting in the afternoon sun. By the bike racks stood Celestine Lowborn, impossible as ever, dressed in a blinding white cotton suit that looked like it belonged in a bad 80s movie. She grinned and waved, drawing stares from everyone nearby. She didn't seem to care.
I didn't want to interrupt your little funeral, and I figured waking you up there would be rude what with all the important things going on here.
She said jokingly. Marcus nearly dropped his box.
Celestine? How? What are you doing here? Are you between worlds like me?
She laughed, a sound that didn't fit the setting at all.
Me? No, darling. I'm not human. I'm just blending in. Well, trying to.
He looked her up and down.
You're not blending in at all.
Okay. Celestine shrugged.
Blending is overrated. Besides, I needed to talk to you.
Marcus stepped closer, lowering his voice.
What are you then? What do you want from me?
She leaned in, her eyes suddenly sharp.
Help me get a copy of the seed, and I'll give you the tools to beat Malachar.
Marcus blinked.
What seed? What are you talking about? You can beat Malachar?
Celestine rolled her eyes.
Not here. Meet me in your country. Valdoria, Valdres, whatever you call it. We'll talk there.
Before Marcus could ask another question, his father's voice cut through the air, calling his name. He turned for just a second, and when he looked back, Celestine was gone. Vanished. Like she'd never been there at all. He stood there, heart pounding, the box suddenly heavy in his arms. He'd have to process this later. For now, he walked to the car, mind spinning. His mother was crying when he got to the car. His father looked like he'd aged 10 years in the past week.
Mom, Dad, I'm going to stay here for a while. Tyler offered me a place to stay, and I think I can find work.
Marcus, please, come home. We'll figure this out together.
I need to do this. I need to figure out who I'm supposed to be, and I can't do that living at home.
His father was quiet for a long moment, then nodded slowly.
If this is what you need to do, we'll support you. But you call us every week, and if you need anything...
I will, Dad, I promise.
As his parents drove away, Marcus felt the full weight of his decision. In one world, he was a college dropout who disappointed his family. In the other, he was someone who might have helped save a kingdom but lost a mentor in the process. He knew which world needed him more. But for now, he had to choose how to live in both. End of Between Worlds. Book 1.